ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్, కంప్లీట్ ప్రిడేటర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ ఈ రోజు ఓపెన్ అయింది. విశాల్ కంప్యూటెక్, we always thankful the opportunity is given Vishal Computech to open a gaming store in Hyderabad. So this is 1000 square feet gaming store, complete range, Predator, Nitro, gaming laptops, ALG gaming, Aspire 5 gaming, all models available for the students. Majorly our target audience is students. So thanks for Vishal Computech to give opportunity to open a gaming store in Hyderabad.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have launched today our first gaming store in Telangana, in Hyderabad. This gaming experience zone will have a product range starting from 45,000 rupees and it goes up to 3 lakh rupees. This Predator store will have a capacity of 6 gaming experience workstations where anybody can come and experience the gaming products, the gaming range which we have. Acer is a top leading brand in gaming worldwide. We are number one in few segments and we are number 2 in few segments. Acer, apart from the gaming, we have multiple non-gaming products also available in this store which can be experienced and purchased by the customer. Acer is expanding the retail across India. We are currently 220 operational stores and we have aim to reach minimum 300 stores by year end. So that gaming is always targeted to the youth, and currently that that India is a youth country. The age bracket which we cater here is 18 to 35. So that all people currently who are using that mobile gaming or the laptop gaming, that's growth what we have currently in the gaming segment is immense. The product which I have mentioned earlier, that whatever we cater starting from 45,000 rupees to up to 3 lakh rupees, it caters to all segment, the pro gamers, the casual gamers, or the new gamers who wanted to try that. So we have all segment, all product range which caters to the all age groups. Currently our main hero SKU, the name also you have seen in this store, is the Predator. Predator is the pro gaming machines which is used by all pro gamers worldwide.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So, hi, this is Bhavya. So, we got to know about this stove. Some of my friends. Actually, this is a gift for my sister. That she is pursuing her MBA honors in VFX. So, we have gifted this laptop for her. Few of our senior team members have suggested the Acer Predictor for gaming laptop. It's the best laptop for them. So that's why we choose Acer for this. Video may not be, we don't know exactly, but we came to know that Acer is good for gaming purpose, so that's why we choose Acer. Yeah, we are looking forward to grow this company along, and also we are happy to be the part of this inauguration as well. And also we are happy to be the part of inauguration as well. And apart from us, my sister is very happy. Actually, we first visit near Parade Grounds Vishal Mart, right? So we visit over there, and they suggested us to visit here, Amitpet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
స్టోర్ వైజ్ గా చూసుకుంటే ఏసర్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. ఈ స్టోర్ మాత్రము మీకు ఏదైనా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టార్టింగ్ గేమింగ్ బిలో 50,000 ల్యాప్టాప్స్ నుంచి మీకు ఎబో మొత్తం హైయర్ ఎండ్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ వరకు మీకు గేమింగ్ సెగ్మెంట్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ అన్ని అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. లైక్ ఎస్పైర్ 5 గేమింగ్, ఏఎల్జీ గేమింగ్ అని, నైట్రో, ప్రిడియేటర్, హీలియో నియో 16 ఇందులో ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ కూడా డైరెక్ట్ క్యాష్ లోనే తీసుకోలేకపోతుంటారు. వాళ్ళకు టర్మ్స్ లో కావాలి, మంత్లీ ఈఎంఐ, ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్, ఈజీ ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ ఉంది. మీకు డౌన్ పేమెంట్ 30% పే చేసుకుని రిమైనింగ్ 70% ఈఎంఐ లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, మీకు క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, బజాజ్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి. మీకు నాన్ లోకల్ పర్సన్ కి కూడా మేము క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ ఈఎంఐ త్రూ మేము మీకు ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్స్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ఇక్కడ స్టార్టింగ్ ఏదైనా ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్ ఏరియా ఉందనేసి ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. ఈ ఏరియా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టూడెంట్స్ కి బడ్జెట్ హైయర్ ఎండ్ ఉన్నా కానీ కొనలేకపోతుంటారు. బేసిక్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా కావాలన్నా కానీ ఏసర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ లో కూడా మీకు స్టూడెంట్ కి ఏదైతే రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉందో ఆ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. బేసిక్ లైక్ 25,000 నుంచి కంపెనీ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటే మనం ఎబో 3 lakhs వరకు మనం ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు ఈ స్టోర్ లో. ఎవరికి ఏ చిన్న రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా, ట్రేడింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, గేమింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, కోడింగ్ పర్పస్, ఎవరికి ఏ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ల్యాప్టాప్ పర్చేజ్ చేయొచ్చు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
I thank Acer for giving us opportunity to open this Acer Gaming Creator Store. This is a prestigious store and this is a happy moment for all of us. And adding this to our portfolio will add lots of value for us and our customers also. The world is getting into gaming, the world is getting into AI, getting into lots of solutions. And Acer is one such brand who can offer all these solutions. Acer is also closing working with Intel, AMD and Nvidia. They are the powerhouse behind all those things. From technology or a person who needs a product from a basic requirement to the most higher end, Acer is able to give solution, and we take this privilege to take this store and make sure that we reach to the maximum possible customers through this store. Here we'll be doing lots of gaming events also. Gaming events will always be conducted free, and mostly every quarter we'll have 1 or 2 events over here. We welcome all the guests and customers of Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana, come here, visit this store as soon as possible. They will really feel nice and seeing the kind of collections what Acer has. Today we are having first event from 1:30 onwards. We have an event with meet and greet with a creator, and she will have lots of events and giveaways. Lots of things will be going on today also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Let's get into our next program, which is into the panel talk on biotechnology. My guests today are Ramji Palela, who is the COO of AICC CMB. Hello, Ramji Garu, namaskar. My next guest is Lakshmipati, who is the founder of Mabag Jennings. And then my third guest is Vinita, who is the co-founder of Physics Expo 44. Welcome all. Welcome to the show. So let's start with you, Vinita. If you could tell us, about Physics 44. What is it all about?
Yeah, so it's I'll start with the name of the startup, Fix 44. Fix 44, as the name suggests, this is basically for fixed carbon dioxide. So we are into a domain which is called as alternative protein domain, which is trying to elevate the negative carbon footprint of the animal farm industry. So you would have already heard about plant proteins and all those things, which are kind of replacing the animal proteins. But we are a deep tech startup where we are trying to get the same animal proteins in the microbes, so that the taste-wise, functionality-wise, unlike the plant proteins, these are exactly the same animal proteins which we generally consume. The only difference is that we are trying to get it into the microscopes, and it involves a lot of technology. The technology is similar to what we have already is there, recombinant protein production, like for the example, insulin generally which the diabetic people use, or various biologics. So the technology is somewhat similar. The challenge is the scale, because insulin few mgs is enough. I mean, and people would be ready to pay for it. We are mostly focusing on the dairy proteins. So what we want is we want to reach where we can say, okay, we are replacing the right now the dairy which is coming from the animals. So that is the challenge which we have to cross.
Given that India is predominantly a vegetarian country, a dairy protein makes much more sense, isn't it, Ramji Garu?
No, in fact, adding on to the Vanita's great works, India having its strengths in traditional and Ayurveda foods, and also having the resources. And from the pandemic times, I think, the food and nutrition area, okay, the cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals area is also just growing exponentially. In that sense, yes, this is the right time that these kind of startups can actually add much value to fill those gaps of protein and other supplements. Yeah.
Very true, and this is what we have seen, as you rightly brought out. Post pandemic, there is a huge push among people towards Ayurveda and natural.
Yes.
So coming to you, Lakshmipati Garu, tell us about your startup venture. What is it into?
Hi, I'm Lakshmipati. I'm the co-founder of Mapgenics Private Limited. Similar to what everybody is trying to do now, we are trying to move away from natural resources which are finite and go to an in vitro biotechnology type of technology where we can have infinite resources. So we are basically a biologics company. Our thrust is in the production of development of monoclonal antibodies against diseases of interest to India. Normally, when we try to produce antibodies, we have to immunize animals with the protein of interest and get antibodies out of those animals and then purify and everything. So this adds a level of complexity where animal host proteins can interfere and cause severe allergic reactions within our body. So as an alternative to animal immunizations, what we are doing is set up a platform technology where all the possible antibodies are already synthesized in bacteria or in yeast, and just we have to identify the correct antibody using our antigen of interest. For example, we can use anti-venom, for example. We can use venom components of any of the snakes and just use that as a kind of fishing rod to get the antibody that can neutralize neutralize the venom components. So we have the platform technology already established, and we are identifying antibodies against many diseases of particularly of interest to India.
What stage are you at, Lakshmipati Garu? I mean, are the trials on? Have you already have MVP? What stage are you in?
We are actually at the preclinical stage. We have not gone to a trial stage yet. We have the antibodies in hand, but even before we go to the clinical trials or anything, we have to first test whether our antibodies are safe. Naturally, they are safe, but still we have to do it practically and show that not only these are safe, but they are also able to do the work they are supposed to do. Like, for example, if you take anti-venom, they have to neutralize the venom toxins. So even before we go for clinical trials, we have to do a preclinical stage, and that is where we are in right now.
Ramji Garu, when you talk about antigens and our immune system or the trials that happen, ethical, the issues of ethical comes up in a big way. What's your take on that?
Yes, it's a good question because most of the biotech or almost everyone working in the biotech and life sciences domain, especially related to the healthcare, they need to follow certain dossiers of ethical clearances. If you can see, starting from the biosafety clearances or the institutional ethical clearances, what I mean to say, we have human ethics, animal ethics. So each step, will be guiding our startups to follow. And it's like a boon having a host organization like CCMB, where these startups that are incubated here, they no need to form separate committees for their companies. So they can actually root out these clearances with CCMB, and they actually get the ethical clearances and the paperwork in place so that they can go to the next level. And yes, next level of regulatory clearances and understanding, of course, we help them to these help these startups by coordinating with such kind of regulatory agencies. So I think that's what I can actually answer at this moment.
Very true. So, just to remind our viewers, we are going live. This is our inaugural daily live show on My Startup TV, which is an international channel, and My Startup TV Regional, which is in 14 languages. And we have been watched in about 80 plus countries. Coming back to you, Vinita, you mentioned that you're in the in the dairy side of it. So, what's the scope for you, and what stage are you in?
So right now we had our proof of concept ready, and we are into a stage where we are going for product development. Our first approach is B2B, that is, we are looking for other businesses like, let's say, for example, yogurt making company, frozen desserts and all, who can take our protein, which is our product, and then kind of use in their products. So that's why right now we are for immediate challenge is the scale. When we talk about fermentation, so right now we are at a level where we are putting it in a 100-liter tank. But when you want, so that's when I said you want insulin in very small amount. When we are talking about dairy proteins, they are in grams per liter, right? So that's the stage we are in. We are at 100-liter. We want access to more fermenters and all. We can scale and get more protein so that we can give it to our partners for the product development.
Ramji Garu, so in scenarios like these where startups need support both in terms of marketing and sourcing products or their raw material ingredient that would go into their research or product development, what kind of support does AICC CCMB provide?
So generally for a typical startup, I think, in the biotech and life science area, lot of, burn rate is in the consumables area. I mean, of course, manpower too, because skilled manpower is one, important factor for running such kind of startups to address some questions in the research and translation. So, I think, after the manpower cost, I think these consumables are taking up a lot of. So what we do is that we don't provide consumables, but actually the grants that support such kind of consumables or such kind of services, that we guide them. So the raw materials where they can get, we can guide them. Or even if someone want to develop a prototype, where that can be done, that design and prototyping. So we actually guide them. We can actually also negotiate with the vendors to actually subsidize some of the costs or maybe reduce the cost or give good discounts to them. So I think our role being an incubator, other than the equipment and services, we actually kind of help them, kind of reducing the burden in their material sourcing and consumables. Yeah.
To adding to Ramji's saying, one of the most important factor in biotech research is also the kind of equipments we use, right? So if I have to start a startup right now, my immediate need for a mall buy, I think, would be like crossing 2 crores, 3 crores, right? If I have to buy each and every instrument, and even if it is a second-hand instruments, that is where again incubator centers like AIC, CCMB helps us, because everything is in place. We can use the equipments, and they are maintained so well, particularly at AIC, CCMB. So in that way, that's a huge help. We can't even start our work, our POC kind of thing, without that kind of support. And the next level is also like Ramji particularly is very helpful in this thing, is like he's in that environment. There are the connections that is most important for a startup, right? I know how to be done, but I know to get to the right people. And that is where I think AIC, CCMB, and people like Ramji comes in, because sometimes we scientists are very comfortable at our bench, but the connections are to be made to if we have to run a business, and that's how it happens.
Just as you mentioned about the raw material, again, I have to acknowledge the great works of our host organization. Some of the clones or some of the cell lines, okay, or some strains of microbes on a material transfer agreement mode, okay, exclusively and only for the research purposes, not for the commercial purposes. They extend the offers to our startups. So that is very much important, Sunil, that I'd like to highlight here, because incubator can be there, but they may not be able to provide such kind of facilities unless until you don't have such kind of greatest support by the host organization. That's where our director, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, always says that uh, um, startups are just like our employees of CCMB. So whatever the resources that we have, whatever the infrastructure that we have, they are like family. We have to extend our best help for them. So just quickly to add this.
So, Lakshmi Garu, coming to you, as a startup, what's your timeline by the time you can have your first product out into the market?
Yeah, so especially in the field of biologics, the timelines are very big simply because we have talked about this before also, where there are particular regulations where we cannot actually do human testing or clinical trials without passing through animal testing phase or even a preclinical stage where we show in the laboratory itself that yes, our antibody is working. So for any, not just for a startup, for even an established company in the monoclonal antibody fields, the time it takes for development to the product to going to the market can be as high as 5 to 8 years. So our model of engagement is that we do the initial development, but then we request or we partner with a already established company so that they are much more faster as well as much more knowledgeable about the kind of regulations that are required. So once we develop our product, most of the clinical testing or clinical trials will have to be done with the help of an established company in this particular field. Unfortunately, that is the truth for anything that goes into a human body, let it be a monoclonal antibody or any injectable, any drug that has to be taken. The timelines are quite big, actually. They are quite long.
Ramji Garu, this is a very interesting, situation where startups by nature don't have, deep pockets, and also given the fact that anything in biotechnology takes a lot of time. So would it be right, way of approaching where startups bring up the initial, do the initial part, and then collaborate with some big partners, big players, who can then not only help them scale but also the pace?
Yeah, I can actually answer this two ways. One is that the students or faculty or even the startups, if they have ideas, we try to help them validating their ideas, whether there is a feasibility of taking that idea towards market. So in that sense, we help them to pre-incubate with us or engage with our startups as well for about 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. And then they can actually work on that idea to, make it as a small business plan or something like that. And then we guide them for raising grants. So that is one way to support at the initial stages, at the idea level. And then when they come here, or maybe outsiders also, any other freelance startups or any other startups at the TRL3 range, if they come here without grants also, we'll tell them, okay, this is the way to attract grants on your stage of technology or the productization. So this is a big boost for them. So at that, so always the startups need to remember, especially in these kind of deep tech domains, each level or each stage of your startup, you need different level of funding and also mentorships. So your advisors or mentors need to change on different levels. So ideation stage different and lab level, POC level is different. Validation partners to be there, or maybe outsourcing partners or outsourcing advisors or business people. And again, marketing and supply chain in case if you already reached to the pre-commercialization and commercialization stage. So my point here is that understanding or having that consciousness of uh, tapping into those particular funding scenarios is very much important. That's where we actually keep on triggering and try to point these factors to the startups to take it to the next level. Other than the funding, yes, you used a word actually. I liked it. Connecting to the right business players or channel partners. I think everybody may not be commercializing. So this point is very clear. A scientist can understand, or maybe a student can understand, or a startup even can understand. So before setting up a startup, everybody may not be an entrepreneur. They can be working with entrepreneurs and other startups. And every startup may not be doing its commercials. They can actually simply identify the other market players who can actually sell their technologies or transfer their technologies or form the JVs. I think these modalities are to be understood. Then I think, at least we can increase our startup success rate to from the 5% to 7% to even 10%. So that's what the message.
So, as MyServe TV, a media house, we are doing our bit by providing the platform to startups, enablers, where we take your, the news from startup community, the startup ecosystem to the world out there. So, before I go, Vinita, what do you think? You know, Media platform like ours, when we carry the stories, when we carry the news, or create the visibility, how do you see that?
So, when we talk about biotech scenario or system, if you Google or find it out in the major news, established companies come about, right? Whenever you talk about biotech companies, there would be 10 top companies list which comes, and then beyond that, there is like nothing. I mean, but it's unless being a scientist, unless I came to AICCCMB and we started working with a startup, I didn't have an idea that there are so many startups working with such beautiful ideas. And so that is where I think TV channels, startup TV channels like yours will help, like students need to know what are more, there are more options for them. And the typical traditional pathways like academic or established company industries. But then when they come to us, there's a lot of growth, particularly when people who are working with a startup, there's a lot of growth. They will join and they get to know the ideas fit in a normal big company. Not all people get to know all the ideas. So in that way, you can go. Your outreach will kind of. And apart from that, there's also like personally for a company like us, more people need to know that yes, we are developing a product. And so that what it will create is like, if you can spread the word, we will maybe at the end of the day have more consumers who are interested in our products. And particularly in a country like India, where although people have started, there are vegans and all those things, and that is where people will get to know more about our products first, if
That's
at
the
all. I
intent.
mean, like,
Where
they know that the company is there, and then they can go and search. Yeah, so then they come to know about our products, and that's how it is. So
well, that's the intent. That's the whole vision for and the mission of My Startup TV. Brings stories, showcase startups and incubators and enablers without without categorizing them or putting them to blocks of unicorns and sunicorns. Ramji Garu, we have been interacting on at various levels and for a couple of years now. What do you think about platform like ours that can that's carrying the stories and showcasing the startup ecosystem?
Yeah. See, probably in 19 or I think around pre-pandemic times when I see something like my startup TV, I was so quite excited. The first global bio India, sorry, global Bio India, right? GBI, yes. GBI started by Dadan, Secretary Swaroop, DBT, then startup, my startup TV started covering the road shows. Um, you know, it's not like, a typical commercial media that does, identifying who can pay and do cover them only. I think this is the uniqueness that I saw in my startup TV, despite of having small sustainable or maybe small revenues that you actually look for maintaining or managing your team activities and your media activities. You actually reached out to all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, and that's where we understood this partnership can actually take it to the next level. That's where we engaged you for many of our activities, including the recent demo day, which is an awesome activity. We got a lot of response and many. I get several LinkedIn requests in the past 2 days, considering our social media presence through this coverage by make my startup TV. So it's an amazing journey where we would like to be part of it, Sunil, and we will be doing very different activities for sure. That's where our startups should be getting more mileage than us. So that's what the idea. And thanks for doing great works. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramji Garu. Thank you for your all the support that you have been providing us and the AICC team there. Lakshmi Garu, the final word yours. What are your thoughts?
I can only, encompass whatever Ramji and Dr. Vanita has said. The major problem for a startup is to reach out to people. May I may know whatever is going on in my own field, but the problem is that people do not know us. So we need some kind of a platform where everybody in the world knows that, hey, there is MapGenX who is doing some work in monoclonal antibodies. Do you want to partner with them to maybe get your work done? That kind of exposure is just not possible for a single startup, not just because of the amount of money or the energy that is involved, but also simply because a word of mouth is difficult to reach towards all corners of the world. A platform, something like My Startup TV, who focuses only on startups to a wider audience around the world, is a very big boon for startups like us. So I thank you for reaching out to us. Thank you.
And thank you, panelists. Thank you for being on our show. You are our first, set of panelists who are coming on our inaugural daily live show. And Dr. Ramji Garu, thank you very much. Dr. Vinita, Lakshmipati Garu, thank you very much for being on our show. And we hope to see you again on our subsequent biotechnology shows. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks to the world that is witnessing the growth and development of the wonderful ecosystem under the umbrella of One Health. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. This is our inaugural daily live show, both for the international and domestic audience in India. We will be broadcasting in 14 Indian languages in our daily live show. We will feature thought leaders, founders, and entrepreneurs. So join us every day from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. India time for live updates on the global startup ecosystem. So today we are starting our inaugural broadcast with a dive into the fascinating world of biotechnology, exploring groundbreaking medical discoveries and sustainable solutions. Let's get started. My today guest is Ramji Palela, the Chief Operation Officer at the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Microbiology, also known as AICCMB. Welcome, Ramji Garu. Welcome to our inaugural daily live show on MyServe TV.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. Very glad to be here.
Ramji, let's start by understanding, what is AICCCMB? What's the vision? What's the mission for AICCCMB, given that you're in the biotechnology space?
Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. CCMB is our host organization. It is called CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. So our host organization thought of encouraging and supporting scientists, students, and other startups in the year 2016 to apply for Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog, Government of India, to set up this Section 8 company. So since 2017, Atal Incubation Center CCMB, with the mandate of focusing exclusively in the life sciences and biopharma and healthcare medtech space, they accept applications for incubation in the early stage of startups and the early stage of innovators who can actually engage with the incubation center. So if you can see in the past, 7-8 years, government has come up with a lot of programs. And even way before, Government of India through DST, DBT, if you can see NSTEDB of DST, Department of Biotechnology set up another center called Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Similar way, we have mighty startup hub of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So several of such aligned with the Startup India, Invest India mandate of Government of India, where our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi introduced or supported several such schemes to accelerate life science ecosystem or healthcare ecosystem all over the India. And of course, blessings in disguise, the pandemic came and altogether the life science startups or biopharma related startups or healthcare startups start budding up, and a lot of startups formed. Today, if you can see, I think over 10,000 healthcare related or core biotech related startups came in. But before to that, it's hardly about 300 or 600 startups by 2019. So AIC CCMB having its wonderful infrastructure, a dust-free and fully functional, all biochemical, genomics, proteomics based, and molecular biology related. So all these kind of equipments that we have, and our host organization also offering such kind of infrastructure and equipment to support till now more than 125 startups. Because AIC CCMB, through its journey since 2017, partnered with so many national programs with government and without government support, and also some of the international programs to engage these innovators, be it in social startups, or be it in ICT interventions in healthcare, or be it in some of the medium scale startups as well, where they can come and use our facility to become successful entrepreneurs. So out of the 125 startups that we have supported till now, at least 15 to 16 startups, they productized their products very well. And some of the technologies are patented. We have, our startups patented more than 40 patents in these past 7 years. And some have been transferred to other companies as well. And at least half a dozen to, about 8 companies, they're already in the market and they got the market traction. So fundraising is one scenario for these startups, but yes, this is one of the major challenges in biotech sector. And though government is really pushing up, a lot in the past 5 to 6 years to fill this gap of funding, be it starting from 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs to even 1 crore, 2 crores, 3 crores. So I think government is trying its best, but yes, the private funding to the deep science or deep tech startups is a bit very difficult in the healthcare domain. So in that sense, recently, if you can see, we try to actually expose our best curated startups to some of the investors, and a dozen of start investing companies. They came and they try to understand, where are they, and they got excited. At least 3 to 4 startups would be kind of getting engaged with those enablers as well as investors for the next another 2 to 3 months. At least one or two may be getting investment. So I think the medium we have to create, and the platforms we have to create. But otherwise, this is one of the greatest sector, as you're actually bringing this medium to global audience. I can offer one thing. Our startups also can actually engage with the global partners. The way they are actually getting their US FDA and EU regulatory certifications. Some of the EU companies and the US and other countries, startups and innovators also coming and looking at Indian markets to collaborate with our host organization and our incubator and many other institutions as well. So we try to engage in such a way that people can co-develop the technologies, and they can market, they can form other JVs. The foreign company and Indian company can form a JV so that they can actually align their marketing channels through that JV. I think, so a lot of scope that we have. I mean, thanks to our government actually, who opened the gates, opened the doors for all these kind of avenues, where AICCCMB today, we are trying to accelerate such startups which are really potential to create larger impact. So I welcome all of startups and innovators to look at us. Let's join the hands together to create, not only national impact but for global impact.
Very well brought out, Ramji Garu. One of the things you rightly said, with the support that government is providing through institutions and the incubators like you, the talent now no more needs to go out looking for opportunities. They can with their, like you said, 40 plus patents with 120 startups. Now they can do things here in India, and that also leads to you know uh, to the vision of making India the pharmacy of the world.
Absolutely. See that you're absolutely right, because if you want to do a business from deep science or deep technologies, I think know-how, strong know-how, and a strong patentability is key. That's what probably you're addressing. Yeah.
Tell me, what support do you provide? Because what we understand from when you talk about biotechnology, the equipment runs into crores of rupees, right? So, what if you can just talk about, if you can paint the picture for our viewers as to how does AICCMB look, what do you have there, and the kind of support they get right from being at your incubation center to beyond.
As I mentioned to you, the equipments, yes, of course, different programs. The government is really pumping a lot of money to support such infrastructure. And we are very blessed with our host organization, CCMB. They have a lot of such high-end equipment where that can be extended to startups as well. So they can come and use those host organizations' equipment as well at a subsidized rates, so that they can actually get the POC done or get the validations done. So that's one thing. And other than this infrastructure and equipments, uh, you know, having equipments is something very important, but maintaining them. That's where another plus point, as you may be thinking, how AICCSM is very differential, because the technical mentorship by the scientists or the instrumentation staff that can look at these equipments to run them continuously without any trouble or anything that's coming up in between. So this is one of the best advantages that people who are incubated here or who are engaged or associated with the ICCCMB. So along with that support, we'll be providing IP connections, intellectual property connections with right agencies, and also regulatory, not only with the CROs or any other regulatory agencies who can help them for regulatory certificate, but also with the government agencies like ICMR and CDSCO, where some of the questions can be addressed. It's like, MedTech Mitra that we are trying to actually channelize our partners to ICMR. So this way, we can't provide end-to-end solutions being an incubator, but yes, we would be knowing the ways to fill those gaps and understand those lacunas. So that's the greatest support that we are anticipating to support our startups.
And when it comes to statistics, as AICCMB, in the last 4 or 5 years, what has been key milestones or achievements that as an institution and your startups have achieved in the past few years?
As I mentioned to you, the IP is one critical factor. How many IP filed here, be it patents or trademarks or copyrights. So it's 40 plus, and funds raised, funding is the key. So in the AIC ecosystem, the incubatees ecosystem, till now, it's been close to about $25 million. That has been raised here. And also, mostly the startups, out of 125, the percentage of success, if we can see, generally India, we have 3 to 5% in the healthcare sector or core biotech sector. So here it is above that, 7 to 8% or even close to 10% of the success that we have seen here. So, manpower creation is one factor that we see. More than 150 plus employees have been generated through these programs in this incubation center. And also, if you can see the revenue that they generated, that's also very much important. And also AIC CCMB itself invested close to $1 million fund, about 23 companies. And we are thinking probably at least 1 or 2 exits can happen by 2025 or 2026, hopefully, or even if it is not too early, but maybe another 3-4 years, I can say. So statistically, if we can say that the graduates, they actually have gone to their bigger facilities. Some have been pausing their activities due to certain constraints. Some dropouts are there. I have to accept that obediently, because this is a typical ecosystem scenario. But I can say one thing really, much exciting way that, when the products now are getting some attraction from the investors' perspective as well as marketing perspective, I think global avenues are getting created and global partnerships also getting created. Like recent partnerships with AIC CSM, if you can see, not only local government grants and the private HDFC Parivartan kind of CSR grants, we got 3 CSR funding and another 2 recently joined us. Even blockchain for impact, if you can see here. So all these kind of partnerships really accelerate these startups at least to do their POCs and large validations or scale up at least by 2x or 3x. So that's what the greatest success that I can anticipate.
That's commendable in because biotechnology as a for startups is pretty much new when you see as a sector, right? And within the short period of time, given that you lost 2 years of 2 years of time to Corona, but also that was, as you rightly said, that was also time blessing in disguise for the sector, that the awareness got created among startups, among people who are working in biotechnology space. But then what you achieved in this last 3-4 years, I think it's commendable given the short period of time you've been in the sector. So how do you there are other incubators also in India who are working in the same space. How is AIC CCMB different or from the others?
We have hardly life science incubators, if you can say, in India, close to about 60, 70, or maybe 100, you can say, core life sciences, I'm telling. It's not about healthcare, or maybe health tech and related, but core life sciences and biotechnology. And out of that, we have best 10 to 15 life science incubators in India. And among that, if you see the biospectrum reports and in the past 3 to 4 years also, so AAC stand top 5 or top 6 kind of rank incubator So we can say proudly that top 10 incubators. Beat one reason is that, the approachability and accessibility of the incubation services, and also the economic way of actually utilizing the space as well as infrastructure. And more advantage is that in this particular domain where life sciences and core biotechnology, getting the mentors from the host organization is very difficult. So AICCCMB is kind of, creating avenues to collaborate or co-develop such kind of technologies with host organizations' scientific pool. And also, there is a continuous way of actually workflow that can be created uh, with a fully functional infrastructure. So I think these are the 3, 4 factors. So I can't say in the real estate mode that AICCCMB is so cheap, but yes, we are so proud that that these startups can utilize whatever the limited space that we have today. They're using it, and of course, they are raising grants here. So another important thing is that getting grants attracted to these startups that are incubated. So the chances of getting such grants and funding is high. So I think there are several such small factors that can differentiate AICCCMB from other incubators.
And when you talk about biotechnology, life sciences, research, the image or a perception is that boring kind of a thing, right? Which which drags on and time consuming. But you guys are doing something. You have made an attempt to break that mold because we have been at your center and we saw the way the incubate center is built. And to top it up, you also the demo day that you did was completely at a different location, which was like kind of breaking away from the usual. Do you want to talk about the demo day that you did 2 days ago, and what was it about, and why did you choose that particular location?
Yeah, in fact, the major drawback or whatever I can say, the researchers think in their domains and in their boundaries. Myself being a researcher, once upon a time, I can say that we work at the benches. We may not be knowing the outside world sometimes. So I think let's do it outside than the the core areas, premises. In fact,
What better than having a pub, right?
yeah, yeah.
What
So
better
that's
than doing in a pub?
yes, yes, because most of the successful incubators or such kind of accelerators, they have such kind of events outside their core areas or core premises. So I think that gives a lot of exposure to interact and engage and share the information or share the experiences. So the recent one that we kind of did it as a first of its kind of attempt from AICCCMB. We have done several gatherings and networking events and workshops, but this is one of its kind to attract a lot of investors. We reached out to some of the unknown investors as well. We don't even know actually, but they are very much keen to engage with biotech startups. And a dozen of them, I mean, kind of attended this event, and they understand what are the positive features of the startups and what are the gaps that they've found in the pitching. So they advise, they give the feedback and comments. I think this kind of demo day is a kickstarting way of encouraging such deep tech innovators, and I hope we'll be doing a lot of such events in the near future, maybe quarterly ones or half yearly ones, so that we can at least tell what we do and what our startups can do. And the startup founders not limited to the benches, but also the businesses. So that's what I can say.
That was we were at the event, and definitely the location that you picked was out of the regular. So if you have to look for next coming years, what's the vision? What's the roadmap for AICCCMB? When it comes to biotechnology.
So typically, an incubator starts its life to actually, chalo, let's lease some of the spaces for the startups or innovators, and okay, let's engage them or create a pipeline for startups for not only incubation, for let's welcome them for the services, so that the small revenues can be there to manage the OPEX of the incubation center. So I think in the past 6, 7 years, we successfully achieved that pipeline creation and also having those serious startups with us with a lot of learnings. Year on year, we learned a lot, and we have seen a lot of evolution of our activities as well. So in the coming next 2 to 3 years or 5 years, I think we are looking a bit differently to attract global partnerships. That's one thing. And also, I think being in the city, we could able to get much traction, but again, we have to expand our support systems or services to other cities or other tier 2, tier 3 cities, or within the state or near adjacent states, for example, Andhra Pradesh. So we can expand our services and our collaborations and pipeline in such a manner so that we can show our presence nationally by being set up our small offices or small incubation services in collaboration with the private agencies or government agencies. That's what the plan. And the third point is that we are now kind of planning ourselves to be the serious life science accelerators, because that is where we find a lot of gap, and we try to actually attract some serious partnerships from one or two VC communities where they can be joining and run kind of 6 to 8 weeks acceleration programs, at least half yearly ones. So I think the incubators, unless until they convert to be an accelerator, we can't see great exits and great successes in the life science domain. So I think these three things that we are looking at seriously, and expanding portfolio slightly from the life science and biotech sector to maybe environment and environmental health, or maybe wildlife conservation, and all these areas probably would like to look at in the broader picture so that we can contribute to the ecosystem, not only the startup ecosystem, but ecosystem that we have on the earth.
We wish you all the very best, and we rightly said, for the success to or reach your milestone, you have to go, have more partnerships, including private, and taking it to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So
Yes.
thank you very much, and viewers, do stay on. Following this, we go for a short break, and we'll have a panel talk after this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good evening to you from श्रीनगर कश्मीर जेल के माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का ये रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट एक बार फिर आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर। हम श्रीनगर कश्मीर से आपसे मुखातिब हैं, आपके सामने ही माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट लेकर। जी हाँ, जैसा कि वादा हमारा है कि हर जुम्मे को हम आते हैं आपके पास एक नया प्रोग्राम लेकर, एक नया एपिसोड लेकर माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन का। आपसे दरख्वास्त कि आप हमारी इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को, हमारे इस चैनल को लाइक करें, सब्सक्राइब करें और कमेंट करें। हमें अपनी राय से जरूर नवाजिएगा, उससे हम सीख जाएंगे, हमारी हौसला अफजाई हो जाएगी। मैं आपका मेजबान हूं, आबिद गौहर। तो हस्बी वादा हम बात कर रहे हैं पहले कश्मीर के मौसम की। कश्मीर के मौसम के बारे में ये सब लोग जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान में कि यहाँ ठंडा ठंडा मौसम है। यार आज गर्मी का महीना है, गर्मियां आ गई हैं, और इस टाइम जहां टेम्परेचर होता था कश्मीर में 32, 35, वही टेम्परेचर अभी है जस्ट 15। यस, ठंड ठंड सी लग रही है और बाहर बारिश हो रही है। पिछले 1-2 रोज से यहाँ ठंड है, सचमुच ठंड है। स्वेटर लगाने को जी करता है, कोट पहनने को जी करता है, लेकिन ऐसा होता नहीं था। ये कुछ चेंज हमें दिख रही है मौसम के हवाले से। जहां बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी बाहर की स्टेटों में पड़ रही है, वहां कश्मीर में आजकल ठंड है। खासकर श्रीनगर में टेम्परेचर होता था वो इससे बड़ा होता था, इससे ज्यादा होता था, लेकिन आजकल ठंड है इस साल। तो हम अब बात करेंगे यहाँ के आज के अखबारों में छपी सुर्खियों की, खासकर बिजनेस रिलेटेड जो न्यूज होती है वो हम आपके लिए पेश कर रहे हैं। तो चलिए नजर दौड़ाते हैं आज के अखबारों पर। ये हेडलाइन है आज के अखबार की, कश्मीर फूड ग्रोवर्स एलिज एक्सप्लॉयटेशन नॉक ऑन गवर्नमेंट डोर्स। एक और खबर की है कि कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी नॉर्थ कैंपस क्लिंचेस सेकंड प्लेस इन आरबीआई पॉलिसी चेंज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ जो अखबार छपे हैं बिजनेस पेज की, ये सुर्खी है, कुलगाम कल्टिवेट्स वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट गार्लिक वेराइटीज इन कंट्री। तो एक और सुर्खी है, JKETI पुलवामा होल्ड्स EAP फॉर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल। अखबार लिखता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट JKETI डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर पुलवामा इन कोलैबोरेशन विद गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड एन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम यानी EAP within the college campus. The awareness program was held at Government Degree College Tral as part of the institute's mandate to foster entrepreneurship spirit among the youth of J&K. Another headline is that GDC Magam, Government Degree College Magam, organizes industrial tour for students. Those students were given a chance to visit industrial estates to get knowledge of the entrepreneurship business unit is there. And another news is that Kulgam is the district of Kashmir. Kulgam cultivates one of the finest garlic varieties in country. ये अखबार की सुर्खी है। अखबार में ये लिखा गया है कि जो नेशनल एजेंडा है जिसके तहत हम कहते हैं कि अंडर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट वन प्रोडक्ट, और गवर्नमेंट का ये इनिशिएटिव है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमें करना है कि एक प्रोडक्ट को लेना है किसी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, और कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने जो अपना प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया है वो प्रोडक्ट है गार्लिक। गवर्नमेंट GBEI स्टूडेंट्स ने जोनल लेवल बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ अखबारों में वो ये कि यहाँ की जो अशिया खुर्दनी है, खाने पीने की चीजें हैं, वो रोज बरोज महंगी होती जा रही हैं और सरकार का इन पे कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है। एक और सुर्खी ये कि फनी जादूगरी जिसे कहा जाता है, जिसे पंजरेकारी भी कहते हैं, उसका वजूद किससे पारीना यानी किससे पुराना हो चुका है, उसकी तरफ कोई तवज्जो नहीं है। बाहर के जो प्रोडक्ट्स आर्टिफिशियल प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हैं उन्होंने यहाँ की कारीगरी पे काफी बुरा असर डाला है। तो ये थी अखबारों की कुछ सुर्खियां जो कश्मीर से आज 7 जून को कुछ अखबारों में आई हैं। तो अब चलते हैं अब अगले सेगमेंट की तरफ। हमारा अगला सेगमेंट जो है वो आज के मेहमान का होता है, आज के गेस्ट का होता है, आज के एंटरप्राइज का होता है। आज का हमारा स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर है एक ऐसा प्रोफेशनल डॉक्टर जो नौकरी की तलाश, नौकरी की जदोजहद जो करता वो उसके बगैर जो ही उसने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, जो ही उसने अपना मास्टर्स कंप्लीट किया, MD किया, तो उसने अपना स्टार्टअप बिजनेस का सोचा। और क्या बिजनेस डॉक्टर साहब कर रहे हैं, कौन सा प्रोफेशन है डॉक्टर साहब का, कौन सी डिग्री है डॉक्टर साहब की, उन्हीं से बात करते हैं। चलिए चलते हैं हमारे आज की गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन के पास। डॉक्टर समीर, आप हमारे पास हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम डॉक्टर साहब।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
डॉक्टर साहब कैसे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल खैरियत से, आपकी दुआ से।
अच्छा, आपके बैकग्राउंड से हमें पता चलता है आप अपने क्लिनिक में अभी बैठे हुए हैं।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल।
तो हम माफी चाहते हैं कि हमने आपका बहुत कीमती वक्त लिया। अभी जो आपके काम का वक्त था हमने उसमें से कुछ मिनट आपसे मांगे। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। डॉक्टर सईद समीर हुसैन, आपने BDS के बाद MDS किया, मास्टर्स किया और उसके बाद अपना डेंटल क्लिनिक चला रहे हैं जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। तो आप मुझे बताइए कि आपकी एज क्या होगी इस टाइम?
इस वक्त 33 इयर्स।
ओके ओके, तो अपनी अपनी जो डेंटल डिग्री है वो कब मुकम्मल की?
जी मैंने 2008 से 2014 तक मैंने नॉर्मल बैचलर्स डिग्री इन डेंटल सर्जरी खत्म की।
ओके, कहाँ से डिग्री आपने ली?
ये डिग्री मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ली, इंदिरा गांधी गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू।
ओके, वो प्राइवेट कॉलेज है या सरकारी कॉलेज?
जी वो गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है, जो हमारे जम्मू में प्रोमिनेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है इस वक्त।
तो अपने मेरिट पे आप गए थे बीडीएस करने?
जी जी बिल्कुल, एक्चुअली मैंने सीईटी क्वालिफाई किया था, कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट मेडिकल का जो होता है, तो उसमें मैंने किया फिर बैचलर्स डेंटल सर्जरी का प्रोफेशन। और मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ये स्टार्ट किया था 2008 में, और 2014 में मैंने वो मैंने डिग्री खत्म कर दी।
डिग्री के बाद आपको कुछ देर इंतजार करना पड़ा या डायरेक्ट आपने फिर मास्टर्स किया?
हम जानते हैं कि यहाँ पे कुछ जो हमारा डेंटल प्रोफेशन है उसमें थोड़ी सी हमारी बहुत ये मतलब सैचुरेशन हो गई है इस वक्त। तो बहुत सारे डेंटल ग्रेजुएट्स निकल रहे हैं इस वक्त हमारे प्रोफेशन से, जिनका मतलब फर्दर गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स तो नहीं निकलती है। फिर हमें हमारे पास कुछ ही ऑप्शंस होते हैं, या तो हमारा जो हमारी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन होती है या तो हम उसमें जाए या बिजनेस वेंचर कोई स्टार्ट करें। अपनी बीडीएस खत्म करने के बाद मैंने सोचा कि मैं अपनी जो स्किल्स है थोड़ी और बढ़ाऊं, इसलिए मैंने मास्टर के लिए ऑप्ट किया। और 2018 में मैंने नीट क्वालिफाई किया, जिसमें हम 28 स्टूडेंट्स थे जिन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया। और मैंने एमडीएस किया, जो हमारी मेन डिस्ट्रिक्ट की ब्रांच है ऑर्थोडोंटिक्स एंड डेंटोफेशियल ऑर्थोपेडिक्स, जो हमारा ब्रेसेस के रिलेटेड होता है, उसमें मैंने जो टॉप ब्रांच होती है इसकी, उसमें मैंने सीट करी। और मैंने 2018 में स्टार्ट किया हमारा अपना एमडीएस, और 2022 में मैंने अपना एमडीएस खत्म किया।
4 साल हो गए जब आपने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, उसके बाद 4 साल के बाद आपने मास्टर्स स्टार्ट किया। तो उन 4 सालों में आपने क्लिनिक अपना छोड़ा कि अब मास्टर्स के बाद?
क्लिनिक मैंने अपना मास्टर्स के बाद ही स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि जो हमारा नीट का जो एग्जाम होता है काफी टफ होता है, क्योंकि उसमें कंपटीशन बहुत ज्यादा होता है, क्योंकि उसमें सीट्स बहुत कम होती हैं और स्टूडेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। हमारे ऑलमोस्ट 5000 डेंटल सर्जन हैं जो इस वक्त नीट के लिए पढ़ते हैं, पीजी के लिए ये तो मुझे ऑलमोस्ट 3 साल लगे नीट क्वालिफाई करने में।
ओके,
क्योंकि हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद ये वो कितने सालों का कोर्स था? वो 2 साल का कोर्स या 3 साल का?
जो हमारा एमडीएस का कोर्स होता है वो तीन साल का होता है।
अच्छा, उसके बाद 3 साल आपने मास्टर्स किया ऑर्थोडोंटिक्स में। तो ये जो आपने अपना स्टार्टअप डाला मास्टर्स के बाद, आपने कहा 2022 में गालिबन आपने अपना क्लिनिक छोड़ा।
जी जी जी।
तो जब आपने अपनी पढ़ाई मुकम्मल की, पहले ग्रेजुएशन, पहले डिग्री बीडीएस, उसके बाद एमडीएस, तो एकदम आपको ख्याल आया कि बिना मैं नौकरी के लिए वेट करूं, मैं अपना एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज करूं, अपनी एक दुकान को स्टार्ट करूं, अपनी क्लिनिक स्टार्ट करूं। तो ये क्लिनिक स्टार्ट भी, चूंकि ये टेक्निकल मसला है, क्योंकि ये डेंटल रिलेटेड है, इसमें काफी सारी इक्विपमेंट्स की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो ये इक्विपमेंट्स आपने कहाँ अरेंज किए? खुद से अरेंज किए या कहीं से लोन लिया?
जो हमारा ये बीडीएस का मतलब डेंटल क्लिनिक का ये मसला है, इसमें हमें बहुत सारी फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशंस तो आती है, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत काफी बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट होता है। इसमें हम एक इंसान अपने दम पे ये कर सकते हैं, इसलिए हमें फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत थी। तो हमने जेकेएडीआई से हेल्प ली। तो जेकेएडीआई की एनएफडीएफसी जो स्कीम है, उसके तहत हमने लोन लिया 4 लाख का। और उसके बाद हमने डेंटल क्लिनिक, जिसमें हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी है इस वक्त हमारे पास, जो हमने सेटअप किया और सारी सुविधाएं हमने यहाँ पे रखी।
तो आपने कहा जेकेएडीआई, तो आप, चूंकि आप कहाँ रहते हैं, पहले मुझे ये बताइए कि आप श्रीनगर से कितनी दूर रहते हैं?
हम श्रीनगर से ऑलमोस्ट 20 किलोमीटर अवे रहते हैं, पेरिफेरी में।
वहाँ पास में आपका जेके एडीआई का ऑफिस है या आपको श्रीनगर आना पड़ा?
नहीं, हमारे इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल में है जेके एडीआई का ऑफिस विद इन 5 to 10 किलोमीटर्स। तो उन्होंने हमारी बहुत हेल्प की, जो हमारे जो बिजनेस वेंचर है इसको डेवलप करने में। तो उसमें उनका बहुत अच्छा हाथ रहा है, और उन्हीं की वजह से ऑलमोस्ट ये हमारा बिजनेस वेंचर जो है जो स्टार्ट हो पाया है।
तो कितना कितना फाइनेंस, कितना लोन उन्होंने दिया आपको?
उन्होंने हमें 4 लाख का लोन दिया, जिसमें हम अपने इक्विपमेंट ले पाए।
अच्छा, 4 लाख में हो गया वो सारे कुछ इक्विपमेंट्स आ गए 4 लाख में?
ऑलमोस्ट सारे तो नहीं, बट विद टाइम इसमें हमने विद टाइम थोड़ा नए इक्विपमेंट्स तो आते ही रहते हैं। विद टाइम हमने खुद से जब बिजनेस वेंचर थोड़ा सक्सेसफुल हो गया, तो उसके बाद हम नए जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है इस वक्त की एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज, वो हमने इसमें धीरे धीरे करके ऐड करनी स्टार्ट कर दी। जैसे हमारे पास इस वक्त है आरवीजी, जो डिजिटल रेडियोग्राफ्स, जो हमारा फ्रीक्वेंट एक्सपोजर ऑलमोस्ट 70 to 80% एक्सरेज का एक्सपोजर हमारा कम करता है, और हमें हाई एंड एक्सरेज देखने को मिलती है, डिजिटल एक्सरेज। दूसरा हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स हैं, जिसकी वजह से हम सिंगल सिटिंग आरसीटीज, रूट कैनाल ट्रीटमेंट्स हम कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे। तीसरा हमारे पास है इस वक्त ब्रेसेस, सारी ब्रेसेस, मेटालिक ब्रेसेस हमारे पास है इस वक्त, सिरामिक ब्रेसेस। और जो इस वक्त की हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो इनवेजिलाइन या क्लियर अलाइनर्स की जो है, जो जिसकी आप विराट कोहली वगैरह आप एड्स देखते होंगे, उनकी मतलब बड़े बड़े स्टार्स इसकी ऐड करते हैं। जैसे टूथसी अलाइनर्स है हमारे पास, इनवेजिलाइन है, वो क्लियर अलाइनर्स जो ब्रेसेस का जो हाई एंड है, जो हमारे पास ऑप्शन है, वो भी अवेलेबल हमने यहाँ पे रखा है।
आपको लगता है कितनी चेंज इस टेक्नोलॉजी में आई है, डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी में?
डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी जो कि हमें पता है कि साइंस का एक ये है पार्ट है, जो तो साइंटिफिक साइंस तरक्की करता रहता है, वैसे ही डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत तरक्की करती रहती है। दिन ब दिन नए नए इक्विपमेंट्स आते हैं, तो हमें हमेशा वेल इक्विप्ड रहना पड़ता है। इसमें हम साइंस के साथ चलना पड़ता है हमें भी। और इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा तरक्की कर रहा है हमारा डेंटल फील्ड भी, इसलिए हम उसके साथ हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप चल रहे हैं इस वक्त।
डॉक्टर समीर, मुझे बताइए कि जब आपने लोन लिया जेके एडीआई से, तो उसको चुकता करने के लिए आपको मंथली जो इंस्टॉलमेंट्स हैं, ईएमआई है, वो भरना होता है, तो वो कैसे अरेंज हुए आपको?
जो हमें मंथली जो हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट्स थी ऑलमोस्ट 22,200 के आसपास थी। यही हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट आफ्टर 3 मंथ्स हमें पे करनी पड़ती थी। तो हमारा पहले तो इसमें जो भी बिजनेस वेंचर है थोड़ा मुश्किल तो होती है, लेकिन विद टाइम तो धीरे धीरे हमारा जो जितना बिजनेस वेंचर हमारा काम करता है उतना सक्सेसफुल होता है, तो फिर ये इजीली हम कर पाते हैं, इतना हम इजीली कर पाते हैं। तो हमने ऑलमोस्ट 2022 से 2024 तक हमने अपना वो सारा चुकता कर दिया लोन।
अच्छा, तो आसपास आपके यहाँ ऐसा कोई क्लिनिक है मौजूद
इस वक्त? मेरे हिसाब से ये जो गांधरबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मेरे हिसाब से सबसे एडवांस पे, जहाँ पे सारी सुविधाएं है।
अभी आपने कहा कि मैंने लोन वापस कर दिया, सारा लिक्विडेट हो गया लोन जेके एडीआई का, तो जेके एडीआई ने उसके बाद आपकी तरफ देखा कि आपने क्या कुछ किया है, कैसा सफर रहा, या कैसा प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन उनके पैसों की हुई है, उन्होंने चेक किया उनका?
जी, उन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर पे विजिट्स किए हैं। उन्होंने हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर का ये जो सक्सेस है, उन्होंने भी मतलब फॉलो किया है स्टेप बाय स्टेप। मतलब जितना हम आगे चल रहे थे वो भी हमारे साथ ही चल रहे थे, और लास्ट में उन्होंने अपना ये स्टोरी, सक्सेस स्टोरी के तौर पे भी छापा हमारा डेंटल कम्युनिटी।
बहुत अच्छा।
जी।
तो डॉक्टर समीर, आप जेके ईडीआई के भी सक्सेस स्टोरी है, तो अभी मुझे बताइए कि अभी क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? अभी अगर आपको यहाँ नौकरी के कोई तलाश आप कर रहे होंगे कि नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि यू आर नाउ फुली
सफिशिएंट?
फुली सफिशिएंट तो नहीं कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि एक वो होता है वाइड की गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो होनी चाहिए, जो हमारा इस वक्त डॉगमा है पे, जो हमारे कश्मीर में डॉगमा है कि गवर्नमेंट तो होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर इंसान मेहनत करता है 10 साल 15 साल तो उसका कुछ जो गवर्नमेंट मतलब उसको थोड़ा रिकॉग्नाइज करें तो वो वो तो रहता है इंसान को। लेकिन फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम तो इस वक्त कोई भी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम अच्छे से अपना ये जो बिजनेस वेंचर है चला रहे हैं, हमारा ये सक्सेस है इस वक्त। और हम आगे जाके दूसरे लोगों के लिए भी इसमें हम जॉब्स ये कर सकते हैं अपने इसी
इसी सवाल की तरफ मैं आना चाहता था डॉक्टर समीर, क्या कोई और है आपके साथ जिसको आपने रोजगार दिया है अपने क्लिनिक में?
जी जी, इस वक्त है हमारे पास एक डेंटल असिस्टेंट है जो हमारे मतलब इसमें काम करते हैं। आगे जाके इंशाअल्लाह हम चाहेंगे कि कुछ और भी हमारे साथी इसके साथ बिजनेस में इन्वॉल्व हो जाए और उनका भी जी जी उनका भी जॉब मिल जाए हो जाए।
इसका मतलब है आगे चलकर आप ये आपका जो वेंचर है, आपका जो स्टार्टअप है, वो 2-4 लोगों को और एडजस्ट कर सकता है।
जी 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 बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इसमें स्पेस है, क्योंकि जितना हमारा वेंचर बढ़ता जाएगा तो उस हिसाब से हमें लेबर की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी एक्स्ट्रा, तो उसमें हम 1-2 बंदे और ऐड कर सकते हैं, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस वगैरह, तो हम आगे जाके प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं 1-2 बंदों के लिए ये जॉब सर्विस।
डॉक्टर साहब, आपका जो क्लिनिक है ये खुद का है, सेल्फ ओन्ड है या रेंट पे आपने लिया हुआ है?
इस वक्त ये हमारा सेल्फ ओन्ड क्लिनिक है। जो पहले हमने यहीं पे इसको स्टार्ट किया, पहले हमने स्टार्ट किया था ऑन रेंट बेसिस, अब हमने अपना इसको अपने मतलब सेल्फ ओन है ये सारा।
एक बात मुझे बताइए कि अगर आपको फाइनेंस की और जरूरत पड़ेगी, क्या आप ईडीआई के पास दोबारा जाना चाहेंगे?
क्योंकि ईडीआई की ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हमारी फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ की जो भी इम्प्लीकेशंस थी फाइनेंशियल, उन्होंने वो कमियां सारी पूरी कर दी। तो मुझे लगता है वो एक उनके साथ अगर आगे भी थोड़ी जरूरत पड़ेगी तो उनके साथ और ये करना पसंद करेंगे।
अच्छा, क्योंकि आपका जो क्लिनिक है वो गांव में चल रहा है, अगर ये सिटी में होता, श्रीनगर में होता
जी जी
या टाउन में होता, आपको लगता है कि आप कुछ इसमें से और ज्यादा ये कामयाब रहता आपका ये बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज?
फर्क तो पड़ता, लेकिन एक होता है इंसान सोचता है कि हम ये कहीं और जगह भी शिफ्ट कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमने सोचा कि हमारा अपना ये एरिया है, यहाँ पे कोई डेंटल सर्जन अवेलेबल नहीं है और हमारा हक बनता है कि अपने लोगों के लिए कुछ करें, तो हमने अपने इलाके में ही इसको सेटअप किया। वरना हम कर सकते थे मेन टाउन में भी कर सकते थे या श्रीनगर सिटी साइड भी कर सकते थे इसको, लेकिन अपने जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो सफर करते उस वजह से।
डॉक्टर साहब, ये आपकी एक सोशल सर्विस भी है और दूसरा आपका बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज भी है। मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि इस एंटरप्राइज में जो हम सोच रहे थे ना कि आज से 10 साल पहले जो प्रैक्टिस हुआ करती थी दांतों के लिए, जैसे फिलिंग किया करते थे, दांत निकालते थे, एक्सरे करते थे, तो वो कितनी आसान हो गई वो चीजें। क्योंकि मुझे याद है जब फिलिंग करने जाते थे या रूट कनाल करने जाते हैं किसी डॉक्टर के पास, उसमें महीनों लग जाते हैं। डॉक्टर साहब कहते हैं कि आज एक टर्न है, अब हफ्ते बाद दोबारा आना है, अब तीसरे हफ्ते आना है, बहुत सारा कठिन मसला है। उसमें कुछ आसाइश आ गई है नई टेक्नोलॉजी से?
बहुत सारी आसाइश आ गई है। हमारे पास इस वक्त जो एडवांस्ड ये है, हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स वगैरह है, ड्रिल्स वगैरह है ऐसी, जो हमारा काम बहुत आसान कर देती है। जो आरसीटी या रूट कनाल ट्रीटमेंट जिसमें एक टाइम पे 7 दिन लगते थे, 7 विजिट्स लगते थे, अभी हम सिंगल विजिट में कर सकते हैं। और पेनलेस डेंटिस्ट्री इस वक्त है, जो हमारे पास जो एनेस्थेटिक्स आ गए हैं, इतने पोटेंट एनेस्थेटिक्स हैं जो हमारा काम इतना आसान कर देते हैं कि पेशेंट को फील भी नहीं होता है कि कुछ हो रहा है हमारे साथ। तो आज एक तो पेनलेस हो गई है और क्विक और इमीडिएट हो गई है।
पेनलेस मतलब क्या दांत निकालते वक्त दर्द नहीं होता है?
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल दर्द नहीं होता है, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो एनेस्थेटिक, लोकल एनेस्थेटिक्स हम देते हैं उसकी वजह से कोई जो हमारा टीथ नम हो जाता है और पेशेंट को फील नहीं होता है कुछ।
अच्छा, आपका पैगाम क्या रहेगा? जो पढ़े लिखे नौजवान हैं, प्रोफेशनली क्वालिफाइड लोग हैं, डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, या बाकी आप जैसे डेंटल सर्जन जो आते हैं, उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? क्या कर सकते हैं वो?
जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अगर मैं कर सकता हूँ तो कोई भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैंने देखा जो हमारा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर है, यहाँ पे जॉब्स की बहुत ज्यादा किल्लत है। इसलिए मैं लोगों से यही कहना चाहूंगा कि अपना जो है ना बिजनेस स्टार्टअप कर दीजिए, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो आपको फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत है, हर कोई बैंक हमें दे सकता है, या हमारे जेके एरिया जैसे हमारी ये है संस्था है, वो भी कर सकते हैं हमें हेल्प, फाइनेंशियल हेल्प। तो वो प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं होती है, इसलिए अपना बिजनेस वेंचर स्टार्ट कर दीजिए, और बाकी सक्सेस, अपनी सक्सेस स्टोरी आप खुद लिख सकते हैं।
डॉक्टर साहब, फैमिली का सपोर्ट इसमें आपका कितना रहा?
फैमिली का सपोर्ट बहुत जरूरी होता है इसमें, क्योंकि एक फैमिली ही है जो आपको हमेशा पुश करती है कि आप कितना सक्सीड होते हैं, कितनी हेल्प चाहिए होती है। जब आप स्टार्ट करते हैं आपको पता नहीं होता है कि आप सक्सेसफुल हो जाएंगे या नहीं हो जाएंगे। अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करो, जो हमें रास्ता दिखाते हैं, जब डाउन होते हैं तो हमें पुश करते हैं कि नहीं आप कर सकते हो।
कॉन्फिडेंस आती है बिजनेस में। तो हमने आपका वक्त लिया, आपका कीमती वक्त लिया, आपके कई पेशेंट्स आपके वेट कर रहे होंगे, हमने आपका अपना कीमती वक्त हमें दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल टेलीविजन की जानिब से हमारी तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं। बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू योर बिजनेस वेंचर। थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। तो नाज़रीन, ये थे हमारे आज के गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन, जिन्होंने बीडीएस के बाद एमडीएस किया, मास्टर्स किया, पीजी किया डेंटल सर्जरी में, उसके बाद अपना एक स्टार्टअप बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, अपने क्लिनिक खोला जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। ये थे डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन। अब आपको इंतजार होगा हमारे आज के खूबसूरत सेगमेंट का, जहां हम आपको ले चलते हैं कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नज़ारों की तरफ। जी हाँ, आज का कश्मीर का खूबसूरत नज़ारा है बागे शगुफा। मैं अपनी टेक्निकल टीम, ये है बागे शगुफा, ये हजरत बल के पास निगीन झील के पास ये बाग है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत बाग जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। महकमे फ्लोरिकल्चर ने इस बाग को तामीर किया है साल 2002 में। इस बाग का इफ्तिताह उस वक्त के चीफ मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला ने किया। अब 22 साल इस बाग को हो गए बने हुए। ये है बाग का नजारा जो निगीन लेक के पास है। इसके एक तरफ है निगीन लेक, एक तरफ है झील डल। तो जो कैपिटल श्रीनगर है वहां से 5-6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे आउटस्कर्ट्स ऑफ श्रीनगर में है, पास में ही है। डल झील के एक किनारे पे है, जहां डल झील के एक किनारे में निशात बाग पड़ता है, शालीमार बाग पड़ता है, हारवन, परी महल, एंड दूसरे सिरे पे निगीन लेक है, और उसी लेक के किनारे ये बाग है। बहुत खूबसूरत बाग, बहुत बड़ा बाग। इस बाग की एक अच्छी बात यह कि हम मॉर्निंग में लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए आते हैं, और अपने फैमिली को लेके यहाँ लोग आते हैं, चाय पीते हैं, खाना खाते हैं, खेलते हैं, बैठते हैं। बहुत ही खूबसूरत पार्क है जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। साल 2002 में बनी ये पार्क सड़क के बिल्कुल किनारे, जहां पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है, जहां अंदर दरख्त लगे हुए हैं, मेवे के दरख्त हैं, चिनार के दरख्त हैं। ये देखिए चिनार का दरख्त वहां दूर से, और बीच में हट्स भी बने हुए हैं बैठने के लिए। ये बहुत बड़ा चिनार है जो आप ये दरख्त देख रहे हैं, चिनार का दरख्त है बागे शगुफा में। बागे शगुफा का ये चिनार का बहुत ऊंचा, बहुत बड़ा दरख्त है। इस बाग की एक तरफ हारी पर्वत है। यह हारी पर्वत का नजारा, वो जो चोटी आप देख रहे हैं, यह हारी पर्वत की चोटी है। तो लेफ्ट साइड में ये चिनार का एक और पेड़, और ये शगुफा, इसको कहेंगे कि फूलों का बाग है। कई सारे फूल है अंदर लगे हुए हैं। ये बाग भी है और पार्क जैसी भी लगती है। मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए सुबह शाम आते हैं लोकल लोग इस पार्क में। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में। बहुत खूबसूरत पार्क, मॉर्निंग में यहाँ काफी सारे लोग होते हैं जो मॉर्निंग वॉक को आते हैं, सैर तफरी को आते हैं, या छुट्टियों में आते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों के लेके। तो यहाँ बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं बच्चे। टूरिस्ट भी यहाँ आते हैं, काफी सारे टूरिस्ट भी हमने देखे इस पार्क में। इस पार्क की एक खूबी ये भी है कि एक तरफ इसको झील डल है, एक तरफ इसको झील नगीन पड़ता है। तो दो झीलों के दरमियान ये पार्क वाक़ा है, दरगाह हजरत बल में। ये पार्क लोकल्स को बहुत पसंद है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है जैसे आम मुगल गार्डन्स में होती है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है, इसलिए लोग यहाँ पसंद करते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों को लेके यहाँ आना। और एक और अच्छी बात यह कि यहाँ पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है। बाहर आप गाड़ी रख सकते हैं, आप स्कूटर रख सकते हैं, या कार में अगर आप रेंटेड कार में आते हैं तो उसमें भी आप आ सकते हैं। अच्छी जगह है, वो दिक्कत नहीं है, कोई शोरगुल नहीं है। इस पार्क की दूसरी तरफ है शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल, शंकराचार्य की वो पहाड़ी, और इसके एक किनारे पे आपको दिखेंगे हाउस बोट भी, जो नगीन लेक में हाउस बोट हैं, वो भी इसके किनारे हैं। हम देखना चाहेंगे वो हाउस बोट भी। ये फूलों की क्यारियां, ये सरसब्ज, ये देखिए यहां से ये हाउस बोट हैं। इसी तरफ नगीन लेक है, इसका झील नगीन। तो ये हाउस बोट हमें नजर आ रहा है नगीन लेक में। तो ये है अंदर, जो ये देखिए यहां से जाते हैं और लेफ्ट साइड में ये पड़ता है हाउस बोट जो नगीन लेक पे ठहरा हुआ है। यहाँ पर सैलानी आते हैं, टूरिस्ट आते हैं। ये हारी पर्वत का नजारा यहाँ से देखा जा सकता है, और साथ में एक तरफ ये शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल भी दिखाई पड़ता है। दो खूबसूरत जगह, दो पहाड़ियों पे। ये चिनार का दरख्त है इस बाग शुगुफ में, और इस बाग के नज़ारे को देखिए तो बिल्कुल राहत महसूस होती है देखते ही। तो वहां जाके कितनी राहत महसूस होगी, कितनी खुशी महसूस होगी, कितनी फरहत खुशी नसीब होगी, वहां आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। इस खूबसूरत पार्क में नज़ारे दिल लुभाने वाले, देखने लायक। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में। इस पार्क के चारों तरफ, इसलिए इसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं कि यहाँ शगुफे हैं, छोटे छोटे पौधे हैं, छोटे छोटे फूलों की क्यारियां हैं जो देखी जा सकती हैं। ये फूलों की क्यारियां कश्मीर की खूबसूरत तरीन जगहों में एक खूबसूरत जगह, जहां आप आज सैर कर रहे हैं माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन पर। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, ओरिजिनल चैनल को देखते रहिए। हम आपको हर प्रोग्राम में, हर फ्राइडे को जो ओरिजिनल प्रोग्राम कश्मीर से आपको हम पहुंचाते हैं। ये फिल्म देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन आपको बहुत थैंक यू कहता है, शुक्रिया कहता है आपने हमें देखा। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप के साथ हमने बात की, मौसम का हाल आपको सुनाया, अखबारों से सुर्खी आपको सुनाई कश्मीर के हवाले से। जी हाँ, आपसे गुजारिश, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कि आप माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट कीजिए। हमें अपनी आरा, अपनी तजावीज, अपने जो भी आपकी सजेशंस हैं उनको हम तक पहुंचाइए जरूर, और देखते रहिए माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
आज की अखबारों पर नजर डालते हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले आपको बता दें कि आज हम आपको सैर कराने जा रहे हैं एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, जी हाँ, जिसको दूध पत्थरी कहते हैं। आज हम आपको सैर कराते हैं दूध पत्थरी की। दूध पत्थरी एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत जगह। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ J&K मुमकिन तेजस्विनी एंड इंस्पायरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनिशिएटिव स्कीम्स वाज हेल्ड एट मिनी सेक्रेटरीट कुलगाम। About Nifty and Sensex, the news is that domestic stock market प्राइज नहीं, एक सोशल वर्क भी है जो कश्मीर को बहुत जरूरत है, कश्मीरी बच्चों को। वो है कंसल्टेंसी, एजुकेशन काउंसलिंग, एजुकेशन कंसल्टेंसी। तो एजाज साहब, मैंने आपका तारुफ दिया, हालांकि आप खुद अपना तारुफ देते, लेकिन अपने नाजरीन को के लिए मैंने आपकी इंट्रोडक्शन थोड़ी सी बता दी। आपसे अब सवाल करूंगा। पहला सवाल आपसे, एजाज साहब, मुझे बताइए कि 1 साल हो गया आपको, ये आपने कहा कि गैप है, ये गैप आपको कहाँ दिखी? किन किन मराहिल जो हैं, कौन कौन से एंगल्स हैं जहां पर गैप है कश्मीर में?
बेसिकली देखिए, सबसे अगर हम फॉर इंस्टेंस हम ले लें MBBS का ले लें, अब बच्चे जिनका नीट्स में क्वालिफाई होता है, आज खुद उनको एडमिशन होता है गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस में, तो ठीक है, उनके लिए तो अच्छी बात है। लेकिन कुछ ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनके यहाँ पर मतलब आज टाइम ही नहीं लगता किसी काम में, ऑनेस्टली, मतलब एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग गुड स्मूथली।
ओके, तो किस डिपार्टमेंट के अंडर आता है आपका ये बिजनेस?
हमारा बेसिकली यहाँ पर कुछ यहाँ पर ना, ये क्या बोलते हैं, कुछ हमारी रजिस्ट्रेशन करानी थी लोकली, तो हमने वो करा दी। यू विल रीच द हाईएस्ट पॉइंट, लेकिन कहीं से तो स्टार्ट करना है। मतलब वी वेट फॉर बिग जॉब्स, बिग ओपनिंग्स, वो तो मिलेंगी तभी जब आप कहीं से स्टार्ट करोगे। एक बड़ी जर्नी एक छोटे कदम के साथ स्टार्ट होती है, और यहाँ पर बहुत सारा पोटेंशियल है, ये बहुत सारा। लेट मी टेल यू ऑनेस्टली, किसी भी फील्ड में जाएं आप, टूरिज्म में जाएं, अलाइड मेडिकल साइंस में जाएं, तो बहुत पोटेंशियल है। आप लोगों को, अपने आप को, बच्चों को बोलूंगा, एक्चुअली हमने यहाँ पर ले लिया कश्मीर में, ब्रांच यहाँ पर खोली, तो उसका ऑलरेडी था, इट एग्जिस्ट ऑलरेडी, तो हमने यहाँ पर, और हमने कुछ चीजें यहाँ पर अपनी ऐड कर दी, जैसे कि स्पेशल एजुकेशन है या असेसमेंट है, कुछ चीजें यहाँ पर,
पेरेंट काउंसलिंग है।
एब्सोल्युटली,
पेरेंट काउंसलिंग। कुछ और आप हमारे नाज़रीन को बताना चाहते हैं?
मैं बेसिकली, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, पेरेंट्स के साथ, अपने बच्चों के साथ टाइम दे दो।
ये बताऊं कि वो हमें वो दिखाए वीडियो, दूध पथरी गए थे। दूध पथरी यानी दूध की वादी। ये रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर का एक सियाती मकाम और पहाड़ी स्टेशन है। ये जम्मू कश्मीर के बडगाम जिले में वाक़ा है। जा रहे हैं क्योंकि वहां रास्ता नहीं है, पहाड़ी सिलसिला है, पुख्ता सड़क नहीं है। मुझ पत्थर, डोपकॉल, सचल पत्थर, पालमदान और परिहास हैं। ये चंद जगहें जो आस पड़ोस दूध पथरी के हैं।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
नमस्ते और माय स्टार्टअप टीवी में आपका स्वागत है। मैं जयश्री हूं और स्टार्टअप की दुनिया की नई नई खबरें मैं आप तक ला रही हूं। आज हम जानेंगे, आज हम आपको ले चल रहे हैं कश्मीर की तरफ। क्या आप जानते हैं कि कश्मीर के युवाओं के कदम अब स्टार्टअप्स और नए कारोबारों की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं? इस बारे में हम जानेंगे आज, और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं हमारे क्षेत्रीय प्रमुख अबीद गोहर। अबीद जी, कैसा है श्रीनगर में मौसम?
थैंक यू, आदाब जयश्री, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी में जम्मू कश्मीर और खासकर श्रीनगर कश्मीर से ये दूसरा शो, लास्ट फ्राइडे को हमने पहला शो किया था, और आज हम दूसरी बार अपने नाजरीन की खिदमत में हाजिर हैं कश्मीर से। सबसे पहले मौसम का सूरत हाल ये है कि अभी खुशगवार मौसम है इस टाइम, लेकिन दिन में बारिश हुई, अभी धूप निकली हुई है बाहर। पिछले 2 दिनों से काफी गर्मी पड़ी हुई थी। जो कश्मीर की खूबसूरती है ना, यहाँ का मौसम भी इतना ही खूबसूरत है। 2 दिन 30 डिग्री पारा चला गया, आज 17 डिग्री, दिन में ठंड थी, और अभी धूप निकली हुई है और अच्छा खासा खुशगवार मौसम है। जी जयश्री,
क्या बात है, पूरा देश तप रहा है लेकिन कश्मीर का मौसम ही सुनने में ही इतना अच्छा लग रहा है।
यस।
अभी ये नए स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बात करने से पहले क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर की कुछ बड़ी खबरों के बारे में बता सकते हैं?
जी जरूर। बड़ी खबरें जो आज की अखबारों की जीनत बनी हुई है, आज की खास सुर्खियां इस तरह रही कि श्रीनगर से हज परवाज़ों का आगाज हो गया। यानी जो हज को लोग जाते हैं वो स्टार्ट हो गया। तो कल यानी 9 मई को 644 जो हुजाज हैं, जो आज़मीन हैं, जो पिलग्रिम्स हैं, उनका पहला काफिला मदीना सऊदी अरब के लिए रवाना हुआ। और एक और खबर हमारे आज के अखबारों में है कि श्रीनगर पार्लिमानी हल्के में 17,50,000 वोटर्स 24 उम्मीदवारों की किस्मत का फैसला करेंगे। 18 असेंबली हल्कों में 2,135 पोलिंग मराकज कायम, 13 मई को वोट डाले जाएंगे। और तीसरी बड़ी खबर यह कि वादी में दिन और रात के दर्जा हरारत में इजाफा, जैसे मैंने पहले आपको बताया, लेकिन 11 और 12 मई को एक बार फिर बर्फ या बारिश पड़ने का इम्कान है। चौथी बड़ी खबर जो कश्मीर से आज के अखबारों में शाया हुई वो ये कि हुकूमत ने पहली बार खुद रोजगार के लिए नई राहें पैदा की। हिंदुस्तान में करोड़ों स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं जो मुल्क की तरक्की का हिस्सा हैं। इस बात का ऐलान वजीर दाखिला ने किया है। और एक और खबर के मौसमी गर्मा शुरू होने के साथ ही हजारों चरवाहे वादी के मैदानी इलाकों की तरफ रवाना दवा। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि जो सरमा के दिन होते हैं, सरमा के महीने होते हैं, उनमें जो चरवाहे भेड़ बकरियां होती हैं वो पहाड़ों पे चली जाती हैं। तो उसमें उनको घास मिलता है, यहाँ घास नहीं मिलता है, अब वो वापस आ रहे हैं। और एक और खबर की वादी के तूल अर्ज में रोजमर्रा की अशिया की वजह से बीमारियां पैदा होने का खदशा, क्योंकि गर्द तो गुबार से जो खाने पीने की अशिया होती हैं उनसे काफी फिक्रमंद है लोग। एक और खबर की लिथियम की प्रोसेसिंग के लिए सब्सिडी पर गौर कर रही है हुकूमत, प्राइवेट कंपनियों को रागिब करने के लिए कोशिश। एक और खबर की जम्मू कश्मीर के रोमलू राम को 8 की शुरू में पद्मश्री से नवाजा गया, सदर द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने एजाज दिया। एक और खबर के रेड क्रॉस दिन के हवाले से कई मकामात पर तकारीब। और आखिरी खबर जो मैं अपने नाजरीन अपने सामीन तक पहुंचाना चाहता हूं वो ये कि अमेरिका और ईरान की सेब ने कश्मीरी सेब इंडस्ट्री को काफी दचका दिया है, काफी नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। कश्मीरी सेब की मांग में कमी आ रही है, जो बाहर के सेब यहाँ आ रहे हैं मुल्क में। तो ये थी अखबारों से कुछ सुर्खियां। और अब जयश्री आप क्या चाहती हैं और हमारे यहाँ से?
धन्यवाद अभित जी। हम अब बात करेंगे नए स्टार्टअप्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की। जैसा कि हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था कि कश्मीर के युवा कारोबार की तरफ तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और आज शाम भी हम ऐसे ही एक युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले दर्शकों और भी ऐसी दिलचस्प स्टार्टअप जगत की कहानियों के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। आप ऐप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, हमें पॉडकास्ट पर सुन सकते हैं स्पॉटिफाई और अमेजॉन म्यूजिक पर, और हमें सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो भी कर सकते हैं। हम फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर और लिंक्डइन पर भी हैं। चलिए अभी जी, अब हम अपने मेहमान से मिलने चलते हैं। बताइए हमें आज शाम हमारे मेहमान कौन है?
जी जयश्री, हमारे आज के मेहमान हैं मिस आयमन अली। आयमन अली 28 साल की एक युवा लड़की है, नौजवान लड़की है, जिसकी कहानी बड़ी दिलचस्प है। आयमन ने पढ़ाई की पहले मेडिकल से स्टार्ट किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने एमबीए किया एक डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट में। तो आयमन ने एक राह चुनी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की, एक स्टार्टअप को शुरू किया। स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहती है एक नौजवान लड़की। हालांकि इसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सी हैं, क्योंकि टेक्निकल डिग्री इनके पास है, इन्होंने बहुत सारे सेमिनारों में हिस्सा लिया है, इन्होंने ये कुछ नया सोच रही है, नया करने के लिए ये तगदो कर रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है। आइए मिलते हैं आयमन से। आयमन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, गुड इवनिंग सर, मैम।
वेरी वेरी वेलकम टू माय स्टार्टअप चैनल, वेरी वार्म वेलकम।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
कैसे आप?
कैसे हैं?
ठीक। जैसा कि मैं आपका प्रोफाइल दिख रहा हूं, आप मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में आपने 12th किया, उसके बाद बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, और अभी आप जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं उस बारे में बताइए कि आप अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो आपका शुरुआती दौर है उस बारे में मैं दोबारा बात करूंगा। लेकिन पहले मैं जानना चाहता हूं अपने नाज़रीन के लिए आपका स्टार्टअप है क्या, आप क्या कर रही है और क्या आपका मुद्दा मकसद है?
सर मेरा जो बिजनेस है उसका नाम है स्किन ब्लिस, और मैं डील करती हूँ, खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ हैंडमेड स्किन केयर, लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक। कंप्लीटली केमिकल फ्री, उसमें कोई केमिकल यूज नहीं होता है। हैंडमेड स्किन केयर और हेयर केयर मेरा जो पर्पस है, मेन मोटिव है, ताकि मैं अपने जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं उनको केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स प्रोवाइड करूं जिनमें कोई केमिकल्स ना हो और प्लस उनको कोई नुकसानात ना हो उससे। क्योंकि आजकल मार्केट्स में वेरियस प्रोडक्ट्स आए हैं, मतलब लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है ज्यादा, बट हो रही है अभी अवेयरनेस कि जो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स है उनकी वजह से बहुत सारे नुकसानात हो रहे हैं लोगों को, प्लस एनवायरनमेंट को भी नुकसान पहुंचा है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे पास शैम्पूज वगैरह है, उनमें वो प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स में आता है जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में होता है। लेकिन मैंने एक थोड़ा सा रिसर्च करके खुद फिर थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया, इनोवेट किया। मैंने शैम्पू के बजाय शैम्पू बार्स ना बनाए जिनमें कोई प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं लगती है, जो थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट को भी बचा सकती है। और इनमें जो पैकेजिंग लगती है वो पूरी बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, मतलब उसको नुकसान नहीं होगा अगर हम फेंकेंगे भी, वो अच्छे से जो जमीन में है वो डिग्रेड हो जाएगा। प्लस जो मेरी सोप्स या मतलब शैम्पू बार्स, इनमें कोई भी केमिकल नहीं, इवन जो बच्चा है 1 ईयर का बच्चा वो यूज कर सकता है ये प्रोडक्ट। तो और बाकी जो मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स, इवन मैं कैंडल्स भी बनाती हूँ। जो कैंडल्स जो मेरे हैं उनमें वो वेजिटेबल बेस्ड होता है, मतलब उनमें टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, 100% टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं। एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान नहीं होता। मेरा मेन पर्पस ये है कि एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान ना हो। आजकल लोगों की बहुत सारी स्किन कंडीशंस होती है, लाइक वो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं, जिनसे अगर वो करेंगे यूज तो उनकी स्किन मोस्टली सेंसिटिव स्किन वाले और जिनको स्किन इश्यूज होते हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान हो सकते हैं, और आगे जाके जो एजिंग होती है बढ़ जाती है, रिंकल्स आ सकते हैं, बाकी नुकसान, स्किन कैंसर हो सकता है। इनसे बचने के लिए मैंने ये मेरा यही पर्पस है कि लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादातर ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करें, उनको अवेयरनेस बढ़ जाए कि ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करने से मतलब फर्दर फ्यूचर में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिल सकता है।
आयमन, आप ये प्रोडक्ट्स खुद बना रही हैं,
ये
आप
मेरा
मैन्युफैक्चर करती हैं प्रोडक्ट्स को?
जी सर, मैं खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ अपने। फिलहाल मेरा स्टार्टअप है तो मैं अपने घर पे ये बनाती हूँ।
अच्छा, तो घर में ऐसी जगह, मवाफिक जगह है, सुटेबल प्लेस है आपके पास जहां आप ये बनाती हैं?
जी सर, मेरा एक अलग रूम है इसके लिए जहाँ पे मैं ये बनाती हूँ ये सारी चीजें।
ओके, तो रॉ मटेरियल कहाँ आप लाती हैं?
सर मेरे यहाँ बड़े बड़े डीलर्स हैं जो मतलब बहुत ट्रस्टेबल है, और मतलब उनकी क्वालिटी, ये क्वालिटी पे डिपेंड होता है। मेरे जो डीलर्स है जहाँ से मैं लाती हूँ वो एश्योरेंस देते हैं कि क्वालिटी उनकी बहुत अच्छी, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिजल्ट भी अच्छे मिलते हैं। तो मैं डीलर्स होते हैं कॉस्मेटिक डीलर्स, बाहर से मैं लाती हूँ। मोस्टली ये केरला साइड से ये चीजें ज्यादा, वहीं पे हैंडमेड चीजों का ये है, डीलर्स वहीं होते हैं, तो मैं वहीं से केरला साइड से, चेन्नई साइड से लाती हूँ ये चीजें।
और रॉ मटेरियल में क्या कुछ खास चीजें इसमें आप यूज करती हैं? रॉ मटेरियल क्या होता है?
इसमें जो हर किसी में अलग अलग होते हैं यूज, लाइक सोप्स है उनमें होता है ऑयल्स वगैरह यूज होती है, बटर्स होते हैं यूज, और जो नेचुरल क्लेज है, नेचुरल लाइक जो है ना, ये सोप है फॉर एग्जांपल, इसमें जो कलर है ना, ये कलर नहीं है, ये पाउडर है। हम कोई आर्टिफिशियल कलर्स यूज नहीं करते इसमें, जो सारा कुछ है प्लांट बेस्ड है। इसमें प्लांट बेस्ड एक्सट्रैक्ट्स यूज होते हैं, आर्टिफिशियल कलर, कुछ एसेंशियल कलर्स जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स यूज होते हैं जो एक्सट्रैक्ट होते हैं प्लांट से, जो एक कंसंट्रेशन होता है, कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड ऑयल होता है, वो हम यूज करते हैं। उसके बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स होते हैं, लाइक ये शैम्पू बार है, इसमें जो फोम के लिए हम कोकोनट बेस्ड, वो कोकोनट से बनता है वो फोम, वो यूज करते हैं। इसमें मतलब पूरा पैराबिन फ्री है, सल्फेट फ्री है, एनिमल क्रुएल्टी फ्री है। मैं मतलब मेरा ये भी मोटिव था कि एनिमल को कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे कभी, उस चीज को भी मैंने ध्यान में रखा। तो उसी मतलब
मार्केट जब आप बनाती है तो मार्केट कहाँ है? मार्केट कहाँ है अमन?
जी सर,
आपका मार्केट आपको कहाँ दिखता है? मार्केट अब ऑनलाइन बेचती
सर
है या
मेरी जो मार्केटिंग
मार्केटिंग नहीं है उसके लिए?
सर मेरी जो स्ट्रेटेजी है मार्केटिंग की, पहले मैंने इंस्टाग्राम से स्टार्ट किया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैंने पेज बनाया
ओके।
इंस्टाग्राम पे, तो मैंने स्टार्ट उसी से किया। फिर उसके बाद मैं एग्जीबिशंस पे गई ताकि लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा पता चले मेरे बिजनेस के बारे में। और थर्ड चीज, मैं जो डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स होते हैं, मैंने कुछ कैटलॉग्स बनाए। मैं जाती हूँ हर, अभी भी इवन जाती हूँ डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स के, हर डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर के पास, छोटा हो बड़ा हो। जैसे यहाँ पे फेमस है कुछ, लाइक पिक एंड चूज है, अर्बन बास्केट है, उनके पास मैं जाती हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरा वहां पे भी अच्छा खासा चलता है। मतलब अभी स्टार्टिंग में, बट लोगों को पसंद आ रही मेरी चीजें सारी।
अच्छा,
उनको
ये जो आप
रिजल्ट अच्छे
बिजनेस
मिल
कर
रहे
रहे
हैं।
हैं, आमन, ये जो आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसकी तरफ आपका माइंड कब गया? कब आपने सोचा कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी?
सर एक्चुअली
जी आमन, यस
जी सर, सॉरी सर,
यस,
एक्चुअली जब मेरी डिग्री कंप्लीट हो गई तो उसके बाद कोविड आ गया।
जी
कोविड आ उसके बाद तो उन दिनों मैं थोड़ा हो गई थी, क्या बोलते हैं, इंसान घर पे बंद हो जाता है। बट मैंने उन दिनों ही थोड़ा अचानक से मैं स्क्रॉल कर रही थी यूट्यूब, तो मैंने एक वीडियो
अच्छा,
देखा सोप
2020 की
मेकिंग
बात है
का।
ना? ये 2020 की बात है?
जी जी
ओके
सर, लेकिन मैंने उसके बाद ये स्टार्ट किया, 22 में स्टार्ट
ओके।
किया। उसके बाद
हम्म।
मैंने ऐसे स्क्रॉल किया तो मैं देख रही थी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा। लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दिया। फिर मैंने कुछ टाइम मैं एज अ टीचर मैं गई थी
हम्म।
डीपीएस, तो मैंने वहां जॉब किया। बट मैं आई फील कि मैं वहां कुछ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे लगा जैसे मेरे लिए नहीं है जॉब। इवन मैंने गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई किया। आपको पता है यहाँ पे कितना इशू है जॉब्स का, हार्डली मिलती है जॉब्स। गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो अभी
सही है,
बहुत मुश्किल है। तो मैंने अप्लाई मैं
बहुत
कर
मुश्किल है।
दी थी। लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने जॉब की वहां डीपीएस में कुछ टाइम के लिए। उसके बाद मैं वहां एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे 9 to 5 जॉब मुझे लगा कि मेरे लिए नहीं बनी है। मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। कुछ 7-8 मंथ मैंने जॉब की, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। उसके बाद फिर से मुझे अचानक से माइंड में स्टक हो गया कि मैं वो लास्ट टाइम वो वीडियो मैंने वो डाउनलोड किया था, मैंने वो देख लिया। मेरा ना जैसे वो, मैं फिर और वीडियोस देखती गई, फिर मेरा इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया। फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना मैं अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करूं, ताकि मैं
बहुत
फ्यूचर
अच्छा।
में बाकियों की भी हेल्प करूं, बाकियों को भी जॉब प्रोवाइड कर पाऊं, बाकी लड़कियों को। क्योंकि आजकल बहुत सारी लड़कियां, मतलब हर कोई इंडिपेंडेंट रहना चाहता है। इवन लड़कियां, कोई अपने
सही,
पैरों पे हर कोई खड़ा रहना चाहता है। तो
बिल्कुल सही।
उसी चीज ने मुझे स्टक किया मेरे दिमाग को। देन आई स्टार्टेड दिस बिजनेस। ऑलमोस्ट मुझे 1 साल से ज्यादा हो गया इस बिजनेस को। अब मैंने ये बिजनेस
तो अभी
स्टार्ट किया।
आपको
उसके
लगता है कि
बाद
ये जो बिजनेस
धीरे धीरे पहले मैंने
आयमन,
सोप्स।
आयमन,
जी जी सर।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो बिजनेस आप कर रही हैं, इससे आपको अच्छा खासा रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है,
जी
या आप अच्छा खासा
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। अभी
कमाते
तो
हैं?
सर ये असल में बिजनेस में क्या होता है ना, स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा करना पड़ता है, मेहनत एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ते हैं,
अच्छा,
मार्केटिंग पे काम, वो ये।
हाँ,
बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसमें रेवेन्यू भी अच्छा है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
क्योंकि
अब
एक चीज है,
एक और
मेहनत भी काफी है, ये तो जरूरी है एफर्ट्स। लेकिन एक बार
बहुत जरूरी
मार्केट
है,
बन जाए,
बहुत जरूरी है।
मार्केट बन जाए
और
फिर
ये जो आप इनोवेटिव,
मार्केट।
सही आयमन,
जी सर।
अपनी क्रिएटिविटी की वजह से आपने ये सफर शुरू किया, ये बिजनेस का सफर आपने शुरू किया। अभी लगता है कि उतनी ज्यादा कमाई शायद नहीं हो रही है आपको, तो लेकिन लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आपका
सर
इनोवेटिव जो नया
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
ख्याल है आपका, वो बहुत शानदार है, बहुत शानदार है। अब मैं आता
थैंक
हूँ
यू सर।
एक और चीज की तरफ। अयमन, आप एक लड़की हो और भी कश्मीर में रहती हैं, यहाँ समाजी कुछ बंदिशें भी हैं, हर जगह हैं, कश्मीर में ज्यादा ही। तो
जी सर।
पहले मुझे बताइए, आप कितने भाई बहन हैं घर में?
सर मेरे 2 भाई है और मैं बड़ी सबसे, मेरे छोटे भाई।
वो आपके छोटे हैं?
जी सर।
जी। अच्छा, वालिद अपने फादर ने आपको कोई इसे एनकरेज किया या कुछ आपको लगा नेगेटिव अप्रोच है उसका?
नहीं सर, उनका पहले से ही था। वो उन्होंने मुझे कभी किसी चीज के लिए नहीं रोका लाइफ में। जो मैं करना
ओके।
चाहती थी उन्होंने मुझे करने दिया। तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया। इवन राइट नाउ ही सपोर्ट्स मी अ लॉट। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आई थिंक आई हैव गॉट अ बेस्ट फादर इन दिस वर्ल्ड। वो बहुत सपोर्टिव है। इवन माय ब्रदर्स, माय मदर, इवन मेरे सारी फैमिली, पूरे
ओके।
रिलेटिव्स, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला। इवन वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश है मेरी। वो मतलब क्योंकि मैं पहली लड़की हूँ फैमिली में जिसने ऐसा स्टेप लिया। बाकी तो सब मतलब करते थे जॉब, लेकिन वो 9 to 5 टीचिंग वगैरह। मैंने ये स्टेप लिया। वो इस चीज को के लिए मुझे बहुत ज्यादा शाबाशी देते हैं कि तुमने हिम्मत की, तुम निकली, तुमने खुद को मतलब एक डिफरेंट फील्ड चुना। तो इसके लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
Okay, I mean, one thing comes into my mind that you have done graduation in agriculture sciences, okay? और उसके बाद आपने MBA किया। तो एग्रीकल्चर जो आपकी पढ़ाई है वो क्या अभी यूज हो रही है आपके प्रेजेंट जो पैशन में, प्रेजेंट आपकी बिजनेस है उसमें?
सर क्योंकि ये ऑर्गेनिक है ना, ऑर्गेनिक चीज मतलब इसमें जो भी चीजें यूज होती है उसका कहीं ना कहीं लिंक है एग्रीकल्चर के साथ। क्योंकि प्लांट,
ओके, गुड।
इसमें फ्रूट्स यूज होते हैं, हम फ्रूट्स यूज करते हैं। मुझे
यस।
इसमें जो, क्योंकि ये सारे एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम यूज करते हैं इन ऑर्गेनिक स्किन केयर, तो है इसमें काफी लिंक। और
अच्छा,
मुझे
उसके बाद आप
थोड़ा फिर जी जी जी
ओके, ओके, गॉट इट। उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया। एमबीए किया आपने हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस में, ओके?
हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस।
ओके, हॉर्टिकल्चर। ओ, तो वो जो एमबीए जो उसने आपको फायदा दिया या फायदा दे रहा है कुछ वो?
लेकिन एक सर एक चीज आपको बताना चाहूंगी, जो हम प्रैक्टिकली पढ़ते हैं ना, प्रैक्टिकली थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज जो होती है वो काफी डिफरेंट होती है प्रैक्टिकल से। जब हम प्रैक्टिकली, तब तो मुझे ज्यादा नहीं था ये सब, क्योंकि बुक पे पढ़ते थे वो ज्यादा समझ नहीं आता था। अब मैं लेकिन फील्ड में निकली, मैंने देखा मार्केटिंग कैसे क्या होता है, स्ट्रैटेजीज सीखी। मैंने बुक पे पढ़ा था लेकिन वो तब इंसान को याद नहीं रहता है। बट जब हम
राइट,
प्रैक्टिकली अप्लाई करते हैं उन चीजों को, हाँ काम तो आई काफी चीजें। बट
राइट।
मुझे लगता है तब मैंने ज्यादा कुछ नहीं सीखा। जब मैंने बिजनेस अपना स्टार्ट किया मुझे ज्यादा उन चीजों ने नॉलेज दी, बेनिफिट दिया। वो चीजें मुझे बहुत इस्तेमाल में आई फिर,
आई मीन
जो मैंने अब खुद सीखा है। जी सर।
बहुत अच्छा। आई मीन आपने अपने बिजनेस का नाम, अपने स्टार्टअप का नाम रखा है स्किन ब्लिस। ये आपने क्या सोच के रखा है? इसके पीछे क्या राज है?
सर राज कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट जनरली मैंने स्किन, ये तो स्किन केयर का ही बिजनेस है तो मैंने उसी रिलेटेड किया। मैंने जनरल नाम लिखा, इसके पीछे कुछ राज नहीं है, बस रख दिया
अच्छा,
ऐसे मैंने।
लेकिन जो आपके प्रोडक्ट्स हैं ना, जैसे मैं देख रहा हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे या इंस्टाग्राम पे या फेसबुक पे जो आप डाल रहे हैं, उसमें कॉफी सोप आप बना रहे हैं, कुछ कैंडल्स बना रहे हैं, तो उसको तो स्किन के साथ ताल्लुक नहीं है ना?
नो सर, स्किन
आप
के लिए कॉफी
क्या
बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी,
ओके,
वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर स्किन।
आप बना रही हैं
स्किन की
कैंडल्स, सेंटेड कैंडल्स। वो कैंडल्स
सर
किसमें
हाँ,
होती है और फॉर?
एक्चुअली मेरा फिर वो पैशन, मैंने स्किन का भी स्टार्ट किया था ना पहले, फिर मैंने सोचा मैं कैंडल्स भी ऐड करूं इसमें। ये मेरा ना अब बन गया था वो शौक जैसा। तो फिर मैंने सोचा, मैंने ट्राई के लिए कैंडल स्टार्ट किए थे, बट मुझे रिस्पांस अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा मिला। तो फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना ऐड करूं मैं डिफरेंट कैंडल्स भी साथ में, स्किन केयर भी। तो फिर इसीलिए मैंने कैंडल्स का भी रखा। इवन कस्टमर्स को बहुत पसंद आए मेरे कैंडल्स वगैरह भी, तो इसलिए
वन
मैंने साथ
इम्पोर्टेंट
में वो भी रखा।
वन इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, क्या ये आपका स्किन ब्लिस है ना, क्या ये रजिस्टर्ड है? आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन की कराई है किसी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में?
सर अभी प्रोसेस में है वो रजिस्ट्रेशन।
ओके। कभी बैंक के पास आप गई फाइनेंस के लिए कि नहीं? आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ी?
नहीं सर।
अभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी?
मैंने सर ये बिजनेस 2000 रुपयों से स्टार्ट किया है,
ओके
जस्ट
ओके।
1000 रुपीज।
अभी आपको लगता है कि 2000 रुपये कितने पहुंच गए हैं, कितने लाख पहुंच गए हैं?
सर लाख तो नहीं बोल सकती,
लाख तो नहीं
थाउजेंड
बोल,
में अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, मतलब 3, मतलब काफी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आगे बढ़ चुकी हूँ। 40 कभी कभी मेरा, मैं आपको बताती हूँ रेवेन्यू पर मंथ ही बताती हूँ, मतलब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
ओके
40,000 में हो जाता है कभी कभी, ऐसे मेरी अभी
ओके।
सेल होती है मंथली,
हम्म।
बिकॉज
और
ये
कौन जुड़ा
ऑनलाइन
है
की
आपकी
वजह से
बिजनेस
नहीं, क्योंकि मैं डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स में जाती हूँ।
जाती हूँ? अच्छा, और कौन जुड़ा है आपके साथ?
हाँ जी सर।
और कौन जुड़ा है आपकी इस
सर नहीं,
कोशिश के साथ, इस बिजनेस के?
सर मैं अकेली संभालती हूँ सब कुछ।
ओके, तो अभी इरादा है आपको जब आप बढ़ाएंगे तो किसी और को साथ रखेंगे?
सर ये मेरा, मैंने आपको अभी बोला कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं बाकियों को भी थोड़ा, मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं जॉब प्रोवाइड करूँ बाकियों को भी, ये बाकी जो लड़कियां हैं जिनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, मैं उनको रोजगार प्रोवाइड कर सकूँ। मेरा ये गोल है, इंशाल्लाह मैं जल्दी ये पूरा करूंगी।
अच्छा, मुझे लगता
मेरा
है
एक
अब मुझे
गोल है
दो
कि
तीन,
मेरा एक स्टोर हो। जी सर।
यस, आई मीन मुझे लगता है कि दो तीन चीजें जो आपने समाई है इसमें, एक तो आप बनाती हैं डेकोरेटेड पीसेस, सम यूनिक पीसेस,
जी सर।
दूसरा हो गया आपका स्किन कीयर, ठीक है?
जी सर।
तो तीसरा आप वो कुछ ऐसा बना रही है कि जो शादियों में काम आता है, जो चीजें समथिंग यूनिक दिलचस्प है, जो यंगर जनरेशन ज्यादा यूज कर रही है आजकल। इज इट
जी
सो?
सर।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपकी हॉबी क्या है? ये तो हो गया आपका काम, आपका पेशा।
मेरी हॉबी है, एक तो मुझे कुकिंग बहुत पसंद है,
ओके
कुकिंग मैं करती हूँ, और
ओके।
थोड़ा सा ट्रैवल करना मुझे पसंद है,
अच्छा, और
और
मैंने
कुछ
पढ़ा
नहीं।
आपकी इसमें स्पोर्ट्स और एडवेंचर भी है आपकी हॉबी में?
हाँ स्पोर्ट्स तो मैं खेलती थी बचपन में, बट ज्यादा नहीं। अभी तो मैं, जब से मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी छोड़ दी तब से ये सारा हो गया ना, भूल ही गई अब स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह।
क्योंकि एडवेंचर आपका पसंद, आपकी हॉबी है, स्पोर्ट्स आपकी हॉबी, आप अपनी स्टेट JNK से बाहर गई है कभी?
जी सर।
कहाँ गई है जिसने आपको
एक्चुअली सर
मोटिवेट किया?
सर
जी,
आवाज नहीं आ रही है अच्छे से,
आप कभी बाहर गई हैं इस वास्ते कि मैं कुछ सीखूं, या किसी ऐसे स्टार्टअप से मिलूं, ऐसे बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलूं ताकि वहां से एक्सपीरियंस हासिल हो सके, ऐसा ऐसी कोशिश आपने की?
नो सर, फिलहाल तो
हम्म
नहीं गई मैं, बस मैं जब
हम्म।
पढ़ाई करती थी तभी गई हूँ, उसके बाद मैं, हाँ गई हूँ ऐसे घूमने वगैरह के लिए, बट ऐसा कुछ अभी मैंने सोचा।
अच्छा,
होपफुली
अभी आपका गोल क्या है? आप नौकरी के लिए जाएंगे किसी, या इसी पेशे को आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे?
नहीं सर, इसी
अगर
बिजनेस
आपको
को
कहा
आगे
जाए कि
बढ़ा।
आप, ओके, सो यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब नाउ?
नो सर।
इज इट सो? इज इट
यस
सो
सर।
यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब?
नो
अच्छा,
सर,
नौजवान
आई एम
लड़कियां,
नॉट प्रेफर।
ओके गुड। जो नई नस्ल है हमारी, पढ़ी लिखी लड़कियां हैं या पढ़ी लिखी यूथ्स हैं, जो नौकरियां तलाश करती हैं ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही, हालांकि आपने मास्टर्स भी किया है बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, उनका उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? अब वो वेट कर रहे हैं, इस वेट के बजाय अगर हम किसी बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज में लग जाएं, किसी स्टार्टअप में लग जाए, आपकी तरह किसी इनोवेटिव चीज में लग जाए, तो आपका पैगाम क्या होगा उनके लिए?
सर मेरा यही पैगाम है कि मतलब मैं चाहती हूँ कि जैसे मैं हूँ, मैंने भी गलती की, वेट किया पहले जॉब के लिए, बट आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी है जॉब्स की, बट आई थिंक बिजनेस इज द बेस्ट आइडिया फॉर एवरी, इवन लड़कों के लिए भी लड़कियों के लिए भी, क्योंकि इससे मतलब हमारी कंट्री की बहुत डेवलपमेंट, इवन अपनी स्टेट की बहुत डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है। और एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको बहुत सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, यहाँ के जो लोकल बिजनेस ऑनर्स है। ये चीज मैंने देखी, ये करते बहुत कम लोकल्स को सपोर्ट। मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोग बिजनेस करें, लड़कियां अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो जाए, और साथ में लोगों को ये भी बोलना चाहती हूँ, प्लीज एंड प्लीज सपोर्ट योर ओन पीपल। क्योंकि जब आप उनको सपोर्ट नहीं दोगे, वो मोटिवेट नहीं हो जाएंगे, ऐसे वो काफी उनको डिमोटिवेशन हो जाता है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद ये फेस किया, लोग मुझे बोलते थे पता नहीं क्या बेचती होगी, ये इतनी महंगी चीजें बेचती हो। इनको एक तो डिफरेंस नहीं पता है कि इंसान अपने हाथों से चीजें बनाता है फिर बेचता है, इनकी पैकेजिंग और प्लस ये ऑर्गेनिक होती है, हैंडमेड चीजें हैं, तो इनमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगते हैं, खर्चा लगता है। बट नहीं, ये बोलता है कि चलो सस्ता है कहीं पे भी, ये क्वालिटी, कुछ लोग हैं जो क्वालिटी को ये प्रेफरेंस देते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो प्राइस को देते हैं। मैं लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों को अपील करना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज अपने जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है उनको सपोर्ट करें, उनको इस चीज से बहुत वो लिफ्ट अप हो जाएंगे, ताकि हमारी जो अपना J&K है वह काफी डेवलपमेंट आ सके। हमें फिर कहीं से लाने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर हमारा अपना ही जो स्टेट है, ये वहाँ के लोग बेचना स्टार्ट करेंगे, स्किन केयर है, बाकी चीजें हैं, जैसे फूड है, फूड में भी काफी चीजें, अचार लोग बेचते हैं, उनको सपोर्ट करें, जो क्लोथिंग है उनको सपोर्ट, हमें बाहर की ब्रांड्स की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। बस यही मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ लोगों को, प्लीज अपने आप को, इनको लोगों को सपोर्ट करें और अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करें, ताकि अब दूसरे लोगों को भी ये जॉब प्रोवाइड कर सके, ताकि यहाँ पे कुछ जो लोग बेचारे सफर करते हैं, फिर इसकी वजह से जॉब ना होने की वजह से लोग बहुत सफर कर रहे हैं, डिप्रेशन की प्रॉब्लम होती है, एंजाइटी की प्रॉब्लम होती है, सुसाइड, बहुत ज्यादा सुसाइडल रेट्स भी बढ़ती है, किस वजह से, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की वजह से। तो मैं चाहती हूँ लोग अगर पहले दिमाग में रखे कि हाँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बहुत अच्छी चीज है, बट अब हमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगाने हैं इसमें, बाकी कुछ नहीं है। और हाँ, बाकियों को भी हमें सपोर्ट करने की बहुत जरूरत है, हमारे अपने लोकल्स।
आनंद, एक और सवाल मुझे जहन में आता है, वो ये कि आपने क्या अपने सोशल मीडिया को आप कितना इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने इस बिजनेस के लिए?
सर मैं सोशल मीडिया ही यूज करती हूँ, ये मुझे ऑर्डर्स वहीं से आते हैं, मोस्टली इंस्टाग्राम या
सोशल
फेसबुक
मीडिया से। क्या आपने सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग पे कोई कोर्स किया हुआ है कि नहीं, ऐसी आपको?
नो सर, नो सर, मैंने नहीं किया।
अच्छा, यू आर
सर लेकिन मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग पे कोर्स करूँ, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट देगा आगे।
मार्केटिंग बहुत जरूरी है, और आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है ऑनलाइन। अगर आप अपनी चीजें रखेंगे, बेचेंगे, तो उससे भी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट आपको बन जाएगा।
जी सर।
अच्छा, एक और चीज, आपने लेवेंडर, हाँ, आपने वैल्यू चेन ऑफ लेवेंडर पे कुछ काम किया है, कुछ सेमिनार आपने किया है?
जी जी।
इज इट ट्रू?
यस सर।
ये
मेरा
कब की बात है?
प्रोजेक्ट था मास्टर सर, 2020 में मैंने किया,
अच्छा।
19 से 20 तक।
तो उसका वो सेमिनार क्या था, आप क्या करना चाहती थी उसमें? कुछ दूसरा बिजनेस आइडिया था आपका?
सर मुझे असल में मार्केटिंग देखनी थी उसमें, मतलब मार्केटिंग यहाँ पे कैसे होता है, और मतलब वो सारा कॉस्ट कितना लगता है उनको। मैं इनके पास गई थी, जो फार्मर्स यहाँ के हैं, जो ग्रो करते हैं, उनके पास गई मैंने क्वेश्चनियर बना के उनको दिया था, लाइक आप कितने में बेचते हो ये सारी चीजें, खरीदते हो, आई मीन जो लेवेंडर के प्लांट्स है। सर यहाँ पे काफी स्कोप है, जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स का बिजनेस है उसका भी काफी स्कोप है, क्योंकि उसमें खर्चा है थोड़ा बहुत, बिकॉज हमें क्या करना होता है, हम एक बार वो ग्रो करते हैं, फिर वो बहुत सालों तक हमें ग्रो नहीं करना पड़ता है, ये प्लांट वो 6-7 साल रह जाता है ऐसे, मतलब हर साल वो हमें प्लांटिंग देता है, ऐसे होता है उसमें। प्लस हम उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकते हैं, ऑयल्स एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, जो ऑयल काफी महंगा आता है। एसेंशियल ऑयल उसका रेट होता है पर केजी 10 to 15,000 रेट में मिलता है वो। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे फार्मर्स हैं जो इस चीज में बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। इवन फीमेल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, लाइक रेहाना तबस्सुम, वो एक काफी वेरी फेमस ये है फार्मर, मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योर है जो बेचती है, खुद बनाती है, खुद ग्रो करती है काफी सारे एसेंशियल ऑयल्स, फिर एक्सट्रैक्ट मशीन है उसके पास, वो खुद एक्सट्रैक्ट करके बेचती है। तो इसमें भी काफी अच्छा
आयमन, एक
स्कोप है
दिलचस्प
यहाँ।
बात, आयमन, our good wishes are with you with the Sikkim Bliss and आयमन अली। लेकिन अपने नाज़रीन को मैं ये बताऊं कि आयमन ने मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में 12th पास किया है 74% मार्क्स के साथ। She could have been gone to medical doctorate, BBS or something outside of this. Ayman has thought something different. Ayman took some initiative, something differently.
I was not interested. I was not interested in MBBS and all.
Okay. ओके, तो एमबीबीएस में आपको दिलचस्पी नहीं थी, बिजनेस में आपको दिलचस्पी थी। हमारी गुड विश आपके साथ है आयमन।
सर वो
लेकिन एक और सवाल,
वो अचानक से आ गई। जी सर।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको ये होगा कि अभी आयमन अली अपने माँ बाप के पास है। आयमन, आपकी एज 28 साल है। जब आपकी शादी हो जाएगी उसके बाद आपका बिजनेस कैरियर ऑन हो जाएगा और इट डिपेंड्स।
यस सर, मेरा ये मकसद है कि मेरा बिजनेस आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और इसके लिए मैं
आयमन अली वो कल मिसेज आयमन अली होगी, तो कल का क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? शादी के बाद बिजनेस जारी रहेगी?
जी सर।
Okay. Anything else you want to convey to our viewers? Anything else out of your heart?
सर बस यही कि हमारे जो स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स है, मेरी तरह यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा ओनर्स है, बस आप सपोर्ट करते रहे और हम पे ट्रस्ट करें। हम लोगों को है ये इशू कि शायद हम क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेचते, बट मुझे लगता है कि स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स जो है वो बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपना खून पसीना मतलब एक करके बेचते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स, मेहनत करके बेस्ट क्वालिटी। आप एक बार हम पे भरोसा करें और हमें सपोर्ट करें। दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो मच।
जरूर, we will trust you and we request all the people, all our customers to trust Ayman Ali, proprietor Sikkim Bliss. Ayman, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच। आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया, मुझे थोड़ा मौका दिया बोलने का।
मोस्ट वेलकम, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। जयश्री, जयश्री आप हैं वहां? जयश्री, हाँ जयश्री, ये थी आयमन अली हमारे साथ, सिक्किम ब्लिस की प्रोपराइटर। अभी घर में ही, घर से स्टार्ट ही कर रही है, घर से इन्होंने ये किया। इनका घर जो है ना वो शालीमार के पास है। शालीमार बहुत मशहूर गार्डन है और शालीमार गार्डन जो है ना वो एक लेक है, उसके किनारे पे वाक़ा है, उसको कहते हैं डल झील। आप सुनना चाहते हैं डल झील के बारे में?
जी अभी जी मैं वहां तक पहुंच ही रही थी, उससे पहले मैं चाहती हूँ आप या
जी
आ रहा है यहाँ से और उन्हें उनके कैसे कांटेक्ट करें एनएमजी को, क्योंकि उनकी स्टोरी बहुत दिलचस्प है। हम चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर में ऐसे बहुत सारे नए कारोबार बने, उससे नौकरियां जनरेट हो और इकोनॉमी में ग्रोथ करती रहे। तो प्लीज आप या एनएम उनको हमें बताइए कि कैसे हम एनएम का प्रोडक्ट खरीद सकते हैं, स्किन ब्लिस के प्रोडक्ट्स ले सकते हैं।
Yes, thank you. I will convey to Ayman. I will definitely convey this your message to the Ayman. In fact, she has grown up her customers by virtue of my startup. अच्छा, मैं जयश्री, मैं ये बताना चाहता था कि जहां रहती है ना ये आयमन, वो डल झील के बिल्कुल किनारे रहती है। उसको कहते हैं शालीमार। शालीमार में एक बाग भी है, उसको शालीमार गार्डन कहते हैं। शालीमार गार्डन, निशात गार्डन, ये मुगल गार्डन हैं, ये डल झील के किनारे हैं। मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको लेना चाहता हूँ डल झील की सैर।
हाँ, वहीं जा रहे थे। इनफैक्ट अभी भी मेरा अगला सवाल यही था कि आप जिस तरह अपने लास्ट एपिसोड में हमें कश्मीर में मानसबल की यात्रा कराई थी, इस बार आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर में कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? सब जानते हैं कि कश्मीर घूमने के लिए बहुत खूबसूरत जगह है। एक नई जगह
आपको ले चलते हैं,
जो
बिल्कुल सही, आपको ले चलते हैं डल झील के किनारे, डल झील की सैर आपको कराते हैं। और डल झील के पास ही रहती है हमारी आज की एंटरप्रेन्योर, हमारी आज की स्टार्टअप जो स्किन ब्रिज की प्रोपरेटर मिस आयमन अली भी। चलते हैं और देखते हैं डल झील का नजारा।
पसंद आया अभी जी, सच में बहुत सुंदर है डल लेक। कश्मीर में नए कारोबारों के बारे में आपने हमें बताया, डल का सैर कराया आपने, सच में बहुत अच्छा लगा हमें। तो दर्शकों, स्टार्टअप्स की और अन्य खबरों के लिए माई स्टार्टअप टीवी से जुड़े रहें।
माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट श्रीनगर JNK से आपकी खिदमत में लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट हो रहा है अभी। तो हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं आज का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन के लिए। अभी सभी नाजरीन को हमारा नमस्कार, आदाब, गुड आफ्टरनून। 24 मई की आज की तारीख, आज JNK कश्मीर श्रीनगर से मैं आपकी खिदमत में लाइव मुखातिब हूँ। तो सबसे पहले बात करते हैं कश्मीर के मौसम की। तो कश्मीर में मौसम आज बहुत गर्म है। बहुत हमारा मतलब ये है कि यहाँ के टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से अच्छी खासी गर्मी यहाँ है। आज 32 डिग्री के आसपास हमारे टेम्परेचर रहा यहाँ कश्मीर श्रीनगर में, और अच्छी खासी धूप है, अच्छा खासा मौसम है। काफ़ी सारी सैलानी आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो आज हम एक टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे जाएंगे, आपको कश्मीर के नज़ारा दिखाएंगे ज़रूर। लेकिन सबसे पहले नज़र दौड़ाते हैं आज के चंद अखबारों पर और बिजनेस के हवाले से, स्टार्टअप्स के हवाले से क्या कुछ खास मौजूद है कल परसों और आज के अखबारों में। तो हेडलाइंस में पढ़ता हूँ कश्मीर के हवाले से। यह है डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर श्रीनगर rallies unit holders to cash in on NCSS initiatives. Stock market at all-time high as Nifty inched closer to 23,000. Production of good quality seeds, post-harvest management are key focus area. Director Agriculture. और एक और सुर्खी अखबार की है जो आज के पन्नों पर शाया हुई है, वो ये है कि EV sales declining globally even as India market witnessing growth. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक व्हीकल्स की बात हो रही है। और एक और सुर्खी है हमारे आज के अखबार की, आफ्टर BSE market cap of NSE listed companies now touch $5 trillion. sweltering heat pushes India's power demand to fresh high. और एक और सुर्खी है, India only country among world's top 5 to register rise in steel production in April. तो एक और खबर में की तरफ आपको दोहराते हैं। ये अखबारों की आज की सुर्खियां बनी हुई हैं बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट पेज पे। RBI approves record dividend of rupees 2.11 lakh crore to central government. और our partnerships growth opportunities and focus at industries and commerce departments investors meet in Jammu. G20 Sherpa spellbound by Kashmir's handicraft heritage. Director Agriculture visits potato development farm Bosia. Director Sericulture inspects silkworm rearing operations at Mirgun Seed Station. And RBI SEBI Home Ministry meet try officials to discuss how to check misuse of unsolicited calls. India to gain as global oil prices decline despite geopolitical tensions. तो ये चंद सुर्खियां आपकी खिदमत में, यहाँ जो कश्मीर श्रीनगर से जो कुछ अखबार शाये हुए थे और बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट के हवाले से जो कुछ खबरें हमारे पास थी हमने आपको पहुंचा दी। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। आपसे गुजारिश कि आप माय स्टार्टअप टीवी चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, लाइक करें, कमेंट करें और हमें देखते रहें। इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं श्रीनगर कश्मीर J&K से। और हमारे प्रोग्राम में आज के गेस्ट, आज के मेहमान एक नए एंटरप्रेन्योर, एक नए स्टार्टअप। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप हैं आसिया बानो, जो टूर एंड ट्रैवल एक एजेंसी चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे। कश्मीर की लड़की, 40 साल की ये नौजवान औरत अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रही है उस फील्ड में जहां उसको स्कोप दिखती है। कश्मीर के टूरिज्म के हवाले से, कश्मीर के टूर ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर के हवाले से और ट्रैवल्स के हवाले से, टूरिज्म के हवाले से। आसिया बानो से हम बात कर रहे हैं। चलिए मिलते हैं आसिया बानो से और कुछ सवाल उनसे जानते हैं और कुछ उनसे सीखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चलिए आसिया जी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो आसिया, कैसी हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ऑल वेल। हाउ आर यू सर?
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू, हम ठीक है
sir. First of all, I'm very thankful to you that you give me this opportunity to introduce myself on your special program.
देखिए नाज़रीन, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आसिया बानो 4 बहन भाइयों में से सबसे छोटी। ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद नौकरी न मिलना और घर के माशी हालात को बेहतर बनाने की गर्ज से एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी में नौकरी की आसिया जी ने, और चंद साल कबल अपनी एक ऐसी कंपनी शुरू की जिसे आसिया चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे, अपनी टांगों पे, खुद एक लड़की होके, खुद एक औरत होके। और जहां उसको लगा कि टूर एंड ट्रैवल ऑपरेशंस में कश्मीर में बहुत डिमांड है, ज़रूरत है, तो आसिया ने ये अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। आसिया से बराह रास्त मुखातिब होते हैं। आसिया
जी,
सबसे पहले हमें अपने बारे में बताइए। आप कहाँ से हैं? आपकी पढ़ाई
सबसे
कब
पहले
मुकम्मल
तो
आपने की है और घर के हालात वगैरह कैसे हैं?
जी, अभी मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊँ। सबसे पहले तो आपने इंट्रोडक्शन में मेरा नाम जो लिया है आसिया बानो, मैं एक्चुअली कश्मीर से ही बिलोंग करती हूँ। कश्मीर में पैदा हुई, कश्मीर में पली बड़ी, पढ़ाई वगैरह बस सब कश्मीर में ही हुई। और रहती हूँ आलमगीरी बाज़ार टाउन एरिया में। तो और पढ़ाई भी वही हुई है, ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट की है और 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा किया है कंप्यूटर्स में। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी अपना एक्सपीरियंस भी आपको बताऊंगी, वो भी सब शेयर करूंगी आपके साथ। तो फिलहाल तो स्टार्टिंग में जो मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन आपने कराया टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिजनेस से रिलेटेड, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है मेरा और मैं बहुत सेटिस्फाई हूँ इसमें जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है।
आसिया, जहाँ पढ़ाई नौकरी ढूंढने निकलते हैं, सरकारी नौकरी की
जी,
तलाश
जी,
में रहती हैं,
बिल्कुल। जी,
आपने
जी।
भी नौकरी की तलाश की होगी। उस तलाश में आप एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज आपने कैसे बनाया?
सबसे पहले तो बता दूं कि कश्मीर में जो भी हम जैसे लड़कियां खासकर जो पढ़ाई के सिलसिले में पढ़ाई के दौरान ही हम लड़कियां एक ये माइंडसेट बना के चलते हैं कि शायद पढ़ाई के बाद हम एक जॉब कर ले, छोटा मोटा जॉब ही सही, तो लेकिन जॉब होना चाहिए, तो पढ़ाई ऐसे ज़ाया ना हो। तो हम एक माइंडसेट करके चलते हैं कि चाहे गवर्नमेंट जॉब हो या प्राइवेट जॉब हो, कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है। लेकिन मेरा एक ऐसा इंटेंशन था नहीं पहले से कि मुझे बिजनेस में आना है। बिजनेस तो बिल्कुल मान के चलिए ये बाद में हुआ, लेकिन पहले तो से वो एक आम लड़की की तरह मेरे दिमाग में भी यही था कि मुझे पढ़ाई के बाद एक छोटा मोटा जॉब ही करना है। कंटिन्यू पढ़ाई पता नहीं होगी नहीं होगी, लेकिन जॉब ही करूँगी। लेकिन एक ये चीज़ की बाय चांस मैं बता सकती हूँ कि ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही मैंने एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी ज्वाइन करी। तो वहाँ पे मैंने काम स्टार्ट किया है। एक ये चीज़ बताऊँ कि अपना 110% दे दिया, अपनी डेडिकेशन, वो सब पंक्चुअलिटी, वो सब रहा। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वहाँ पे अच्छा खासा मैंने गेन किया। एक काम जो करना था वहाँ पे, जो काम दिया गया मुझे एज़ अ कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर, वो मैंने अपने एंड से 110% दे दिया। और साथ-साथ काम करने के दौरान ही मेरा एक शौक बढ़ा, अंदर ही अंदर एक इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया कि चलो ठीक है मैं काम कर रही हूँ, लेकिन ये भी कब तक चलेगा एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी काम करना। साथ-साथ वो इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उसके बाद एक माइंडसेट कर लिया मैंने कि अब अगर जॉब छोड़नी है तो फिर अपना ही कुछ स्टार्ट करूँगी। तो ये मैंने एक प्लान बनाया मन ही मन, किसी के साथ शेयर किए बिना मन ही मन मैंने एक प्लान बनाया कि एक फ्यूचर प्लान कि मैं ट्रैवल एजेंसी स्टार्ट करूँगी। लेकिन उस बीच में मैं एक चीज़ आपको बता दूँ कि जो एक मैंने माइंडसेट अपना किया कि मुझे ट्रैवल एजेंसी चलाना है, किसी के साथ शेयर नहीं किया। एक ये चीज़ कि जो जिनके साथ मैंने काम किया, जिनके अंडर मैंने काम किया एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी, उनसे मैंने मशवरा लिया बाज़ाब्ता। ये नहीं कि मैंने पीठ पीछे कोई ऐसी प्लानिंग करी कि मुझे कुछ करना है, लेकिन उनसे मशवरा करके, उनसे राय-मशवरा करके मैंने उनसे पूछा। उनका नाम लेना मैं चाहूँगी यहाँ पे, मीर वली वहीद साहब, जिनकी ट्रैवल एजेंसी एक मोस्ट सीनियर टूर ऑपरेटर है वो, मीर वली वहीद साहब, उनके साथ मैं काम कर रही थी। तो एक बार मैंने उनसे ये पूछा कि सर मैं चाह रही हूँ कि अपना ट्रैवल एजेंसी मैं चलाना चाह रही हूँ, स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि मैं कर पाऊँगी? तो उनकी एक बात मुझे अभी भी याद है, उन्होंने बोला क्यों नहीं आप कर पाएँगी, स्टार्ट करो, अल्लाह साथ है, आप कोशिश करके देख लीजिए। तो वो एक कोशिश जो उन्होंने मुझे पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई किया, पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई उन्होंने मुझे दिया कि हाँ, आप कर सकती हैं, तो बस वो दिन और आज का दिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। जी।
लेकिन बहुत सारे बिजनेस आप कर सकती हैं जो आपको कंफर्ट लेवल और भी दे सकती है, टूर एंड ट्रैवल ही क्यों?
नहीं, टूर एंड ट्रैवल इसलिए क्योंकि मैंने 3 से 4 साल वहाँ पे दिए हैं टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस में। अगर मैं किसी और प्रोफ़ेशन में जाती, कोई और चीज़ सोचती तो उसका नो-हाउ मुझे पहले चाहिए था, मुझे किस तरह करना है, चाहे कोई भी फ़ील्ड हो, उसमें हमें हमारे पास एक गट्स होने चाहिए, क्या हम कर पाएँगे या नहीं कर पाएँगे। अब जब मैंने कहीं पे 2 या 3 साल किसी काम में मैंने अपने बिताए, तो उसका मतलब ये कि मुझे कुछ मैंने कुछ गेन किया है, मैंने कुछ सीखा है और जो मैंने सीखा अगर मैं कुछ और किसी और फ़ील्ड में जाऊँगी तो वो मतलब ही नहीं है। पीछे 2 साल, 3 साल, 4 साल मैंने जहाँ पे दिए वो सब ज़ाया हो जाते। इस वज़ह से मैंने वही प्रोफ़ेशन चूज़ किया जो मैंने सीखा। तो जो सीखने के साथ-साथ मैंने सोचा कि अब अपना काम स्टार्ट करना है, तो ये दिमाग में था कि अगर मैं कर पाई, आगे अपना स्टार्ट कर पाई, काम चला पाई, बिज़नेस स्टार्ट जो करना था, वो कर पाई मैं, फ़ील्ड में रह पाई मैं, तो इसका मतलब ये कि मेरे वो 3 या 4 साल या 5 साल ज़ाया नहीं हुए।
ज़ाहिर नहीं हुए। हाँ, हाँ, बिल्कुल सही।
जी, बिल्कुल। तो वो था और मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया। हुँ।
कश्मीर, मुसलमान लड़की और बिजनेस कितना
जी, जी।
मुश्किल है, हम सब जानते हैं। लेकिन आपको किन मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ा, ये जानना चाहती हैं?
मुश्किलात तो देखिए हर फ़ील्ड में आते हैं, चाहे कोई भी फ़ील्ड हो, कोई भी बिज़नेस हो, चाहे लड़की हो, लड़का हो, कोई भी हो, मुश्किलात तो आते हैं हर फ़ील्ड में। लेकिन जब आप डेडिकेटेड हो, जब आपके अंदर गट्स हो, तो कोई मुश्किलात हम हर एक मुश्किलात का सामना कर सकते हैं, लेकिन खुद पे एतमाद हो कि हम कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? बीइंग अ कश्मीरी लेडी मुझे पता है यहाँ के जैसे जिस सोसाइटी में हम रह रहे हैं, कश्मीर की बात पर्टिकुलरली मैं करूँगी, कश्मीर में अभी भी मैं बता रही हूँ कि अब फिर भी कुछ हद तक लोगों में एक अवेयरनेस आई है, लोग ब्रॉड माइंडेड बन गए हैं। वो ऑर्थोडॉक्स जो पहले हुआ करता था 4 साल, 5 साल पहले, जो चीज़ें होती थी लड़कियों के साथ आगे काम करने नहीं देते थे किसी भी फील्ड में जाने के लिए। तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा उनको हर्डल्स होती थी, ऑब्जेक्शंस घर की तरफ से, फैमिली की तरफ से। तो वो अब बहुत हद तक वो नहीं है। अभी भी किसी-किसी फैमिली में देखा जाता है, लेकिन मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है अब इतना नहीं है। मैं अपनी बात करूँ कि मेरी फैमिली में जब मैंने ये बात अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ की, क्योंकि बिना इजाज़त के तो मैं देखिए मेरे मन में जो था प्लान
नहीं कर
वो तो
सकती थी।
इजाज़त के जी, पेरेंट्स की इजाज़त के बिना तो नहीं हो पाता। लेकिन उनके साथ डिस्कस करने के बाद मैं एक जॉइंट फैमिली में एक साथ मैं बता दूँ कि मैं जॉइंट फैमिली में पली-बड़ी हूँ। वहाँ पे मेरे अंकल्स, आंट वगैरह वो सब मेरे फादर, मदर, ब्रदर, सिस्टर्स वो सब की राय जानना ज़रूरी था। एकदम से मैं खुद ही फैसला नहीं ले सकती थी। और उनके साथ बात करने के बाद उन्होंने बोला अगर आपको लगता है कि आप कर पाएँगी तो हमें कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है। ठीक है? तो मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया। ख़ास करके मैं अपनी मदर का बता दूँ, मेरी माँ जो है, जो है, मैं आपको बताऊँगी 110% सपोर्ट उनका है।
अच्छा।
किसी भी कहीं पे भी एकदम से अगर मुझे प्लान बनता है कहीं जाने के लिए, तो मुझे कभी रोकते नहीं हैं, ये चीज़ है। लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 2-3 साल मैंने जो काम स्टार्ट किया है पहले वाले सालों में, तो मैंने फ़ोकस अपने काम पे किया, स्टार्ट जो मैंने किया, तो फैमिली का काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा मुझे, अभी भी स्टिल कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं उसमें। हर फैमिली मेंबर से मुझे काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा।
आसिया, हर स्टार्टअप या हर कारोबार में रुपए पैसा बहुत मायने रखता है।
जी।
आपने वो मैनेज कैसे किया?
देखिए एक ये चीज़ है कि रुपया पैसा इंसान अगर मैंने पहले भी बताया अगर इंसान में डेडिकेशन हो, उसको लगे कि ये मैं जो काम स्टार्ट करूँगा इसमें नुकसान फ़ायदा वो अल्लाह के हाथ में है। लेकिन जब हमें खुद पे भरोसा होता है कि हाँ, हम कर पाएँगे ये चीज़, तो हमें करना चाहिए, सबसे पहले तो वो। स्टार्टअप में जो जैसे बिज़नेस कोई भी बिज़नेस हम स्टार्ट करेंगे तो उसमें तो फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। फंड्स हमारे पास हो तब हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो फाइनेंस के साथ-साथ हमें अगर एक मैं बताऊँगी कि मेरे फ़ील्ड में मुझे एक ऑफ़िस की ज़रूरत थी सबसे पहले। वहाँ पे जैसे हमें स्टार्ट करने के टाइम पे हमें लैपटॉप की ज़रूरत है, फर्नीचर की ज़रूरत है, कोई क्लाइंट आएगा तो उसके लिए हमें कम्फ़र्ट ज़ोन देखना है कि कहाँ पे इसको बिठाएँगे, तो उसके लिए हमें फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत तो पड़ी बेशक। तो वो फैमिली ने ही सपोर्ट किया। ठीक है, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने सपोर्ट किया उसके लिए फाइनेंशियली दे हैव सपोर्टेड मी अ लॉट। और अभी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ रही है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह का लाख-लाख शुक्र है। काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी तो उसका रिज़ल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा आया है।
अच्छा, कीप इट अप। और एक और सवाल मेरा कि आपने निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स कंपनी
जी।
स्टार्ट की।
जी।
निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स, ये नाम आपने कैसे चुना?
नाम देखिए नाम जिस टाइम मैंने चूज़ किया एक तो सबसे पहले मैं सोच रही थी अपने नाम पे करूँ, किसके नाम पे करूँ, ये दिमाग में चलती रहती थी चीज़ें कि किसके नाम पे स्टार्ट करना चाहिए। और स्टार्ट करने से पहले मैं गई थी उम्रा करने के लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
तो उम्रा पे जब गई तो वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मक्का शरीफ में एक मस्जिद है, मस्जिद निम्रा। कोई नुमेरा के नाम से भी बोले जाते हैं, मस्जिद निम्रा, मस्जिद नुमेरा। तो ये एक मैंने नाम वहाँ पे ही सोचा कि निम्रा एक ये जैसे एक लड़की का नाम लगता है, ठीक है? अभी मैं एक चीज़ आपको बताऊँ कि मेरा नाम जो है आसिया, आसिया तो अब बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि मेरा असली नाम आसिया है, तो लेकिन मैक्सिमम लोग जो मुझे अब जानते हैं,
निम्रा
वो
ही
निम्रा
पुकार रहे हैं।
देवी से नाम से जानते हैं। जी।
ओके।
तो वो मैंने निम्रा मस्जिद निम्रा के नाम से कंपनी का नाम रखा है, निम्रा टूर एंड ट्रैवल्स।
अच्छा आसिया,
जी।
जब हम करते हैं बात, हर चीज़ की शुरुआत हर कोई जानता है कि मुश्किल होती है और उसके बाद चीज़ें धीरे-धीरे आसान होती जाती हैं। आपके लिए भी
जी।
मुश्किलें जो कम होती गई होंगी, और हम जानना चाहेंगे कि आगे आपके इरादे क्या हैं? अभी आगे की मंज़िल आपकी क्या है?
आगे की मंज़िल तो देखिए वो अल्लाह ही बेहतर जानते हैं, हमारी मंज़िलें तो हम अल्लाह ही बनाने वाले हैं, ठीक है? तो हम जो प्लान करके चलते हैं कल का आने वाला कल जो हमारा बिज़नेस को लेके मैं बताऊँगी कि जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है उस दिन भी और उस टाइम पे मैं सोच रही थी क्या मुझे एम्प्लॉयी ही रहना है या मुझे एम्प्लॉयर बनना है, ठीक है? एम्प्लॉय थी तो अपना 110% दे दिया, एम्प्लॉयर बनी तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज मेरे ऑफ़िस में 4 से 5 लड़कियाँ काम करती हैं। 2-3 लड़के जो है फील्ड में काम करते हैं, तो वो एक है। तो एक बिज़नेस चलाने के लिए हमारे सबसे पहले एक फ्यूचर प्लान भी होना चाहिए। अगर हम आज सिर्फ पैसा ही नहीं है, फाइनेंशियली एक लड़की मैं बताऊंगी, फाइनेंशियली हमें साउंड रहना है। एक लड़की को हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मैरिड हो अनमैरिड हो, उसको हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए। और उसके लिए इंडिपेंडेंट होने के लिए हमें डेडिकेशन चाहिए, हमें हार्ड वर्किंग करनी है, हमें हार्ड वर्कर बनना है। ठीक है, एकदम से चीजें हाथ में नहीं आती है, उसको हमें सबसे पहले तो टाइम देना है। हर एक बिजनेस, हर एक
अच्छा
काम
निम्रा,
में
आप अपने
time देना है।
बिल्कुल सही निम्रा,
जी
मुझे
जी
एक बात, अब मुझे भी निम्रा ही नाम आता है जुबान पे।
जी जी
अच्छा
जी
अच्छा आसिया जी, मुझे ये बात बताइए कि अभी तक आपने कितने ऐसे टूर ऑपरेट किए अपनी एजेंसी की तरफ से, और
जी जी
कितने लोगों को आपने सहूलियत पहुंचाई, इजीनेस प्रोवाइड की,
जी जी
ऐसा कितना, ऐसा
एक चीज
आपके
तो
पास
मैं आपको
रिकॉर्ड?
बोलूंगी। जी जी, जो जब भी मैंने स्टार्ट किया, स्टार्टिंग से बताऊंगी, मैंने सिंपल डोमेस्टिक टिकट से स्टार्ट किया है अपना बिजनेस।
ओके।
डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद साथ साथ में जैसे पासपोर्ट सर्विस, स्टार्टिंग से छोटे छोटे कामों से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। ठीक है, तो डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग, डोमेस्टिक पैकेजेस, कश्मीर पैकेजेस से स्टार्ट किया, फिर इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग करना स्टार्ट किया। उसके बाद जब मुझे लगा कि एक और चीज ये बताऊंगी कि मैं पहले कम से कम 4-5 महीने मैंने अकेले काम संभाला। 5-6 महीने बाद मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मैं अब अकेले नहीं कर पाऊंगी, क्योंकि
मुझे
जब
सपोर्ट
काम
चाहिए।
आता गया, जी जी, काम आता गया तो एक बंदे के बस की बात नहीं है।
हम्म।
एक बंदा काम नहीं कर सकता
नहीं
अकेले,
नहीं कर
तो
सकते।
सपोर्ट चाहिए, मैन पावर चाहिए। तो उसके लिए मुझे लगा कि मुझे अब एक एम्प्लॉय की ज़रूरत तो है, तो एक लड़की हायर करी, एम्प्लॉय एज़ एन एम्प्लॉय वो आई। उसके साथ दूसरी, तीसरी, काम बढ़ता गया। जिस क्लाइंट को हमने काम दिया, उसी ने दूसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, उसी ने तीसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, वही एक चेन बनती गई। टिकटिंग साइड बाय साइड करते रहे, और साथ-साथ मैंने फिर पैकेजेस स्टार्ट किया।
ओके
जैसे उम्रा से स्टार्ट किया, उम्रा के
ओके
बाद हमारा होता है
ओके।
रिलीजियस पैकेजेस की बात कर रही हूँ मैं, डोमेस्टिक तो पैकेजेस है ही, उसके साथ-साथ जो रिलीजियस पैकेजेस है, जैसे उम्रा है, ज़ियारत है, ईरान, इराक, सीरिया,
ये
प्लस
ये
हज वगैरह।
रिलीजियस, राइट राइट, रिलीजियस या पिलग्रिम टूरिज्म के अलावा आपने कुछ लोकल टूरिज्म के लिए काम किया, लोकल टूरिस्ट्स के
लोकल
लिए?
लोकल टूरिज्म में भी मैंने लोकल टूर्स, लोकल पैकेजेस भी मैंने किए हैं, और उसके बाद मैंने ज़्यादा जो है 90% मैं बताऊँगी उम्रा पे फोकस किया।
अच्छा
जी, जी।
अच्छा, आपने सपोर्ट की बात कही, तो आपने कहा मुझे सपोर्ट चाहिए था, मुझे लगा कि सपोर्ट मुझे चाहिए। सपोर्ट के
हुँ,
अलावा लोकल
जी।
सपोर्ट के अलावा क्या आपको सरकार की तरफ से सपोर्ट मिला? आपको चाहिए था रजिस्ट्रेशन में, आपको चाहिए था नेटवर्क, आपको
जी,
चाहिए था
देखिए एक
लाइसेंस?
जो भी, जी, जी, एक मैं बताऊँगी, एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल, मैं अपने ही बिज़नेस का बताऊँगी, जो जैसे टूर एंड ट्रैवल स्टार्ट किया मैंने, तो उसमें सबसे पहले हमें चाहिए होती है टूरिज़्म की रजिस्ट्रेशन। बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन के हम काम नहीं कर सकते। काम तो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो एक प्रॉपर सिस्टम नहीं
दैट
है।
विल बी इलीगल।
जी, जी, वो इल्लीगल है, उस तरह हमें काम नहीं करना चाहिए। तो मैंने क्या किया, स्टार्टिंग में मैंने एक नाम चूज़ किया, यही निम्रा टूर एंड ट्रैवल। सबसे पहले तो टूरिज़्म डिपार्टमेंट गई, वहाँ पे अपना नाम रजिस्टर करा। उन्होंने लेकिन सबसे पहले बोला कि हम आपकी ये यहाँ पे आके पहले ऑफ़िस देखेंगे, कहाँ पे है आपका, ये कहाँ पे रन कर रही हैं। तो लकीली वहाँ पे एक लेडी उस टाइम पे थी, तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, हम वहाँ पे आएँगे, पर्सनली मिलेंगे आपसे, एक वेरिफिकेशन के तौर पे। तो वो आए यहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने जब देखा, मैं अकेली ही थी उस टाइम पे, एक छोटा-मोटा ऑफ़िस था। तो उन्होंने देखा ऑफ़िस भी है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि आपका ये साइन बोर्ड कहाँ पे है? अगर आप टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस चला रही है, तो साइन बोर्ड कहाँ है?
बोर्ड
आपको
कहाँ है?
बोर्ड
हाँ।
होना चाहिए। जी, जी, वो तो है ही नहीं, हमने तो देखा ही नहीं। मैंने कहा मैडम, वो मैं अभी तो, जब तक रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगी, तब तक मैं कैसे अपना साइन बोर्ड
बोर्ड
बाहर।
चढ़ा
जी, जी। आप
आप ही
मुझे एक
मुझे
दिन
कहोगे कि आपने
रजिस्ट्रेशन।
कैसे बोर्ड लगाया है?
जी, जी। मैंने कहा आप मुझे दे दीजिए साइन बोर्ड, आप मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन दे दीजिए, अगले दिन आप साइन बोर्ड भी देखेंगे। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उन्होंने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया, और विदिन अ वीक्स टाइम मुझे वो रजिस्ट्रेशन भी मिल गई, और उसके बाद एक-एक रजिस्ट्रेशन होती गई। तो इसमें हमें सबसे पहले तो रजिस्ट्रेशन ज़रूरी है, टूरिज़्म डिपार्टमेंट में। और हज एंड उम्रा सर्विसेज़ रिलेटेड जो भी हम काम करते हैं, उसमें एक एसोसिएशन हमें होनी चाहिए, उसमें हमारा होना चाहिए नाम कहीं पे भी। लोकल रजिस्ट्रेशन जो हमारी है एसोसिएशन की, वो भी है साथ-साथ, आयाटा में हूँ, वो भी है साथ-साथ। यानी कि काफ़ी सारी जो भी इसमें हमें ऑफ़िशियली रिक्वायरमेंट होती है रजिस्ट्रेशंस वगैरह की, वो सब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह है।
आसिया, दीगर जो स्टार्टअप्स की बात मैं करूं, तो
जी,
लड़कियां बहुत कम आती हैं स्टार्टअप्स के लिए। आपने ये कदम उठाया है, ये बहुत
जी।
अच्छी बात है, बहुत एनकरेजिंग बात है दीगर तालीम याफ्ता लड़कियों के लिए। और आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या होना चाहिए? कोई सरकारी इकदाम या कोई कमी पेशी आपको लगता है कि हमारे सिस्टम में मत है, जो एनकरेज नहीं हो रही है नौजवान लड़के-लड़कियाँ स्टार्टअप्स के लिए?
नहीं, नहीं, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए तो मैं एक चीज़ बताऊँगी, अभी काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो लड़कियाँ फ़ील्ड में आ रही हैं, ठीक है? उनमें स्किल है, वो आ रही है, चाहे लड़के हो, लड़कियाँ हो, फ़ील्ड में आ रही है, उनको रोका ना जाए। एक ये चीज़ कि अगर उनमें कोई हुनर है, उनमें कोई स्किल है, उसको हमें सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, ठीक है? उनको एनकरेज करना चाहिए ताकि वो अपना स्किल दिखाए, अपना हुनर दिखाए, तब जाके तो वो फ़ील्ड में आ सकती है। अगर हम उनको एकदम से उनको बोलेंगे कि नहीं, आप नहीं कर पाएँगे, तो वो मान के चलिए उनको लगता है कि चलो इन्होंने बोला नहीं तो हम नहीं कर पाएँगे। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, जब हम सपोर्ट करेंगे एनकरेज करेंगे बच्चों को तब जाके वो फ़ील्ड में आएँगे। जी।
आपका जो अभी फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, आपको टिकट्स अरेंज करनी है
हुँ।
एडवांस में, फिर आपको
जी।
पैसा आएगा, आपका टूरिस्ट आपको बाद में पैसा देगा, लेकिन पहले आपको खुद इन्वेस्ट करना है।
नहीं,
वो
नहीं,
उस गैप
इन्वेस्टमेंट तो देखिए मैं
क्या कर रही हैं आप?
जी, जी। एक चीज़ मैं आपको बताऊँगी स्टार्टिंग में तो फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, चाहे आप कहीं लोन लें, घर से लोन लें, बैंक से लोन लें, कहीं से लोन लें, उसके स्टार्टअप के लिए तो आपको पहले फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब आप अपने फ़ील्ड में आते हैं, अपने काम पे आते हैं, आपका फ़ोकस जब काम पे है तो वो फिर आपका बिज़नेस ही आपको पैसा देता है फिर।
अच्छा।
फाइनेंशियली फिर आपको ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती है।
हुँ, हुँ,
कि उसका भी
हुँ।
एक प्लान होता है कि
हुँ,
जैसे मैं
हुँ।
सोचूँगी कि मुझे ₹10 की फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल मुझे ₹10 की चीज़ लेनी है।
हुँ,
अगर
हुँ।
मेरे पास 11 है तब मुझे 10 की चीज़ लेनी चाहिए।
हुँ,
अगर
हुँ।
मेरे पास 10 ही है तो 12 की चीज़ नहीं लेनी चाहिए।
हुँ,
ये मेरा
हुँ।
अपना मानना है।
हुँ,
इसी
हुँ।
तरह मैं अपने टिकटिंग पे जो भी फ़ोकस रहता है या पैकेजेज़ पे फ़ोकस रहता है, अगर मेरे पास इन हैंड है कुछ तब
हुँ।
जाके मैं कोई चीज़ करती हूँ।
हुँ, हुँ।
ठीक है, तब जाके मैं पैकेजेज़ बनाती हूँ, तब जाके मैं टिकट एडवांस लेती हूँ, तब जाके वीज़ा के लिए प्रोसेस होता है और साथ-साथ ये पहले तो होता नहीं था लेकिन अभी जो मैं बताऊँगी कोविड के बाद जो
हुँ।
फाइनेंशियली लोगों में
हुँ।
फाइनेंशियल ट्रेंड जिसको बता सकते हैं कि लोगों में काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो गया, इकोनॉमिकली बहुत वीक हो गए, तो हमें
हुँ।
भी काफ़ी इफ़ेक्ट पड़ा उस चीज़ का।
ट्रू।
लेकिन फिर से अब जब हम इस फ़ील्ड में हैं तो हमें प्रॉफ़िट भी फेस करना है, हमें लॉस के लिए भी तैयार रहना है।
हुँ,
तो हमें
हुँ।
इस तरह अपना बिज़नेस स्टैंड करना है कि अगर अचानक से जैसे कोविड आया, पता ही नहीं था किसी को, तो
हुँ,
जब
हुँ।
मेरे पास था कुछ
हुँ,
सेव
हुँ।
किया हुआ,
हुँ,
ये
हुँ।
इसी बिज़नेस से आया हुआ था,
हुँ,
तब
हुँ।
जाके हम आगे चल पाए। अदरवाइज़ तो इंसान सोचेगा कि अगर बिज़नेस में कुछ पैसा नहीं बचेगा,
हुँ, हुँ।
तो फिर तो फ़ायदा ही नहीं है कोई बिज़नेस चलाना।
आसिया हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया। लेकिन एक और चीज़ मैं आपको बताऊँ कि हम माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविज़न से आपसे मुखातिब
जी।
हैं। आपने हमें वक़्त दिया। आपका बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू आसिया। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
जाते-जाते एक और
जी,
चीज़
जी।
मुझे
जी।
बताइए कि माय स्टार्टअप टीवी को आप लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट भी
इंशाल्लाह
कीजिए।
ज़रूर,
चैनल को
इंशाल्लाह।
देखते रहिए।
ज़रूर
थैंक यू।
इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू सो
थैंक
मच।
यू। हमारी
थैंक
दुआएँ
यू।
आपके साथ हैं।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। थैंक यू सो मच। सो नाइस ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू। खुदा हाफ़िज़।
थैंक यू आसिया।
खुदा हाफ़िज़।
थैंक यू। खुदा हाफ़िज़। सामीन हम आसिया बानो से बात कर रहे थे जो न्यूमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स की अ ओनर हैं। स्टार्टअप बिज़नेस उन्होंने किया है अपना और खुद से चला रही हैं अपने बलबूते पे। और अभी हम एक और सेगमेंट की तरफ आते हैं। वो जो सेगमेंट है हमारा, उसमें हम आपको कश्मीर की सैर कराते हैं, खूबसूरत जगहों की सैर कराते हैं। आज भी हम आपको कश्मीर की अ कुछ जगहों की सैर कराएँगे। कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नज़ारे आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से ये रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि वो हमारी कश्मीर के हवाले से क्लिप दिखाएँ अपने नाज़रीन को। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी को देखते रहिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविज़न रीजनल पॉडकास्ट को। जी, कश्मीर के हवाले से ये खूबसूरत नज़ारे आप देखिए। जी, ये है कश्मीर का डल झील। डल झील के बाद ये एरियल व्यू कश्मीर की खूबसूरती की है। ताज़ा तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की में खींचे गए ये वीडियोज़ हैं। ये डल झील में शिकारे चल रहे हैं आजकल, काफ़ी सारे टूरिस्ट आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो शिकारा राइड बहुत मशहूर है। जब हम डल झील की तरफ आते हैं, तो डल झील में एक फ्लोटिंग मार्केट भी है। आप देख सकते हैं, इस फ्लोटिंग मार्केट में लोग शॉपिंग भी करते हैं और शिकारा राइड भी डल झील में करते हैं। तो शिकारा राइड के हवाले से हर कोई टूरिस्ट जो कश्मीर में आता है उसको ये तमन्ना होती है, उसकी ये चाहत होती है कि वो डल झील में घूमे फिरे इसी शिकारे में। कश्मीर की खूबसूरत नज़ारों की सैर कीजिए। अब ज़रूर कश्मीर की टूरिज़्म के हवाले से जब हम बात करते हैं, हज़ारों और लाखों में टूरिस्ट यहाँ हर साल आते हैं, हर साल लुत्फ़अंदोज़ होते हैं। तो हम डल झील के कुछ मनाज़िर आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जहाँ शिकारे चल रहे हैं, जहाँ पीछे से बहुत खूबसूरत पहाड़, बहुत खूबसूरत नज़ारे और हज़ारों के टूरिस्ट यहाँ इन छोटे-छोटे शिकारों में सैर करते हैं, लुत्फ़अंदोज़ होते हैं। इन गर्मियों के मौसम में, इस गर्मी के मौसम में बहुत सुहाना मौसम होता है जब हम शिकारे पे चढ़ते हैं, बड़ी ठंडी-ठंडी, भीनी-भीनी हवा चलती है। ये है हाउस बोट, बहुत मशहूर। ये एक बहुत शानदार, बहुत आलीशान मकान होता है, जो पानी के अंदर होता है, लकड़ी से बना हुआ। ये अंदर का नज़ारा है एक हाउस बोट का, आप देख सकते हैं। बहुत खूबसूरत होते हैं हाउस बोट भी कश्मीर के। तो जब भी आप कश्मीर आएँ, तो डल झील की सैर शिकारे में ज़रूर कीजिए, हाउस बोट में बैठिए। जी हाँ, अब एक और नज़ारा, ये हमारा श्रीनगर, गुलमर्ग, श्रीनगर से 50 किलोमीटर दूर गुलमर्ग का नज़ारा। जब हम गुलमर्ग की तरफ जाते हैं, तो बहुत खूबसूरत रास्ते, बहुत खूबसूरत सड़कें, और जाते-जाते जब हमें हमारी मंज़िल अगर गुलमर्ग है, तो लेकिन जाते-जाते आप इन रास्तों को नहीं भूल सकते हैं। ये रास्ते भी बड़े सुहाने होते हैं, बड़े लुत्फ़अंदोज़ होते हैं। कश्मीर का हर नज़ारा, हर जगह बहुत खूबसूरत है। ये जो आप क्लिप देख रहे हैं, ये मैंने शूट की थी जब बर्फ़ पड़ रही थी कुछ महीने कबल। कुछ ही महीने हो गए जब ऐसा नज़ारा था गुलमर्ग में, जब गंडोला राइड लोग करते थे। बाहर बहुत बर्फ़ है, ये गंडोला राइड, गंडोला पे ये नज़ारा आप देख रहे हैं गंडोला से, तो ये बर्फ़ के नज़ारे हैं। 1-2 महीने कबल की ये वीडियो फुटेज गुलमर्ग की है। गुलमर्ग की जो वादियाँ हैं, बर्फ़ पोश होती हैं, और इन बर्फ़ पोश वादियों में जब ऊपर से इंसान देखता है, नज़ारा देखता है, तो जैसे फ़ील होता है कि हम जन्नत में हैं। इसीलिए कश्मीर को जन्नत बेनज़ीर कहा जाता है। अब देखिए, कश्मीर में टूरिज़्म के हवाले से एक और बात, यहाँ ये गुलमर्ग का वो मंदिर है जहाँ लोग जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं, और गुलमर्ग की ये हसीन लुत्फ़अंदोज़ बर्फ़ानी ये स्कीइंग करते हैं, बर्फ़ में की जाती है जब विंटर्स होते हैं। ये भी बड़ा मशहूर होता है यहाँ। इसके ओलंपिक मुकाबले भी मुनक्कद हुए हैं, नेशनल लेवल पे भी स्कीइंग के मुकाबले होते हैं गुलमर्ग में। तो गुलमर्ग जाना जाता है, वर्ल्ड स्कीइंग सेंटर है, खूबसूरत स्कीइंग सेंटर। तो कश्मीर का हर चप्पा बहुत खूबसूरत है, यहाँ का ज़र्रा-ज़र्रा मेहमान नवाज़ है। पानी की ये रवानी, खूबसूरत पहाड़ों का ये मंज़र आप देख सकते हैं, चाहे मैदानी इलाका है, चाहे पहाड़ी इलाका है, जहाँ-जहाँ नज़र जाती है, आप जैसे जन्नत का नज़ारा कर रहे हैं, आप जैसे जन्नत को देख रहे हैं। कश्मीर की इन्हीं खूबसूरत वादियों में जब इंसान सैर-व-तफ़रीह के लिए आता है, दिल लुभाने के लिए आता है, प्लेज़र के लिए आता है, लेज़र के लिए आता है, दिल के सुकून के लिए आता है, तो ये चीज़ें ज़रूर मैसर होती हैं कश्मीर में। कश्मीर के हवाले से एक और बात ये कि यहाँ के लोग आपको मिलनसार लगेंगे, बड़े हॉस्पिटल लगेंगे। यहाँ के खाने बड़े लज़ीज़, अपने मन मर्ज़ी आप जो भी खाना चाहें आपको खाने मिल सकते हैं कश्मीर में, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बहुत लज़ीज़ खाने कश्मीर में आपको मैसर होते हैं हर जगह, चप्पे-चप्पे पे। खानों का मज़ा लीजिए। ये कश्मीर के चंद जो स्टार्ट हुए हैं, ये भी स्टार्टअप्स का ही काम है, जो ये हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे ये खाने की चीज़ें मैसर होती हैं हमें। जी, कश्मीर में ये टोटल बजट आपका 8-9 हज़ार का, जब आप एक जगह ट्रैवल करते हैं। खाने की इन खूबसूरत चीज़ों को देखने के बाद वो रास्ते जहाँ से आप कश्मीर पहुँच जाते हैं, जहाँ से आप कश्मीर का नज़ारा करते हैं, तो बड़ा लुत्फ अंदोज नज़ारे हैं। तो इन्हीं नज़ारों के बीच कश्मीर की वादियाँ, बड़े खूबसूरत नज़ारे, सारे नज़ारे कश्मीर के एक से बढ़कर एक से बढ़कर एक। ये गुलबहार कश्मीर का, ये है बर्फानी चोटियां कश्मीर की, ये हैं वो चोटियां जहां लोग ट्रैकिंग के लिए जाती हैं। ये है वो नज़ारे, शंकराचार्य के ऊपर से आपको श्रीनगर की पूरी व्यू आती है, या मौसम सरमा में ये व्यू बहुत खूबसूरत होता है। तो आप देखते रहिए, हमारे चैनल को लाइक और शेयर करते रहिए। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए ये सौगात आपके लिए श्रीनगर कश्मीर से। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में आप देख रहे हैं कश्मीर के नज़ारे। जी, मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से अब उनका शुक्रिया कि उन्होंने ये सपोर्ट फराहम किया बैकएंड से, हमारे कश्मीर के नज़ारों की सैर करा दी। और आज के प्रोग्राम में हमने बात की कुछ बिजनेस हेडलाइंस की, हमने बात की यहाँ के मौसम की, हमने बात की आसिया बानू के साथ जिन्होंने अपने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है निमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स नाम से। और आज के प्रोग्राम का वक्त भी अब खत्म हो जाता है। अपने मेजबान आबिद गौहर को आज के माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट से दीजिए इजाजत। अल्लाह हाफिज, गुड बाय, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I am Srilata Shankar. In collaboration with My Startup TV, in our Leadership Talk series, we have our guest today, Dr. Srikala Jwala. Welcome, Dr. Srikala. We are delighted to have you as a guest today. Srikala, we are doing a Leadership Talk series, and you're our 10th guest this evening. We would like to understand your journey right from your college days. What made you take radiology? What made you take up MBBS? And so on and so forth. I will be delighted to ask you more questions on that. Can you please tell us your journey?
Hi, Srilata, and thank you very much for having me on your as your guest on your program. And it's indeed my pleasure. And of course, we have known each other for years now.
20 plus years now.
Yeah, 20 plus years now. So I joined MBBS in the year 1992. And before that, I started my school and my journey through classical dance together when I was 5 years old.
Right.
So my education and my dance went hand in hand.
Sure.
So much so that by the time I was 16, 17, I was a regular full Sabha performer, right?
Sure.
And then I came to these crossroads of, whether choose dance as my career or do medicine. In those days, I come from a service class background. My dad was an officer in Food Corporation of India. So you had a son, he had to be an engineer. And if you had a daughter, she had to be a doctor. So
Right.
that was this typical, middle class prototype. So, I was very passionate about dance and I was pretty good at it. So, and it's always so exciting standing on the stage and with these beautiful costumes. So I had come to the crossroads in my intermediate, and then I had to choose between being a full-time dancer or being a doctor, and also try and continue to pursue my passion, which is dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. So my dad said that, arts are always something that give you immense happiness to your soul. So let it remain a passion and let it not be your livelihood. Choose something else as your livelihood so that you can enjoy your dance selflessly, not thinking about, whether you're able to, make money out of it, or whether, you're making a name, whether you're getting a platform or anything. You don't have to think about it. You can just dance for the sheer bliss So I said, yeah, maybe that's right. And then I said, let me give it a try. If I didn't make it in medicine, then then I told him that if I'm not getting through medicine, then dance is going to be it. So then I did my BPC in my intermediate, gave my entrance exam, got through, and luckily for me, I got admission in Hyderabad in Gandhi Medical College, and then the journey began. And then because I achieved, I completed my diploma by then, so I didn't have to work really hard on my dance because I was already a performer. So I could focus on my academics and then also pursue my dancing. And then I completed my MBBS, and throughout I was a regular performer with my Guruji, Dr. K. Umarama. And then I got married in my internship, which was pretty early for today's times. I was just about 23, 24. And then I had to choose a specialty which kept my evenings free to pursue my dance.
Wonderful.
I didn't want to get into something which would require me to start to sit in a clinic in the evenings. Suppose you're
And
a
give up your
gynae
dance.
or a pediatrician. There's no way that you can stay home in the evenings. You have to run a clinic to be able to do well in your chosen branch,
Okay.
So I said, which branch will give me a flexibility where I can work from 9 to 5, come back home and then have my evenings to myself.
Why did you choose radiology? And before that, before you answered that, while I understand, normal middle class parents, like you mentioned, is wanting a son to be an engineer, or rather an engineer and a doctor, irrespective of the gender of the children. But didn't you choose arts? Didn't you choose BCom, BSc, because that would have been easier with your dance as your career, as your passion then?
Only see myself either being a doctor or a full-time dancer.
Okay. Those things were very clear, right?
Yeah, it was pretty clear. And then there have been no doctors in my family at all. And we have had certain, issues where we wish there was a doctor from the family.
Sure.
And it was always my dad's, ambition that, there should be one doctor in the family. So he said, why don't you try? If you don't make it, then okay, then that is destiny. Whatever is destined is bound to happen. But why don't you give it a serious try? I said, why not?
And you cracked. You said you cracked your MBBS.
I cracked.
What made you take up radiology and not? I understand pediatrician and all is more of a full-time job. But why radiology and why not a dermatology or some other science, some other subsection of medicine?
Yeah, right. So when I was doing my internship, as a house surgeon in Gandhi, I would accompany patients to the Department of Radiology. And we wouldn't be allowed inside. I could only take the patient till there and make him sit. So I would peep in and see what they would do. And that was the time when ultrasonography had come in a big way, and CT scan was just, CT and MRI were just about coming. And then it always fascinated me that we could peep into the human body and see what's happening without having to cut it open.
Okay.
We could
I like the way you said cut
the body
open.
from outside,
right?
And then see what's happening in the liver, what's happening in the kidney, and then it really fascinated me in my house job, because all my friends would say that I would cut out to be a good physician, because of my communication skills or thanks to dance, the way I connect with people. So they said, you have to be sitting in clinic, you are a people's person and stuff. But then it always fascinated me to be able to peep into the human body and see what's happening inside without having to do anything to the patient. That kind of fascinated me. And then radiology was actually the specialty when I had my post-graduation,
Okay.
So radiology
what is radiology? All right. Yeah. What is radiology? For a student who is just wanting to become a doctor, or who's doing her MBBS or his MBBS first year, second year, can you please explain what is radiology? What are the various segments in radiology, and how can one build a career in radiology? So 3 questions for you.
So basically, radiology is a very broad term And it's actually an oldish term for imaging. Now it's called imagiology, because when imaging started, it started with the use of X-rays, right? So we used X-rays and to look, take a radiograph of the chest, radiograph of the broken bones. So because it was using X-rays and radiation, it was called radiology. But as we moved forward, we started using ultrasonic waves and we started doing ultrasound. We started using MRI, magnetic resonance, and do MRIs. So now it's not just X-rays that we use, but we use so many other energy waves to image the body. So now it's actually imaging. And after imaging, radiology has gone further into interventions where, for somebody who's listening, you would have heard of coronary angiography. What is it? It is putting a catheter, we put a dye into the blood vessels which supply the heart. We image them real time to see where the blocks are. Right. Similarly, you can do that to any vessel in the body, your limbs, your brain, your, upper limbs and body and everything. And then if there are any blocks, we can open them up with stents. If there are aneurysms, if there are balloons in the head, in the brain, we can coil them so that, they don't rupture and the patient doesn't have an emergency. And also, suppose you diagnose a tumor in the liver, you diagnose a tumor in the lung. So we stick in a needle, because now we are in an era where without a biopsy, you cannot treat a patient. So it is a radiologist who stick in these needles, get those bits of tissue, submit them for pathologic analysis to get a diagnosis. So basically, we are the doctors who are going to diagnose the patient with their ailments and then give the diagnosis to the treating doctors, so they take it forward from there. Sure. I understand there's a lot of clinical science and clinical examination, but in this time and age, because it is evidence-based medicine, everybody depends on the diagnosis made by the radiologist to treat the patients. So in a nutshell, you are the doctor who's going to tell the patient what is wrong with them and tell the treating doctor that this is what the patient has and this is probably what you got to do with them. That's number one. Number two, with interventional radiology, we are also treating a number of ailments and a number of diseases in our own way. So radiology and imaging, now it encompasses not just diagnosis, but also therapy.
Right. Yeah. All right. So when you're talking of the radiology and the explanation, a detailed explanation you gave, can I understand you do radiology for breast cancer? So a radiologist for a breast cancer specialist, can he move into something like for the limbs or for gynecology, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. See, when I started my career, I was a general radiologist. I was not a subspecialist.
Sure.
I was a general radiologist where I was doing ultrasounds, I was reporting chest x-rays, I was reporting x-rays of every part of the body. I was doing special studies like, we do the barium studies for the gut to know what's happening in the stomach and bowel. I was doing all of that. I was doing ultrasounds of pregnant women. I was doing antenatal, we call them antenatal ultrasound. So I was doing blood, I was doing regular ultrasounds, I was looking at CT scans, I was reporting MRI of the brain, spine, the shoulder joint, the prostate. I was doing everything. But as we move forward, you got to, because the medicine and each branch of medicine has grown so much in its, the vastness of subject is so much that if you remain a general radiologist for long, it doesn't take you anywhere. Number one. Number two, probably with the kind of developments in every sphere, in every organ, you're not going to be best in doing that. You would be able to report to a certain extent, but you may not be the pinnacle of knowledge and competence in every branch that, if you're handling everything, say MRI, CT, you're doing everything. It's like jack of all trades. And
Nicola, your voice is cracking.
So
your voice is cracking. You'll have to come closer.
Yeah, now it's better.
So you can, You'll have to repeat what you just said. I can't.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, with the development of science and the vastness of knowledge that is available now, and with the advancement of the technology in imaging, there is so much about every organ that is happening,
Right.
So we are in an era of subspecialization where
Sure.
I do radiology, and then within radiology, we have abdominal imaging, chest imaging, neuroimaging, neurointerventions, interventional radiology, and breast radiology. So it was, as I progressed for about 7 to 8 years, I was a general radiologist. Then an opportunity came in my own organization where they were looking for someone to specialize in breast. And I, being the senior female radiologist in the department, I was asked to go and, train in breast imaging and come back and develop that specialty in my hospital. And then by then I had done quite a bit of general, imaging. So I said, why not? I said, why not? Let me go train and come back and see how I do with my training and how good I am at that,
All right.
And then I thought, well, I take it forward. And then there's been no looking back, thankfully.
Right. You are associated with Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, as we know it as KIMS. What are the various aspects that you deal with in breast cancer? What I'm talking about is there are four stages, as I know, is in breast cancer. So what is your area of work in terms of all these stages of breast cancer?
So we at KIMS, as you already know, our advocacy of early breast cancer screening and early pickup of breast cancer has been our campaign and motto right from the time that the unit was established in KIMS, right? So what is early breast cancer and what is breast cancer screening? Early breast cancer is that when the breast cancer, the size of the cancer in the breast is less than a centimeter or a centimeter and a half. Now, why is it important to pick up a cancer that early? When it is 1.5 centimeters, it's barely palpable. So what I'm saying is, we want to pick up cancers even before they become palpable to the surgeon's hand or to the hand of the woman. We always spoke about self-breast examination. I'm talking of something even before something is felt by self-breast examination.
Okay.
There've been a lot of randomized controlled trials done in the Europe and US, where they have found that if you pick up a cancer which is less than 1.5 centimeters, and if the cancer has not spread to the lymph nodes in the armpit, then the 5-year survival rate of this woman is more than 95%. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, not even 5 years, the 12-year survival rates are between 95 to 98%. Means you're practically talking in terms of cure. So very rarely we use the word cure in the cancer setting. But if this is a screen detected cancer, then I can assure the patient that she is not going to succumb to this cancer.
Sure.
With confidence, So my job entails, it's two things. One is screening for breast cancer. Number two, diagnostic studies, which means that the patient has a complaint, say a lump in the breast, or a nipple discharge, or a simple pain, cyclical pain. Every month they have this very severe pain in the breast. So they could come up with any complaint and then we evaluate it.
Sure.
The other limb is woman who's turned 40, and then she just comes to the unit to know if she's well, if everything is fine in the breast. So they just come to do a mammographic screening. So I look at the mammogram, and then if I feel that she would benefit with an ultrasound of the breast, I add that also. If I find something, then I sit them down, counsel them that I've found something which may need further examination in terms of biopsy, where we take out small bits of tissue, send them for diagnosis, And then depending on what the diagnosis is, we tell them what is to be done next, right?
Sure.
Gone are the days where women felt a lump, they go to the surgeon, nothing is done, the surgeon will remove the lump, send it for testing, and come back and say, okay, it turned out to be a cancer, so you need a second surgery.
Okay.
So this is now archaic. This is vintage. We do not practice that medicine any longer.
Right.
Every
I like
woman,
the way you put it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the day and age that we live in today, like a lot of young women want to delay their marriage and also delay their childbirth. If a woman has breast cancer, can she nurse a child?
Yes, she can. I mean, depending on what kind of surgery she has chosen. Suppose it's a mastectomy, obviously she cannot, there's no breast there, but she can comfortably feed from the other breast. And depending on whether it's if she has conserved her breast, and if there is milk let down from that breast, even after radiation, because one must understand that once they choose to do a breast conserving surgery, meaning only the lump and a centimeter of tissue around the lump is removed. And it is always followed by radiation to that breast. So even after that, if there is milk production from that side of the breast, she can comfortably nurse the breast.
Right.
There's nothing stopping them from nursing the baby. They can very well nurse the baby.
Right. My second follow-up question to the same question is, so she's had a tumor, she's gone through a surgery, she's not yet gone through chemo or radiation. Can she nurse the child?
She can. Very well. She can. There's no relation to cancer, and once the cancer is removed and she's well, she can nurse the child. And it's not like the cancer cells are going to get into the milk, and these are all just misconceptions that people have. But as long as there is production, and because see, some ducts are going to get injured while the surgery is done. So if the other ducts which are intact are still producing milk, very well she can nurse the child.
All right. I mean, I'm sure these questions may be simple for you, but I would like to answer it on behalf of all the audience.
These are a lot of myths and misconceptions that women have, and this adds to that fear, fear that they have. Yeah, so it's always nice to dispel these myths. Yeah.
Doctor, you have been in radiology for many, many years now. You must have seen patients like my sister who just breezed through it. Patients who are, anxiety driven, very, very scared of even a needle. So how do you counsel them? What are the various things that a patient should understand before she even approaches you?
See, frankly, fear gets them nowhere. I have these women who feel a lump when it is probably just about 2.5 centimeters.
Right.
The fear of biopsy and the fear that it might turn out to be a cancer. Forget about the needle. The fear that, if I go and present myself to a doctor, and if this turns out to be a cancer, so they're going to remove my breast, my hair is going to fall away. So thinking of all of this, they don't even step out of their house to even get themselves examined in the first place.
Right.
For all it could be an infected cyst. It could just be a fibroadenoma, a non-cancerous lump. They just sit on that. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, as you said, there are 4 stages in breast cancer. So once the cancer jumps from one stage to the other, the prognosis meaning the life that they have after treatment with cancer, the disease-free life, the recurrence-free life, or the longevity they have after cancer therapy keeps coming down. If I say screen-detected cancer, 95 to 98% 12-year survival rate, I'm not going to talk in 90% when I'm talking about a 3 centimeter cancer. I'm not going to talk about survival rates in stage 3 or stage 4 disease. I'm not even going to talk about 12-year survival rates. We are only talking about 5-year survival rates, right? So the fear is going to get them nowhere,
Sure.
So, but unfortunately, yes, you'll be surprised. We think education equips and empowers these women. No, education has nothing to do with this. It is the way they are, the way they are made, and also
Society
the
plays a
family,
while.
the family that they are surrounded.
Right.
The family plays an enormous role in all of this. Talking to them, convincing them, the children, you're talking about a 45, 48-year-old, probably she has a 20, 22-year-old daughter or a son. So, having that relationship where she can openly talk about what she has, and for them to pay attention, pay heed to what she's saying, bring them to a hospital, and then, it requires a lot of talking and convincing, but that's what we are here for,
Right.
So we tell them that for all it may not be anything. Just give me that half an hour of yours and we will tell you what's wrong with you,
Sure.
So yeah, we have to convince them to do what is right for their own good. Yeah.
So even the educated urban society women don't understand what is breast cancer or don't understand how to examine themselves. Point one is, what do you suggest for them? Point two is, what if I know it and I'm like, I'm scared of needles. I don't want to, I understand cancer means death. So I don't want to go and approach a doctor. So how do you address my two questions?
See, number one, knowing what is normal for you is very important. Normal meaning, how does your breast feel before your cycle and after your cycle? Because you must understand, breast is an extremely dynamic organ. Like, see, we understand that every time a woman menstruates, and it's a cycle of ovulation, and then 15 days later she has her period, and she knows ovaries have ovulated and the uterus lining is shedding away. But what we don't understand is, along with all of this, the breast is also undergoing its own changes, because the breast, every cycle is preparing for pregnancy. The breast is preparing itself to produce milk. Those hormonal estrogen, progesterone, all these are having an effect on the breast also. So it's important to know what is normal for you. How does your breast feel before the period and after the period? Now is the era of breast cancer screening. So any woman who is over the age of 40, we advise that they go for a mammographic screening once a year until they're about 60. And after 60, we would call them biennially, once in 2 years, right? With or without ultrasound. That depends again on how your breast is composed. So we add an ultrasound to it. Now, below 40, my advice would be to do a self-breast examination every month while you're taking a shower. There are umpteen number of videos on YouTube which explain to you how you have to examine your breast and know what is normal for you and what is a normal variation that happens to your breast with your menstrual cycle. Because unfortunately, under 40, if you do not have a family history of breast cancer, we do not offer mammography or any form of breast cancer screening. But having said that, in our country, more and more we are seeing women between the age of 30 and 40 coming with breast cancers. So I really can't say that, you don't have to do anything. Don't do screening, don't do self-breast examination, because it is no longer scientific. We have to offer them something, after they are 30. So I believe that between 30 and 40, definitely a self-breast examination would pick up a lump, if not screen detected, at least when it is less than 2 centimeters, let's say. All right. Even then, it's a T1 tumor. It is still a T1. Anything below 2 centimeters is a tumor which is stage 1. And most likely it has not spread to the lymph nodes. Right?
So that was my question. Next question. You rightly mentioned, people within the women between 30 and 40 years. Today, we find young women, late 20s or early 30s, having breast cancer. What are the reasons? Is it just lifestyle or is it food?
I strongly believe if you take out the genetic predisposition, okay, there is a subset, about 10% of cancers are genetic. One must understand that if you have a family history of breast cancer or ovarian cancer, you may be predisposed to have a breast or an ovarian cancer, or rarely a colonic cancer. All right. So family history meaning grandmother on both sides, paternal, maternal, aunts, maternal aunts, paternal aunts, and your own mother and sisters. So this forms the family history of breast cancer. Right now, if we take out that subset of people who have family history of breast cancer, the rest are all these sporadic cases of breast cancer for whom we really don't have an explanation in this time as I speak. But we surmise that it has got to do with it's either from the air, the Panchabhuta, as I would say. I always say, what is body made of? After all, it's made of these 5 elements. It's the air, the water, the food. Indirectly, the food comes from the soil. So it has to come from any one of these. And
again, the soil is filled with chemicals and what
chemicals,
pesticides,
absolutely,
etc.
pesticides. So plastics, are being blamed in a very big way for many, many cancers, especially the female cancers, because these are all estrogen dependent, and there's a theory that these plastic molecules mimic estrogen, and the body senses it as exogenous estrogen and reacts to it as if it would react to it.
If my family member, my sister, my mother, my maternal cousins, maternal grandparents, grandmother specifically, have cancer, am I a high risk patient?
Certainly. So, how we stratify risk is that we look at first degree and second degree relatives. First degree meaning mother and sister, your immediate blood relations, your mom and your sisters, older or younger sisters. And second degree would be your mom's sister or your grandmother. Third degree would be your cousins, your aunt's daughter or your masi's daughter, your bua's daughter. That would be third degree. So we say that if you have a single first degree relative who was diagnosed with breast cancer under the age of 40, then you're straight away a high risk.
Sure.
Then if you have two second degree relatives under the age of 50, then you're a high risk.
Okay.
Now, you can ask me, so what? Why is this important?
Right.
This is important because I'm not going to be recommending you the same set of tests in the same interval as I would recommend to a person in the general population. Because when we say high risk, the chance of this person getting a breast cancer is close to 20 to 25%. Lifetime risk is 20 to 25%. And when we say average risk, we are talking about 10 to 12%.
Okay.
So you carry a double or twice the risk of breast cancer than the general population. So the kind of tests I'm going to do on you are going to be different. And the time intervals are also going to be much shorter. Right?
What do you mean by time intervals being shorter?
See, for the general population, as I said, some countries recommend breast cancer screening once in a year after the age of 50. Some countries recommend once in 2 years, and some others recommend once in 3 years. Depending on which country you live. But unfortunately, in India, we do not have population-based breast cancer screening programs because the scientific explanation for that is that breast cancer incidence has not attained such proportions that it can be added in a regular screening program.
Okay.
Right? So, but then, as doctors and specialists, we see so much happening around us that we don't think we are very far away from that day when, breast cancer is going to take, is going to take epidemic proportions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's scary.
So yeah, that is scary. That is scary, really, believe me. So as on today, what we recommend is an annual mammogram for the general population, an annual mammogram starting the age of 40, at least till 60, and then you can come once in 2 years.
Okay.
But if you qualify as a high risk for breast cancer, then the recommendations as we speak today are that I see you every 6 months.
Got it.
So I do a mammogram and an MRI of the breast at 6 monthly intervals.
Okay.
Right? So I'm seeing you every 6 months. So if you see me in January, for example, I do a mammogram. And then I bring you back in July for an MRI of the breast.
Okay.
And then take you, do a mammogram in the following January. So I see you every 6 months so that I do not miss cancer that has started, assuming that, today you're well and tomorrow something is started. 6 months is not too far away to get a control on the disease. Okay. So that's where we are today.
What is the difference between ultrasound, MRI, and CT scan?
Okay. Ultrasound is where we use the sound waves. Technically, we use the ultrasonic waves in the frequency of about 3.5 to 15 megahertz, depending on which organ you're interrogating or which organ we are examining. All right. So in ultrasound, we have a transducer, a probe. You must have gone through that ultrasound, right? There is this funny little thing that we rub on
like a mouse
with a gel. Yeah, very, very similar to a mouse. So that emanates ultrasonic waves which hit the organ and then get reflected. So for abdomen and deeper structures, we use higher frequency, obviously, because frequency is indirectly proportional to penetration. So if we want more penetration, we want lesser frequency.
Right.
Now, if I'm examining your thyroid gland, or I'm doing an ultrasound for, these IT guys have this carpal tunnel all the time,
Me here.
I know, that's why I'm saying that. So you guys are on the laptops and mouse. So if I have to see what's happening in your carpal tunnel, then I don't want too much penetration, right? So I'm going to use high frequency for superficial structures and lower frequency for deeper structures.
Okay.
So
in fact, I have a carpal tunnel syndrome.
So you need an ultrasound. So ultrasound is no radiation. So as I said, we use ultrasound, ultrasonic waves, which do not carry any radiation hazard with that. So we can perform them. It's more easily available. Of course, it is operator dependent because it depends on how much knowledge I have, how much competence I have in interpreting what I'm seeing on my monitor. Right? And then whether I have actually looked at that organ that carefully or not. It is not automatic. It is operator dependent. It depends on the skill of the person who is performing. Now, the next is CT scan. CT scan is again an X-ray based investigation. We used X-rays to do our chest X-ray, a simple X-ray, or a broken bone or a back, a painful back, you do an X-ray or radiogram. So we use the same X-rays, but here what we do is we take cross-section of the abdomen or the brain, we slice it slice by slice and get sections of the body and we interpret those images. So these are all black and white and shades of gray.
Sure. When you, what Srikala mentioned was slice is not cutting slices into like beans or bendi, but slicing in terms of the imaging.
Imaging. I'm getting a slice by slice image of the organs in the body, right from the skin to skin. So I'm able to see the liver. It depends on how much thickness I have in my setting. Depending on the indications, it's too technical, but that is what we do. We get a slice by slice image of the chest, the abdomen, the brain, the legs, the thighs, the pelvis, all of that. But this involves radiation. So, CT scan became extremely, a household discussion thanks to COVID. Everybody knows CT chest, that is the investigation to diagnose COVID.
Sure.
So we all got a lot of radiation thanks to COVID. But yes, if there is one investigation that one has to be little wary about in terms of radiation dose, it is CT scan.
All right. Can a lady get breast cancer post-menopause?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Breast cancer, if we are not talking about the young cancers, is a disease of the peri and postmenopausal women. Theoretically, I would say, because I've seen so many young now, I don't want to scare people who are watching me, but then, yes, we are looking at a different disease. The disease is evolving into a different one now, but historically and in general population, it is a disease of the peri and the postmenopausal women.
Menopause, yeah. What's Rikala is definitely not scaring, but more educative to the audience, to the young audience out there, young professionals, both students and young professionals who are not aware of breast cancer. She's just explaining in detail and not scaring anybody.
Yeah. See, awareness and knowledge is power.
Absolutely.
No matter what your age, you could be 22, 25, 28, 30,
or even 58.
Anything, you're a woman, you have breasts, you're at risk.
Right.
So anytime you feel something different, it's always wise to go examined, get evaluated. That's all that I'm saying.
Sure. What are as a radiologist, as a doctor, what are the three very exciting things that you have faced in your career, and what are 3 challenges that you have faced?
3 exciting or
that adrenaline jump.
When you're doing your post-graduation and you're training in radiology, of course, in your house job, you do deliver babies in the labor room posting, and you see the babies, the newborn babies. I mean, it's amazing to, as a 23-year-old to hold newborn, which you have delivered in the labor room. I mean, that's amazing. But to add to that, I ended up doing radiology where I tell the woman that she's pregnant and I see the baby grow from the time it was conceived to probably a day before it is delivered. And there are times when I've seen the baby, I've scanned the baby a day after it's delivered. So I've seen the entire journey from the time that it was conceived, and it's looking at you in flesh and blood. The baby is staring at you. I mean, I cannot explain that, that feeling that it gives me. It's extremely very gratifying, and you feel so blessed.
But as radiologist, what are the 3 exciting things that you went through?
Yeah, so when I tell a woman, somebody longing to have a baby, and I tell them that you're pregnant, I see the joy in their face, and when they deliver the baby, they come to you and say, "Doctor, this is my baby." Oh, that makes me amazed,
True.
And the other one was when I first diagnosed the first screen detected breast cancer. I remember the lady's name. I cannot reveal for the reasons of anonymity. She was a 50-year-old unmarried lady who was staying with her brother and was working for the national, the NFC. So as a part of our screening, when we started off, we had this bus which was going to all these organizations, a mobile van where we were getting women to do breast cancer screening. So she was 50-year-old and she came, and I read her mammograms a couple of days after it was done. And I picked up this little 5 millimeter area of distortion. So we sent a message to the NFC saying such and such woman who came for her screening needs an additional test. So she came to us. She stays with her brother and family, and I did the biopsy.
Okay.
And imagine doing a biopsy of a 4 millimeter tumor. It's as good as it can get, and tough. That was my first case after my training,
even
and the
smaller than
gap
a
of
pea size.
it's really tiny. And there was a gap of 6 months between my training and me starting to do breast cancer screening. So I was not sure of my skills, and I did get the right tissue. And my pathologist called me and said, "See, you must understand that unless I pick this up and I biopsy it, my pathologist is not going to get a chance to see such a small early cancer."
Got it.
We are as good as what we see and we get, as a clinical material. So my pathologist called and said, "Jwala, I have not seen a cancer as early as this in ages." So she confirmed that it was an early cancer. This was in 2007 December. And believe me, she was in my office 4 months ago, about 6 months ago. And she's doing absolutely fine. She's now 2007 to 2023, 16 years. She's 66, 67-year-old, absolutely fine. And then more, that, God has given me this opportunity to save a life. I'm so fortunate that, I have this opportunity to make a difference in a woman's life.
Sure.
It's absolutely thrilling. And
what
number
are the challenges you had?
Sorry?
What are the challenges you went through?
Challenges are difficult patients. Are, the minute you say, I see something, they just break down, and it's so difficult for them to, it's a process. Somebody just walks in thinking, she knows everything is going well in her life. She has a beautiful family. Children are doing well. Husband is extremely supportive. She just walks into the clinic, assuming everything is fine. And here I am telling her across the table, the dear lady, this is wrong with you. This is a cancer, unfortunately. Believe me, it's not easy. It's not easy because I'm a woman. I have a family. I have a young family. And you know how important a woman is to the household. Everything revolves around.
Yeah, she's the
She holds everything together. And to see them crumble and just be devastated in front of you is not easy at all. It is extremely challenging. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of women I would have spoken to, every day it is different. And for me, she is an N number, but for her, it's only me. And
for you also, she's a new case. She's a new person to deal with and emotions to deal with.
Some people say, "Doctor, oh yeah, you see so many every day. For you, it's nothing." No, it's not like that. It's not like that, because I understand that I'm the only one for her. For me, she may be the fifth case of the day. But I understand that I am the only one for her as on that day in that moment. So I have to keep giving myself this, this morale, the boost. We also crumble. We also feel bad. I have to break this news to a 32-year-old lady with 2 little children. I mean, to tell her that she has a cancer, and believe me, young cancers don't do well. I know everything. But then I have to put up this brave face, and I have to be that pillar of support in that moment to her. I cannot be emotional. I cannot be sympathetic. I have to be extremely stoic, put this across to her, but at the same time be empathetic to her.
Very
Give her
true.
all that support.
Yeah, very well mentioned that you said empathy, because you cannot be rude, you cannot be stern, you cannot get angry. These are some elements which I think a doctor plays a vital role in dealing with emotions for her own self and for the patients. You're not only dealing with patients, you're dealing with patients' family, and they can get hyper, they can get angry. So how do you deal with the patient's family?
You know,
more than anger and angst, or depression, they get very hyper. So
you have to just calm them down, keep talking, and then that is what that is where all the the other things that we do, that we need to do as doctors, come in. Even as doctors, because uh, I don't know if I can say this, but this is a lot of negativity. If you're telling her when she has a cancer, she's sobbing, she's crying, the husband breaks down, the children are devastated. So it's not just the patient. When it's cancer, it is the entire family. So you are breaking the bad news. So for me to gather that composure, that strength, I have to train myself to do that. I have to work on myself. Each one of us has a coping mechanism. For someone, it may be meditation. For someone, it can be fitness, running. For someone, it could be nature walks. For someone, it could be music. But we need to look at something beyond the physical to be able to gather that kind of balance and composure, to be able to handle these patients at the same way at 9 a.m. in the morning to 4 o'clock in the evening. You must remember that as doctors, we are human. We also have a family to go back to. I cannot allow this to affect my balance of mind when I come back to a family which is waiting to, share their day, how their day unfolded. So I got to have that patience, not just with my patients, but also with family. So for me personally, it is music and meditation, which I believe gives me that strength and the love of the work that I have. I just love what I do. I love what I do, and I believe this is the purpose of my life. I keep reminding it. Yes, we have our good days, we have our bad days, we have very difficult patients, but then we just got to sit down, calm down, give ourselves that 10 to 15 minutes, take a deep breath, go back
and attack the next day, right? Like Dr. Srikala just mentioned, it is what is very, very visible in her talk. As she's not just a doctor who likes her job, it's the passion that drives her. It's very visible on her face and eyes. That's passion is what drives her every day, irrespective of the disease that she's going through, or she's treating patients. I'm sorry, I'm not going through, but treating patients and their families that they deal with. It is the passion, like she very rightly said, she deals with a zillion amounts of emotions of her own self, dealing with patients, dealing with families, because it's not easy to tell a patient who's just walked into her clinic saying, hey, you got cancer. And nobody in cancer today, till date, despite technology advancement, is still a very forbidden word. Srikala, lovely talking to you. My next question to you is, what do you suggest, advise the young medical students who want to take up medicine, become doctors, not necessarily radiology, but become doctors as neuroscience, gynecology, etc. What is the advice that you would give young doctors?
As I said, and as you said, passion is the key word. And you must remember, you should not, studying medicine entails studying for at least 6 to 9 years. 6 plus 3 plus 3, about 9 to 12 years before you come out as a specialist or a subspecialist. At least 12 years. So you're giving 12 years of your prime life to this subject. So obviously, I need not say that the kind of passion you should have, that it has to be immense, and then you should be willing to work hard, and you have to have compassion, because here these are people. These are people in flesh and blood. These are not computers. These are not brick and mortar. These are not wires, right? These are not cash. These are not papers. These are people in flesh and blood with emotions, sentiments, and you cannot deal with them as a job, you know.
Also, you cannot deal with the same with different patients in a different in the same
In
manner.
the same way, you know.
You have to deal with the Srinagar differently. You have to deal with right.
Absolutely, there is no just one right way.
For
There's a certain way I would talk to somebody. I can't repeat the same thing to another lady because she speaks to me from a different plane. So I got to get myself to her plane and then talk to her in a frequency that would match her, you know, the kind of person that she is. And then all this comes provided you have the passion for it. Identify what you like. Remember, this is what you're going to practice for the rest of your life. So you better like what you're doing. Don't do it because it is fashionable to be a doctor, or you know there's family pressure, or you think you can earn a lot of money. Believe me, if you think there is a lot of money in medicine, I'm sorry, no. There's not a lot of money in medicine. There are 100 better ways of making money, and much earlier than you would make money in medicine, because by the time you just qualify and come out, you're going to be 28, 30. And then that's when you have just started. And you look at your engineering colleagues who are, you know, who have a 5-digit annual salary, you're going to be in depression, you know. So this is not a profession that you should come for if money is your aim. You know, there are 100 better ways of 100 different ways of making money. Yes, you will make money also, but primarily understand that you're investing 12 years of your life. So you got to love it and enjoy it and have a passion for this and have a love for humanity. You should
money
love
is
people.
not just the factor. Money is one of the probably
Money
the
is
factors.
one of the things. Money will come. Money will come. You know, medicine as a career assures you of a decent living. It doesn't assure you richness.
Luxury, yeah.
Understand? Luxury. You will have a good life. You will have a lot of respect in the society. You are, you know, as doctors, when everybody knows that we do derive, but then that comes with a lot of hard work, passion, and commitment.
And compassion, like you rightly said.
You know, you can't do it like any other job.
Right. And for all the weak hearts or the girls or boys who run away from medicine, please run away from injections. Please don't take medicine. Yeah. Last couple of questions. How do you manage to have work-life balance? You also mentioned, and I know you personally, that you are a classical Kuchipudi dancer. My first question to you is, do you still continue to perform? Second is, how do you manage to have a work-life balance? Work-life balance, not just work and home, but work and a second career in terms of Kuchipudi dance.
Yeah. So luckily for me, as I said, by the time I came to my 12th standard, I was, you know, I was a pretty decent performer. So, you know, I was through my basics and I was performing regularly. So through my medicine, I continued my art. I never bunked my dance classes, citing difficult, you know, exams and stuff like that. I know my mother, I should thank my mother for that, because, you know, it might sound very cliched, but time management is the key.
Okay.
You know, live, you know, I tell my children also that this moment, you know, as I'm talking to you, I look at it this way. This is time away from home, from family, from dance, from my work, right? So the value that I attach to this moment in my hand is all that I'm depriving myself, which I enjoy much, much more. So when I think of it that way, this moment becomes extremely valuable to me. Right. And I give my 150% to this moment in hand. You know, this is something that my mother drove into my head, that the moment in hand, once gone, is gone forever. So make the best of it. I mean, you'll be surprised. I performed through my board exams in my 10th. There was this gap of 3-4 days between exams. And I had this very prestigious performance where I think R. Venkatraman was the president of India. And I was playing a very key role in a ballet, which my guru had choreographed. And she wanted me to perform. In between my exams was the day of the performance.
Sure.
She told my mother, and she said, why are you even asking me about that? You should just go dance and come. What were you doing the entire year if you cannot pass an exam, if you didn't study one day before the examination? That's so sad. And I was like, okay. I went ahead and performed. So it does take, but then, if you love doing what you're doing, you wouldn't do it any other way.
Absolutely. Do you still perform?
Yes, I do. Not like like your sister, but then yes, at least 5 to 6 shows a year. And I try and teach a few students in the weekends because I took over as a director of my dance teachers academy after she left. So I have a few students. So I run a dance school. So I take dance classes twice a week. And I keep it alive because that's where I completely unwind,
Absolutely.
That's
spoken like my sister has. I completely resonate with what Srikala mentioned. I come from a family of art. My sisters have been Bharatanatyam dancers. Sorry, I repeat. Varshini, you'll have to edit that. So my sisters are Bharatanatyam artists, a very well-known, renowned artist, and Ananda Shankar, has had her corporate as IRTS officer and a dancer, and she's managed both simultaneously. In my own way, I am a HR professional and do podcasts, write poetry, etc. So the context of not having time doesn't come into the picture at all. Yes, like she rightly said, you'll have to manage time, you have to allocate time, and you can do 10,000 things at the same time. My last question to you, or second last question to you, is what do you wish to do in future as a doctor and in terms of your Kuchipudi career? I would like to believe it's a career.
I would, I do a lot of diagnostic work, but in the next phase of my career, I would like to do more work on the field. Reach out to these women at the taluk level, at the village level, maybe, train people to go and, teach them the importance of breast cancer screening or self-breast examination in case they don't have access for mammography. Try and see if we can kind of, try and get a mobile van for breast cancer screening in the, underprivileged women in the villages and in and around Hyderabad to start with. So I want to take the next phase of my career into, to be more socially relevant, not just sit in the hospital. Of course, that is always there, but because that's where you are actually looking at patients with breast cancer, diagnosing them, that is also important. And
but you want to reach out to more people.
Advocate, take the breast cancer screening advocacy forward, give a thrust to this campaign, educate women, both rural and urban. I don't believe urban women are any wiser. They are as foolish. I'm sorry, but I know because I've seen them. You sometimes wonder, they're so educated, and how dumb can they be? When it comes to their health, their body, you'll be surprised, how dumb they can be sometimes. Probably stemming from a deep fear inside them, probably. That's what I think, and just forgive them for that. But then try and educate the young women, because if I'm talking to a 22, 23-year-old, I'm educating her, At the same time, she is going home and looking after her mother, her sister, her grandmother. So I want to empower these young girls, especially in corporate offices, in IT offices. We do that, during the Women's Day celebrations and Women's
But
Day
it should be more often.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to reach out to these young girls, educate them about breast cancer, and then also educate them that cancer now is not synonymous to death. There's so much happening in cancer therapy that you don't have to think of succumbing to the disease. There's so much we can do. Yes, it do go through a bit of pain and a little bit of, you have to attain that, but then after that year or two, you're completely well. You have an entire life ahead of you.
Absolutely.
So cancer now is not synonymous to death any longer. So one has to get that myth out of their head. So I want to work more in the public and, have more work relevant, socially. So that's where I see myself going in terms of being a doctor, and especially, how breast imaging happened to me is a story by itself. So I believe I'm here with a purpose. So I think that's where I think I should be going, and then He'll take me there. And then as regards to Kuchipudi, I'm teaching now, and then I'd like to probably, train students academically, maybe, prepare them for examinations, prepare them to take Kuchipudi as a career path, train them academically in Kuchipudi, maybe for a BA or an MA dance and PhD in dance, events that kind of interest in them to take up art as a career, if I can manage that. And then, of course, in breast imaging too, I want to train more and more radiologists in breast radiology, because among all subspecialties in radiology, breast imaging is quite nascent, quite young, and not many radiologists understand the importance and its potential for the future. So I want to train more and more women radiologists or male radiologists who want to take up breast imaging. I want to train more of them and bring them into this society for the greater good of women in this country.
I think from my end, I would love to introduce you and invite you to various corporate organizations where you can come and educate the young women, both men and women, because men can also go and educate their mother, sister, brother, whatever, mother, sister, grandmother. It's very important. I will definitely take it up and introduce you to various corporate organizations. Depending on your time, I would love to have you come and address them. If I don't do it, please ping me and say, hey, please introduce me. I would love to do it. So it was wonderful talking to you, Srikala. Thank you so much for being our guest today. You have really opened up many areas where people are kind of having a negative image on breast cancer, the seriousness or the disease per se. And I think you have also opened up the fact that it can be very, very positive. So thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Thank you.
Srikala, can you please let us know what are the various awards that you won in your entire career so far?
Yeah, so I'm a recipient of Annamacharya Scholarship, and then I have been an invited performer at the Khajuraho Dance Festival, and I've had a title of Nritya Chudamani from Pushpagiri Swamiji from the Mutt.
And your awards as a doctor?
Doctor, my paper was adjudged the best paper in our national conference as a postgraduate. And then I've presented a lot of scientific work in our prestigious national journal, which is the Indian Journal of Radiology and Imaging. And then I'm a very avid speaker in a lot of our CMEs, the continuing medical education, and then I've held a very high position in our breast imaging society. And some of my papers and my work have won gold medals. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Srikala, it was wonderful talking to you. You have explained in detail what is breast cancer. You have ensured that people are not going by the myths. You have explained or opened up various ideas, various thoughts in young women. And they should not look at breast cancer in the negative manner. And there is huge amount of potential of life after cancer. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you for being a guest. Like I mentioned, you are our 10th guest. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Leadership Talk series, wherein we are interviewing leaders across domains, verticals, industries. This is going to be beneficial for young professionals, management students, engineering students, and students across various domains and various subjects. Today, our guest is Sriram, has done his graduation in applied sciences, went on to do his specializing in finance and marketing, and has worked predominantly in HR. It's a very interesting career that he has had so far. And the last 1.5 years, he's quit the corporate sector and has become a happiness coach. Let us understand his journey. Welcome, Sriram. We welcome you to My Startup TV. We are doing this Leadership Talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. And like I said, you've done a post-graduation from Bharatiya University. Please walk us through your journey.
I started in 97. I joined Mercedes-Benz at that point of time. And it was a marketing job. And I quickly realized that, that was not where my core strengths were. And it took a few years for me to then shift from there to Infosys. And at Infosys, I found my path in a way. And at that point of time, Infosys was recruiting for people, from sales backgrounds. That's how I got into HR. And since then, it's gone 24 years now. I've been in HR, various kind of roles. Infosys, I moved across locations. And then from there, I moved to a company called Shaw as head of HR in 2009. And then we split the Shaw into two firms, and I went to a startup called RCCM in 2016. And then I got out last year to really pursue my passion, which is around the theme of happiness at work, happiness with individuals, and so on.
What are the aspects you have, what are the facets you have taken care of in the HR domain? My second question is, for the young students, management students who have specialized in HR, what do you advise them? What is the career path they should choose? Who have chosen HR?
Start with, what I've done in HR. I started with recruitment. I slowly moved into employee relations. From employee relations, I moved into development center management. From development center management, I was part of the team that created business partnering HR at that point of time. From business partnering, in that role, I was anyway doing a little bit of training as well. From there, I then became head of HR, which was a larger portfolio with compensation, benefits, all of that came in. I think you, as a student, if you're kind of getting into HR, now what's happening is that there are specializations within the domain itself, and a recruiter core skills are probably different from a compensation specialist versus somebody who's business partnering, because all of these have a slightly different front-ending competency. Like a recruiter has to sell the job to the candidate. A compensation benefits specialist has got to have the data mindset, where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you will do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
And learning. As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout, and that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges unfortunately don't prepare the student for the corporate training, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in an HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question of what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business partner.
Can you elaborate, please?
Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you.
Sure.
And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRPP fix that?
But it's not an easy fix first. I think, we should agree that sometimes, everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems, but it's a real problem. And there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it, and it takes a while to, get that going. So first is to acknowledge, say that, okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort from the individual because they need to also invest and say that, okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point, saying that, okay, it's not working. I don't have the opportunity, you are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that, okay, let's just part ways. But with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing. And to the extent possible, we must always treat people well. Whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Sriram that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Sriram, as once an employee joins the let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into company benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in, I think there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line, or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay?
Laterally and vertically.
Laterally and then vertically. So now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my dimension of.
You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always rely on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is, become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggi noodles. So what is the advice that you give them?
See, I am all for energy. I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn. But I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth and inspire people with an intellectual knowledge, unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, and most of it is coming from internet, from, kind of thing. That's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into company benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening in there. Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything. But you have to get out of the well. Then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you're able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Sriram just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but it's our juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Mysore Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss, was much more senior and older, called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about your career." Okay. And I know the people who are there; they will take care of you. You will really kind of. So based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, pouring and saying, "Okay, what have I got myself into?" Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of. And the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle, and so on. If you really want to go, grow, you have to go after. Yeah, go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, "Oh, this is what I can do. I will not do that," and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times, in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Right. Then you realize, oh, I'm actually good at it.
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, or rather that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various rules that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, then I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. By the time I left, actually I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So, all those kind of movements happened, but the big thing was that I had the leader of one business unit sitting over there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision? Right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want. I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach, I want to write. Okay, and I want to make a difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that, also it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have a little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all into this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence.
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I'll add 2 more adjectives of there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah. Correct.
I'm sure you agree with that. When you were working with Infosys and you went to Mangalore, I understand your journey. You then moved on to D Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So D Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years and I had the best experience for a while. And then, I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this was a good role, it was a head of HR role, but it was a completely different culture. So it was an MNC, it was a hedge fund technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid. And at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, to really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So
it was the entire HR team and HR process.
While it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about things, and now people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It was like, it had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing and they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the top companies in the country.
D Shaw was a very predominant company and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important because you don't get into it for the fact of it, you don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate, you don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risks? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than people make it. We know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who don't make it. But there's enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay? And that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. You have to do everything. Right?
From the janitor to the managing director.
Correct. You have to do everything and be okay to do everything. Right? And those are the 3 elements. Right? If you're willing to go all in, if you know that this is why I want to do it, and if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain it, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is in your control, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance. You need to know of marketing. You need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have a aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers. I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job he needs all those capabilities apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship. He's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people say, no, I'm only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I'll not do anything else. That's also okay, so long as you have the expertise available at for you to somebody else or from anybody else. Then it's kind of still okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Sriram mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I come to the financial part, but even if you have 3-4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, and then but then you have, you form like a chain, right? That I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you won't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right, which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. Nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, kind of in their own way. They've had to struggle, right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. Because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash, right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. By the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what is going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And kind of at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these 2 things, then it's work.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, it does not work out. I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. It doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think, Steve Jobs, he went into hiding. He was, chased out of his own company and he was like, out of that before he came back in there. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? Your money will go. So what? You They can come back as a thing, but life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation, and sometimes because you fail that expectation, you suddenly feel that I am a failure. There is no such thing as failure. There is only trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone
to
to
success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset. That when you have that thing, so for people who are under stress, one is that first be reasonable with your expectations. Second is do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I really believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach. Yeah. What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this platform?
Right. So I'm of course focusing both on the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will follow. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. The entire life can be a journey, and these things cannot be, may not be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that. Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes, and that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is, I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier, and as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits,
How does the young young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at, this time I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just shortcutting your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important. For you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayama, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's a science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your bloodstream, they stay in your bloodstream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. Which is, they didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Start your day, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your bloodstream. That's really good. So people don't understand, oh, it is stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion-based in that context.
No. I mean, people misunderstand many of these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they've made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
Can you talk in more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, oh, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work. That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work, and the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about two people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing, and I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up as a and my, I think, model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me different accesses, it's different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague, right? And the problem is, the first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness, okay? Which is, I feel, a problem, because if that's what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes,
right?
People say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness. Because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have, in pleasure, you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there, so you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck, and you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes. Because what they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but at a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then the triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think, my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like our 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues and problems. Right? So first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is I should always be doing the things that I'm really good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say I will become happy at 60. You know enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of grey. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters. Then I can work.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is why youngster may understand what you have said. But youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened with me, right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life, where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right? Okay, something is wrong. I'm empty on the inside. Everybody thinks that I have everything that I'm supposed to be, but I'm not happy. That point I decided to change. Okay? But so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life. But it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts. I'm not finding meaning. I'm not finding purpose. I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. Right? And then that's when the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. Because that itself takes care of a large part of, your eventual happiness.
I mean, just add to what Sriram mentioned is, one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a two-minute noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what. Don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunities.
True. I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning. There will be times when you have more of it and steeper curves and so on. But then you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think people are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR, and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits, and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset, because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who have, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then it kind of settles. What I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're meant to do, purpose. Second is how do I become better. Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. Then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing, because that's not something which people often discuss, but healing is very important when we want to be born. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset, with the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well, more so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem or a health problem or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, why me? So what is that he should not do, and he should not ask God why me, and how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time, and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
I think briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen? Right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of outcome. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There is no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? So, if you keep blaming, say, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being a head of the department in TE Shaw, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but you had taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it for a while. Actually, not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole risk business is real, right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's nothing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me the confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away. Somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why, I got here. So, that's not a problem. As a thing, I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that, I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay, I have EMIs to pay. So, it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence, I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So, what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence, that is trying to say that I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and sell to this person? Why should I send this email out? Because I don't feel good about it. Can I just not do it? Now I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've burned the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. There is an option of going back, but, I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy, teach teams to be happier, teach leaders and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work. And, and it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness, they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic, you use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotional feelings. So you want happiness, that's key. That's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Okay. Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this, speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own because slightly different skills again as a thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of thing. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing to kind of, because we're become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? So, but we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? You know, and there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, but even in all of that, right, what got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now is, they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science on the why it is you're being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain. And now people are questioning because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers. And they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you take every year, and even in our system, there are certain things which were done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that we put down south, we used to use rice flour. Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science, it was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture, I'm so sorry, please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right, that, you first disinfect the whole place.
With cow dung,
which had antiseptic properties.
Yes.
And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That is one reason. Then there is a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google. Please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try can transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills I feel are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think, people will have that much energy to do it. Now, I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning. And if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not only the 8-10 years, even before that I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that, let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes, as what is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is,
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that. But I'm saying that work is required. That you have to put in.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. Do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I find, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done it.
Okay, because that it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people. They say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something. That is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet people.
And meet and connect. And forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows. But that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people who can value add. You can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving. Always give and take. And if you go in with that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to my Startup TV.
Namaste, I'm Srilata Shankar in collaboration with My Startup TV. In our Leadership Talk series, today we have Ramesh Swaminathan. Ramesh Swaminathan works as Vice President Products at RealPage. We welcome Ramesh Swaminathan to our Leadership Talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. Good evening, Ramesh. Welcome to our Leadership Talk series.
Good evening. Thank you, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk to you and chat about my professional career.
It's wonderful to have you, Ramesh, with us. Let's start from your graduation. I understand you have moved into different areas and different designation as you've grown in the career, and now working with product management. So we will understand your journey. Can you please explain or tell us right from your graduation and what took you to product management?
When I started getting into college, I never knew a profession called product management existed.
Exactly.
I wanted to do business administration, and I did a bachelor's in business administration from Chennai. It was from the Madras University, and I to be fair, when I finished my class 12, I wanted to do hotel management. I was like a big fan of cooking and making a lot of exotic food, right? And I wanted to do hotel management. And we're talking about hotel management like this is like 30 years ago, right? And there were very few institutes doing that. And there was this Indian Institute of Hotel Management in Bangalore. And I did not realize that at that point in time, getting into that course was as difficult as getting into IITs, right? So there was an entrance exam. I qualified for the entrance exam. Then they had some kind of a group discussion and stuff, but I didn't get through, right? So my secondary was to get into okay, I wanted to get into sales, right? So then I looked out and said, okay, let's do. At that time, bachelor's in business administration was pretty
It was
new.
the thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so I thought I'll get in there and started doing that, right? So that's how my career started. I did business administration and I finished that, um, and then once I finished that, looking for jobs, my my dad moved to Hyderabad. This was in Chennai, and my dad moved to Hyderabad, and I moved to Hyderabad, and then got into an FMCG company, right, doing sales coordination. That's how I started my career.
Once you started your career in sales, what are the challenges that you faced in sales? And what kind of sales did you do? And when you were, did you do consumer goods or any other aspect?
Because I started out in consumer goods. I was selling paper, right? I worked for a paper manufacturing company. My job was not a direct to consumer selling. It was more of selling to agents who used to buy paper from us, right? So I did the job for a year, and that was a very interesting kind of a learning for me because that market at that point in time was very manufacturer centric and not really consumer centric, right?
So which was this company, Ramesh?
This company called AP Paper Mills.
Right.
They're based out of the factory was in Rajahmundry, but their head office was in Secunderabad at that point in time. So
this was near ITC office.
Correct.
Absolutely. Right. Small world.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Right. So so my job was to sell paper. My job was to we had like agents, paper selling, agents across India, like 75 registered agents. And my job was to collect orders from them on a day-to-day basis, right? And because at that time, because of the way that market was, paper was manufactured to order. It was not manufactured and then sold. It was like manufactured to order. So you'll have to collect orders from agents, then send it to the factory to be manufactured. It will take about 30 days for manufacturing and then it will be delivered. So that's how I started my job. I thought it was an interesting job because for somebody who was just out of college, it was very um, uh, high activity, lot of action happening. Was learning a lot, working with like agents across the country, first time exposure to a lot of people. Uh, that effectively means a lot of behavior,
Management. Yeah. People management.
patterns, which is very different. Talking to somebody in Delhi is different from talking to somebody in Calcutta, which is different to talking to somebody in Tamil Nadu, right? So being able to somebody who has not got out of South India, that was a big cultural change for me. The way people were behaving, way people were, uh, you know,
Interacting also.
communicating with me, and my job was to be on the phone every day, right, to
Yeah.
speak to those guys, and but I felt that actually helped me very well because uh, I thought I was an introvert before that, but that actually helped me to get out of it, get into that comfort zone where I can talk to anybody in whatever language, right? So I think that was learning for me.
So the Ramesh Swaminathan that I know, who's telling me that he was an introvert, is completely no for me today.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not. It was me 28 years ago.
Right. So what were the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome it in the job that you just spoke about?
My first biggest challenge was communication, being able to communicate and get orders from them. Right, that was one big challenge. Somebody who's just out of college, and these guys are not small guys. These guys are all big paper agents, big paper merchants. Uh, they were doing
They were
multi
keeping their own
multi
business.
multi 100 crore businesses at that
Right.
point in time,
Right.
right? I mean, yeah, they were sort of those old world business dons who were actually running those businesses, given the nature of that, given the nature of that industry, right? But then that's how things worked, and for me that was a challenge. And the second challenge was um, I had sort of uh, um, you know, strict rules on what kind of orders to take, right?
Mm.
So there was complexity in terms of, because if you see paper is not paper, right? There are like multiple varieties of paper that you can print,
Sure.
right? And when I'm taking orders from agents, I had to take orders from agent in a specific variety of paper for a given week, because the machines once there were like quite a few machines, and a machine once manufactured paper, it had to manufacture paper in that specific variety only. So I had to take orders in that specific variety. Being able to convince a dealer that he had to consume paper of that variety that week was a challenge, right?
And
So
how did you overcome such challenges and many more challenges?
um, I would say that I was lucky enough to have a great mentor. I was lucky enough to have a great manager who used to actually work with me, teach me on how to work with these complexities,
Sure.
some complexities, I would say, right? Of working with people to understand their needs, being able to work with them. Both parties can empathize with each other and and get to a win-win situation. So I think that actually helped me a lot.
AP paper mill, paper company. What took you to a next job?
So early days of IT in Hyderabad, when there were quite a few startups that came up at that point, and some successful, some not so successful. But then there was this startup company that was looking for salespeople. They were trying to sell some software product for Hyderabad-based industries, and they needed somebody who can come in and do software sales, and that's what I got. I mean, after working for a couple of years with an FMCG company, I got into an IT sales position. And I didn't know at that point in time that would be a turning point for me in my career. I didn't know much about IT, right? Once I joined that company, I actually went in and started learning IT. As I was working there, I did a course to learn software and technology and stuff like that as I was, but my job was selling. I never was a technocrat, I would say, or a geeky kind of a guy. I was more of a sales guy, right? This company did pretty well at that point in time, I would say, and I did pretty well in the company. It was early days of IT, so I still remember me and then my friend would actually go in a Bajaj Chetak, carrying a physical server,
Right.
right, to actually demo software products to folks, because laptops were like unknown of, and even if it was known, it was very expensive for a startup company to afford a laptop at that point in time.
Sure, sure.
So
It's only the
that,
senior management who had, when I say senior management, is probably the CEO and vice president who
correct,
had a
absolutely,
laptop.
right, right. So we used to literally carry the machine we used to take a Chetak because Chetak had that space in the front to hold
You're
those.
actually advertising Chetak.
Right? I mean, it felt that because we had to go all over the place, all over the city, trying to sell software, and that was interesting too. There were challenges there, a lot of challenges there, but then that was also interesting. It was those were days that my career was getting made. I was building my
Sure.
character, my knowledge, right, on how I can do this stuff. One is I was learning technology on the side. I was selling technology to folks, and that was interesting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Namaste, this is Srilata Shankar. In our Leadership Talk series, in collaboration with My Startup TV, we today have Veena Yeleshwarapu with us. She is into product management, project management, and many more things. Let us understand her journey. Welcome to our series, Veena. We are pleased to have you with us as a guest today.
Thank you, Srilata, for having me here.
What you did in your graduation and what took you to the journey that you are now.
I did my graduation from Bharati Vidya Bhavans. I did my BSc Electronics, and it was in 1994 when I started my BSc Electronics, and that time my idea was to join ECIL. All my uncles and my aunts were all in ECIL, which is close to my place where I stay. So that was the reason I took electronics as my elective. But then after a few years I realized, okay, this is not my cup of tea, and I want to do something which is in boom, right, in the industry. So then I took help of my friends and also my dad, who was also educated during that time of his journey. He did his MA as well, and he suggested that I should go for Master in Computer Applications. So I finished my electronics with lot of pain, I would say, but I took up MCA, and obviously into IT industry. And
where did you finish your MCA?
I did it I completed by Y2K 2000 as an MCA graduate, postgraduate.
Where did you do your MCA from?
I did my MCA from Osmania University, but the rank which I got was kind of, at that time we didn't have many colleges. So there were hardly like 15 or 20 colleges. I got my seat in Nizamabad. I did my MCA from Nizamabad, but it was affiliated to Osmania University as well. Sure. So I completed it in the year 2000.
Okay.
And then
so after your MCA, where did you start working, and how did you continue your work?
So that was like the time where we didn't have much of web and networking as such. We used to have the hard copies of our resumes. We used to drop it in every industry that we used to come across. So there were there were only a few big names that we could hear, Satyam, TCS, and not many. So I think it was my third attempt in the companies, that there were no fresher recruitments, there were no off-campus or campus recruitments as such. So it was like a manual work we used to do. We used to print our resumes, drop them in the drop boxes of these IT companies, and luckily Among all my friends, I was one of the first persons to be called for an interview in Metamore.
Okay.
So that was the company which took me in as a fresher. I joined as a junior software engineer.
Okay.
And but then unfortunately that was the Y2K time where all the systems were going down, mainframes were all down and whatnot. There was a lot of boom that IT industry is going to come down, and everybody will be on the roads and things like that. But I never took that seriously. I said, okay, everything happens for a reason. There will be ups and downs in various industries that you talk about. It's not only IT, right?
So as a software engineer, which domain or vertical were you working on?
So I started as a mainframe developer. I started as a junior software engineer. I used to do code. I used to prepare designs and all that. So I am core techie person, I would say. My background is technical. So then I moved over to Java also for some time. Then a lot of designing, support, maintenance, and production support, all these things.
So you must have used COBOL and C++.
Oh yeah. Right. COBOL was my first programming language. I really enjoyed it. People say that it's boring and all that, but I had fun. So I mean, it doesn't matter what language you really work on, right? I mean, there's every learning in every aspect of the work that you do. That was my mantra from the beginning.
Absolutely.
I continue with that.
Yeah, and I did my NIT course, and that's how I know COBOL and DBase and all that, which is obsolete now, but except for COBOL, everything else is obsolete. So from a software engineer, what was your journey as from mainframe to Java, and how did you transition as a project manager?
Okay, so initially in Metamore actually took a lot of metamorphosis, I would say. We had a lot of transitions happening, different companies took over. It was called Keen. By the time I came out of that company, it was Keen India Limited. I grew up in Metamore as a software engineer, then I moved over to senior software engineer role, where I took some responsibilities for the team. I used to groom a few set of people who were junior software engineers. So I came out as a senior software engineer from Keen India Limited. Then I'm in Accenture. Actually, there was a lot of growth curve. That's where I moved. That was my second company. So from senior software engineer to project management. So it was a long journey, lot of learnings, lot of challenges on the way, but it was all a very good learning curve, I would say. Lot of learnings, I would say. I mean, project management training as well. We had a great manager. I don't want to take their names. But there was a lot of very good grooming, and the coaching that I received in Accenture is impeccable. That is kind of a, always I cherish the moments that I spent in Accenture, where I grew from senior software to project management. I did my PMP certification as well in Accenture. They sponsored my certification. So that really helped me move into a management role, where there were a good number of reportees at some point of time in Accenture. When I was coming out due to my health reasons, I had to leave the company, but there were about 100 plus people reporting to me. One full organization, I would say. I mean, it was called a business unit.
Subunit,
yeah. So that business unit was built from scratch along with me and my manager. So I take pride in that.
Most of our audience is management students or engineering students and the young professionals who have just started their career. And when I say young professionals, it could be 0 to 8 years experience. For these people, what is the transition, or how does one get into a different role similar to you, who started with mainframes, then moved to Java, and then moved to project management? How does one seamlessly get into it, or what are the steps that he or she should take to get into project management?
Transition is just an attitude, I would say. I mean, if you have the right attitude of doing something, you have the passion, you can move into any career, I would say, irrespective of the industry. It's just that you should be passionate about it, and maybe you do some initial groundwork of learning, right? You train yourself, or you join a course outside. That will really help you groom your skills, and then you can definitely, if I am now doing project management, nobody can say that I can move over to some product management, or I can do coding. I cannot do coding. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's all in your attitude and everything. I mean, I would give that advice to even the students who are budding, programmers or getting into management areas, I think it's nothing like you can't do anything. You can do everything. It's just that you'd have the right skill, just build it over time. It doesn't come in a day or two, right? I mean, it's over time. You keep learning and learning, network, have conversations with your peer groups and understand what is the prime area that you need to focus on, and also your interest, right? What is your interest? You can groom yourself in that.
I'm glad you said that, Veena, because people, tend to get aspired by somebody who's, senior or wanting to get into their kind of a role, but not put in enough efforts. I had typical number of examples such as yours, who the youngsters, you would come to an HR person and say that, ma'am, she's into SAP and she's traveling or he's traveling abroad and she's earning so much of money, so I want to get into SAP. So which is a wrong want or desire to move into that, because unless you are wanting to get into that role, wanting to get into that domain or vertical or any other role, doesn't make sense, because money and role should not chase you.
Correct.
Your desire, wish, want should chase you. Very rightly said. What is PMP certification? How does one do a PMP certification? What is the course? What is the role after?
Project management, the basic requirements nowadays that companies ask is the project management certification, that is PMP. It is offered by PMI, Project Management Institute, USA. They have like a PMBOK, that is a book of knowledge. They have laid down certain guidelines for a project management to happen, right? It's irrespective of industry. Even if you take a construction industry, there's a process, right? You build the basement, then you go for the walls and then the ceiling and all that. So something like that. Project management is irrespective of the industry. Once you do that, you can apply that knowledge in any kind of industry. So it's financial management, it is staff management, right? Resource management. Then you have the schedule management, cost management, right? Then you have reporting, how you manage the stakeholders, how you manage a project end to end, like the maintenance and things like that. So it has laid guidelines of how a project should run right from inception to the implementation. So there are various steps involved. So it is kind of a book of knowledge, which is, you can mug it up actually. If you have to give that exam, it's just mugging up and applying that knowledge in the industry that you work on. And then nowadays it's unfortunate that people are looking for that certification. It's not always that. It comes with a lot of experience as well. So having this certification is definitely a plus, but then there is an experience that is way more than the certification itself. So once you have that knowledge of how a project should be run, how do you set up a team, how do you staff the team, how do you interview, what is people management, how do you deal with people, how do you handle situations, right, where if people get into conflicts, what is conflict management, what is risk management, all these aspects in a nutshell is called project management. So that is what this certification is about, and it takes about 3 or 4 months of preparation. At least for me it took that. I mean, you have to look into various aspects, because I had a little background of managing a project as well, and a team. You will get to know these with experience. So with definitely little amount of knowledge of how to run a project plus studying, you can clear this exam. It's not easy. It's an online exam. You have to go to a Prometric center, give that exam, and then it's very tough, I would say. I mean, even if you have an experience with project management, you will have to, there are situational questions which are difficult to interpret as well. So you have to really focus for those 3 or 4 months, and then I think you can definitely clear it. It's not a rocket science, I would say.
Sure. So how does one apply to this PMP course?
So I think once you go through the books that are preferred, I think there's Rita Mulkey, there's a PMBOK book which is written by her. There are mock exams that you can give. You can apply it in PMI, Project Management Institute, USA, on the website, and there's some fee that you have to pay, and you can
get it's about 35 or 40,000.
Yeah, initially, and then you renew it every 3-4 years.
Sure.
So with the current knowledge that you have built in, if there's a team management that you have done, you add some PDUs, professional development units. You keep adding them year on year, and every 3 years you got to renew those PDUs.
Sure. So what one always believes or one understands is project management is specifically only for the IT people. So I'm glad you said that it can be used across industries, across verticals, across domains, etc. Even an HR person or finance person can use project management, and he or she can do the course as well. So you also mentioned it is people management, it is dealing with people management, how one organizes the entire fulcrum of HR. How does one do that as an HR person? Let's say I am wanting to do an PMP course, I am the HR leader. How does it benefit HR department or a finance department?
Definitely. So you can take the particular assignment that is given to you as a project itself.
Okay.
How do you start that? Suppose you are a HR person, you are given a task of recruiting some n number of people by 3 months or 4 months. You got to get profiles, you got to interview people, you have to see the fitment, then you touch base with the technical, you have to schedule those interviews. So all these steps are actually, I would say, it's part of project management. What is the first step? You lay out a plan. What is my first step? So in that step also I'll have sub steps. How will I have to liaise with some external consultants, or will I get the resumes? How will I get those resumes? So those things are like project management. You define the dates. Unless and until you define dates and work upon, so I have 3 months, you have to work backwards. By the end of, suppose this is June, right? By end of August I need people. So you work backwards. August 30th I need my people here. So what should I do? Just work backwards and get things done. It's a project for you, right? Even if it's a HR or finance team, for example. So finance team is probably introducing some new tax component into all the salaries that are being credited to employees. So how do they do that? It's not a simple task, right? How do they introduce that? Where should they introduce that? Whether it's basic or flexi or things like that. So that itself is a project. So by which month they are supposed to credit.
It can't be March.
So so that's how they'll have a project by itself. I mean, every industry you name it, construction, Embark itself says that, the book which I'm talking about, which is referred to for all the PMP certifications, that itself says that there's no industry that you cannot apply the project management.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be a mammoth project, it can be a tiny project as well.
Tiny project, yeah.
Right. What is the difference between project management, program management and product management?
So project management is a subset of program management. A program is like a group of projects. Like suppose I have a huge project under which there are multiple projects A, B, C which have to be executed in parallel. Different dates, different go live dates, different start dates. But then I actually am sitting on top of, suppose the management is here, and then they are having multiple project managers under them. They will assign the projects to them, but at the program level they'll have to monitor that all these projects are running smoothly and they are delivered as per the timelines. For them it's a program because it comes, suppose it's a health or pharma industry under which they are operating different projects, and they are launching a product for a particular division, and that division comes under their purview.
Right.
So that means that is a program for them. So I have to launch this product for X, A, B, C companies, and then I have to introduce this into the programs that are running for them. So that is a program. So program is a it's like a group of projects which are being executed at various levels. That is program. Product, as you understand, I mean, it's like a tool or a product. I mean, how should I say that? It's a software. As suppose the product, how can I give you an example?
Product that is being manufactured has to be sold out.
Yeah, you can take that as an example when it comes to the product industry, but when it comes to project management in the IT side, I would say there is some kind of an application which is being developed by a company. Suppose I am a company I am trying to provide some kind of a package to a pharma industry or any industry for that matter. I am developing a full solution for them. So that is a product. I give that product to the company which I want to, you know, liaise with, and then I will give them this product saying that this will serve the purpose of so and so with your organization. Sometimes there might be some edits to that, right? It might not work as I have developed for my company. So X company might use it as is, but Y company might say, okay, it doesn't work for me as is. I need a lot of edits to this. Okay, it has to suit the compliance related things in my company. So you have to tweak that product accordingly so that the company, second company can use.
Correlation with marketing, compliance,
Exactly,
solutions,
lot
etc.
of things actually. So product as a solution is nowadays you know, buzzword, I would say. So product as a solution, SaaS products, you might have heard, software as solution. So right, product as a solution, platform as a solution, all these are like products which are owned by a company, and then they customize that according to the needs of the organizations that they are serving, and then that is the product management. So I manage this product from my perspective.
So till now I understood product as, you know, selling a particular product.
Package, anything.
It could be a talcum powder, it could be for an IT company, it could be some package. But now what you have told us is it can be solutions for that you're delivering for the outside market. For a student who's got into Java or .NET, for a student who's joined company and moved into Microsoft technologies, Java, .NET, how does one become a project management or product management? What is the career?
So I think it depends on their choice. Nowadays companies are offering different kinds of choices. They can choose their path. Either they can go technically, they can build their knowledge technically, they can be technical experts. They can do architect, solution architect and all that, right? You can go to up to that level. Some people are passionate about people, you know, people management, dealing with people, having people around makes them happy. So somebody like
team
me,
management,
right? I love to be with people, I love to interact with new people, learn from them, you know, it's mutual.
Right.
Project manager is not somebody who's, you know, dictating terms to the team. I don't believe in that. You know, there's a lot of learning back and forth. The team thinks that, okay, they are my boss and all. I don't believe in that concept at all. Like you know, you have more experience than them. That is the only difference that your team and you have. So some people are passionate about that. Then they can go into project management where it deals with, you know, people. People aspect is a major core of project management. If you don't treat your team properly, you're not a good project manager at all. I mean, you can't deliver what you promise unless you have a good team in place, and team rapport can be built with a good project management skills. How you deal with conflicts, how are the risks handled. If a team member comes to me and says that, okay, I'm having this situation right now, how do I deal? Whether it's technical, you diagnose that situation, right? It's technical, non-technical, or it's with people themselves, they are having conflicts. How do you resolve that? You know, sit with them, have, you know, remand kind of a thing where you understand what the situation, how that situation occurred and things like that.
So my question is, you as a project manager, are you dealing with teams who are working on different Microsoft technologies or verticals? Like for example, one person is working in SAP, one was working in Java, .NET. Do you manage this entire team or how's it?
So it's a mix of people. It's a matrix organization that I currently I'm working on. I mean, in Accenture it was a different situation where we belong to that hierarchical model, where people, they were different technologies there also, here also, but this is a matrix where they don't report into me, but we come together as a team when we execute a project in my current organization. Whereas in Accenture it was like my team who were distributed across various domains, technologies. Again, they were reporting to me there. I mean, the kind of organization, I'm currently working in a GCC, Global Capability Center, which is kind of a captive, right, the previous term of this. Accenture is consulting services where you have that hierarchical model and things like that.
Not in the question of hierarchy, but my more relevant question was various technologies that one is working on. I could be a Java person, my friend can be working in SAP. They all kind of merge into project management.
They can, it's technology aversive, I would say. I mean, there's no particular technology that will lead you to project management.
Okay.
Whatever technology you're working on, if you're like passionate about leading a team, being a project manager, you can go from any technology and come to this area.
All right.
Right?
So even a person with ERP background can get into project management.
Course.
Right.
Yes.
So, Veena, today's youngsters, whether it's college students or young professionals, they have a lot of exposure compared to you and me. If you remember, I am sure you're smiling already. We had to go to an internet center, wait there for 20 minutes to get a half an hour slot, and we did whatever we could then. Today, everybody has a laptop at home, maybe probably 2-3 laptops at home, and everything is on a click of a button. Today's youngsters are very smart, very passionate. I wouldn't say very passionate, but to an extent passionate. But they also are very restless. They want to keep jumping jobs. I as an HR person, I keep telling them this stability is the most important thing. So what are the 3 important things that you would tell the youngsters and students today for their career?
I would say be abreast with the current technologies. I think you have to keep honing your skills. It's not that you stop at one and say that I'm done, right? Every industry is like that. I mean, you can't stop at something you learn and then you say, okay, I'm done. This is going to take care of me for my life.
In fact, learning doesn't stop even at our stage.
Yes, of course. I think you have to keep upgrading your skills, upskilling, right? Every moment.
Upskilling and reskilling.
Right. Too much. I think that's change that you have to accept in today's industry. I mean, today you talk about one technology, tomorrow it's gone, and day after tomorrow there will be new technology coming.
Even 5 months back, we didn't even know what was ChatGPT.
I know. Today people are using, even first grade child is going and typing his project in ChatGPT, and you have everything coming up, right? So today AI is taking over, cloud technologies are taking over, right? You have to machine learning, whatnot. You keep upskilling and reskilling. That is one first and foremost thing that I would say. The second thing is, once you learn a particular technology, build upon that at least for a few years, right? You can't be saying that, okay, I'm done, this is 1 year, this is gone, and things like that. At least build so that you have that groundwork, like base developed, at least So languages are no different, I would say. I mean, even the latest technologies have some language going on in the background, right? Once you learn a language and its basics, those basics will help you learn the other languages as well. Otherwise, if your ground level itself is weak, that means as you go, even if you be a jumping jack, looking for other jobs, this groundwork, if it's not strong, you will not be strong in anything. Build that, I think. Be with a particular organization, learn all the groups, like what they are doing, be curious, right? What other groups are doing, go keep learning, keep inquiring. Network also is the third thing that I would suggest. Network. Some people are very, introverts, and they say, okay, I'll do my work, day job, and then leave. It will not really help you in nowadays. Networking is a first and foremost thing where you should know what other groups are also doing. It's not just your job, right? Nowadays, you have to know what the organization's goal is. Otherwise, if tomorrow somebody comes and says the organization is changing and this is what we are introducing, and you are not even aware of what is happening, so you will not be considered for a particular role that they might be looking to fill, right? Unless and until you network, you build that group, right? LinkedIn is a place I would suggest where you go network with people from different industries, your friends, your peer group, and your college, everything, right? It includes the entire set of people that you deal with.
I will add to what Veena just mentioned is every student who was passing out, whether engineering student or MCA student or a management student, I always insist on telling them that at least minimum of 3 years in each company is a must.
Correct.
If you're jumping within 10 months, 11 months, is not going to have any growth for you. You may get 5,000 or 10,000 more in a different company. That may be your second job. Third job, no one will even look at you. And I am, as an HR person, I'm authentically telling you about it, because if somebody, let's say Veena has come to me with 11 months experience, I will ask her a series of questions, not just in terms of technical, but saying why did she leave, what is the reason, etc., etc. So 3 years minimum, otherwise there's no stability. The reason I say about stability is when companies recruit you, they invest a lot of money on you in terms of recruitment, in terms of infrastructure costs, in terms of training. And if a person is going to leave in 11 months time, why will a company invest that kind of money on you? That's point one. Point two, what she mentioned in terms of learning, continuous learning is a must. There is no two ways about it. There's no shortcomings to success. You have to do the grounding. You have to go according to the universe of what is in store for you. You have to be patient. You cannot get it done within 3 months, 6 months. It's not a 2-minute noodle. There is a career path. If you want to reach a vice president's role, as a junior executive to the vice president, it will take you minimum of 22 to 25 years. So you'll have to be patient. Third is, like she said, you have to be like a sponge. You know, what does a sponge do? If you put a sponge in a pool of water, it absorbs. So as a student, you have to learn, absorb. Networking, the third point that you mentioned, was not just in terms of LinkedIn and your seniors, but within your organization seniors, your cousins, your friends, your college seniors, network with them, speak to them constantly. And that's how, like, let's say Veena is your friend, Veena's friend can be your friend as well. May not necessarily have to hang out with her, but these are all networking for your future career and growth in terms of learning. Thanks for the great inputs that you gave, Veena. What are the things that you will say that a student should not do? 3 things student and young professionals should not do which will hamper their career.
You know, some people I have seen in my experience, when somebody from college pass out joins the organization, you know, they get bored very easily with the technology that they are on, right? Irrespective, I was in mainframe, which was like considered as, you know, boring obsolete, technology, obsolete, it's going. Why are you even opting for that? It doesn't matter whatever you are put in. Initial part of your career, you have to ensure you build that base, as I said earlier, right? Go learn it. Even if it's old technology, go learn it. I think there's that basic groundwork that you still have to do. You know, every programming language, you know, you define the variables, you define the logic, how you end the program, you introduce various loops and all that. I think it's all common across the board. It's just the language that is different and how you apply it is different, right? So go learn that whatever you are assigned, take it as a challenge, learn it completely, gain experience, you know, use as company is making you, you know, work for them, you have to also take advantage of the company and use that as a ground for you building your base. I think it's all mutual. When you go join a company, it's a mutual win-win situation, right? Company wins from your work, you win from the company's work as well, you build that knowledge. I think without that, I mean, that is one thing that I've seen people, you know, they get bored, they say, okay, I need a different role, or they'll, you know, straight away resign. They will not even spend the initial part of their career, which is like solid 4 or 5 years. You said 3 years, but I would say 4 or 5 years, be with that organization, absolutely. Learn everything that you can, right? There's no job anywhere in the world which doesn't give you learning, I would say. I mean, that was absolutely. My attitude, at least when I joined as a fresher. Learn from every small thing, even if you are given an Excel data entry, right? There will be a lot of macros that you can build, you can make things easy. People who are taking like days together, you can create a macro, right? Learn from it.
Even there's small things like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP,
correct, learn it. There is a lot of things that you can learn. Don't say that it's boring, right? Automate and see that you can give that as a challenge to yourself, that okay, let me automate this is going to be manual and boring work, I'll make it interesting, absolutely. Right? So that thing you'll have to develop. Don't say that it's a trivial job, it's not a great job that I'm doing, right? That is second thing. Third thing that I have seen is, you know, they are not learning nowadays. I mean, with the new technologies, I mean, once you have gained enough knowledge in a particular organization, don't settle for that. Keep learning. Look for, ping the market and see like what are the current trends, right? Ping the market. What are the demand? What are the technologies in demand? Go train yourself. Go certify. Invest some money. It's okay. You spend that money, you gain, twofold, threefold in future. So invest in your learning. That is definitely. And I think maybe this is the second one. Third one, also give time for yourself. Mobile is not the only world. Gadgets are not the only world. Invest in your, spiritual things, which will definitely bring all the kinds of stress that you are going through.
Well said.
Right? Invest in yourself. Go travel, explore the world. I would say, whatever you earn, 50% you can save, 50% you spend on yourself and your family. I think that is something that people are missing. They are sitting in their own confined rooms,
cubicles
cubicles, whatever I would say. I mean, they spend time for
Silence,
days together on the internet, but they don't explore what is happening around.
Right.
There are so many things that we can explore.
Yeah, she mentioned traveling, but beyond traveling, I would also say that invest in your inner self, understand your inner self. When I say meditation, it doesn't necessarily belong to a particular religion. Meditation, yoga is religion free. Please invest yourself in that. Today, youngsters, as you rightly said, are extremely frustrated, extremely stressed, and people like, not necessarily our generation, please understand that we do not get stressed at all. Why? Because we understand how to manage life. I think that's the next question that I will ask you. People are very frustrated. We youngsters are very stressed out. Small things like, okay, the mother doesn't buy them a smartphone, they want to take their lives. They want to commit suicide. If they don't get the bike according to their liking, they commit suicide, which is bizarre. Which you and me were never even thought about it. Even today, we understand. We've gone through so many aspects of life, whether it's health, whether it's family, problems are there, and we know how to circumvent them. So what is the one most important thing, or the most important thing that you would tell the youngsters in terms of stress?
I think they are like over passionate about whatever they do. I think once they are addicted to a particular thing, they are like, let me explore more, let me explore. They just go dig deeper into that. I mean, which is kind of a stressful environment. You travel to work, you are on the road, you don't have patience for the traffic to clear, right? You abuse people on the road and do what not, right? Likewise in the office as well. I mean, if somebody is telling you something, you just give them back in different kinds of languages. I mean, these things have to be curbed a lot, which is like a self retrospection, which is lacking, I see. I mean, just see what you want in life, right? Do things that you love. If you have joined a course, suppose you have joined an IT industry, or you have joined a particular industry, it's your choice, right? You have joined with your interest. Why are you not able to focus on that? So just self retrospect, I would say. And definitely, as you brought the point of spirituality, investing in yourself, that is what I don't see in the current generation. If gymming is something that you love, go spend time in gymming. Draw a line for everything that you do. Or work, draw a line. Say, I'm not going to take up any work after this time. There might be situations where you have to compromise, but that's okay. You compromise on that. But draw a line, give yourself time for gymming, yoga, spirituality, involve yourself in, jogs, right? Whatever enthuses you, right?
Work as well.
Yeah. Do some social service that really help. Do some volunteering service at various organizations. They offer, it gives a lot of self-satisfaction that is missing, I see.
When we are talking of spirituality, it doesn't necessarily have to, I don't mean to say that, one should spend 7 hours, 8 hours in front of a deity, but that inner calming is required. You can either tell a Hanuman Chalis or a Gayatri mantra, or whichever faith you believe in. That calming is very important, and that will lead you to less stress, which will lead you to more success. You know, it's a mantra. Less stress leads to more success.
Correct.
So do not get stressed. Do not get, and you must understand, like I told you, it will take, everything has its own time. It took you 10 years to finish your 10th class. You didn't finish it in 1 year. Similarly, to get to a vice president level or a CEO level, it will take you 22 to 25 years. It does not happen overnight. So we've had a wonderful chat till now. What are the things that you like as an individual apart from your work? What are your interests?
Yeah, so I'm into spirituality a lot. I believe in spending time, at least 1 week to 10 days. I detox myself from the current happenings, family, everything. I go alone to, I'm a Isha follower. I follow Isha yoga and I practice yoga as well every day. I spend a lot of time in my inner well-being as well. As you said, I was also in that situation of stress, right? I mean, I was very frustrated. I was, screaming at everybody. I was yelling at my kids. People never used to like me before when I was around. I was always that cranky kind of a person. They unpredictable. When I would give them back, it was like that kind of a situation. So that's when I came across this Isha yoga that has really helped me in, managing stress. It's not that we can completely avoid it in the current situation.
Calming
We can't
down
avoid.
is more important.
So how do you manage that stress is what matters, right? How do you manage? So with yoga, I have been able to manage stress. I have a lot of balance in my, situations that I look at it as a, a moment of situation. Okay, it has come, it has come. You can't do anything about it. How do you resolve that is what you need to think about. Right?
More so, it is a learning,
yes.
learning in your life.
Of course, I think
you won't have success all the time.
Correct.
You will have failures. And what is a failure? Failure is a stepping stone to success.
Exactly. So don't take that as a problem or some kind of a nuisance that is happening in your life, right? It's a learning. It's a situation. Call it as a situation. Deal with it.
Overcome it and go on.
Move on. That's it. I mean, don't sit down and get bogged down about it, keep thinking, crying, disturbing the entire, people that are around you, right? It doesn't really help. So think about it as a situation. Okay, this has come. It's not a problem. It's a situation. You gain experience out of it. That's what I would say. Learn about it. Like how can you resolve it? Solve it, and then you come out as a great achiever. When you look back after 2 or 3 days, you might look at it as a trivial thing that you really bothered about. So I think yoga, spirituality, whatever God you believe in, spend time, invest some half an hour to 45 minutes every day before you begin your day, right? Before you begin your daily chores, invest in that, and that gives you a lot of calming and brings balance in your mind, body.
It also helps you deal with teams much better. You are more wiser, more matured, and know how to deal with people.
Yes.
Apart from yoga and spirituality, what else are your interests?
My interests are like traveling. Nowadays I have reduced it because I had some situation last year with my health, so I reduced it. But travel I used to love. I'll start it again. That's
I think we should travel together.
Yeah, of course. And my family, I have 2 boys and 1 pet. So being with them, every weekend we go out, spend time with your family. That's a piece of advice that I would give to the current generation, which doesn't really happen, I see. But
I know the fact and the glory that we are living in India. India is a country which gives a lot of importance to family, unlike the West. I would second what she said. Invest and spend time with family, and that's your fulcrum of your existence. And whatever goes wrong, if at all it goes wrong, they will be there to fall back upon. So invest time with your family. A couple of last questions is, apart from your family and interests that you mentioned, you also do a lot of community work. What do you do, and please explain?
So I am a part-time volunteer with Isha. So we go to villages, we go to they are like in farms most of their time, right? We motivate them to come and invest in their health also. I mean, if we ask the villagers to come and do yoga, they might not appreciate it. So what we have, I have actually partnered with Isha, where there is something called Gramotsavam, which talks about introducing some small games that they play, right? Kabaddi, volleyball, throw ball, and things like that, which everybody is interested. I mean, even the people in villages or towns, everybody alike play games. I mean, they would love to do that. So I do a service with Isha as well. So there is also in my organization also there is a CSR activity that we do, corporate social responsibility, where we have something like mentoring. So they are like college fresh, in their final years of BTech or engineering, where we are tied up with one particular person, and they are from little financially background. They're not as strong in their financial situation, so they can't go and reach out to a consultancy.
Sure.
To
so you're like a mentor for
I'm
them.
like a mentor. I give them tips around how an industry works, what are the skills they have to build on, what are communication, how do you speak to people, what are the kind of tips for them to come into an industry. So they are little backward in their financial, and also their family background, their parents are not educated. So I have mentored, I have offered myself as a mentor for that particular program, and I'm currently doing that.
All right. Yeah. What are the awards and citations you have received so far in your career, Veena?
I would say many.
I'm sure.
With I have 20 years of experience in the IT industry, so every team that I work with, there is definitely star awards, spot awards. So I have ensured my team is well recognized wherever I work, in all the consulting firms. Recently I was awarded a star award in my current organization as well, for my attitude and jumping into whatever is offered to me, as with the same enthusiasm. Even if it's a trivial work, I go with the same enthusiasm. So that was a spot. Recently, just 2 days back, I received a star award.
Congratulations.
Thank you for that. And many other things, I would say. I think we have also collaborated with the traffic police to build an application for them. The ex-DGP Mahinder Reddy, if you are aware.
Yes.
So Mahinder Reddy, I collaborated with him, we presented the solution to them, and then they gave the project to us. I mean, I take that pride for developing something for the cause of development of the society as well. So that was well appreciated by my organization. I also had some, there were various earthquakes and flood situations as well, corporate social responsibility. So there as well, I was recognized as a key person who has driven that from my organization perspective. So every year there is some award. I don't really, crave for that. It's the satisfaction that I get out of doing this. I mean, awards are secondary.
It's kind of a recognition. So
exactly.
You feel good about
it.
We have been speaking to Veena so far, and the points that she has mentioned is skill, constantly skill, upskill yourself, learn, reskill yourself. Never look at small things as a trivial job. Always take it as a challenge. Always learn to adapt yourself. I would always say that learn to adapt and adopt in any situation. When I started my career, I was doing data entry, and today I'm the HOD of a department. And it is okay to even do the smallest of jobs like Veena just mentioned. Do not get stressed. Do not say that, I can do this only, I cannot do this. Don't slot yourself. Be like an open ocean. You can do everything, and that's how you're constantly learning, growing. She also mentioned about spirituality. She's also mentioned how she has imbibed spirituality to calm herself, to achieve what she wants to achieve. And she's today the HOD of a department. She's leading a large number of people, responsible for large teams, and that is the career path that she has led herself to. She has given a lot of inputs to the young students. So take the inputs, take the examples of Veena and imbibe it in your career. Meena, thank you so much for being our guest today. It was wonderful talking to you.
Same here. Thank you, everyone.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Namaste, my name is Jay Chaudhary. I'm the founder and chairman for the International Startup Foundation. We started this journey about 2.5 years back. Now what we have taken up a unique project called Ankur Yatra. We believe that India has got immense potential in the rural India. Every problem in the rural India could be opportunity for a startup, a rural startup. That's the reason why we want to bring this awareness through the rural startup bus yatra. It's called Ankur Yatra. First time in the world we are experimenting. Many CEOs, CTOs, investors from North America, from Europe, from Singapore, India, they all want to participate. They all want to give back to the country to their own motherland, to their own districts and towns and villages. And this kind of response I never anticipated. It's happening. They are all going to participate in the Andhra Pradesh rural startup bus yatra, Ankur Yatra, which is going to be flagged off on Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Going to be experiment, a pilot, how rural India we are going to create the startups, we are going to create jobs and wealth creation also happens. Then rural economy also can be a uplift, and there are a lot of enthusiasm coming from investors and mentors to help the rural startups in a very big way. This pilot, if it is successful, not only in India, everywhere, wherever country they want to uplift the rural economy, this model can be taken up. And I welcome all the people who wants to join this unique bus yatra. Join us and strengthen our hands. See that we help the rural India by creating the opportunities. We have taken up this unique bus yatra called Ankur Yatra, starting with Andhra Pradesh. In December, we are going to do the same thing in the state of Telangana. And wherever there is a need, I think Ankur Yatra is going to help the rural India, creating the jobs in the rural India and creating the economy in the rural India and creating the unicorns and decacorn from rural India. That is our objective, and we want help and support, encouragement from all of you. Please come and join our Ankur Yatra in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Very much for your precious time. We're going to start the program right now, and I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder of International Startup Foundation. We have Shiva Mahesh, co-founder and director of International Startup Foundation. I would like to invite Dinanath and Sheshigaru. Request Balaji Reddy Garu, founder and chairman, Vamshi Ram Builders. We have Srinath Pepura, founder of 108 Ventures. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to hand over to the media, press and media. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to request Jay Chaudhary Garu to start the event.
Good morning to all of you. I want to thank all of you for sparing your valuable time during the rainy season to come all the way to this institution to attend our press conference. Thank you so much. So this reason why we wanted to have a press meet today, we have two important programs happening this year. One is the International Startup Festival, which is happening in the month of September, 26th to 28th. It's happening in the same campus where we are having a press conference. In fact, we started this idea of having the startup festivals about 2 years back. The reason why we wanted to have this startup festival, we want to strengthen the India's startup ecosystem. One of the main reasons for that is, whenever I used to go to US or Europe, keep talking to a lot of CEOs, CXOs, CTOs, and because this fear of the generative AI, chat GPT, they're going to take away jobs, I started asking, is it a paper kind of thing? Is it really going to happen? Most of them, almost 90% of those people, they said, yes, the tsunami is going to come. Then I was in Singapore last year attending a Thai Global Summit in Singapore. There, all the who's and who's in the world, like Vinod Khosla and all the top venture capitalists and CEOs, CXOs, they were all there. There, they released a report of World Economic Forum report on future of work. In that clearly they mentioned, the World Economic Forum report, that nearly 80 million jobs are going to be taken away by the automation, all the tools, whatever your this thing. At the same time, they mentioned about 60 million new jobs are going to be created using the generative AI and AI related. So AI is going to spread all the sectors. And again, they said the people who can get the jobs in the next 5 years, unless they have cross-domain skills, they will not be able to survive and they will not be able to get any jobs. That is a really scaring thing, because that's one data point. Second data point, I was in US about a month back. I don't want to mention the name of the company and the name of the person. He is number 2 in a big multinational company. And in his keynote, he mentioned that this year, it seems all the Ivy League institutions in America, either undergrad or postgrad, they are all US citizens. Still, the moment they say, I am BTech computer science or any IT related, industry is saying no jobs, no internship. At the same time, when the student mentioned, I did mechanical engineering, aeronautical engineering, they are all getting good jobs and good pay packets. That's another very scary thing. If BTech or MTech people from universities like Purdue, Penn State, if they are not getting jobs, our engineering colleges, we have been talking about it, most of the engineering colleges, particularly private engineering colleges and some of the private universities, the quality of the people who are coming out of the institutions, last 5-10 years, people have been talking, if you interview 1,000 people, maybe one person is selected for any job, except during the COVID times. COVID times, what happened? Everybody, they did not take any new recruitments and all that, thinking that the COVID, how long it is going to have and all that. So, once the COVID period is over, there is backlog because they are getting a lot of new projects and all that. This thing, there is no manpower. That is the time they went to all colleges all over India, whether it's a college in a small village or town or this thing, whatever the packages, this thing they started giving, because they have to complete those projects. So everybody thought still IT is going to do very well. Even small villages also, all the people were getting jobs. So everybody very bullish and optimistic that still IT is going to. With the result, what is happening? All the parents are telling their children to join only in computer science. If they offer free seat, even mechanical or civil, no. We want only in computer science. With that result, what happened? All the universities, private universities and public, engineering colleges, they removed mechanical, civil, all the domain departments are not there, faculty is not there, no research, this thing whatsoever. What they have is only IT, computer science, AML, data science, all those. Today, there is no job for them. Because these generative AI tools, they can create any language solution if you prompt. There was recently one conference in Dubai. The conference is about prompt engineering championship, some challenge competition. It seems there one of the Indians was also selected in that competition. So that Indian, he participated in that. He is like our Manohar is a good painter. So Manohar, your job also will be question mark. So I'll tell you that gentleman, compared to other people, in 10 minutes they have to prompt the system what they want to, what kind of painting they have to create and all that. And his painting was the best. And that means he is given good prompting, good questions to the generative AI engine, and it automatically painted this thing, and he received. Like that, there are 4 or 5 verticals, and that's happening today. You think, any 3D printing or any UIX design, everything, the systems are, today's tools are, what will happen tomorrow's, they will not keep quiet, right? There is a big competition between Microsoft, Google, all these companies who have got generative AI, including Meta, that Llama 1, 2, 3, 4, it will go on. Today itself it is like this. Next year what is going to happen, you can imagine. What sectors, journalists already being hit in Europe, most of the journalists lost the job. Because generative AI can write a report. Just you tell the incident, it will write that report in a perfect English or whatever. You make little bit modification. In fact, my colleague Mahesh, whenever I had to send some report, sir, you just dictate, sir, in Telugu or English and all that, I will give it to ChatGPT, and that created a good. Recently, I sent a similar report to, I don't want to mention the newspaper, it is one of the top newspapers in the country. When I was in Jamaica, they wanted, so I gave a voice recording to Mahesh. I don't know what he has done. He gave it to ChatGPT, a nice report, and immediately I just looked at it. It's a very, very good report. I sent the report. And immediately she gave a message, sir, this is a ChatGPT generated. I was stunned. See, people are already seeing what is ChatGPT generated report versus, then she said, sir, you send your voice message, I will figure out and write an article, and finally she published a good article. See, the reason why I am telling all this, in India, with 1.5 billion population, all these 30-40 years, because thanks to IT services, whether you are BTech, second class, third class, in fact, during my STP days, particularly during Y2K period, many people I sent to America who are just BA third class, diploma in pharmacy, any degree, just I used to ask them, go on the Amirpet, there is a lot of training institution, get some COBOL training, mainframe training. They used to get trained, and some companies, they used to take them and got H1 visa, and they went to Wall Street. Today they have become entrepreneurs. So Amirpet to America used to happen at a big scale. Today that story is coming to an end, because we can't do any of the testing jobs, we can't do any programming this thing, and it's going to be a difficult situation for India to handle. And there was a report recently that in India, about out of 7 million jobs, 1 million jobs are going to be removed, existing IT services jobs. That's only beginning. I don't know how many more million jobs are going to be removed. So on both sides, working employees in IT services company, they are losing job at a big scale. At the same time, youth who are coming out of the colleges, fourth year or third year engineering, they don't have any hope that they will get a job because they don't have domain knowledge. So on both sides, India's unemployment rate is going to go up, right? In this situation, in fact, I keep telling everybody that Missamma, there is a Telugu movie, N.T. Ramarao and Savitri. Main theme in that movie is unemployment. So since there were no jobs, though they are good, they got good degrees and all that, both of them, no job. So for sake of job, they had to act like a wife and husband and all that, this thing. So during that time, number of colleges very less. Even when I was studying in IIT Madras, number of IITs were very less. Today, every state has got IIT, IIIT, Central University, all that, this thing, premier institutions. Plus, engineering colleges, private universities are plenty. That means so many millions of people are coming every year out of those schools and colleges. If there are no jobs, what will happen? So that really bothered me. All these years we enjoyed in India because of IT. The same IT is going down. Then how do we take care of the employment? That's when I thought about why not we create jobs through the startups. Fortunately, in India, startups are growing. Now we are world's number 3 as far as the number of startups, number of unicorns. So all good things are happening in the startup this thing. Plus, in addition to that, India with 1.5 billion people, and majority of them have got smartphones, and all of them are digitally connected. I keep telling this story. I'll repeat. Is actual story. When I was in my village during COVID times, I went to a temple. While coming out of the temple, a lot of beggars they started asking me money. Then I looked at my purse. There were all big notes were there. I said, sorry, I don't have change. And then I was about to get into the car. One young beggar, sir, do you have GPay? I was really stunned. A beggar having a smartphone and having a GPay account, it stunned me. I don't have GPay account, but he has got a GPay account. That is India today. Wherever you go, you go to remotest village, the way they use, I was there in Tokyo, they were asking cash payments in one of the hotels. Whereas India, recently I think I was listening to Palki Sharma's, she gave a fantastic presentation in London about India and this thing. There she showed this thing, the shopkeepers on the road, even in the evening, they have a light, solar powered, and they have all the QR code in each this thing, and everybody takes whatever they want, just through the QR code make the payment. See, all the farmers and the people, street vendors, they are using all the technologies. So that is a great opportunity for startups. Earlier, all the startups used to go to Silicon Valley. Why? There is no market in India. Now, US startups, they want to come to India. We had recently a conference in New Jersey, and how many US startups presented to us? About 10 startups. And they want India market, they want money from India. So India now both on the investment side, there are a lot of investors are there, and market, this India market is very big. And the way our policies or this thing, recent budget, they removed angel tax. They know that potential for startups. So that's the reason why I thought we should focus on creating more startups, making them successful. Suppose every year, say we have 50 unicorns coming from Pan India. They will create whatever jobs required and all that. Only thing is, are we going to create jobs which who are eligible to work in those startups? Because all the startups, they work in cutting edge technology. That's where now we are figuring out that we are going to create ISF Gurukul. We are going to select the best training companies as a part of our ISF Gurukul, and for existing employees who are working in testing areas and all that, we will bring them to that Gurukul, and we will give them the domain knowledge. We will also give them the AI knowledge, and it is not done by a professor teaching in the class. We'll give the problems to them. They have to learn everything by going through the YouTubes and all that, this thing. And by solving that problem, they should learn the new technologies, prompting engineering, domain knowledge, everything will happen. Automatically, they will get a job. So that's for the existing people who are working in the industry. For the freshers who are about to come out of the college, we will start from third year engineering. We will take them, and through the same kind of mechanism, we will sharpen their skills so that there will be queue of people who wants to employ them. Fortunately, even the startup world, everybody wants to come and establish their development center in India, because India cost of operations are still lower and available to the people. So there is a 80-20 principle. 20% of the manpower will be in countries like US and Europe and all. The 80% they want to come to India. So that way, if we can create the right kind of manpower through this ISF Gurukul, we will be able to service the new startups, and their startups also will succeed. They not only create new jobs, plus they are creating the wealth for the nation. And with that help, for example, one of the startups in India, say they go up to NVIDIA or whatever, Microsoft or Google and all that. NVIDIA market cap today, they crossed already $3.5 trillion. Right? So once you create one such company in India, they will take care of the complete India budget. India budget is very, very small, and with that money, they can take care of all other welfare measures and all that, this thing. Plus, they will create the jobs. So this is the new thing that what we are doing at ISF. Unlike many organizations, what we do is we don't just talk in this kind of press forums and all that, conferences and all that. For example, I'll tell you one example, then I'll leave it to my other colleagues. In the first conference, it happened in Bangalore. There were about 10,000 startups competed. Yeah. First conference, 2,000 startups competed for the prize money. Out of that, we selected about 150 companies we selected for the demo day. And out of 150, we selected 15 companies. So after the conference is over, most of the CEOs, CXOs, we ran that conference using only WhatsApp, no email, no even we were not having domain name and all that, this thing. In one month, we ran that conference. So everybody was leaving. Then I told them, don't leave. Actual story begins. Conference is only a trailer, Bahubali's trailer. The actual picture Baki. What do you say?
Picture
Baki. This is I am taking Sheshadri's, always he says this trailer, picture Abhi Baki. I gave the same dialogue to them. Stay on the this thing. They asked me why we had to stay. The conference is over. Everything. No. There is a picture actually begins now. So I requested them every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30, we will present one of the selected companies out of 15. Each one will give a 1 hour. Normally in competition, what happens? Only 10 minutes only is given to them. In 10 minutes, many people are not able to explain. So once we gave 1 hour, they were able to explain what is the problem and what is whether they want money, they want market access, they were mentoring. So all the companies who are selected now, they are doing very well. I'll tell one example, and afterwards I'll ask my colleagues to talk. This startup company based out of Hyderabad, promoted by 2 Air Force pilots. They thought that the flight simulators are imported today at a very, very high cost, $10-15 million each flight simulator. Because they were pilots in the Indian Air Force, they thought they can create flight simulator at lowest cost. So they created that using their personal money, maybe 7-8 crores they spent, and they were one of the shortlisted companies. So after listening to their full story, me and Dina, we wanted to go and see whatever they're talking is real or there is anything missing. When we went there, though he was in a small shed in Balanagar area, actually we stayed in that this thing. We saw how that simulator is working. They had good software, electronics, and all the mechanical and all that this thing. I mean, everything's working. So what was missing for them, though they have a product, they don't know how to take this product to their customers. Unfortunately, all these prospective customers are defense, aerospace, or all that this thing. So they are the ones who import those simulators to train their pilots, either fighter pilots or commercial pilots and all that. They were not able to reach. Then I said, look, I'll talk to my contacts, this thing. I spoke to Director General of DRDO, and he was coming for a conference in Hyderabad, in Taj Krishna opposite, Taj Deccan. Then he said, Chaudhary, I am coming with a lot of senior people from like ISRO chairman, and all those people are coming. You bring them, I'll ask them to stay in one room. I will bring one after the other, and they can listen to the story, and then afterwards see how we can support. So that happened, and this entrepreneur was there in one room, one restaurant, one corner is taken some this thing. I started pulling all those people from the conference. And all of them, they listened to the pitch. They got fully convinced, and they sent within a week's time, right? The ADA director from Bangalore, along with his team, came and visited their facility. And today, he's getting a lot of investments, and he is very bullish about his company to become a unicorn. This is just one example I'm giving. So we don't end up with the conferences. We handhold, see that how he is going to be successful. If he is not successful, he cannot create jobs, he cannot create wealth for the nation. So that's how we have been doing, and our conferences not only in India. When I wanted to take all our selected startups to other countries, those countries asked me, sir, we also need your help. I asked him, why you need my help? Sir, India is a very big market. All our startups, this particular happened with Australian startup incubator. Sir, our Australian population is very less. Our startups are not able to get enough traction on the customer and revenue. Whereas India, consumerism is very high, and we will have a lot of prospects if only you connect them to India. Then I said, okay, it's a good win-win thing. Then we changed our foundation. Initially, it was India Startup Foundation. We made it to International Startup Foundation. And also, our Honorable Prime Minister always says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. So why not I start helping the startups from Australia, Singapore, or America, and also take our startups to those countries. It's a kind of a barter system. So that is working very well. We had several conferences in London, conferences in US, conferences in Jamaica, and many more conferences in Europe are going to happen next year. So whatever we believe, we are actually making it practical and showing to the people how we are helping startups. We created ISF Angels. Last conference, first day of the conference, we closed 150 term sheets. They're all early stage startups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got any money. Today, they are all doing well. So that is our strength. We don't give the lip sympathy. We will make sure that those startups are going to get all the support and all that. So third conference, our flagship conference is happening in Hyderabad on September 26th to 28th. More than 500 CXOs, including Cognizant Global CEO, and all the such people are participating in this conference. Many VCs, international VCs, Indian VCs, and angel, they are all participating. Apart from that, our Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu also going to be chief guest for the inaugural function, and our Honorable IT Minister is also confirmed. And Honorable Civil Aviation Minister Ramo Naidu is also coming for the plenary. And Honorable Deputy Chief Minister agreed to inaugurate our expo of ISF. Plus, he is going to be there for the awards ceremony as the chief guest. So like that, because everybody feels that we are doing something good for the nation. That's the reason why we are getting support without or much effort. They want to participate. And the second one, which is again a very, very important thing, what we are doing, is a unique thing, first time in the world, that rural startup bus yatra. In fact, our last conference was also rural. All panel discussions and round tables were all around rural. Because I believe how startups will be successful unless they solve a real problem. Where are the problems? Problems are not in the cities like Hyderabad. Problems are in the rural area. More than 60% of the Indian population still live in the rural area. I, as an agriculture farmer, I faced the problem of labor shortage. And one startup says, I will fix this problem through a robot. It is already getting done. So every problem in the rural area is an opportunity for a startup. That's when I decided, let's focus. Let's not focus on urban areas. They already have T-hubs and so V-hubs and all those. A lot of investors are also there, mentors are there. But in rural area, there are no mentors, there are no investors, and we have to make sure that they create opportunities for themselves, opportunities for the nation. That's when we thought, we'll concentrate on the rural India. That's when we thought of taking all the investors, CXOs, global CXOs, about 1,000 of them already confirmed to come and participate in our the first ever this kind of experiment called Ankur Yatra. Ankur stands for the startup companies. Ankur Yatra. Why we named just Ankur Yatra? We don't want to get restricted to one state. Though we are doing it first time in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Honorable Chief Minister of AP, he is flagging off. We are expecting about 20-25 buses will be there, full of entrepreneurs, and selected startups will also be there, so that they will have some networking happens while traveling in the bus. So that's going to happen. So Telangana government also requested us to have a similar kind of rural startup bus yatra. So we decided to have it in the month of December. All the entrepreneurs from state of Telangana, from US, Europe, they're all coming to participate in that. And we are getting requests from other states also. Since our bandwidth is limited, we want to do these first two. Afterwards, we'll see whether we can take this model to Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Kerala. All these chief ministers are also requesting us whether we can do the same Ankur Yatra in the respective states, making sure that those rural people, they get the opportunity to start an enterprise, start a startup, get the funding so that they are successful in creating new jobs in the rural areas. So I request all of you to participate in our ISF conference, as well as I request in each bus, I request at least one media person, so that you see whether J. Chaudhary is telling only stories or is actually happening, because you have to witness that. With this, I request my colleagues to talk, and afterwards I request Balaji Reddy Garu also to speak.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jay is a very tough act to follow, so and I think it's my bad luck that I have to speak after him. So he actually gave you a very, very good, overarching view of what we are doing in ISF. He covered it from all the angles in terms of the developments in the technology, the socio-economic factors of this country and around the world right now, and plus how we have evolved. We are also a startup, so I'm very thankful for Jay that he left that part out. So I'll cover that. So we ourselves are a startup. We are probably the most unique startup in the world. We are a startup with 0 employees. There is not a single person who gets paid from ISF. Everybody that you see on the stage, off the stage, and when you come to our conference, there will be hundreds and hundreds of them. They're all volunteers. It's entirely volunteer-driven conference, and I do request all the media people. There are some very, very influential, people from the media here, and we request your help to take this word all around, because this is.
I request all media persons also to join our volunteer group, because whatever responsibilities that we have as a citizen of this great country, you also have the same responsibility. We are not doing these things for any visibility or money, no such a thing. All our volunteers, though they have their own companies, they are giving 80% of the time to ISF without expecting anything from ISF. That's the reason why we have not employed even a single employee. Though we had several conferences in India, outside India, people are, they are asking, Jay, how you are able to get this kind of international conferences without any single employee working? We are not having even 1 rupee in our foundation bank account, without money, without employees working for us. We are because we have the passion. We are doing some. We are thinking that we are doing something for the nation. Because of that, a lot of people. There was a recently Sheshadri organized one conference in Hyderabad. All the HR heads were there. After my keynote, everybody wants to become a volunteer with us. Then I asked them, and they were asking my photograph with them. I said, whoever came to me, I used to ask, have you joined our volunteer? Then only I will allow you to take a selfie with me. 100 people showed up. So I am requesting all the press and media whatever responsibility we have, you have the same responsibility as a citizen of this great nation. Join us and participate in Bus Yatra so that you can cover the live, whatever is happening.
You mentioned that. Okay. So I will cover one part of the ISF that I get very focused on, and I think that's a very, very critical part of how these startups will essentially derive value from this entire network, not just from ISF, but all the people involved, including all the volunteers and all the mentors and the investors. So as Jay mentioned, we actually onboard startups with an intention to help them. And what kind of help they need? They typically need 2 or 3 different types of help. One, if they have an idea, they're getting their product out, and many of them are in very early stages. They actually want some customers to try that out. And usually in this country, we have this culture that if somebody is a startup, somebody wants to help them, they say, oh yeah, you can do this free. So we actually encourage the people who want to help them, saying, don't just give your place to come and, put their product and show it to you. Buy it. You may or may not use it entirely, or sometimes it's a loss. Sometimes it may be a great, useful product for you. But let us get away from the culture of asking something for free from a startup. And this has actually led to a very different culture in the startup world right now. Otherwise, majority of the reason why startups were failing in India is all their early customers whom they thought were good sandboxes, were good beta customers, where they could get a prototype done, they were all demanding that for free. Now they're saying, in their form of help, they can pay a little bit. They don't have to pay the full price, but they pay a little bit. So one, they're becoming sandboxes, they're becoming testing grounds, they're becoming beta customers, they are the paid pilots for these startups. And that's a great help for startups. It's not always the funding. Now, that's the second part, right? So these startups need the money. Yes, absolutely. So the next part is the money, right? So to do anything, for startups to hire, for many big companies it's difficult to hire in this country. Now we can imagine the plight of the startups where, when they have to find critical talent, and they're working on cutting edge technologies, very different ideas, things that people are not used to, right? So you need a very different type of workforce talent. So they need money for that. So the second is the capital. So we actually arrange funds for these startups. Jay mentioned this, we actually have a network called ISF Angels, where many HNIs contribute into these funds. It's not charity. They're actually investing in these startups. They get an equity share in those startup companies, and they take part in their success. And when these startups have difficult time, they also become the supporting system for them to find their next bit of money or next set of customers. And then the mentors, the most importantly, when these startups, they are being a startup not because they know everything, but they know a few things. They're very passionate. They're driven by their idea and their inspiration on what they want to do. But that doesn't mean they're good in every aspect of business. So they need a lot of mentoring from people who have seen this from various angles, and they actually advise them at the right time, saying, this is the right way to do it, this is the wrong way to do it. I know somebody who can help you here. We can actually send you to a system or a place or a company where you can actually get the right kind of help you need. This mentorship. So these are the 3 things. There are a few others that we do, but these are the 3 critical factors. Now, how they happen, and that's what Jay was mentioning, that is our mantra. It happens, how we do it. We just do it by connecting. We say, if you're looking for as Jay mentioned about this defense company, right, we'll connect you to DRDO. And if you are another type of company, we'll connect you to that kind of a customer base, or that kind of an investor base, or that kind of a mentor. So that is the first part of our mission, connect. And then usually it doesn't work when you just connect. You send a phone number by WhatsApp. Very few people respond to those things. And in fact, a lot of the startups also are very junior people, as I said. They don't even know how to approach people, senior people. They're intimidated. They'll first say, hello, sir. Well, say something after that. You can't just stop saying, how many of you get these messages saying, hello, sir? So we actually train them. Look, when you go and ask sincerely for help, ask openly. This is the situation I'm in. This is the help I need. That's the part. And then even that doesn't automatically happen. We have to set a system of collaboration. That is our second part of the mantra. You connect them first, but don't just stop there. You create a mechanism. In fact, today what we are doing is part of that. We actually bring in a whole lot of people and say, now let's start talking to each other, and this is collaboration. Now the third is a celebrate. Now between collaboration and the celebration, there has to be some success. And that we make it very clear to everybody. We asked all of you to be volunteers, we asked all of you to be participating in this, but not just for the namesake, right? So make something happen in the middle. And that's when we actually have a reason to celebrate. So, and that has been happening for 3 years now. And my, aspiration and request for all of you is that it's exactly 2 months between now and the date of the conference. When the first day of the conference is 26th September, that is when in this particular campus, there will be 100 startups who are handpicked in 20 different sectors. They will be sitting in front of the potential investors, potential customers, the CXOs of those companies, and potential mentors. All of them will actually be pitching in to help them. So they would have seen some of their stories first, and they will collaborate obviously on that, and they'll make it a success. So in these 2 months, we need to pick the best of the startups in those selected sectors, mentor them, curate them, and bring them on the day of 26th. And at the second half, when we actually get to the other side of the pitch sessions, we're believing that we're going to have 100 reasons to celebrate. So with that, I'll hand it off to... Okay, so I'll give some statistics. So when we started our very first conference, we just had 40 days to the day of the conference. So we actually onboarded 2,000 startups, and about 1175, if I remember correctly, they actually came to the second round, and the third round was 150. Out of the 150, we selected 15. But this time we go to the second year, we became super popular. So we had about 10,000 plus, I think a little over 10,000 startups who actually approached one way or the other, registered and saying, we want to come and pitch and try and raise money. So that was 10,000. And the similar numbers, we selected the top 100, and we worked with them to make sure that all of them are funded. If not by us, by somebody else, right? So the reason is, the point is that they have to become successful. They have to get funded. And this year, we already have exceeded 50,000 identified startups. I don't think any event in the startup ecosystem in this world is able to achieve those kind of numbers. Out of that, we have already screened upwards of 7,000 startups, and we've given them a yes or no. So it's not an easy process. It goes behind the scene. There's a lot that happens through systems, tools, people, volunteers, and sometimes we do actually get professional companies to do all this evaluation, etc. And we are pretty sure by the time we get to 26th of September, we will have the top 100 startups that are ready to be funded. In fact, not just ready to be funded, some of their funding requirement would have already been met with our system in place. That will be the day to close their funding, not to begin their funding, right? And then we pick up the next batch of 100. So this is a year-long process. Conferences come and go. This year conference is, number one, is a reason for us, is a place and a location, a date for us to celebrate the past year's success, and we're doing that. We will be finding those 100, and we'll all be celebrating their success, and it just goes on. And we have, just the DPIT registered startups, we have more than 1.2 lakh startups in this country. And all those million people who lost the job, as Jay mentioned, guess how many people these 1.2 lakh startups employ? They actually employ 12 lakh people. So when they lose this on this side, somebody is there to gain on that side, right? So unless, and Jay is absolutely right on that point, where if at all anything can save this country from that upcoming mega transformation driven by AI, driven by the geopolitical situations, and there are so many things that are contributing to this process, startup is the way to go. Because these startups, and there are 1.2 lakh registered, there's almost an equal number, and you'll never know the exact number because they're not registered, right? So there will be almost double that number who are not registered. And when they see the success of these startups, they will come into the system. And when they collectively employ 10, 20, 30 lakhs of people, that is a major employment sector in this country. Nothing else can come close, right? So I think it's very, very important with that view in mind. And I will let some of my colleagues here.
I don't know whether we are taking too much of time. The press people may be having another engagement on this thing. So maybe Mahesh, why don't you look at what are the MOUs and announcements?
So first of all, thanks for all the press and media and all the volunteers for coming and joining here. While Jay and Dina has explained you why we have started this startup conference and what's going on in the pitch sessions. See, there are a couple of other components in this conference. One is the basically conference event by itself, and there is an exhibition is also taking place. One of the finest startup exhibitions in our country, which we are planning to do here. And in our last year's exhibition, we have seen more than 10 plus international pavilions has been set up here. And this year, we are expecting 25 plus countries are ready to participate in our expo. Along with this, we'll have our state pavilions and startups from the early stage, idea stage, growth stage. Everybody would be participating. So this would be a great opportunity for the startups to showcase their products, services, whatnot. Along with this, there is another opportunity which we are providing is to launch their products in this big stage. Any startup or any growth stage startup, they want to start their new products or services, it would be a great stage for them to showcase their products and launch their things. Coming to the conference, we have more than 15 plus roundtable discussion topics that we have identified. Some of them are the burning, or I would say the upcoming sectors like agri-tech, of course fintech is there, consumer tech, energy tech, VLSIs, health tech. While these are the discussion topics, we are also doing unique roundtables such as Unicorns. I would ask Jay sir to describe more about Unicorns thing.
Thank you for bringing the topic. మీ అందరికి తెలుసు కదా, తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉంది, మొక్కే వంగంది మానే వంగదని. సో నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏంటంటే చాలామంది బీటెక్లు, ఎంటెక్లు, పిహెచ్డీ చేసిన వాళ్ళని కన్విన్స్ చేసి క్రియేటివిటీ సప్రెస్ అయిపోయింటుంది. మన ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టంలో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ వాట్ దే ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఈజ్ దే ఆర్ సప్రెసింగ్ ది క్రియేటివిటీ of the student. They are all good when they join the colleges and all that, but our mechanism, they are suppressing all the creativity. So what is happening now, the people who are studying in schools, that's why we kept 8 years to 18 years as a unicorns, and I am getting the requests from all over the globe. Lot of people who are already demonstrated their entrepreneurial spirit. From US alone, there are about more than 10 such students who are studying in the schools. They already created products and all that. And similarly from London, a lot of people are coming. India also, a lot of such students who wants to demonstrate their the capability to create new age startups. So my gut feel is India is going to produce more unicorn from that unicorns. So we are creating a new club called ISF Unicorn Club. Like any other clubs, this thing, from all over the world, whoever wants to be an entrepreneur, this thing in that age limit, they will get some of those privileges because we are going to connect them to the investors and mentors, all that we will be doing. So that's one prediction what I am thinking. The second one is, my prediction is future unicorns or sunicorns will not come from cities. They will all come from the rural background. Maybe from Adilabad, some unicorns may come. From Anantapur, some unicorns may come. So that is the kind of thing which is happening because they have a lot of problems to be solved. They got more fire in their belly. They wanted to prove something. So these are the indicators. That's the reason why we have such roundtable conferences. And this is a very important roundtable. The other one is, the other roundtable which is very, very important is the Rural Economic Forum. Like World Economic Forum, see, World Economic Forum, every year it happens in Davos and they take the same conference to other countries. Whereas our REF, Rural Economic Forum, we are going to concentrate on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Like removing the hunger is one such goals out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So far nothing really happened in a sustainable way, though United Nations announced this a long time ago. So we want to pick up Rural Economic Forum, pick up one or two of those things and experiment in India, how they are going to really remove all the problems in that particular segment and have all the standard operating procedures. Then we'll train other states and other countries how that can be done. So that's another important roundtable called Rural Economic Forum Roundtable. So we are not picking up all the routine fintech and all that. They will be there. Startups point of view, they want some network connectivity and all that. But this new dimensions and the new way which is going to happen, we are catching them early on so that these people are positioned to create more unicorns. India should beat Silicon Valley, because we have all the plus points to make our startup companies from the rural area, from young people in the unicorns and all that. And we have big market, very big market. There may be funding issue in USA, but in India there is no funding issue. Like I mentioned, first day of the conference, 150 term sheets for early stage startups. This never happened in any conferences anywhere in the world. So that's our strength. Now I request Balaji to talk about, my friend Dinanath mentioned about three things: connect, collaborate and celebrate, right? Connection we are doing through the festivals. Like Sankranti Muggullo, ఏం చేస్తారు, ఫస్ట్ చుక్కలు పెడతారు. చుక్కలు పెట్టిన తర్వాత ఈ చుక్కలను కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే మంచి ఫిగర్ తయారైపోతుంది. సేమ్ థింగ్ ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఈజ్ వీ గాట్ ఎక్స్పర్టీస్ ఇన్ కనెక్టింగ్ ది డాట్స్. ఎవరిని ఎట్లా కనెక్ట్ చేయాలా, సో దట్ సక్సెస్ ఆటోమేటిక్లీ హ్యాపన్స్. సో కనెక్షన్ ఈస్ హ్యాపెనింగ్. Collaboration, everything we can't do it. We need other players to collaborate with ISF so that as a whole we can do well. So one such collaborator who has come forward is Mr. Balaji Reddy. He is executive director at Vamshiram Bay Builders, and let him talk about what component, how he is going to help the startup ecosystem through his own words.
Thank you, Jay Garu. As he rightly said, Jay Garu is a good friend of mine, and I have been watching their growth story for a long time, for last 2 years about ISF. So I have also traveled worldwide, and I have a passion towards empowering this rural youth and the startups. And we are now planning to launch a new entity called International Startup Network, ISN, which will be the world's largest incubator, and which will house all the startups, mentors, investors, corporate connects. All this will happen under one roof, like a super big area, which will be the largest such incubator in the world. And this will happen in the near future. And thanks to Jay Garu for offering this. All the ISF startups which have been selected, they will be housed in ISN. We are signing an MOU today. They are our first partners to collaborate in our facility. And we already have initiated with 2 such people in the world, the second largest company accelerator program. They are planning to launch enterprise and AI soon in January in India, and they have partnered with Microsoft and Google already for this program. They will also be housing in our facility. Thank you so much. And the last thing, this will be a hub and spoke model, as Jay Garu has a passion towards rural areas. We'll be doing district level incubation centers in all the districts. When they complete the bus rural yatra, where they select startups, they did not come to Hyderabad or anywhere. They can just work from their own district and connect to global network with the investors and with the corporates to grow their business. Thank you so much.
Great milestone we are taking this concept globally. As I mentioned, he is going to create virtual and physical world's largest incubator facility. He says this will be much better than Y Combinator. Everybody knows what Y Combinator has done. I think every entrepreneur wants to get into Y Combinator so that their valuations will go up and all that. So he says this will be kind of a Y Combinator plus. That's what he's trying to do. So this is the first collaboration with ISF. One with key component ISN is going to bring to ISF. So I really want to thank Balaji Reddy Garu for coming out with a great initiative which goes very well with what we are trying to do. Thank you, Balaji Reddy.
This will be the game changer not for ISF and ISN, but for India. For India.
Thank you. Now I want to introduce another key component is the investment. So Srikanth is raising about $108 million, and he has been our volunteer right from the day one, and he is going to be collaborating with ISF, see that the investments, only problem with Srikanth is minimum ticket size is he says only $5 million. So I had to figure out how to get smaller checks for the early stage startups. So I request Srikanth also to say how Srikanth Venture Capital is going to help us. Srikanth, though your VC fund is minimum ticket size 5 million, you think of getting at least $500,000 or this thing to introduce that component also, so that we can help many more startups. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Srikanth. I'm a founding partner at 108 Capital. We are a SEBI registered Cat 2 AIF. But very importantly, as sir mentioned, here as a volunteer for ISF ever since it started. And all that I can tell you that, we've been part of this journey over the last 2 years. It's a fantastic platform for entrepreneurs, investors, mentors to actually come, collaborate, connect, and celebrate, right? That's what we actually stand for. And with the kind of collaboration that we just saw with Ram sir, I think this is going to be a game changer for a lot of people, because it's very difficult to kind of have everything on one platform and have access to also. And most of us, of course, have our day jobs, but all of us are very passionate about supporting this ecosystem, and that's why we are here. And of course, be it from 108 Capital or even otherwise, as we said, we have a large network of mentors and investors. All of us are here to actually help out startups in a meaningful way, right? And it's also therefore the onus is on you, the startups, to actually make yourself look good in front of investors. And that means that you'll get a lot of support from our mentors and everybody to prepare you for the day, right? And which is what, Dina is doing. So this is a very serious platform. Don't think that, you will probably just walk in and get away with money. It's very important that you do your bit and therefore then leave it to ISF. And that's the way we build credibility, right? That's very important for any organization in terms of sustaining it. So we expect the same from startups and mentors who are part of this network. Thank you so much.
Another important component is how do you take this concept international? So that's where Mr. Sheshadri is the co-founder of International Startup Foundation, and he shown me only less than a trailer in UK. Last year when he invited me to London, the way he organized meetings in House of Lords. House of Lords, only parliamentarians and country heads, they go and attend those meetings in the House of Lords. For ISF, he gave that platform. All the ministers from British Parliament and many parliamentarians also attended that ISF network conference event in last year. Not only in London, he has got tentacles in entire Europe. I don't know which are the countries. Once I gave him a job, he is 24 hours on that. I don't know how he takes care of his other company requirements. Let Sheshadri tell about what is the recipe formula, how he is able to do that.
Thank you, Guruji. First of all, it's all your blessings and wishes. That's what I'll say. So I say, first of all, how I got it's close to about 1.5 years for me in this mission, ISF, where I always say this, and again, I know it's stereotype for many. In my Chedi days, I used to see Jay sir building this, all we see, whatever it is in. So I never found after that anybody who was doing selflessly, I mean, with due respect, something in. So all the energy, that's where. And I have been lucky, while everybody used to say, I know Jay sir, they've been there 20 years, 15 years, 20. I say, when I will have that kind of a thing, and it's been from the last 1.5 years. So I'm in the podium. I'm also blessed with him day in, day out, learning a lot of things. Secondly, I want to thank all our volunteers here, right? Because, sir, the volunteers are not only media, you said, even men in uniform. I said the armed forces in Bangalore, they all committed. that they will also be part of volunteers in this. That's from Defense, Naval, Army, Defense, Naval, Air Force. So that's one thing. And yes, of course, while many of the details have already been there, I said, what is ISF? Everybody was asking me, what is ISF? ISF is a movement led by obviously Jay sir and also many of the volunteers who come from all the way. I said, we are not always saying we are not for profit, that's always there. But again, we are a non-event management company. We don't do anything in conferences in 5 stars. We do all conferences in the Chinta Chetukinda Telugu Valaki Ardhamaithe or Banyan Tree, Neem Tree, no cruises, high expensive cruises, doing pitches there and all that. This is what we see regularly. Whenever he has said, we are always doing that. So you'll see very different, like we are talking about this Ankur Yatra, we'll see very different style of things. This is what the actual India has been there, our Bharat has been there. So we all know that, I don't know how many of us know, Bharat has shown the world there. We always say, whenever somebody else says we are a developing country, we are killed. I don't think we are already a developed country. The 0 to infinity was all from us. Whenever I go to the Cambridge, Oxford, when I go to I see the manuscripts of our Ramanujam or someone else, हमारा बिल्ली हमारे को मिल रहा है अभी. So I don't think that, it's all the mindset. So last but not least, what AI for me? Action in India. With this, thank you. Again, please all come to me.
Now, with this, I request our media persons, if there are any questions, any clarifications regarding ISF conference, as well as the first time in the world is a rural startup bus yatra, which is happening, which is going to be flagged off on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of AP. And next one is going to be in Telangana. So any questions related to these two, please go ahead. Open for Q&A.
So if could somebody take us through the 2 days of event that will happen? What were the top pressure? What are the activities in 2 days?
So,
Mike. For 2 days, what are the activities you have on 2 days?
See, ours is the schedule is September 26, 27, and 28. 26th is completely dedicated to the pitch sessions. While Dina said, we are already filtering the top 100 startups, and these 100 startups will have a demo day where they are going to pitch live in front of the investors. So that's day one. And day one, we also start with the expo inauguration. And day 2 and day 3 are all these roundtables, which will be. Yeah, on day 1, in the morning, the expo is being inaugurated by Deputy Chief Minister, and in the evening, we'll have a Chief Minister who will be the chief guest. Along with him, we'll have a couple of union ministers. One is IT Minister of Telangana. Yeah, and Global CEO of Cognizant, Mr. Ravi Kumar, is also going to be with us as a chief guest. And day 2, I'll go through that. So on day 2, we'll have various roundtables, as we mentioned, which will be straddled across 2 days, health tech and all those stuff. And the most important thing, what we are doing for the past 2 years is we are doing Lifetime Achievement Awards, who has done an excellent work in their sectors. So this time we are giving Lifetime Achievement Awards for more than 20 people. So that is what we'll be doing on day 2 plenary session. And on day 3, we'll continue to have more roundtable discussions. And one of the important things this year we are doing is something very similar to TED Talks, and an Indianized way of, we are doing an ISF Talks. So people who had done an excellence in their sectors are going to talk in a freestyle way that will be useful for all the startups. So this is all straddled across 3 days.
If you can throw some light on Ankur Yatra, because it says starts on October 2nd. It should be 1 week long, or if you can share a little more detail as to what the route you have decided to take, because I know it's going to be rural. So if you can throw some light more about the rural Yatra itself.
Yeah, I'll tell you how the whole idea started. When we were in Jamaica, we were having a dinner in the evening. So there, one of the participants who came from Vijayawada, during the discussion, sir, I have a bus which has got all the modern amenities like a big LCD screen and a round table. So this you can use that bus for your conference and all that. For conference, why do I require a bus? Then immediately I thought, why not we have a rural startup bus yatra? That's where Jamaica actually owns that the concept. The idea came during our Jamaica visit, and because I strongly believe rural India has to be supported big time now. Farmers are still committing suicide. There's no hope for many people, and the remaining people, they're all getting into drugs and alcoholism, and they're getting free money. There's no incentive for them to do something and earn money on this thing. We are making them totally lazy and parasites. If you leave it like this, I think rural India will become a big liability for the nation. And once we stop that money going to them through direct benefit transfer or whatever it is, this thing, then there will be revolution from rural India. So only solution is how do we convert them from that this thing to make them a respectable entrepreneurs earning their own money. Then they don't take all this this thing. So then rural India also will come up to this thing, and there's no difference between Hyderabad. Like yesterday, Honorable IT Minister was telling, they are planning to create mini Hyderabaads. Warangal will be mini Hyderabad. Adilabad can be mini Hyderabad. So that means whatever infrastructure in a limited sense they are trying to create, automatically the entrepreneurs in that area can make use of that. So with that idea, we thought of taking this bus yatra. So what we are doing, this bus yatra is not people who are coming from USA, Europe, Singapore, they are all coming. They will anyway see what they can do in that. So what we have done, suppose if I come from Anantapur, I will be in that Anantapur bus yatra. We will all go, all the CXOs, investors from Anantapur who are all from different parts of the globe. We will go much before bus yatra starts, and Dina and his team, they are conducting the business plan competition in that area, whether agriculture startups, healthcare startups, rural finance startups, all these things, I mean, they are going to, his team is going to conduct, and we have selected host institutions at every location. The host institution has to take care of their responsibility, not only their students and their startups, this entire zone, they will be conducting all that. And they're supposed to finish all that, selecting the at least 10 good startups from that zone before we go to that city or town or village, wherever it is. And 30th of September, the local ministers, for example, Kakinada, our Honorable Deputy CM of Andhra Pradesh, Pawan Kalyanji, agreed to be the chief guest to flag off. Not only the flagging off, we requested him to give the awards to those selected because they'll get inspired. If they are getting something in their own town, getting an award or recognition from people like Pawan Kalyan, they will, their excitement will be boundless. So that will happen on September 30th. This is hub and spoke model. Simultaneously, on the same day, Anantapur bus yatra will happen, Vizag bus yatra will happen, wherever we have Kakinada, Rajahmundry and all that. And all the buses with the entrepreneurs, selected companies, they will all come to Amravati on 1st of October. And Amravati, Honorable Chief Minister agreed to give at least 1 or 2 hours depending on his schedules. He will interact with these startups, and also he will interact with all the people who are coming from different parts of US and Europe, and he is going to take the commitment from them. Okay, you have come to participate. How many jobs you are going to create in your area? We have got a project called Project 100. In 100 days, they have to first show their commitment, whether they have invested in some company or created some jobs in their districts. So only those people will be in our next bus yatra or whatever activities. People who only talk, oh, we'll do it and all that, this thing. If they are not able to complete that 100 days project, we'll request them, probably you come to us whenever you got real this thing. So with that kind of a commitment, all the buses will be flagged off on Gandhi Jayanti, which is October 2nd, by Honorable Chief Minister. Why Gandhi Jayanti? Because Mahatma Gandhiji believed in rural empowerment and rural industry, all the cottage industry, all those things. He wanted to do it. But unfortunately, we sidetracked, and we only took care of public sectors and the cities kind of this thing. That created the imbalance. Today, nobody wants to stay in the rural area. In fact, my brother's son, though he did BSc Agriculture and MSc, he went to Wageningen University in Netherlands, and he came back and he wanted to be in the village to do some agri-tech. And no father was willing to give their daughter to my brother's son for marriage. So finally, I had to request Mahesh. Mahesh gave him an opportunity to work in your company, and I pushed him to Bangalore. Immediately after that, he got. So that is the situation in India. Unfortunately, nobody wants good people. Nobody wants to stay in the villages. That trend is not good. We have to reverse that this thing. So that's one of the key things why we have taken up this rural startup bus yatra, not driven by the government, driven by the industry. So all these buses on 2nd, once they are flagged off, they will all go to Sri City. Why Sri City? Sri City has got a lot of manufacturing companies. These startups, they need business, right? If only we are giving the money, there is no business, they will not be able to. In Sri City, one day completely we are going to have, and Srini Raju is organizing meetings with all the manufacturing companies like Foxconn, and so many manufacturing companies are there, Hero, all these companies are there. So they are going to come and give a presentation where they need help from the startup companies. What are innovative products that they can build for them? So that gives an opportunity to break the main thing for the startups to get the business. So after that, we will all go to IIT Tirupati. There we will be giving all the prizes, final prizes to all those people. And that is the last leg of our journey.
So that's going to be about 10 days?
No, see, actual bus yatra starts on October 2nd, the main bus yatra. But before that, preparation, like people will go to Kakinada, on 30th, that program has to, these things, take the selected people, selected all the CXOs, they all have to travel to Amaravati, and Amaravati having discussions with Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Then next day, they will follow this thing. Same thing we are going to do it for Telangana state in the month of December. Same pattern we want to do it. Once we successfully complete these two, then we will go to other states where they are already requesting. I don't want to go to them unless we have all the procedures are standardized, and we have to produce the results. Just by taking bus yatra for a visibility sake, if there are no results are coming, I don't think that's a correct model. So we want to see how the results are coming. Then with all that, this thing, we will go to Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and all the Madhya Pradesh and all that who are requesting us to this thing, because whole India, we need to serve the rural India. That is the main concept, and this is the first time in the world. In fact, Guinness Book of World Records, the team, they want to join us in the bus yatra. They want to see really all the CXOs are coming from US. If so, they want to enter this into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Mr. Balaji, you said you were setting up the world's biggest innovation center. Is there a timeline for it, and what stage are you currently setting up?
Yeah, we are already on the drawing board, and next 4 to 6 months it will be up and running maximum. And we have already initiated discussion with global players to house their accelerator programs and startups here. And this is the first MOU we signed to collaborate with ISF.
Any more questions from others? Yeah, good question. Yeah, as I was telling earlier, the future is going to be rural. Not only in India, any country, because the majority of the population, they still live in the rural area. In India, more than 60% of our population still in the rural area. Unfortunately, because they are not getting a support, migration is happening and cities are getting crowded and all that. We want to stop that. Create these opportunities, like the minister, the honorable minister was telling, mini Hyderabad had to be created. Similarly, mini Vizag had to be created in Andhra Pradesh, so that they have the complete social infrastructure, then digital infrastructure, other infrastructure, so that they'll be able to think of, for example, Joho Corporation, multi-billion-dollar company, they do products only in their company. You know where they do the recruitment? Only rural India, that to 10th class or 12th class. In fact, when we met Sridhar Vembu, when we wanted to invite him to come to Visakhapatnam, So Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu requested them, I'll give whatever land you want on the top of Rishikonda Hills overlooking the ocean. Why don't you set up your development center? Then Sridhar Vembu said, sir, we don't want any land whatsoever in Visakhapatnam, but we want land in your Kuppam constituency. Then Honorable Chief Minister said, Kuppam is not developed. Then what is that? No, sir, we want only in such places. We hire only rural people, either 10th class or 12th class. Then I asked Sridhar Vembu, why rural people, 10th class or 12th class, are there in urban areas? Why are you not able to take those people? Then he said, JSR, the urban students, they live in air-conditioned homes, they travel in air-conditioned buses, their classrooms are air-conditioned. In some international schools, even playgrounds are also air-conditioned. Their minds are all conditioned. We don't do any IT services, we develop innovative products. We want creative people. Whereas in rural area, those children, they don't know whether they can go to the school next day. They don't know because there are so many conditions which they are not certain about that. That's the reason why we want to take rural boys and girls, and they are creating innovative products, and we are one of the largest companies in India producing the products. Any more questions? Yeah. తెలుగులోనా? ఓకే. అమీర్పేట అమెరికా. అందుకే కదా ఐటీ ఫోకస్ లేకోకుండా స్టార్టప్ ఫోకస్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాము. ఇది ఒకందుకు మంచిదే. ఇప్పుడు ఒకనొకప్పుడు ఇండియా ఆల్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ జీరో దే ఆర్ ఆల్ ఇన్వెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. అంటే మన భారతదేశంలో అవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ మనకి ఈస్ట్ ఇండియా కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు వచ్చేసి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఏది మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేయకూడదు, అన్నీ యూరోప్ నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోవాలా. దే ఫోర్స్డ్ us to become slaves. That's why I keep joking. Our IT services is like a slave industry. తెలుగులో ఓకే. సో మనము ఆ బానిసత్వ దీని నుంచి ఇప్పుడు బయటకు వస్తున్నాము. ఇంతవరకు ఎందుకు ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్లో మనం బాగా చేసామంటే మనకు ఆ మైండ్ సెట్ తెలంగాణలో ఏదో అంటారు కదా బానిసం దొర, రైట్? అందరికీ ఆ మైండ్ సెట్ ఉంది. ఎవరైనా చెప్తే ఇప్పుడు అమెరికాలో కంపెనీ చెప్తే సార్ మీకు ఏం చేయాలి సార్ అంటే వాళ్ళు చెప్తారు. అప్పుడు వచ్చి వీళ్ళు కోడింగ్ ఏదో చేసి వాళ్ళు పంపిస్తారు. అదేం వర్క్ అది? కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్లేవరీ వర్క్, రైట్? వీఆర్ నాట్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ ది ప్రోడక్ట్. వన్స్ అపాన్ ఎ టైమ్ మనం భారతదేశంలోనే అన్ని కనుక్కునేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు వీఆర్ ఫోర్స్ టు గెట్ ఇన్ టు ఏది ప్రోడక్ట్స్, ఇన్నోవేటివ్ థింగ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ దట్. దిస్ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ భగవంతుడు మనకి ఇచ్చిన ఆపర్చునిటీ. అంటే జాబ్స్ గిబ్స్ ఇక్కడ కూడా వస్తాయి, కానీ ఇక్కడ వచ్చేటి ఎలాంటి కంపెనీలు? ప్రోడక్ట్స్, అవర్ ఓన్ ఇంటలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. దెన్ ఒక కంపెనీ ఒక గ్రేట్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ తయారు చేస్తే ప్రాబబ్లీ వీ కెన్ బికమ్ ట్రిలియనర్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సిచ్యువేషన్. ఇప్పుడు ఏదైనా మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ కానీ గూగుల్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళ మార్కెట్ క్యాప్ అంతా ట్రిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ డాలర్స్లో ఉంటుంది. మనం వై నాట్ వి క్రియేట్ దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ? దానికి ఈ స్టార్టప్ ఎకోసిస్టమ్ మైండ్ సెట్ వాళ్ళకు సర్వీసెస్ మైండ్ సెట్ నుంచి ప్రోడక్ట్ మైండ్ సెట్లకి తీసుకొస్తే, అండ్ దట్టు మనకు ఏ దేశంలో కూడా లేవండి ఇన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్, ఇన్ని ఆపర్చునిటీస్. అందుకే మిగతా దేశం వాళ్ళంతా ఏమడుతున్నారంటే మా స్టార్టప్స్కి మీ ఇండియాలో మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ చూపించండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇంతమంది పాపులేషన్లో ఇప్పుడు ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే రూరల్ ఇండియా ప్రతి ఎలక్షన్స్ అప్పుడు వాళ్ళ చేతుల్లో చాలా డబ్బులు వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఆ డబ్బులు వాళ్ళు కొంటున్నారు, మాల్స్ కొంటున్నారు, దాంట్లో అంతా. సో కన్స్యూమరిజం యాజ్ పర్ ది రీసెంట్ సర్వే 10 times increased in rural India. That's a great opportunity for startup companies. ఇదివరకు రోజుల్లో మన వాళ్ళంతా పొలవమని అమెరికా పోయేవాళ్ళు, ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడేం మార్కెట్ లేదు, ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసేవాళ్ళు కూడా లేరు. ఇప్పుడు అవన్నీ మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి, వేరే వాళ్ళు కూడా మన దగ్గర వస్తున్నారు. ఇట్స్ ఏ వన్ వే బ్లెస్సింగ్ అండ్ డిస్గైజ్. అందుకని ఆ స్టార్టప్స్కి అనుగుణంగా మ్యాన్ పవర్ లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ మ్యాన్ పవర్ తయారు చేయాలి. మనకున్న మ్యాన్ పవరు ఐటీ బీపీఓకి కేపీఓకి పనికి వస్తుంది, కానీ ఈ న్యూ ఏజ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ, న్యూ ఏజ్ స్టార్టప్స్కి పనికిరాదు. అందుకనే ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ గురుకులు ఎందుకు పెడుతున్నామంటే ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్కి వాళ్ళు నష్టపోకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి తెలుసో తెలియకో బీటెక్ కంప్యూటర్ చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళు అదేవిధంగా ఉంటే ఉద్యోగం దొరకదు. మరి ఆయన తప్పు, అబ్బాయి అమ్మాయి తప్పు కాదు, మన తప్పు. So we have to create some training modules so that they are transformed to suitable for startup companies. అది స్టార్టప్ గురుకుల ద్వారా చేస్తున్నాము. సో దీనివల్ల నేను అనుకోవడము, ఇందాక దీనా కూడా చెప్పాడు, దాదాపు ఎన్ని లక్షల జాబ్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే ఆల్రెడీ వీ హ్యావ్ హౌ మెనీ మిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ జాబ్స్ త్రూ స్టార్టప్స్? ఆల్రెడీ 1.2 million జాబ్స్ స్టార్టప్స్ ద్వారా అది ఇంకా 5.6 millions లేకుంటే 10 million చేసేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంది. ఇట్స్ నాట్ జస్ట్ వన్ కంపెనీ, ఆల్రెడీ దే ఆర్ మోర్ దాన్ 120 స్టార్టప్ 1,20,000 startups రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా, అండ్ దట్ నంబర్ ఇస్ గ్రోయింగ్. ఇప్పుడు మన హైదరాబాద్లో ఉండి లాస్ట్ 5 yearsలో 2 unicorns వచ్చాయి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి. In 5 years, how can they produce 8,000 crore company, 2 unicorns, Genoti and Darwin Box. అలాంటి యూనికార్న్స్ వచ్చాయనుకోండి, హైదరాబాద్ ఎకానమీ ఈజ్ టేకింగ్ కేర్. సో అది ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకి. ఒక రకంగా భగవంతుడు ఫోర్సింగ్ అస్ టు గెట్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ కేపీఓ బీపీఓ ఆ జాబ్స్ నుంచి రెస్పెక్టబుల్గా చెప్పడానికి ఇండియాలో మేము ప్రోడక్ట్ చేసాము. ఆల్ ఓవర్ ది వరల్డ్ దే ఆర్ యూజింగ్ దిస్ ప్రోడక్ట్. వై వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూజ్ అదర్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియా? సో ఆ ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకు వస్తుంది. దాని ద్వారా ఎకానమీ బాగుపడుతుంది, తర్వాత జాబ్స్ కూడా విపరీతంగా జాబ్స్ వస్తాయి. మేము రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఎందుకు అంటున్నాము? వాళ్ళకి అక్కడ ఉద్యోగాలు క్రియేట్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు అగ్రికల్చర్లో వాళ్ళు ఏమి సంపాదించుకోవటం లేదు, అందుకని అందరూ ఫ్రస్ట్రేట్ అయ్యి టౌన్స్కు సిటీస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. మేము అట్లా కాదు, మీకే అక్కడ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాం, అక్కడ యూనికార్న్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము. దట్ ఈస్ అవర్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్. దట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అంటే మీరు మీడియానండి, మీరు మీడియా నుంచి వచ్చారా? ఇప్పుడు అంతా అమెరికా నుంచి అమీర్పేటకు వస్తున్నారు. రివర్స్ ఏంటండి, అమీర్పేటలో స్టార్టర్స్ పెట్టాలి. మేబీ బాలాజీ సార్ కెన్ థింక్ ఆఫ్ అమీర్పేట్. ఐ థింక్ మేబీ వీ కెన్ రివర్స్ ద సైకిల్. సో బేసికలీ అందరూ ఇప్పుడు యాజ్ యూ సెడ్ ఎవ్రీబడి మొత్తం అమెరికానే కాదు, మనం మాట్లాడితే అమెరికా అంటాం, అమెరికానే కాకుండా చాలా దేశాలు ఉన్నాయి, అందరూ ఇప్పుడు ఇండియా వైపే చూస్తున్నారు. సో మనకి మీరు కూడా ఇందాక సార్ చెప్పినట్టు మీరు వాలంటీరింగ్ చేసి రావాలి. ఈ న్యూస్ వేయడమే కాదు, మీరు కూడా వచ్చి వాటిలో ఉంటే అందరికీ మీరు హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంటున్నారు. మీరు ఏవేవో న్యూస్లు వేసే కంటే ఈ న్యూస్ల వల్ల మనకు కూడా ఉపయోగం పడుతుంది. టీఆర్పీ రేటింగ్స్ కూడా పెరుగుతాయి, ఎందుకంటే చాలామందికి జాబులు ఇచ్చాం ఇది ఇచ్చాం అనేది మనకు వస్తుంది. అందరూ కలిసి మనకి చెయ్యాలి, ఒకరితో అవ్వదు, ఇది స్ప్రెడ్ చేయాలి, మన బాధ్యత అది. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ బిఫోర్ దట్ సార్ ఐ థింక్ వీ షుడ్ థ్యాంక్ ప్రశాంత్ గారు ఫర్ ద ఈఎస్ఏ. మనం ఇక్కడ చేస్తున్నాం ఇంకా ఈ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఈరోజు ఎందుకు పెట్టామంటే వారు ఎంతో ఇక్కడ కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ కొత్తగా వస్తుంది. నేను ఇందాక మీకు చెప్పినట్టు మనది 5-star హోటల్స్లో వీటిలో పెట్టాం. మనదంతా ఈ కాలేజ్ 150-100 years చేస్తుంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఇది అండి. సో ప్రశాంత్ గారు వారు ఇక్కడ ఇది. సో ఇట్
థ్యాంక్ యూ ISF. Actually, this is all great goes to our director, sir, Dr. Rameshwar, sir. We welcome ISF. We see this is going to be a grand success. Thank you.
అక్టోబర్ 2nd జరగబోయే అంకుర యాత్రకి ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశామండి. ఎలాగైతే అక్టోబర్ 2nd మన గాంధీ జయంతినో మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు మన అంకుర యాత్ర బస్సుని డ్రైవ్ చేస్తున్నట్టుగా ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశారు. సో దీన్ని ఇప్పుడు జయ చౌదరి గారు అన్వీల్ చేస్తారు. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద థీమ్ వేర్ మహాత్మా గాంధీ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ డ్రైవింగ్ ద అంకుర యాత్ర బస్ విత్ ఆల్ ద థీమ్స్. అండ్ ప్లీజ్ కమ్. ప్లీజ్ కమ్.
ఈ చేతుల మీద తీసుకుంటాను, అందరూ చూపిస్తాను.
యా.
shows what we are doing. You explain what it is.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి. సారథి గారు యాక్చువల్లీ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈ పోస్ట్ చూశాను. దాని ఎయిమ్ ఏంటి అంటే రూరల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఎలా చేయాలి అనే పోస్ట్ చూసినప్పుడు నాకు ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అనిపించింది. దానికి ఒక మెమోటో లాగా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఒక మాన్యుమెంటల్ స్కల్ప్చర్ కూడా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, దాని గుర్తుగా ఈవెంట్ గుర్తుగా ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ కైండ్ కాబట్టి అనే ఆలోచనతో ఇది చేశాను. దీన్ని మేము మ్యూరల్స్ లాగా స్కల్ప్చర్స్ లాగా కూడా రిలీజ్ చేస్తాం దాని గుర్తుగా. థ్యాంక్స్ అండి.
ఈ చెట్టు పెరిగి ఎన్ని యూనికార్న్లు ఈ ఏరియాలో
ట్రీ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్ అంటారు కదా. ఓకే సార్. అంటే ఒక చెట్టు అనేది మనిషి జీవితానికి ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని ఎంపవర్మెంట్ చేయడం కూడా అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్తో చేస్తాం.
అంకురం అంటే మనం విత్తనం వేస్తే చిన్న మొక్క, అది ఇంత పెద్ద మహావృక్షం అయిపోయి అందరికీ లీడర్ ఇస్తుంది, తర్వాత అందరికీ ఫలాలు ఇస్తుంది. దట్స్ వాట్ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈజ్ ఆల్ అబౌట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
I request all volunteers to come onto the stage if anybody, yeah, please come.
You want to also any media volunteers, please come. You are part of us. Come. Without you people. Anybody without a camera. Still some people are sitting there. Please come. You are all recruited. Please come. నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను కదా మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఒక్క ఎంప్లాయీ కూడా లేదు. ఇట్స్ ఆల్ రన్ బై వాలంటీర్స్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ యువర్ ఓన్ కంపెనీస్. దేర్ ఆల్ ఇన్ బిగ్ మల్టీనేషనల్ కంపెనీలో సీనియర్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్స్. వాళ్ళు దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ ఆల్ ద టైమ్. ఐఎమ్ ఓన్లీ వైఫై చూస్తున్నాను కానీ పని అంతా వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు. ఐ వాంట్ టు గివ్ థ్యాంక్ ఆల్ మై volunteers and really responsible all these people. Thank you. Thank you.
మన వే ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్ వేరు. మన ఈవెంట్ అప్పుడు కూడా ఒక బిగ్ మాన్యుమెంట్ పెట్టి మీతో ప్రొటోటైప్ చేశాం. సో దాన్ని ఈవెంట్కి అలైన్ చేస్తే ఒకటి దాని మెమరీని ఎక్కువ మీడియా
I think I am the most happiest person today because the vision with which it has been started, I think it is very satisfying and it looks, I believe that the small steps what we have taken at that point of time with the support of government, more particularly NABARD, Chintala Garu, and as well as the hub team. I think it was, as they have mentioned, we started it in COVID time. It was a very challenging time. There were instances also people were thinking, what is this nonsense this vice chancellor is doing? Because it was not within the mandate, within the mission of the university. Okay, so that was the thinking. But sometimes idiotic ideas also prosper very well. So it was a disrupting idea, what we call it as. So we wanted to disrupt the ecosystem at that point of time. So we took this bold step, and that bold step actually fructified by the great support what we received from the NABARD. There were challenging times at that point of time itself, because there was an agri-hub just half a kilometer away from us. A idea. Okay. So while they were asking why this another hub is within the half kilometer range. Okay. So there were this was a challenge. So that is where actually this idea was born. That is agri-hub with spokes. So we wanted to be different from the hub what we had half a kilometer away. So the NABARD asked us, what is this distinct attribute this hub has? So that is how we ventured into this idea of agri-hub with the spokes, wherein rural innovation hubs will be established. Of course, at that point of time, other initiatives taken by the university officers in terms of one district, one commodity, establishing so what we call food processing units here, like oil, like dal mills and other mills have been added to this. That's how it has been built. So I'm happy that this rural innovation spoke has come into the reality. Now, I don't want to say what we call say what Raghuram Reddy was saying. He was my student. Okay. So I just want to ask you, what are the two greatest innovations this country has seen in the last 3 or 4 decades? That is the problem. This is actually the problem. That means you do not know. That means all the speakers have spoken since last 2 hours. I am sorry to say that you have not given the definition of innovation. What is innovation? What is innovation? So say for example, the guy who has spoken last, he has taken an innovative service to the farmers. Drone service is an innovative service. Application of pesticides are not new. Application of pesticides was known to us for a long time, but we were using a sprayer. Now this man has brought a solution wherein, say he is using drone, so the innovative service he has brought to the farmer. So any product, any process, any solution that actually disrupts the existing ecosystem and helps to increase the effectiveness, helps to increase the competitiveness, helps to increase the economic value, helps to increase the social value, that we call it as an innovation. So the two greatest innovations that we have is one you have in your hand, that is the mobile, and the second one is the Aadhaar. Aadhaar was the greatest innovation actually. Till date, no other country had this much, so what you call digitization of individual. So actually earlier, when we first opened the bank account, we have to run through the people. Can you sign for us? Can you to open the account? Can you testify for us? So it used to take few days to open an account. Now you can take your Aadhaar card, you go to the bank and you open an account. Okay, so for anything, say what we call any identity, you don't need other person's help here. So that is an innovative way of telling of your own, so what is your identity and so on. So these are the two greatest innovations. This is one. Then another important thing is what actually, say the success of Singapore is because of innovation. The success of Vietnam, which has been completely destroyed by the Americans, and within a very short time, they could again build their ecosystem. That is due to innovation and entrepreneurship. Okay, why today China has reached that? I don't know how many of you know. 1985, our economy and Chinese economy was the same. No difference, exactly the same. And today, we are at 3.5 to 4 trillion, and whereas China is at 18.5 trillion. How this has happened? How this has happened? I am very happy. We didn't understand the second guy, Anjaya. He has made a very valid point. Why today China was able to reach that stage? Actually, he has told the answer. So if you want to, that of course, policies, liberalization, all this matters, but you need to have people in the country who can understand the innovation. So if I have to put a factory, I need workers. So if I need workers, I need to train him to manufacture this way, that way, my design is this. And there should be a person to understand it. So to understand it, you need skill. To understand it, you need education. To understand it, you need, say, what you call enabling environment. You need policy supporting it. Okay, so keeping that aside, assuming that you have a policy, you have, say, this one. So you need skilled people in this country. That is where this hub has a role to play. That is where the importance of innovation comes into the picture. Then infrastructure. I am also very happy to see, because though I came here several times while this construction is taking place, first time I am coming to this, what we call auditorium. So there was a single point agenda for me that the colleges what this university has, no other university in the country has. The infrastructure that this country has, physical and lab. Physical infrastructure is one, lab infrastructure is another one. So that's how, say what you call, we have pushed, we have actually bulldozed. We have bulldozed the things to make it happen. So one is skilled people. So there is a huge skill gap today in this country. There is a huge skill gap. That is where this, say what you call, so knowledge, infrastructure, policies, say what you call, and talent. I have to, so for example, if I have to attract talent, I need to create a very dynamic working environment for it. Unless I create that, it is not possible for you to actually excel, to get an idea, to move forward, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is one. Then another aspect is, this is a very challenging one. That is where the role of students and as well as the faculty comes into the picture. We are talking of innovation, we are talking of, so what you call this, that. But the issue is, whatever innovation we bring in, that should have a maximum value to the farmer. We have to build a potential value to the farmer in that product, in that process, in that solution. You have to build the value. Unless you build the value, the farmer will not accept it. Now, if you want to build the value, how you build the value? First, then you should understand what is that gap, what is that problem. What is that problem? Unless you have a problem-oriented solution, unless you have a problem-solving solution, whatever innovation you bring in, it has no meaning. It has no meaning. So when you first, so there is a lot of, so what you call, role by the RARS, by the staff, faculty, to actually, and there is a need, madam, I think you have 3 innovations, you have to map now, each innovation hub to what districts it will cater. You have a demarcation. You need to have a demarcation. So from this, because I am seeing that somebody has come from here, so you need to have to what district this rural innovation hub caters. So then you need to, the IRS here, the faculty here, have to map the challenges and the problems in these districts on which the students can actually think, ideate. You can think, you can design a product. You have to nurture the idea in you. That is where you, when you come with that idea here, these people will mentor you. The faculty will mentor you. So that they will connect you to the, so what you call agri startups if they are writing. So you need to understand the ecosystem. What are the problems you have? What are the challenges you have in agriculture? Don't worry about. So you did not worry about say what you call bringing a change in the entire country. I will address the climate change. Nobody can address the climate change. Forget about that. No, so it is not possible in the near future to address the climate. We are still understanding the climate change. Okay, so but what are the little problems? Say for example, we have 3 innovators who have got 1 with solution and 2 with products. So they are addressing the problem in the, so what you call agri-food value chain. So you identify the problem. Say connecting farmers to the market is a challenge. So if you can come out with a solution where the farmer can be connected to the, say what we call markets, with some innovation in that, whether you assess the quality, whether you have a product which has a demand. Say I was in America once. I went there and asked, so there was a Tamilian guy also with me. So I was asking basmati rice for preparing, say what you call biryani in our home. Whereas Tamilian were asking some other rice. I didn't understand. So he said that this is the only rice we use in Tamil Nadu for preparing biryani, not the basmati. So they have a special variety for biryani. Okay, so that is so now anybody, any Tamilian in the world will use only that rice. Okay, so you have to think in that direction. So you have a, so our parents want to eat rice. They can't dispense with rice. Still they have sugar. They said that we want to eat rice. So you have but incidentally, I don't know how many of you know Telangana son we have not bred for so what you call no GI. We haven't bred that. We haven't bred that. Our intention was, my only target was, because I know at that point of time when I was a student, Telangana, so what you call Tellahamsa, Sureka, IR64 were of 125 days. So our Telangana has a weather conditions which the rice variety should be of 120 to 125 days. So we targeted to breed a variety which is of 120 to 125 days. And that is the reason why we pushed all the varieties. You can see from then onwards, all our varieties are of this range. We also have say mid-late and so on, 135 days and late varieties, but that was the, because that enables us to complete the life cycle in that 4 months, so that say whatever it would be possible for the say enhancing the cropping intensity, because we are creating water sources and so on. So that was it. Then we found that there was a low GI in that. Say what we call new people as were the ones who initially identified that. Then we started promoting it. So this is how. So problem solving solutions are that is where your role comes into the picture. Your ideas comes into the picture. Now here there is another component, that is what we call it as interoperability. So he was talking about what you call IT software issues or C++, or what you call, you talk of machine learning today, you talk of deep learning today, you talk of artificial intelligence today. So there are several IT programs which I don't understand, but I know what is my agricultural problem. So IT guy doesn't know what is a plant, what is a stem, what is a economic field, what is rice, so they doesn't know. So you are the domain experts, they are the IT experts. So there is a need here. You both of you should marry. Unless you marry, this whatever we are calling as 4th industrial revolution technologies like artificial intelligence, like IoT, like machine learning, like say what you call drones, like say what you call other things like CRISPR technology, like big data analytics. All these you can make it happen only when say what you call you marry. There is another. My thinking is I don't want to marry anybody. I want to be the expert. So there is a need for the university authorities to actually build courses which have this also in BSc. in that disruptive way. Nobody has now such type of courses. So you say that I will have a BS agriculture course where in 1 year I have artificial intelligence, where in 1 year I have big data analytics. So that I come out, because I come out with a knowledge which actually now the society needs. I don't want to do something which that society doesn't need me. If I go with base agriculture, maybe tomorrow the job opportunities are less for me. So I need a skill which actually. So this is another challenge what we have, which we look at. Then another problem we are facing actually. Now he has built a product. Now you have to upscale it. He has built a value to his product. He has built a value for the farmer, but you have to upscale it. How do you upscale it? So this is a big challenge. So while designing a product itself, you should have back in your mind that the product has an ability to upscale. So just doing a pilot and leaving it there. So that means you have to look at the incentives and the challenges of upscaling in advance. Unless you do that, it would not be. Then another important thing is, say, what you call building action. Building action means your product should be. Now, the problem with these three people is they have not built an action program. That means now they have come to the university. If they would have come long back, you would have built an action wherein so that the people will be talking about that. Now they have presented it in front of you. Now probably you will discuss. You will discuss about it. He has done like that. Can't we do like that? Whether it will be useful to the farmer. So I was saying to the Honorable Director of Research here, asking him that why don't you purchase? I was asking the cost. I was asking whether it will be 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs. If I were in his place, I would have said 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. He said 3,500, 4,000. Okay, so that means you have to. So what you call the value has to be based upon not on the expenditure you invest on the product. The value should be based upon the purpose it serves in the society. So how much disruption it brings. So I was requesting him, why don't you purchase 100 of them and you yourself validate in the farmer's field. Okay, so this is the role. Today people trust the scientists. Today people trust the science. So you validate it and you produce a paper. You produce a success story which actually will be acceptable by the society. Which will be acceptable by the society. This is one. Then say what you call collaboration. So the product should be such that the product or the innovation, whatever you bring, it should attract more collaborators. It should attract more collaborators. So it should be, so what we call more partnerships should be there. So that is another one which I want to tell you. And then there should be an ecosystem-wide action. It is not just, so what we call for one village or one thing, that it should be wide enough. So what we call, so these things actually, so what we call are today, which are happening. So you people, you use mobile. So if you type my name 10 times in your mobile, next time the moment you say P, Praveen will come there. What is it? That is machine learning. Okay. So if you take my photographs at different stages of my life during the last, then you can predict how I will look at 85 years. Okay. So what is important today? Data. So all this happens only because of data. You have to build the data ecosystem. That is where the students can play faculty can play very important role. So you have to build the data. Unless you build the data ecosystem in your colleges, in your universities, it would not be possible to implementing this, whatever we are talking of artificial intelligence or so on and so forth. Why? So, and mind you, people say that data is a new oil. Why new oil? Why it is, say, the oil, the fuel, whatever we are using in cars, if you go on pumping out, it will deplete. But data is the one which actually, the more you use it, the more it increases. The more you use it, the more solutions come, the more value it generates, the more voluminous it becomes. Okay, so that is your strength today. I think these are some of the things which actually I wanted to share with you. And people were talking. There is no debt of money for these initiatives, I am telling you. I was just referring, when I was talking, I was just referring what are those. Of course, Nabad Madam is here like a bank for us. That is a different issue. So, but apart from that, I was actually referring. I was surprised to see so what about these things, because now I am heading another university because there was an expiry date here, so I left. So now you will be a competition for me. Okay, I will be a competitor for you. Okay, so UGC has launched at least 3 schemes, universities with potential for excellence. This is one scheme you have where you get money. Center with potential for excellence in particular area. Okay, this is another opportunity you have. For this, the UGC gives money and for special assistance programs for research projects, basic science research and inter-university centers and so on and so forth. Then Government of India also have, so what we call impacting research, innovation and technology program, IMPRINT. Then Uchatar Avishkar Yojana is another one. Global Initiative and Academic Networks, GAIN is another one. Global Research and Interactive Network, GRIN is another. So there is no debt of money. Money is available. Only you should have an idea. Only you should have a talent. Only you should nurture your idea. So I was nurturing. Maybe many of my staff members know. So what you call, I was bathing irrigation, I was eating irrigation, I was walking irrigation, I was sleeping irrigation. So for the last 39 years, 39, now 42 years. 42 years, I was doing this. So what you call, throughout my life. So irrigation. So that was, I was building, so what you call in my, this one. So I am recognized as a, so what you call, micro irrigation man. So unless you do that, it would not be possible. PS agriculture is today very small. And my special request to PG students and the guides who are, so what you call, mentoring them in identifying the problem, in implementing the experiment and so on and so forth. I think we need to look at the things in a different way. We need all the 3 departments who are here. My sincere request is you need to look at the things in a different way. The experiments, what we are doing. You have to ask questions for yourself. What type of experiments we are doing? Whether they fit into this innovation concept, what we are talking. You have to bring a change in the lives of the farmers. So you work on a small. We need not work on writing 200 pages or 300 pages, 400 pages. The finding that is a question doesn't work is also a solution. Otherwise, I will go on investing on that problem money. So if you find, if your solution, if your result of the experiment is that it will not work, is the greatest solution what we are bringing. Okay, so choose problems. So what actually you can bring a solution to the farmer. So that is also such several initiatives actually we have taken in the university. So whether it is, I don't know how many of know the drone, whatever standard operating protocols that are there in the country today are the contribution of PJTSA. We were the first actually to work on the standard operating protocols at what height the drone will run, what speed the drone will run, what pesticide to be used, for what crop to be used, how much water to be used, how much concentration to be used, what pesticide to be used. All this has been done by the PJTSA and they have just copied this and released it as a national document. Okay, that is one. The number 2, we were the first actually to show to the people with regards to agro-photovoltaics. That means growing crops below solar panels was another initiative which we have taken. And so what we call the central instrumentation cell was the another initiative we have taken. So there are several such initiatives. I think you should look into these aspects and help yourself. Nobody will help you. Let me be very clear. Nobody will help you. You have to help yourselves and be bold. And so what you call it. Don't. I always saw that the students have a what you call mental setup wherein to tell something you think twice what other people will think. This is the stigma you have. I think you have to come out of that stigma. You should express yourself. You should say what you call agriculture students are no way so what you call lesser than any other campuses. So I think the sky is the limit. God bless you. I wish you all the best in your life. Thank you.
To start this event, we have a day filled with insightful discussions and valuable information.
So basically, we believe in three pillars: education, employability, and entrepreneurship. We work with around 500 plus hiring organizations to place our students, and we have got around 749 colleges across the state who are associated with us.
My creative career's objective is basically to uplift the skills of the students who are into the creative industry. Since we have a changed era, so we now have a lot of opportunities in creative platforms, as we all know. So we've got more than 1.5 million jobs in visual effects, 1 million jobs in gaming was also growing really big.
Today, it's important that apart from the coding career, which used to be at one time the most sought after career, with AI taking over a lot of that, creativity and natural intelligence is what will be required and most important. And that is where we said we need to promote. And since Image Tower is again now catching speed, it's important that we have enough people for the image industry itself. And that's where we said we will work along with JNFAU. We will also work along with all the institutions, all the colleges, all the people who are in this field so that we are able to create future Steven Spielbergs and Rajamoulis and Ashwini, etc., from the tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities of this country.
The students from SV turns out to be a team leads rather than just an entry-level students. But now the time has come that we definitely want the help from all the people. Arya knows about it, and JNFU, I am the product from the same college. So I really want when every brain together meets up, things can happen and there's nothing impossible about it.
Parents are very much interested in traditional engineering courses only. Children are not encouraged to join this.
Thanks to Rajamouli Garu, through Eager, he made it a movie international. And a recent movie of Kalki has purely shown what an Indian story could be said to the world. So recently, 30th of April, the central government has announced 30% subsidies to the international production houses who are coming forward to produce their content in India. Either could be a service or co-production. That's a lot to India. That's where we see as a content developers where we can occupy the space. So next coming up era is going to be, everything is going to be media and entertainment. Of course, design plays a vital role.
We will be like a family on the creative platform. We will work one-on-one on every quarter or half yearly. We will have some sort of an seminar, get-togethers like this, discuss on the challenges and progression also. We will definitely take it forward, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
To support students and institute in dynamic field. To start this event, we have a day filled with insightful discussions and valuable information and opportunity to connect. Now I will request Pradeep sir heading placement, technology delivering and corporate relationship to start the event. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So, to cut short the introduction and everything, I'm Pradeep. Today I'm here in place of my CEO because he's not well. So he's down with viral fever. That's the reason I have to be here in front of you. So basically I'm heading placements, technology delivery and corporate relations from TASK, and this is my 16th year in TASK. So TASK, as you're seeing, we are established in year 2004. It's 20 years, almost 2 decades. And post the bifurcation of the state, we got renamed as TASK. Earlier it was under a society, AP Society for Knowledge Networks. It was created in 2004 actually. So basically we believe in 3 pillars: education, employability and entrepreneurship. As you see on the slide, education is we don't give any education to students. We sit above the curriculum and we skill the students. Along the curriculum, we skill the students and as per the industry requirements. So employability, we work with around 500 plus hiring organizations to place our students, and we have got around 749 colleges across the state who are associated with us, and close to 3.5 lakhs youth registered with us, and they are active at the moment. And till date, we have skilled around 9.5 lakhs, and faculty around 17,500. And placements, on an average, every year we do 5 to 10,000 placements, through our own team. We have got internal placement team where we hire the students for these organizations. And what is the value proposition by TASK? For youth, we give industry access to in skilling module or whatever technologies, personal skills and organization skills. We have our own internal trainers, around 35 trainers who go to the colleges physically, and they train the students in all these organization, basic soft skills, technical skills and interpersonal skills. And we give them internship opportunities, placements, and we do have entrepreneurship also for these students. And for the colleges, we are partnered with 80 plus corporate partners, and all these partners are also partnered with these colleges. And we help them in NAC accreditation also. And for organizations, we give them entry-level requirement students. Whenever there is a requirement for them, we will give them proper skilled students. And these are the corporate partners with whom we are working. And these are few, we have all big players like Salesforce, Google, Microsoft, Cisco, Oracle, and all these partners are working with us. And we have got around, as I've mentioned, 80 plus partners. And these are our hiring organizations. Whenever there is a requirement from any organization, we publish it on our task portal itself, and the student will go through the JD and they'll apply it on the portal, and they'll take the assessment on the portal itself. And once the student clears the assessment, he'll be given the next round opportunity. These are the few partners. We have got more than 500 plus organizations with whom we are working, and we are sector agnostic. We work with in every sector like IT, pharma, manufacturing, servicing. Every sector we have got our partners. And these are the few recognitions. We got Scotch Gold Award for our I4TS, which is innovation for Telangana students. It's like a entrepreneurship mindset program. We have impacted around close to 25,000 in last 2 years. We have got Scotch Award for our placement approach as well. These are the few awards regularly we get from other states as well. We believe in communicating effectively with our colleges as well as students. I mean, this is in short. Actually, it's a big presentation. I just wanted to cut it short. That's the reason I didn't put much slides, because Shrikant sir wanted to meet you all personally, and he wanted to discuss more about creative career industries and all. So the purpose of this meeting is to introduce our one of our key partner, who is from Creative Careers itself, Mr. Arya, who is CEO of Creative Careers. And with this collaboration, we wanted to enhance the skills of these students, and we wanted to make them get into creative industries, because like these days, everyone, whenever we go to the colleges or whenever we speak to principals and other HODs, only thing they say is IT. Other than IT, they won't say anything. And even though if the student is from a civil or mechanical engineering or any other core engineering, once they're done with their graduation, they'll go to IT itself. And as you all know that we have got Amirpet. So once the student is done with his mechanical or civil, whatever engineering, they'll go and they'll do a short-term course, and they'll end up with the IT career. We wanted to change that from our end, and with the support of Creative Careers. So we have initiated discussions with Intermediate Board of Education as well, to catch them in and to train them in creative careers. We have got our institutes also here. Thank you so much for that. And as I mentioned, like 80 plus corporate partners, whenever we work with corporates, they train our students and faculty, and majority of them train for free, but few organizations, they train the students on a highly subsidized prices. So I request all the institutes to consider our students, because we give large volume students. So whenever a student comes through task, we request you all to support the initiative, and I don't know like what possible discount you can offer. I mean, that will be discussed between Arya and Task. So we request all your support to make this a big success, because we are aiming almost like entire Telangana, we wanted to penetrate with this creative careers industry. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and over to Arya.
Good morning, all the distinguished chief guests and the institutes who have come all the way. We really thank you for your presence. Before I start my presentation, so I will just introduce myself. Most of the institutes know me, but still. So my creative careers objective is basically to uplift the skills of the students who are into the creative industry, and the opportunities or the awareness is lacking, both vice versa in the educational platform as well as the students are not getting an opportunity. So previously when we have conducted creative careers expo, so before conducting the activity, we had thanks to the support of JNFAU Vice Chancellor Garu. So she has given a very good input, and she also asked me a lot of challenges which have to be addressed. So that made me to start this initiative, Creative Careers, and after approaching Task, I've got a really very good support from Task, thanks to Task organization, Srikant Senha Garu, as well as Pradeep Garu, and all the team who is really working hard to make this possible. We've already been associated with the Board of Intermediate, because now let's talk about creative careers awareness. So these are my key objectives which I've gone to discuss. So these are all the, now my agenda here to speak to the institutes is basically with the biggest challenge every institute is facing is admissions. So most of the, as Pradeep sir has already discussed about, why students are reluctant to join creative platforms is basically it is right from the schooling part where the student is actually encouraged with his skills of painting, skill, drawing, dance, and all this activity, extracurricular activities, what we say. But if you get into the next part of the career orientation, the parents are reluctant to, let the students who are skilled also, they're again diverted into the traditional, academic methodology of engineering or becoming, into medicine or any other activity. So now, since we have a changed era, so we now have a lot of opportunities in creative platforms, as we all know. But how much awareness is going, how much branding is going about the creative platforms is one of the biggest challenges every one of us are facing here. So to address those challenges, I have come before you, and I've taken the support of Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, where fortunately we are lucky enough that our Indian government has also announced the support on Skill India platform. So we will be taking all the, after this agenda of the meeting, we will be also taking the FAQs from you, your challenges, what you're facing, and what best we can amicably understand and do the best for the students and for the creative platform. So I hereby start my presentation and we discuss about the key factors, and then you can come out with your suggestions as well as the challenges what you're facing so that we can address this forward. Thank you. So these are we have done a lot of analysis about the market strategies today, how creative industry is building day by day, and now as AI also has come into role. So there are so many different challenges as well as we have opportunities for the students to get into the market in different platforms. So we've got more than 1.5 million jobs in visual effects, 1 million jobs in gaming was also growing really big. So we have done a lot of research, and there is a possibility, but there is again challenge when we were speaking with Task and we were speaking with few corporates. There is one of the biggest challenge what we are facing. Even JNFU VC madam was also speaking about the same thing, is how the training methodology and the faculty, that is one of the biggest challenge what every institution is facing today, because we need admissions. With admissions only, we can have a proper faculty which can be, can train the students. There's a whole ecosystem, we have challenges. So opportunities are there. Now the marketing has to be done in a tremendous way, because wherever we see engineering is always a provoking thing, and according to the analysis of 2025, we will very soon be having a recession also. You already seen in US market that AI is replacing a lot of job opportunities, and creative will be always there, because creative has to give, we need to give some inputs to the AI also. So there are a lot of job opportunities also which will be coming into role. So these are the key factors which I wanted to address. One is admission awareness. So this admission awareness has to reach the market. How it has to reach the market is the agenda what I'm talking about. Then market opportunities which has to be published into the society, so that parents are the major key role players in this perspective. So how we are going to reach the students and the parents is also our objective, what we are addressing. And creative career support. Basically, creative career support, we are taking the support of Task on the job opportunity platform, where we will be giving the same awareness program we will be addressing this to the most of the corporates. And we have already taken some inputs, and we want to give that inputs to the institutions also to consider this, and let's make a better, more skilled faculty and skilled training methodologies. And we have also taken support of MESC, Media, Entertainment and Skill Council of India. So they will be a part of this program. I will be soon discussing about it. And the marketing growth. So The benefits of the institution through task, these are the benefits of the institution through task. What we get is a direct support from task. Basically, task wants all the students to be a part of their membership program, where they will be getting webinars, and job opportunities will be directly, they will be sending the notification, as Pradeep sir has already addressed about it. And development into market stability will also be addressed. Then increased revenue and faculty attention. That's for the institutions. Basically, what we want to do, address in this program is basically we are coming out with an awareness program in different strategies, because creative industry is such a kind of industry where we can't have directly, as engineering, we take the attention of the engineering student or their parents to come into role, because there's a creative platform. So we have taken different tools to engage students and their parents to more understand how this creative platform is changing its face into apart from the traditional market today. And corporate partnership, as sir has told you, we are more building corporate partnership, because now in creative industry, we have targeted around 6 to 7 different platforms like visual effects, animation, gaming, fashion, and two, three other creative platforms. So we, as I basically am a CEO of Cinematica Expo, so I am held up from cinema industry. So we want to also collaborate with a lot of producers in the movie industry, where the opportunity has to, will be also provided as a platform for youngsters who are into visual effects, animation, gaming, or they want to get into any sort of art platforms. We are also coming out with that awareness also, so that it becomes more, reachable for the students to build their career platform. So the tools what we are coming out in this academic year 2024 to 2025 are basically, we are coming out, as you have seen that we have already done one creative careers summit. So we had few awareness students and people have come into the expo, and few parents have personally interacted with us. They were really feeling happy that their students are, their children are really good and they wanted to come. But this awareness hasn't reached what we expected, since a lot of challenges which I have been, because the awareness has to reach, because even the media is one of the biggest challenge we are facing today, because media engagement is also necessary, so that this initiative can reach the end required people. So now we, as creative careers, we are coming out with a digital platform as well as a BTL campaigning and ATL campaigning. Basically, I'll explain you what BTL campaigning and ATL campaigning is. So we are identified around 150 plus colleges only in Hyderabad and Rangareddy. So we are conducting awareness campaigning in the form of contest. So basically, people who are interested to make short films. So this experiment has already, we have done it in our past to 2023 year, and we got a lot of admissions, a lot of awareness has been spread. Please welcome, ma'am. Please welcome, ma'am. Thanks for coming, ma'am. So, sir, we already have done some experiments and on the short film contest. So, the awareness was really good, because when we actually have done this sort of a contest, students are really interested to come out, and most of the every college has social communities like which are on the cultural clubs. So already we have done campaigns with more than 40 plus colleges since last 2023 to 24, and we've got more than 2,000 students who are into cultural clubs. So we are building more cultural clubs in almost 150 colleges this year. So most of the people, when they come to us, they ask us how to write a script. They have interest, but they don't know how to write a script. So there are so many challenges they don't know, but they are interested and they have little skills. They have exhibited a lot of videos and they've presented it to us, and we have given the encouragement awards in our Cinematic Expo. So we will be doing a lot of programs on contest-based, where any college, if we are going on the cultural platform, dance is one of the most attractive thing, because there are people, everyone wants to get into social media. So they're coming out and they are coming out to know more about creative platforms, and they wanted to pursue in different courses. So previously also we have introduced a lot of students on the gaming platform. With Backstage Pass, most of the people are also going and they wanted to pursue gaming. Because now engineering students, when I happened to go to one engineering college called Sanskrit Engineering College, students have come to me asking, sir, we are interested in getting into visual effects. So I've got more students. When I was conducting Cinematic Expo, students were asking me about visual effects, because they want to pursue visual effects. I have also got few IITians from Roorkee. They are interested to start their own entrepreneurship program. So the interest is there, but they don't know how to pursue and what to do. This is the marketing strategies. We wanted to first penetrate into colleges, conduct contests, conduct awareness, and we wanted to take institutes to different parts of the state also. So we had this meeting with the Board of Intermediate. So we requested Commissioner Madam to take this forward. The 10 plus 2 students are very important for the institutes. So we have seen this academic year, we had around 39.1% supplement exam attendees. So it's almost, thanks to Sirisha Madam, you have given this information. So thank you so much. So I've seen that these 39% of students can have other alternative opportunities through creative platform. So because creative platform and the education are travel on the different verticals altogether, but if he's really skillful, it is not necessary that he needs to be an engineer or a doctor. So everywhere we have UI, UX, every challenges are going on. This awareness has to spread. So that is why we are also planning to penetrate into Warangal, penetrate into Karimnagar. There are so many students who are really skilled. Last time, thanks to Kamal Rai sir, that students from JNFA have come from tribal areas, giving out their beautiful skills, and they're still there in Karimnagar waiting for opportunities to happen. So thanks to TASK once again that they are coming forward to take this to the global level. And conversions of the students, that is one of the biggest agenda why I've welcomed all the institutes to be a part, is basically when we are conducting these sort of contests and these sort of expos in the market. So we want institutes to be also a part, and we want government to support to the institutes also, because TASK is always speaking to, we are speaking to Education Department, Burra Venkatesham sir also, and next coming we will be taking the whole FAQs and the challenges what the institute is facing today. And we want to take the skill, this challenge into Skill India, and we want to present this, and we wanted to show the, addressing of unemployment through creative careers. So we are also tied up with MESC, most of your people might have heard. That is the Media and Entertainment Skill Council of India. So thanks to MESC. So MESC is providing all the institutes and tasks and as well as creative careers with webinars from the pioneers from different platforms like visual effects, animation, gaming, or any platforms we are picking in the fashion. We will be having free webinars to the students as well as the faculty, so that faculty can also avail this program and gain a lot of knowledge of the upcoming trends as well as the challenges what's going to face in the industry. And we wanted to even target 10th and the students of right from 15 years or 16 years who are actually skilled, but they don't, the skill is being unidentified and unnoticed, because when a kid is dancing really good or doing some sort of painting or drawing, parents are really happy in their childhood, but they completely divert them into engineering or other subjects. But the skill is being unidentified, and now even I see a lot of software professionals who are converting themselves into visual effects. They want to try things into creative platforms. So there is a diversity, but the awareness is not spreading. So we have taken the support of MeCAT. Basically, I'll just tell you what MeCAT is. MeCAT is a part of MESC program. So what MeCAT does is it is an aptitude test which will give 99% of result if a student is facing that exam and answering 90 questions in 90 minutes. So if the student answers this 90 questions, the result is it's almost 99%. That which skill of the student is really good in, where a parent can take a judgment to, if he is really interested in any of the skill platform, they can actually be pursuing those platforms. And we, as our creative platform, we wanted to introduce institutes directly to the parents and the students. So MeCAT will be also helping us to get that sort of a penetration into the market. Now, we've got, last time also we had a word with a lot of institutes saying that we are interested into central syllabus to college schools. Basically, central schools are, students are more into creative platform. They want to venture into a different thing. But again, there is a challenge that the reachability and awareness is not up to the mark. When we happened to speak to Kendriya Vidyalaya and Army schools, last time I've been to Kendriya Vidyalaya and Army schools and Bharati Vidya Bhavan. So MeCAT will also help us to identify students with the skill abilities and to how to pursue and which are the institutes which we can pursue is all the program all about. Then the networking and learning opportunities, identifying student and showcasing their talent. Now we have also come out with an application which is something similar to LinkedIn, so that we understand which student is interested in which platform. Basically, it is something similar to LinkedIn. They can portray their own talent in the website, and we will be conducting regular contests in the society. Now, even the colleges can also be a part of that, and they can also announce their own contest, where we will be getting the direct targeted students database where you can directly access with them. So our talent workshops and talent hunts will be there in all the 750 plus 800 colleges. What the task is helping us. And we want to spread these wings into Andhra also, because recently Andhra government is also interested to develop skill programs. And I'm giving a presentation to government of Andhra Pradesh also very soon. So there we have APITA. That's a similar alternate program like TASK, which is doing in Andhra Pradesh. So as I can see, most of the people coming here into skill platform, they are pursuing a lot of this creative industry courses from Andhra also, if I'm not wrong. So I've heard about 30-40% of Andhra students coming here and learning. So we want to enhance that also. And we will speak to the government of Andhra Pradesh, where you can also extend your wings into Andhra Pradesh and give your services to the society who will be requiring these sort of services. So these are all the engaging activities which we'll be conducting, sir. And we are also, we are also into the film industry. We are also involving a lot of producers, film artists to be a part of the awareness campaigning, which will give more awareness, and the awards and reward. This is what today in the trend students are really interested in, and the interactions will be also done by that. And as I've told you, MeCAT, MESC, TASK, and all the government organizations related to skill development program, we wanted to spread this awareness, and we require all your support also. And finally, this is my presentation, what I have given you. So I would like to take good inputs from the respected institutions regarding the admission challenges, what you are facing, as well as what would be better from this presentation, what we can do to better understand each other. And behalf of task also, I just wanted to give you a clear picture. So since Srikanth Sinha sir is not present, so on behalf of him, I just wanted to give this opportunity what task is giving us. Every student in your institution or we introducing students to your institution are requested to pay a fee of 500 rupees, nominal fee, to task directly. So task will be providing soft skill training as sir has already intimated you. Though that faculty can also utilize that sort of a skill training from all the 80 corporates what previously sir has shown you. So we will be having a lot of webinars. Every month we will be having some sort of a webinar where the skill can be enhanced. Apart from this, all the institutes who are tied up with task can also exhibit the logo of task for the employment of the students, benefits, or giving this awareness and getting more connectivity with the corporates. So we will be also conducting a lot of activities with the corporates and the collaborated institutes who are working with us. So finally, we just wanted to have a FAQ session so that you can also give us some feedback so that I can take this feedback to the government of Telangana, and with the support of task, we wanted to do one activity which will address unemployment for the 2025, how much we can reach all the students already in the institutes. We want to help them to reach the corporates because and I happen to talk to the JNFU also. There are a lot of campus drive which happens in JNFU. I want that campus drive facility to all the institutions who will be collaborating with Creative Careers and Task. So thank you so much, and I would like to know more about the challenges what you are facing and your input so that I can take this forward. Thank you. Sorry, Mike. So anyone wants to give some feedback and Sir, Anand sir, Miru, if you can give me some feedback, sir. iPad.
Congratulations, Arya Garu.
Thank you so much,
for
sir.
giving nice presentation. Actually, I represent the University of Hyderabad,
Sir.
and we are offering 2 programs on MA program in communication. One program specialized in media studies, and the another program, MA communication, which is specialized in media practice. And the media practice program is involved in making the students capable of directly entering into the industry. He might go into the industry as a camera person, as an editor, as producer, as a writer, story writer, script writer kind of things, or as photographer, as a photojournalist, as a journalist himself, or the reporter, okay, kind of thing, suitable for various platforms like print medium, television medium, and even the other media like internet, web-based magazines and newspapers kind of thing. So to be able to be qualified for entering those kind of things, we provide a kind of training. And thanks to Kamal Rai, actually he has introduced me to this organization. I would like to see how this platform, one is Creative Careers and also Task, how it is useful to my students, University of Hyderabad students, okay, in getting their employment or the business ventures, okay, kind of thing. But the difference between my students and the other students elsewhere here, all the government and private organizations, is that ours is a central government organizations where we take the students from all over the country, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and all the northeast countries kind of thing.
So Task CEO Srikanth Sinha sir, please sir, welcome sir. Please. Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Thanks for coming, sir. All the way, he is not feeling well, but still the interest what he has on the creative platform, he has come all the way. I really thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, please, sorry to interrupt you.
Sir. So I would like to see how our students who are coming from various states, not only Telangana but also including Andhra Pradesh and all other states, including Northeast and so. So how this can be used by our students, that is where I am interested in. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, sir. Sir, as we were addressing about the same challenges before I was giving my presentation, is basically creative industry, as you know, we know, that is a very challenging industry to enter into. We can't promise things for any student who is a photographer, who is a cinematographer, or who is into creative. But today, most of the people are icons. So what I wanted to address, and I wanted to personally come to Hyderabad University, and I want to give this awareness program to them also, is about today the scenario is completely changed. So thanks to all the students who are already pursuing. So thanks to Task actually has a ready program for people who want to get into the corporate corridor. And people who want to pursue their persuasion into media or entertainment platform, that is where even MESC, as we from my organization, Cinematica Expo, basically we conduct film expos. We are regularly connecting a lot of producers, directors, and a lot of people. Basically, I will tell you my platform apart from creative careers. This is not, this is out of the way. I wanted to do something for the creative platform I've done. So basically, I conduct a lot of advertising and media programs for the cinema industry. So I work for more than 200 movies till now, sir. So like Businessman, Iga, so I worked with Rajamouli Garu, I worked with all the prominent directors. So I used to give them solutions on the advertising and promotion activity. So I better know that ultimately today any cinema industry which is growing and giving a big hit, students are one of the major key role players for viewership. If I am not wrong, and the analysis everyone knows it. So now what is happening is there is no one such kind of a platform where a producer will be, or the a director will be really interested to interact with people. So basically there was only one platform. So recently we are also collaborated with one organization called Telugu Digital Federation of India. Recently which have started. This is a revolution. So that is what I wanted to address you also, everyone, so that we can speak to our students and convey them that today generation is changed. Sir, in that organization, they have around 3,000 influencers. All the influencers, YouTubers, what you are seeing today in the Telugu platform are a part of it. And Chiranjeevi Garu is one of the mentor for that. So that is the change of today in the digital marketing which is happening. So they can be YouTubers, they can be journalists, like thanks to startup, which I actually are supporting us for the media promotion activity. Sir also is interested into coming into journalism training programs. So they are also a part of Task as well as a part of creative careers, sir. So now the exposure into digital media is high. And what I was speaking about, the contest and the activities on the digital media will help all your students to become an entrepreneur. Basically, you can say an entrepreneur for the creative platform because they don't have any such sort of a corporate, they get a salary or they get a pay. But we need to show them that sort of a focus and that sort of a innovative IoT developments happening in and around us today. So we have collaborated with all these organizations where your student can directly communicate with that sort of platforms and they can pursue their own system. Can you just creative careers lab? Yes, please.
Sorry, just to add to one point that he was mentioning, this entire thing is being video recorded right now. And whatever sessions are recorded by Task are put on the Task YouTube channel, and anyone across the country can access it. So your students across India can access this content that is being spoken today. Plus, whenever we do such a similar kind of a webinar, things will be broadcasted. I would just like to thank everyone for being present over here today and being part of this. I definitely do believe, and Task believes, when I say I am talking about Task, that today it's important that apart from the coding career, which used to be at one time the most sought after career, with AI taking over a lot of that, creativity and natural intelligence is what will be required and most important. And that is where we said we need to promote. And since Image Tower is again now catching speed, it's important that we have enough people for the image industry itself. And that's where we said we will work along with JNFAU. We will also work along with all the institutions, all the colleges, all the people who are in this field, so that we are able to create future Steven Spielbergs and Rajamoulis and Ashwini, etc., from the tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities of this country. And that is what we want to do. Definitely, the focus would be towards Telangana, because Task is Telangana. But there is no reason why anyone else across the country cannot benefit from our programs. Hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm also looking forward to see how the University of Hyderabad can collaborate in this endeavor of, taking the students to the market and industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, any one of you?
Very good morning, sir. As sir was telling, that same concern from a private college, being in the high-tech city, the most wanted place, we from Sri Venkateshwara College are also looking forward to do collaborations, because today, after 34 years of the institution being the first concrete of Madhapur, I proudly represent that 95% of my students are already been working as freelancers from this first semester. It's not that, they've come to the final year, they have acute pressure on presenting themselves, because the only thing what I would want to proudly say is the students from SV turns out to be a team leads rather than just an entry-level students. But now the time has come that we definitely want the help from all the people. Arya knows about it, and JNFU, I am the product from the same college. So I really want, when every brain together meets up, things can happen, and there's nothing impossible about it. And really looking forward to collaborate from Task with our institutions. Pharmacy is already linked with it, but I really want, because this acute shortage, sir, as we had a couple of years back, about 2 years back, a research on how many designers does India want by 2030 is more than 35,000 students across are needed in India. And as we all know the data, the fine art students in creative bent in India itself we cannot produce. Not even 10,000 we are going. So how are we going to make this multiplied and produce that many number of designers? So apart from designers, we are looking at people who are into creative. We are looking for people who are into sculpture, photography, painting. So if I would add up all of them also, I don't think by 2030 we'll be able to reach that numbers. But if one team lead can multiply 100 students or 20 students, I think we would reach that number, sir. So that's one piece where I'm more concerned, that we definitely from a private institution want the support and help from the Task. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for your precious information, which I'll be carrying forward in my next coming meetings. Sir, you want to address something, ma'am? Yeah, okay, sir, please. So, ma'am, I will be now showing you, as sir has asked me. So we have got some interesting programs which we have designed, and we have a separate website only for creative careers. Basically, wherever we are going for the campaigning in all the colleges, all the creative careers open first. So all the colleges, wherever we are going, we will be carrying this website with them to go pursue know more about what are the creative career platforms and the institutions here who will be rendering their academic services, where students can register here, and this database will be followed up with this subscription program what we are coming out with, so that that information reach to the academy directly. Now, I was also speaking about the digital platform, what every institute or the colleges or any marketing strategists are applying today is going to the digital market and promoting their institution. So this is not, this is not completely happening because the awareness is not spreading, though interested people are coming. So it is only 20 or 30% of the targeted audience, we call in the language of digital marketing, we are getting that conversions. Like previously when I was traveling with Roots, so I was asking them like how you get your admissions done. So they were speaking about getting into digital market, using a lot of promotion methodologies and getting conversions. But the problem here is, ma'am, if I am interested as a student, our target is below 18 and below 20. So here, that is the problem, sir. Here the problem is parents are the people who take the decision, not the students. So that is not being addressed. Last time also when we had a meeting with Vice Chancellor ma'am, JNFE Vice Chancellor ma'am, so she was asking the same thing, how our institute, my institutes who are affiliated to JNFE will get admissions. So the admission challenges starts from the root level. So root level is from 10th, 10 plus 2, then comes to the higher, because I don't think so major, after getting into graduation, people have diversified mind, not getting into this. So personally, all the 4 months I worked with the Board of Intermediate to get them on board. So fortunately, we have got them on board and we have tied up with the task so that the government organization can be a platform for Board of Intermediate to perform and participate in all these things. And even intermediate board has a lot of diploma courses, ma'am. So actually institute can also approach for their diploma courses to get more support from Board of Intermediate, because previously when we were conducting the expo, as you have seen, sir, the intermediate board was also there. There were so many diploma courses what intermediate board is offering in tailoring, name the different skill oriented things, they are doing it, but awareness is not there. So India has a problem, sir. Now we are only pick up one tool which is called digital marketing, and that is also only related to ASL, that ASL location, and we keep on paying to Google or any other social platforms. But this strategy where we are taking the support of task will give us 100% results. Because, sir, when we are going to a college, when I was doing my experience I'm sharing with you, when I'm going to college, if I am conducting a contest, interested people are coming into role. So then I started building, in the college I started building communities. Like every college has some sort of a short film making community or photography interested people. I wanted to make a social clubs, like cultural clubs. So these cultural clubs will have this interaction with our website. So institutes. So we will be also giving a platform for all the institutes who will be interested and will be collaborating with us with these sorts of information, sir. So people who are interested in getting into gaming, so we have completely a gaming page for the information for the student, and this will be directly pushed to the targeted student. And targeted parents also. As I've told you, Board of Intermediate, we are coming out with some marketing strategies. With the commissioner also, we have personally discussed, and they are also coming forward. They want this to happen in districts also. So we will also venture into the routes, into the districts also in the future, sir. So we will be doing some expo programs in Karimnagar or Warangal, which are academically, built zones, which are actually unaddressed. Especially skill is unaddressed there. So most of the people, if they are really intelligent and they are surfing, they get knowledge. But they don't have knowledge about these many institutes are working on this platform and giving service to the society. So our website will be actually going to penetrating into the colleges. So we will be going to the colleges, giving awareness about creative industry through another website what I have. So there they will be portraying their talent. So from there, this is my website which is called ClickTalk, sir. So when a user comes here, they wanted to publish their talent, they can actually enroll themselves in this web page, and they will have their own talent page, something like LinkedIn or Facebook, what you see. And they will also have their own, they can participate in any contest. Like if, for example, Sri Venkateshwara Fine Arts is interested to conduct a contest. So they can directly conduct a contest, and the people who are interested into photography will be already having the database. So vice versa, here what happens, sir, this is something similar what it looks like. The talent can be published directly. There will be so many YouTubers, there will be so many social media players who want to venture their talent. So this is a complete platform where the whole database of Click Talks will be given to the student if he is really talented and is getting voting. Last time I've done one campaigning for anti-narcotics, sir. With police department and with SHE teams and labor department. The results were anonymous. When I'm giving a competition and I'm saying that you meet and greet star, you meet Chiranjeevi, you meet Nagarjuna, people like in 1 or 2 hours, 3,000 students have voted. That is the that is the idea what I'm telling you, like how to penetrate into one. If we are targeting one college, we have 10,000. Now I go to Mallareddy, we have 10,000, 15,000 students in one college, where we have 500 to 600 cultural club members there, but unaddressed. That's what I'm telling you, sir. Now this is like my previous campaigning which I've done, sir, and there were around 2,000, 3,000 students. 3,000 students in 1 hour they have done, because I was announced my Cinematica Expo where Nagarjuna was coming, and the winner will get an opportunity to get an award from him. So students here need encouragement, ma'am. Need encouragement, need publicity. And as you're telling me, sir, if I'm coming to Hyderabad University, we will be taking this platform into consideration, where all the students can also participate and learn and network a lot of things from different institutions, different technologies, and they can upgrade themselves here. So everything is free over here for the student to participate, to enroll, and all the workshops, whatever we are conducting is free for the students. So this is something what I just wanted to share it with you, sir. This is how we are penetrating. That's what I'm telling you. Even the academy, we will be becoming the marketing hand of every academy who will be there with us, because we will be penetrating inside. So we will be becoming a digital support for all the institutions on the creative platform, so that we penetrate and give the targeted audience. So this is what we are coming out with, sir. And as I've told you, MeCat and these sort of things will really make India more empowered, because I personally have seen the tools what MESC is using. So it was astonishing. So thank you, sir. Anything else you wanted to ask? Anyone wanted to know about, please? Sir, any questions you wanted to shoot? And any suggestions I'd love to take from feedback from you. Sirisha ma'am, meeremana cheppanukunnaru. How did you feel, if you can just express your feeling? DG Quest, sir. Principal for DG.
Sir, as a college, we are facing difficulty in admission process. In animation and VFX, gaming, all the industries low, right now we have so many opportunities. Skill India and promotion jarugutundi kanni as a colleges maaku admission vishayanlo chaala problem face chestunnam memu. Every college hardly 200 kanna ekku seats evarki levu. Kanni 50% of seats kuda fill avani colleges konni unnai. Konni colleges for 100% fill chestunnaru. The different cases. We need support in admission process. We need opportunity to promote our colleges, not only colleges, sir. ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ గురించి ప్రమోషన్ చేయడానికి ఇంటర్మీడియట్ కాలేజెస్లో మాకు ఆపర్చునిటీస్ దొరికితే బాగుంటుంది. వి విల్ ప్రమోట్ అంటే నాట్ ఓన్లీ కాలేజెస్ లెవెల్లో మేము ప్రమోట్ చేయం సార్. అసలు ఈ క్రియేటివ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎలా ఉంది, ఈ ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయి, వాటిని మేము ప్రమోట్ చేస్తాము. ఏ డిగ్రీ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, సర్టిఫికేట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఏమున్నాయి, వాటిలో ఆ జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఎలా వస్తాయి, వాటిని మేము ప్రమోట్ చేస్తాము. ఆ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ మాకు ఇస్తే సరిపోతుంది సార్. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And I also want to share their actually success stories. Actually, నేను intermediate board వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కూడా I have taken their success story, ma'am. One of a student from DG Quest is a top visual effects supervisor with Rajamouli today. And thanks to your service to the society, ma'am, we give a round of applause. And the student is basically discontinued his intern, but he's top in visual effects. So this is one of the story. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I also want to happily share when talent happens, academics are always. I was always a backbencher. Because I was short, I was forced to sit in the front. So I was always a 50-60% studying all the while, and always hated when I would jump into the creative field of career, sir. So don't what you say, the mainstream में जैसे 100 out of 100 आते हैं ना, their performance of 100 out of 100 is only performance on what we can see on paper or on the screen.
Absolutely right. In fact, I am also part of the AVGC Skills Task Force at a national level. And one of the things that we have proposed over there is that after the 6th grade itself, we need to have the junior MECAT exam so that we are able to identify people who have got a creative bent of mind. I'm not saying that they will become animators from that day itself. That is never going to happen. But at least we will start moving them in that direction itself, so that they can choose later on. Today what is happening is people finish 4 years of engineering only to decide that their passion is gaming. Now that we want to completely avoid. And that is where the focus has to be. Creative fields are doing everything by hand. In fact, everything is doing by hand. In engineering also, an engineer is not recruited because he knows the definition of a screwdriver, but he knows how to use one. And that is where it is. If we look at the Honorable CM of the state, Honorable IT and Industry Minister of the state, again, they are very, very high on skills. They have started with the Skills University. You know, this parliament session, they have announced it. Another thing that they have done is they have also modernized ITIs. 65 ITIs are being converted into advanced technology centers, right? Where a lot of technology, a lot of robotics, a lot of things are going to come in, right? So a lot of things are going to change here in Telangana. And everywhere a creative person is required, a design person is required. It's unfortunate that we don't have too many design institutes here in India itself as a country. It's important for us to ensure that people are able to use creativity. Also, humble request to all institutions, 2 things. Stop teaching syntaxes. Stop spoon feeding your students. Right? Stop that. Give them projects, give them internships, give them whatever is possible so that they are able to learn while doing itself. Instead of saying, click this in the menu, now you go to chamfer and then apply the chamfer tool. Please don't do that. Also, I definitely do understand your problems about admissions. And of course, I'm not in the best of health right now, but otherwise I would have done a back of envelope calculation for you in terms of how you can, through these programs, achieve your numbers. And that is the reason why Government of Telangana task is asking you to please provide special rate for all the students which come through the task or this portal that you just saw. Because today, if you are having 50% of your classes full, your fixed costs are not going down. We will try to at least push up your enrollments through this initiative multifold. Right? A student can come to you directly also, I don't deny that. But in case if he comes through this, he becomes the responsibility of the government as far as placement assistance is concerned. And we would like to give the best benefits to the youth of Telangana. Right? A lower fees and a placement and internship, apprenticeship opportunity. And that is what I would like to request all of you. Since my health is not good, I'd like to now leave all of you for further discussions. But I'd like to acknowledge the JNFU team, the team from the intermediate education, the creative content, the creative careers team, the task team, all the institutions, principals, HODs, faculty members, everyone for taking out time and being present over here. This is an opportunity. I think we have never met like this in a forum ever before. I think the last time I met a couple of you was along with Jayesh Ranjanji, where myself, Basi Reddy Garu, and a couple of us were there. This was on the sidelines of India Joy Week, right? So at that time we had met where we had discussed, and one of the industry challenges was as simple as there are not enough 2D artists. It was as basic problem as that. So imagine if we are able to skill the people properly, what great difference it will make to the growing AVGC industry over here in Telangana and southern India and India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I would like to welcome Basireddy, sir. So you can also say he is a father of Telangana digital filmmaking concern.
Thank you very much, sir. Come and support us.
Sir, I would like to have few words about our organization.
Well, hi everybody. It looks like better times are going to come for us. We've been talking in different stages. If Srikant ji came with this bad ill health to attend to this meeting, means itself something. So JSG is also very firm. And there is one thing we need, sir, for sure, is JSG and as well as Sridhar Babu ji, as well as Revant ji, should participate in a TV show encouraging the parents to look at our AVCG, creative engineering itself. So I trademark creative engineering. Parents are very much interested in traditional engineering courses only. Children are not encouraged to join this unless people like you, along with the three other names I mentioned. If you need the TV space, I'll talk to Vivek and get the V6. I'll talk to TV9 also. And there, if you give an hour worth of thing to saying that why these courses are very important today, is going to make a very big difference. And thank you. And getting from JNFU for the last few years, we have faced some difficulties in getting the data who are applying. We have done a lot of, there are a lot of companies here done a lot of TV ads and all that stuff when there are debates. And after their first and second screening, immediately they should be released so that the students doesn't get to go to BCom because they are not MSET scored or anything like that. They don't have a good scoring. So instead of them going to BCom, BA, BSc, we can show them with this help, they can see, okay, there is another area we can go. So those things. And then the government should try to give us because we don't have an MSET requirement right now, instead of begging in the streets and trying to find out with different scrupulous resources, the people who are not qualified for the MSET, if we can arrange a seminar for those people and say in the JNFU campus itself, we have a very big auditorium, let them come. Because JNFU is a very good university, and all the staffs are very much interested. On the fine arts side, they are very much interested to help. So if you can cooperate with them, if we work together, if you call for a meeting with, with few people, with the JNFU also involved in it, and we would be more than happy to take this forward within the next couple of weeks or something like that before Independence Day, if it is all possible, so that we can celebrate the Independence Day with happy that we have full independence now for all the students to join. So please help us, and thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. I'm a little late, I'm sorry, but I had to go to the new president who got elected for Film Chamber of Commerce. So he was taking charge, so I was there. That's why I'm late. I apologize for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're latest వచ్చారు sir. We're late వచ్చిన. But the input what you have given us is really great, sir. As you have asked us, definitely we will. Star sir will take care of that, and Basireddy sir has have told me we've already had a word with the Board of Intermediate, sir. For your information, I just wanted to share with you. We were supposed to have a seminar for all the supplements who have written supplements, and they have, as I said, 39% of students are attending supplements this year. So on the third week of August, we are actually addressing the same with the Intermediate Board Commissioner. They have already approved us the facility to communicate with all the supplement students and the students who are left out. So we are doing that program also very soon, sir, next month. And regarding the the interview and the information from the government of Telangana, definitely, sir, will be definitely pursuing it. It's a very good idea, sir. We will definitely consider that and will take it forward. Thanks for coming, sir, all the way. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. So any other inputs or anything will be definitely taken forward, and we will also submit our subscription and the process how we are doing with our circular also, sir. So that everyone can be a part of this program, and everywhere we go together, we speak together, and we make creative platform to the next level for the coming future. And we are taking this to the Skill India. We are taking this to the Skill India program platform also, because recently Modi ji has already announced about 1 crore opportunities on the skill platform. So this whole objective is to reach the best from Telangana. Our state should be the #1 position to give best resources to the Indian and global market. Thank you, sir. If anything is there, please give your suggestion, or I will end the program. Anything, sir? Any one of you wants to give some suggestions? Or thank you, sir. I would love to.
Thank you, Basireddy garu. Especially Srikant Sena, at this health stage, he's over here. We really appreciate. This is Ramakrishna. I'm the founder of IACG, International Academy of Computer Graphics. We are India's first college to start 4 years full-time graduation in this creative field, animation, VFX, and gaming. It took us almost like 3 years to convince AICT, JNTU, State Council of Higher Education, why it is required 4 years full-time graduation. I'm talking about way back in 2001, I'm precise. So finally we achieved in 2006. And okay, that's how our journey has started. It's been a long journey for us. And since that time, we are hoping this is the sun-rising industry. Sun is not rising, but it is still sun-rising industry. So, but to be honest, we are in this juncture after 23 years, and there are slight changes in the industry. I thought like better if I share my knowledge, it becomes an uniform knowledge to everyone. So, India is in first position as per the number of films made in the world. As per the tickets sold in the world, India is in first position. అంటే దాన్ని బట్టి ఏమర్థమైందండి, మనంత సినిమా పిక్చర్లు ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కడ లేరు. But are we able to tell our stories to the world? No. Unfortunate. Still we are not at. Reason is budgets. We are in that a small gamut of a small world. Still, we are yet to reach to the global. But if you take in as per the services, in recent times, in IT, we have occupied 57% of the global market in IT. Welcome for media and entertainment, only 4% of the global market. Still, we see a lot, 96% to be tapped. That's where huge need. If we can only sell in dollars, or if we can sell our content to the world, then only we can say like we are successful. Welcome for spices. We produce like 37% of the global market. And everywhere we made a mark, but not able to make it in media and entertainment. Thanks to Rajamouli Garu, through Eager, he made it a movie international. And a recent movie of Kalki has purely shown what an Indian story could be said to the world. Okay, taking back, recently, 30th of April, the central government has announced 30% subsidies to the international production houses who are coming forward to produce their content in India. Either could be of service or co-production. That's a lot to India. For instance, in 2012, the countries like Canada, Australia, Singapore, many countries has come forward and they given subsidies and manpower holidays and tax holidays to the companies to encourage the industry. But India has not taken any step, unfortunate. So after a long time, last 4 years has been very, very, very tough times for animation, VFX, gaming industries due to COVID, followed by recession, global recession, whatever the reasons that are. It's very, very hot times. And at this moment, the government of India has announced this 30%, which, for an instance, a company, a production house like Warner Brothers is producing a movie, are given a service to Indian company, which is of 100 crores. The Warner Brothers is paid back 30 crores. That means they are getting their production cost at 70 crores itself. So they are saving a lot of money. That's how Indian government is attracting global players to produce their content through services and co-productions through India. It is happening in animation and VFX. And welcome for gaming. Very recently, last year, Sony has come up with a project called as Hero Project, where they came with 50 crores budget, and they are supporting almost like 7 companies to produce Indian games which could be released globally. And that last time Modi government has took that initiative to 50 crores to 500 crores. That's a very big thing. You guys know most of the people are spending 74% on mobile, especially on media and entertainment applications. It could be Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or anything. Content makers, content development is content is a king. It is killing most of everyone's time, valuable time. Of course, this is a distraction, but apart of that, that's where we see as a content developers where we can occupy the space. So next coming up era is going to be, everything is going to be media and entertainment. Of course, design plays a vital role. Over here, I think a lot of scope is available. If this could be taken forward to, attract the youth from the diversions, how they can make it as a career. See, most of the people are addicted to games. How those games could be made as a career. There are game testing there are plenty of opportunities where hardcore gamers could make it as a career and career job prospectus. So they can develop games. And welcome for films to different aspects. There are each and every person would have a different talent where he can exhibit it and he can make an opportunity in this world. So many such discussions were happening. Thanks to Bashir Garu, many times he took this him personal interest, convincing the JNFAU to conduct fairs, education fairs, but it was not consistent. It's not like we doing education fair in the city. We should do district-wise. So to do district-wise, we need to conduct it like a festival, like a carnival. Then only you can attract youth who are interested in this. You should conduct game competitions, painting competitions. It could be any sort of things that we can attract like-minded people who wants to make a career. So if Arya can take it forward of conducting district-wise from institutions, we will all love to be part of it, and we can see how we can increase the ecosystem. Yeah. Thank you, Arya.
Thank you so much, sir. This was a very valuable, a suggestion as well as an encouragement for the initiative what I've started. And we will be like a family on the creative platform. We will work one-on-one on every quarter or half yearly. We will have some sort of an seminar, get-togethers like this, discuss on the challenges and progression. Also, we will definitely take it forward, sir. So if anyone wants to give your suggestions or anything, or I'll close the. Okay. So thank you so much, sir, and so much, madam. We want to. Excuse me, sir. We want to have a group picture with every one of you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please. Okay. Photos తీసుకుందాం ma'am. తర్వాత.
Thank you everyone being present here. Now we will wind up the seminar for today, and we will like to have the other seminar very soon, and we are expecting you to be a part of the same seminar again. Thank you everyone. And I would like everyone to be the part of group photo, please. We'll have a great picture. I'll share you on WhatsApp. We need students, we have students.
Just startup TV. My startup.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please have the snacks and go.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. Welcome you all to this session on From Vision to Impact. I am Rosalind and I'll lead you through this program. To begin with, I would like to brief you about Tesolutions. So Tesolutions, which was TES in its earlier avatar, is an organization of several experienced and committed individuals from academia, sports, as well as the startup ecosystem, who along with several ecosystem partners strive to nurture entrepreneurs from their early startup stage to growth, scale, and success. In this endeavor, we also assist educational institutions and corporates to nurture and develop startup ideas through incubation and innovation programs. Ladies and gentlemen, for our theme today, From Vision to Impact, we have very eminent speakers who will enlighten you on this topic. Our startup invitees here today are the future of this nation. They dare to dream and strive to succeed as entrepreneurs. Amidst their challenging goals, this topic seems most appropriate. I invite our founder, Dr. Nandita Sethi, to please come forward and welcome our guests.
Sir, thank you for making it on a Saturday. My thanks and welcome to also all the startups here. I know Saturday is a tough day and you want that one day of the routine and rut of life, but breaking it and coming here is an effort and you have done it, so welcome you to this session. Also welcome some of you who are from the academic fraternity, from the incubation innovation network, so welcome you also. And welcome all our invitees and guests as well. Just wanted to put a bit of background to this whole event, so that you know what we are in for. So we see that the innovative world evolving today, that AI has become a big game changer for startups, and it offers several key advantages for the startups in their growth process. You see, from automation of routine tasks, enhanced decision making, personalized customer experience, scalability, risk management, to improve marketing strategies, talent acquisition, and I'm sure much more. You find AI everywhere today, and it's around and in almost all startup models and strategies. In fact, it's almost become fashionable for every startup you ask, what are you doing? Whatever they are doing, they will always say we are also integrating AI in this. So that has become the norm for all startups. So we thought it appropriate to make it to the center point of our talks, and are here today to discuss on how AI is impacting startups to ideate in a different way, to take their models forward in a different way, and to go to market in a different way, and to scale up in a different way. With this little background, I'm sure you're all waiting to listen to our experts, and so I move ahead, and I'm sure we'll all take back important lessons for our work and business from here. So I request Rosalind to...
Thanks, Nandita ma'am, for your welcome address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we kickstart the exciting part of today's event. Our guest talks on how AI can be a game changer for their startup ideas. Let me take this opportunity to introduce you to our first speaker, Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Dr. Rajesh Kumar, an MTech in Embedded Systems and a PhD in Applied Artificial Intelligence in Biomechanical Engineering, is currently a distinguished academic, serving as Chief Technological Scientist at AI Research Center and Associate Professor at the School of Business, Washington University. He holds the prestigious Chair Professor of Franz Ballinger of Information Systems and is actively involved as co-chairperson of the Center of Excellence, Sport Analytics and Management. His research is in human-computer interface-based signal data analytics for biomedical applications, machine and deep learning, and he has participated in various prestigious national and international conferences. So may I request Dr. Rajesh Kumar to please come forward and deliver his address.
Good evening all. So thank you for the wonderful introduction. So yeah, AI, a game changer in enhancing startup ideas. So on this theme, mine is like from the academia perspective and as well as from the startup perspective, I'm trying to bring out some innovations from the AI side. Everyone is hearing about the AI, and then it is how it is changing day by day based on the industry's perspective in the work field and all the sectors, how it is overcoming the domains. You are day by day exploring all these things. When it comes to the startups, how it can help in innovate, optimize, and how we can scale the startups, we can take it forward. So I think everyone is using the ChatGPT kind of tools. There are a lot of tools came into the market after the OpenAI model. So how we can use this tool for brainstorming the ideas. So all the ChatGPT kind of tools are developed with a vast amount of data. So once you use these kind of tools for brainstorming, you will refine your ideas. So that will help to come up with a good idea based on the success stories. When it comes to market research and then analysis, you can use various kind of tools, starting from semantic analysis and then literature reviews or research scopes. All these things, based on the research papers, you can analyze the ideas. So nowadays, the tools like if you upload certain research papers, it is giving the summary. So from the summary, you can understand. No need to spend much time on analyzing the research papers as well. So when it comes to the market data, you can explore all these things based on the advanced tool. So similarly, when it comes to product development, there are the algorithms like machine learning and deep learning and reinforcement learning. So all these algorithms can simplify your task. So AI is nothing but which will avoid the repetitive works. So and then provide you the good insights from the data. So from the historical data, you can come up with the good insights. That is the whole idea about the AI. So then when it comes to the product development, based on the feedback, based on the pattern of data uses, you can come and then you can understand how it is changing the perspectives of the individual mindsets. So for that, and then you can utilize the power of AI powered tools. So such tools will help you in designing the simulation models. We developed recently, it's called a tech entrepreneur simulation. If you do one step, what will happen in your startup ecosystem? If you do the wrong step, what will happen in the ecosystem? So these kind of simulation development tools we have developed at AI Research Center. So these tools will help you to analyze your startup ideas. So not only that, personalized customer experiences are more popular nowadays when it comes to the Swiggy, Zomato, starting from that, the notification kind of things, all these things you can come up like a personalized things. So nowadays if you are developing any idea also, how it can be validated in the real-time market. All these things you can come up with the AI support. So apart from that, operational efficiency also you can measure. So with the AI tools, so how you can streamline your business ideas, how you can go into the market, all these analysis you can utilize the AI tools. So just by overviewing all these terminologies like scaling growth, all these things will be helpful in understanding the business perspectives when it comes to the startups. So there are certain challenges and considerations when you are using the ChatGPT kind of tools. What is the biases and how you are giving the prompts, all these things you should be aware of that. And then every industry there are certain challenges. How you can take it forward is based on your understanding, and then what are the data security challenges, you need to look into these things. So AI will help you. At the same time, you have to be cautious about how you are using the AI. That is the whole conclusion from that. And then we are working on the different technologies, starting from the embedded systems, like a circuit level designs, to the AI advanced models, so like ChatGPT kind of developments. So however, whatever you are developing, you should be conscious on the model. So these are the technologies we are working at the Oxford University AI Research Center. So starting from the AI in acrobatics. Acrobatics is a new innovation with the skeletons and all, spiders movements, we are developing that. And then IoT and embedded systems, virtual and augmented reality and XR. These are the domains you can focus on that. And then software and web development, that is well known. And then blockchain and Web3, HCI. And NLP and own language models. We are developing our own language models there. And then quantum computing. So if you want any guidance on these domains, we are open to all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. That was illuminating indeed. And I'm sure my startup friends would surely find a potent tool in AI to propel their venture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Mahua Ghosh, who will provide us with some interesting ways that technology products can reflect your target market needs. Ms. Mahua Ghosh is a product leader with over 16 years of experience in product management. She has worked with several mid-sized and Fortune 500 organizations across life sciences, telecom, IT, and B2B commerce. She's currently working with Dell as Director, Product Line Manager, and AI Strategist. She is passionate about innovation and holds 9 patents. She has won several awards, co-authored a book on product, strategy, and innovation. She is an active speaker and contributor on topics like product management and design thinking in several forums like IIIT Hyderabad, Institute of Product Leadership, Upgrad, etc. She is also a YouTube channel. She also has a YouTube channel on product management and importantly has mentored over 500 product management professionals over the past 3 years. So I have a great pleasure in presenting before you Ms. Mahua Ghosh, who will speak on building market-driven tech products. Ms. Mahua Ghosh.
Hello everybody. Okay, now this is better. So first and foremost, I'm extremely happy to be here, and yeah, thank you for that lovely introduction. So I'll just get started with my topic. So I'll be talking on transforming startup with AI from vision to impact. So just to kind of give you a rundown of how I have kind of structured the presentation. First, I'll cover during the startup journey. Across the various phases, so where all can you leverage AI to create competitive advantage. Then I'll talk about some real world examples. I'll talk about some Indian startup and some big companies who have really capitalized on the Gen AI evolution. And then I'll cover if you are looking to kickstart your AI transformation, I'll cover some of the best practices and some of the key metrics for success that you should consider. And towards the end, I guess we'll park the Q&A towards the end of today's session. So on this slide, what you see are the various phases of startup, right? First, the founder would be on the concept stage. Basically, at this phase, you have some high-level ideas, and you are looking to create more ideas to kind of solve that problem. So at this phase, you would be doing market research or as well as creating prototypes so that your ideas become more concrete. So at this phase, there is no product, nothing, and in terms of funding, you are probably just self-funding. So at this phase, the founders can definitely leverage Gen AI tools like, again, in the market currently, given we are all 1.5 years into the Gen AI revolution, there are hundreds of tools, but my recommendation is when you are starting off as a founder, my recommendation would be to use tools like ChatGPT, custom GPTs, or alternative to ChatGPT would be Cloud, and for Figma, I mean doing prototype, you can leverage Figma. The reason I'm kind of calling out these applications, these are well known and from cost standpoint very reasonable. Literally, they have all of these tools as a free version. So on the exploration phase, basically at the concept phase, you can leverage AI to have more innovative ideas in a most cost-effective manner. Then comes the next phase, which is validation phase or the pre-seed phase. At this stage also, everything is typically self-funded, or maybe at the max, you're pitching your idea to your friends, family, or you're looking for government grant. So at this phase, typically startup founders, they look for more feedback, more detailed feedback. So they do a lot of feedback analysis, they do competitive analysis, as well as once they kind of figure where they stand in terms of their USP, then the next phase is they start writing proposals so that they can get some paying customers. So be it feedback analysis, competitive analysis, or proposal writing, for all of these main activities, again, startup founders can leverage Gen AI to their benefits. Again, the tools that I mentioned are not finite list, there are innumerable tools, but my recommendation is, again, like always, start with the easy one and which doesn't cost too much. So the ones that I have mentioned are ChatGPT, Custom GPT, the GPT marketplace. You'll find tons of helpful GPTs there, and alternative to ChatGPT would be Cloud. So you don't need to use both. Like any one should suffice. So once you move on to the next phase of your startup journey, that is once you have an idea, you got some level of validation. So at this point in time, you would be actually looking for funding in terms of either seed funding, angel seeds, seed venture capitalists, or crowdfunding. So at this point in time, you would have to start developing your product. So in the build phase, typically, as I said, you would have to start building your first version or the MVP. So you would need to actually write codes. You would have to have final designs, and at this phase, you would also have few paying customers, so you would also have to think about customer support. So for all of these, again, you can leverage Gen AI. So when it comes to product development, you can use GitHub Copilot. For UX, UI design, again, Figma, recently, like about a month back, in the Figma config, they have launched generative AI capabilities, meaning you no longer the designers need to start from scratch when it comes to designing the wireframe prototype. All of that can be done using the Figma Gen AI plugins. So you can definitely use Figma for the UX UI piece. There are also other applications. One of the notable one I really like is Galileo AI. That is also very good when it comes to UI UX prototype design. And when it comes to customer support, again, you can leverage any LLM models like ChatGPT, LLM model, or anyone to build your own customer support, basically AI agent. Otherwise, in the market, there are a lot of Gen AI based application available, which would provide customer support. So you can also look at those and see if they have a good subscription model that works for you. The only thing that I would recommend is for doing any of the things that I have called out, be it in the explore phase, validate phase, or build phase, do not rely fully on AI. Use AI to do the basic job, but for each of the tasks, you would need a human expert to ensure that whatever you are aiming for is foolproof. So same applies to customer support as well. Do not ever look for fully automated customer support, especially when you are in the seed phase. Basically, you just have few paying customers. Customer support is very crucial aspect of any product or services company. So ensuring a human layer is very important. Now moving on to the next phase. So let's say you have built your MVP, you have launched. So you have built your MVP, you have few, let's say, paying customers. Next, you would have to launch it to the market, right? So when we are talking about launch, basically, in the early stage, you again look for more funding in terms of crowdfunding, angel funding, or VC funding. And in terms of main activities that as an entrepreneur or as a startup company that you would have to do are, let's say, creating marketing campaign, doing sales forecasting, looking at customer insights, buying behaviors, and formulating various pricing models and all of that. So for doing each of these, you can again leverage Gen AI. There are again tons of tools available in the market. The main ones that I would like to again point out are, you can leverage ChatGPT, you can leverage Custom GPT. For marketing, creatives or marketing content, if you want to go a little extra, you can also look to use Jasper. And for any types of, let's say, visuals that you would have to create, that may include video or images, you can look to kind of look for subscription of tools like Midjourney or Runway ML. Again, there are many. These are my favorites, so I have used all of this. I find all of this to be super effective, and not just in terms of the output, also in terms of cost. Their cost structure is very good, very economical. So I'm going to move on to the next phase. So once you have launched your product into the market and you've done that a couple of times, and let's say at this point in time, you have a lot of paying customers and you would be looking to grow your business further, right? So you would still continue to look for VC rounds of funding if need be. So at this point in time, like basically you are in a growth mode. You have already found your product market fit. So at this point in time, typically things that are relevant and very important for startup companies are to ensure, especially product companies, you would have to ensure that you are providing personalized experience in the product or in the services. So personalization becomes a very important aspect. The second one would be, as a startup founder, you would have to look to ensure that you are, looking at all aspects of operations and you are making it more efficient. And you are on the growth mode, so scalability is again a big factor or big thing that startup founders really pay a lot of attention at this phase. So again, be it creating personalized experience, improving operational efficiencies, or ensuring that your solution is scalable, you can strategically and very mindfully leverage AI. For example, for creating personalized experience, you can use LLM models. Basically, you can figure out for your relevant product what all areas that you can create an AI-based experience. Those would be your AI use cases for your product. So for that, again, you can use the API version of ChatGPT, basically access to their LLM through an API. Alternatively, Claude also offers similar services. You can also leverage that. And for ensuring that whatever solution, like the AI infrastructure that you have that is scalable, you can look and you can explore solutions like AWS. You can also look at Google Cloud AI. You can also look at Microsoft Azure. So all of them have very good AI infrastructure support, which can scale as your business scales. And their cost, or basically their price plans, are also very competitive. So based on your business needs, you can plan accordingly. So next is, let's say, you have done this for a couple of years and your business is now like, you have reached leadership in your respective field. That is, you have reached maturity. So at this point in time, you are no longer a startup, you are basically a big company. But you would still have to continue to ensure that you're staying competitive, you're a leader in your space. So you typically, at this stage, companies need to do all of that by looking at a lot of data. So they would look for advanced analytics. They would have to ensure that they mitigate risk. They're looking at risk from all different angles, and continuous innovation, right? So that's no-brainer there. Again, to do all of that, definitely leverage AI to your benefit. So this is again bird eye view in terms of how a startup really kind of operates, and from a startup it becomes a very mature company. It doesn't happen overnight, it takes time. But what I try to kind of showcase here is at each of the phases you can leverage AI to your benefit to create, innovate faster, create a long-term competitive advantage, and do all of that in a very cost-effective manner. So I know a lot of information, so I'm going to pause and I'm going to move on to the next slide. Now I'd like to talk about some of the successful startups, right, who have really used Gen AI to their advantage. Again, by no means this is a finite list, or this is not in any order. This is, some of the startups that caught my attention. Hence, I'm talking about them. So the first one on the list is GoCodio. So this is a company. This is an Indian startup company. They have a Gen AI agent. what this GenAI agent can do is it can do software development testing for anybody, like any other software companies. So it can do integration testing, unit testing, regression testing, penetration testing, and it can seamlessly integrate with any developer workflow. So this is a startup. They have just started like little over 1 year, and within such a short span of time, they have already helped more than 16,000 developers across 150 companies globally to reduce post-production defects and improve software reliability. The next one of my favorite is Kishan AI. So this is a company who leverages GenAI to detect crop disease early on. Not just that, also provide weather-related information to farmers in their local languages. So think about it, like they have really solved a true problem for a wider audience in India. So essentially they would be providing they are providing crucial agricultural advices to thousands of Indian farmers every day, helping them to be more productive and resilient against climate changes, and that too in their local language. So they have solved multiple problems in one go. The last one on the list is InVideo. I'm pretty sure many of you have used it. So this is a tool which allows you to create videos, right? So they have leveraged GenAI, and now they have made the video creation process automated. Meaning you just have to write a script and it will automatically create a video for you. But by no means I'm suggesting you take that and use it as is. Of course, you as a human, you would have to add your unique perspective to that to make it more engaging and appealing to the end users. But all in all, they have really improved, basically they have really streamlined the process of video editing and video creation process. And in last few quarters, they have added more than 8 lakh subscribers to their user base across 150 countries, and they have really also added significant revenue to their pie. So these are some Indian companies who have really made good use of GenAI. Now let's look at some global players. So we have Nike on the first one on the list is Nike. So Nike uses AI not recently. They have been using AI for a very long time. So they use AI for personalized shopping experience and virtual try-ons to enhance customer engagement and loyalty. So basically they have a Nike Feet app which uses computer vision and machine learning to kind of help the user find the right size for them. And they have combined that with virtual try-on experience. So just imagine sitting at your home, you can find the right size which is right for you, and you can, through their virtual try-on experiences, you can actually try it from the comfort of your home. So this is one company who have really created a unique and engaging customer experience using AI. Next one on the list is Netflix. I'm pretty sure majority of us here use Netflix. So Netflix uses AI-powered recommendations. So every time we log on to Netflix, the list of recommended series, movies that I would see versus you would see would be different. So they have achieved this through use of AI. So in turn, how does it help them? It helps them to increase the user retention and user engagement. The third one on the list is Airbnb. So Airbnb is one company who have used AI almost on all, at multiple levels. So they use AI to personalize search results and recommendations. Not just that, they also do dynamic pricing, all of which improve their booking rates. The next one on the list is an AI company only, but they also use AI to accelerate their design, testing of different vehicle components. All of that helps them to reduce the development time and go to market faster. The last one on the list is Amazon. So Amazon is again a company which provide AI managed services to other companies, but over here I have listed for their Amazon site, right? The Amazon commerce application. So they use AI at multiple levels to optimize the product recommendation algorithm. Not just that, for the women fashion segment, they have also added added a lot more AI capabilities. They also allow, basically they use AI which recommends the right size for the apparel that you're looking for. Not just that, I'm sure you must have seen that they have also added a review, like a summary of the review. So let's say a product has 20,000 reviews. It's very difficult for a user to kind of scan through 20,000 reviews and understand what majority of the people are saying. So they have kind of solved that problem by providing a summary of the review in a contextual manner for the user. So all in all, these are just some examples. Again, by no means these are exhaustive and these are not in any order. I just wanted to kind of talk about some of the success story. And also I want to mention that these companies are leaders in their space. None of them are startups. So they are at a point where they have added AI use cases in their product itself. But when it comes to product development, operational excellence, for all of that also they heavily rely or heavily use AI, and they use design thinking methodologies to kind of go about and ideate, basically do that ideation to productization life cycle. So now, moving on, so let's assume, I'm pretty sure many of you here are, either a startup founder or thinking about starting your own company. So you might be wondering, like, when it comes to AI, where should we begin? So my advice would be begin small, like do not go all out with AI. Identify small areas, be it product use cases or operational use cases, and once you identify small areas, explore available tools. And I, in the previous slides, I have mentioned about a couple of very popular and easy to use tools. But definitely do your research, see what makes sense for you in terms of cost and other parameters that might be of importance to you. Next is build a cross-functional team. So for startup, like your initial founding team may be a small team, so you would need to collaborate with industry experts, especially who are in the space of Gen AI, designers, and basically also you should attend more of this type of events where you can collaborate and learn from your peers from the other startup and understand what are the things that they are doing right, working for them, what are the things not working well for them. So basically, it's not going to be a single team who is going to, execute anything. When it comes to Gen AI kind of application, it's not going to be one team who's going to be deploying or managing everything end to end. It's going to be a cross-functional effort. Next and third one is leverage existing AI tools. So don't go and start building your own LLM model on day one. It's not needed. So leverage existing tools, that's going to be cost effective and that's also going to be meaningful for your business. And stay up to date in terms of what's happening in the tech world. And lastly, for whatever you are starting, to use AI with, measure and continuously improve based on your findings. Now, I'd like to conclude with this slide. So in terms of some of the key metrics that as an AI, not as an AI, as a startup founder that you should keep in your mind when you are using AI. So first and foremost, you should always think about customer satisfaction. So measure the change in customer satisfaction after use of AI in your product development life cycle. You are definitely going to see an improve because your time to market is going to be faster. There are going to be lesser number of defects. In terms of quality, reliability, all of that is going to increase. So customer satisfaction metric can be one of your North Star metric to kind of see a change in that. The other one, a very important one, is time to market. So by leveraging AI, you can reduce the time it takes from ideation to actual go live, basically product launch, right? So measure the cycle. So earlier, without using AI, let's say it was 3 months. Now, with the use of AI, maybe it's going to be brought down to 3 weeks. Whatever it is for your business, ensure that you measure that, and that's going to be your, effective use of AI. That's going to essentially help you go to market a lot faster, and that is definitely going to add to your competitive advantage. Next is innovation rate. So evaluate the new ideas that have been co-created by using AI, right? So that's going to reflect the AI effectiveness in fostering creativity and innovation within your product team. Next, and very important, and this is a no-brainer again, cost efficiency. So for all of the areas where you're going to use AI, be it product ideation, development, testing, iteration, you are going to save on cost, right? Because we have seen that Gen AI tools cost a lot less. So try to measure the cost, and it's going to ultimately lead to a lower TCO, total cost of ownership. And lastly, also to me a very important one is employee productivity. So by using AI, what are you ultimately are able to do? You are able to reduce costs, do things faster, and also you would still continue to have the need to have employees, but they would be spending their time on manual, repetitive tasks, rather their time would go into making things better, improving things, or thinking out of the box, like things that typically people should have been doing, but because of the manual and repetitive tasks, they get, let's say today, if AI is not there, people are not using AI, let's say 70% of employees' time goes into creating those detailed things, which is a lot of the manual steps. So all in all, overall time that employees would be spending, they would be spending on meaningful activities which would lead to higher satisfaction, and that would result into higher productivity. So these are, according to me, some of the success metrics for startup founders that they should keep in mind when they think about using Gen AI. I'm not recommending you to measure all. See for your company which all ones make sense, but I would recommend to at least use 2 to 3 of the metrics that I have just talked about. With that, I'm going to end, and thank you so much.
Wow. I'm sure we have learned ways that tech products can make your startup journey productive. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move on to that one word, funding. Yes, the one word the startup world loves and moves forward from day one, worships, and even thanks. We will try and remove all your myths that funding is the only mantra to success in the startup world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's gear up to hear one of the most renowned and successful icons in the startup world, Mr. Sanjay Jasrani, who will now deliver a talk on funding or no funding, the path to scale. So just to let you know, Mr. Sanjay Jasrani is the founder and CEO of Go North Ventures, a proprietary angel investment firm focused on startups. He holds a bachelor's degree in commerce and is a fellow member of ICAI.
Thank you so much, and my respect for the past speakers. I think very interesting sessions. So how many of you are already startups here? Just a show of hand. About 5, 6, 7 or so. How many are aspiring startups? Any aspiring startups? Okay, okay. Thank you. So my quick intro is, I'm a Paka Hyderabadi. I've been part of a startup journey myself, a company called Sierra Atlantic, which I joined way back in 1995, 94, 95, as a sort of founding CFO of that company. And I spent 20 years, I just worked with that one startup. But I had a brilliant opportunity at the beginning of the whole IT boom to be part of a wonderful team. Had a chance to take this company to growth, to public. We were listed for 5 years, went back to private, then we grew it to about $100 million. So I saw $100K to $100 million journey just with that one company. And then we were acquired by Hitachi, Hitachi Consulting, which is a subsidiary of the larger Hitachi Limited. So I stayed on for 3 years. From CFO, I moved to the CEO of that acquired entity, India and China, Hitachi Consulting. And then I left. So my last 11 years now has been in the startup world. Nandita is a dear friend. I have been associated with TEZ on and off as a speaker, mentor, right, almost from inception. I joke with my large corporate colleagues that startups are like statins which can bust through corporate cholesterol. I really believe that, you know, corporates have so much of money. I was part of that journey, that innovation, I have one, no problem. Innovation tends to sort of go down, you know. So my topic today is not directly AI related, but it's a little more foundational topic about funding or no funding, right? The path to scale. And I don't know how many of you agree that can you scale a startup without funding? Any show of hands? Oh, there you are. That's great. So I have support today. I thought people would throw bottles of water at me. Okay. So that's little bit me. This was a poster I had, on my desk many years back. It was a sailboat which was standing in the water, and the quote was, "When there is no wind, row." So I think we all need to do that. Can I have the push-up? Yeah. Okay. So I'll cover some of these. I won't spend too much time on this, but I just want to start with that. Having seen this journey 20 years prior, and then the last 11 years. So interestingly, I think since I came out of corporate, the startup industry in India also was just on the cusp of a huge boom, right? And of course, it's important for founders to understand. So I'm now an angel investor. I've invested in about 20 startups. It's just my personal portfolio. I've not raised any money from outside. I just invest from my own funding. And I've done about 20 investments. Like I said, I do anywhere from $10,000 to about a max of $100,000. So these are all early stage. I also invest through a network called the Indian Angel Network, which typically invests about 5 to 6 crores in a, that's the ticket size. Anicut Capital, a few others also. But the reason I wanted to mention is this 11 years I must have met, I don't know, 1,000 plus founders, aspiring founders. I've watched journeys from start to exit. In fact, very interesting journey, early days, as I just came out of corporate. I met a jewelry startup. Their name was Candier. They were in diamond jewelry. Two founders. One was from a jewelry business. The other was an IIM Calcutta MBA, a business guy. Very interesting. So they had reached out to me on LinkedIn. It was just an inbound sort of this thing, and they just wanted some form of business mentoring. So I spent some time with them. I really liked what they were doing. It was fortunate. I was able to introduce them to an investor friend of mine who actually took 30-40% in that startup, and he helped them to go from where they were to a next level and took them to an acquisition by Kalyan Jewelers. So why I mention this is, the same aspect. Sometimes we all don't need $5 million, $10 million, $20 million, or like Baiju's $10 billion to grow and then die, right? So I think it's important to realize that funding is really, it can be the wind in your sails, it can do a lot of other things. But this journey of this diamond jewelry startup, the reason I mention is that two founders, excuse me, very complementary to each other, managed to get an investor who actually sort of, took them through that rigor of that business growth journey and was able to introduce them to a superbly complementary acquisition. Kalyan was going IPO. They did not have an online presence. They didn't have a young sort of buying audience who was buying 50,000 to 1 lakh type of jewelry units. They all had traditional, I don't know, some 1,000 plus stores and large ticket items and all. So this company became Candier by Kalyan overnight, just pre-IPO. And now the founder continues to remain the head of the digital part of Kalyan. He got an exit as part of the IPO. He holds stocks and an amazing journey. Yeah. So what I wanted to mention was that a lot of founders whom I meet very often have this issue that investors in India are conservative. The valuations you get are very different from Silicon Valley or anywhere else, right? So it's important for both founders, aspiring founders, to know that the Valley ecosystem is now 40 years old. India is still just about 10, 12 years old. And what tends to happen in funding is that if you are investing money from a previous exit, your propensity to take risk is much higher. Okay? Most of the funds today in India are still just coming out of their first 7 years plus 3-year type of cycle. A typical VC fund raises money from large investors with a intent that over a 7-year period, they will invest, they will exit those startups, get that money back, and return the money to these investors at maybe 30, 40, 50% compounded sort of growth rate, right? But here, so what happened, the worldwide and even in India, is during COVID, the governments the world over, because all the economies were stalling, a lot of easy money was pumped into the system. Close to $25 trillion was pumped in by all the federal banks to avoid a stall of the economy. And then after COVID, as things started normalizing, all those funds were being pulled back. So the reason I like this slide and to share the slide is that a lot has changed over the last 2-3 years. If you ask me, maybe 3 years back, a SaaS company with a, I don't know, 200K ARR would have got a $5 million funding at a $50 million valuation. Today, a SaaS company with a 200K ARR will struggle and take time. So things have changed. I just meant to sort of mention that here, right? It's the time to design your startup closer to classic entrepreneurship. And what is classic entrepreneurship? We'll cover that. But I'm sure, all of you have friends, seniors, family members who have been entrepreneurs who, when they were growing up, nobody had access to the type of capital which startups have got, right? But finally, a startup has to grow up and become a business, right? So there's no magic dust which is sprinkled on us which says that, okay, here I have an idea and I can go and I can make a prototype and get a 2 crore of funding, and I'll make the product, I'll get another 10 crore funding, and in 5 years time I'll make 500 crores, 1000 crores. There's nothing automatic about that. So a little bit of my intent to cover this today is to say that when you design your startup, you design it with purpose, thoughtfully, with a rigorous plan. If you get easy funding, that's a great boost, but be prepared that funding is going to be very difficult. Okay. So I sort of quickly I'll cover this. This is my homegrown definition of what a classic startup I believe is, right? Ideally, a team of founders with experience. I am partial towards, and I'm not against student dropout founders or anything like that, but I just believe that a startup journey is like climbing Mount Everest. It's a long, arduous journey. You need to be prepared, you have to acclimatize, you have to get equipment, Sherpas, everything. There are a variety of base camps which you are going to face at each stage of your climb. And even within, 500 meters of the summit, the weather can change and you just have to go back to the earlier base camp and wait. So there's a lot of things involved. But ideally, a founding team with experience, a complementary founding team. I think for some of the aspiring startup founders, for example, I'm associated with IIIT Hyderabad's incubator. Brilliant computer science, very young teams coming out all the time, superb AI startups, computer vision, machine learning startups, but very often they miss the point on the design and 3 friends, classmates come together to start the startup. But technology is of course very important. Technology is the engine of and the differentiator between startups and traditional industry. But you still need a complementary founding team. There has to be somebody among the founders who is the go-to-market person, who will sort of understand from the market, bring back the requirements of the market to the product team who will go and sell. There has to be an operations and finance person who will take care of the nuts and the bolts. like the metrics Moa mentioned, right? So most technology people are brilliant, but they're a little bit like scientists, right? Love to make new products all the time. Oh, I made a product and that's ready. But, you know, sir, now I'm working on 2 more products. What happened to that first product? What's the revenue life of that product? I don't know, but maybe $5 million. So I said, what's your revenue now? It's about 20K. Is it 5 million revenue life hai, 20K current revenue hai. Why are you building another product? I said, no sir, I like building products and this is not selling, so I thought I'll build one more product. It doesn't work like that, right? So that's where if you have a complementary founding base, things work much better, right? You think through. So clearly, frugal capital, high innovation, and driving enduring value, long-term value. So look for problems which are must-solve problems, right? That's important. Building an elegant solution. So a lot of this, and I'll just jump across to some, industries which I believe are out there, right? There are a lot of Me Too startups today, but there are a lot of emerging areas. The whole AI area itself is huge, although there's a lot of capex flowing there. I think there's a lot of skepticism now that if you have invested, a few $1 trillion in the capex, a Goldman Sachs report said you need to generate $800 billion of revenue per year out of that capex to justify the amount of money which has gone. So there's a little bit of hype cycle in all the investments and the stock market, but there's so many use cases of technology. I would take a drone application, right? I have a startup in Bangalore. It's called Aereo. It's one of my more successful startups. They just raised a 100 crore round. They use drones for a variety of asset management applications. Their drones are used by the Rajasthan government today for land titling. They do land survey with the drone application. And that's going to be rolled out all over India today. So huge focus on the technology side today, right? You take silver living, a very under-addressed area. I'm almost 60 now, right? A whole generation of my colleagues, plus and minus 5 years, are going to be spending a lot of our money and not just giving it off to our children, right? Because the equations are changing, and I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm saying that our parents just left everything to us and we would take care of them and the equation was over. Now, travel, hospitality, housing, bunch of things. On the positive side, on the defensive side, healthcare, bunch of stuff like that, right? A few years back, I met a healthcare startup called Consure as part of Indian Angels, CONSURE. Consure was in a sort of healthcare application which was helping elders if they were bedridden, right? A bunch of sort of hygiene and cleanliness applications, and it was amazing. So what did they do? They had built a product to help the elders, but they went first to the US markets. They got a US market approval and they actually rolled out their entire product line in the US healthcare market, and they are super successful. So bunch of things are out there which I definitely encourage startups to look at as very differentiated options, right? So quickly, a typical startup's path to heaven, in my view, not every startup has to become a unicorn. I think the unicorn as a term is highly overrated, it's just bandied around. But a good journey can be that you raise anywhere from 0 to 3 to $5 million of capital over a 5 to 7 year period. But in raising that capital, you are very conscious, you raise at certain stages, where you are able to deploy the capital very effectively, and over a period, you build a company which you continue to hold at least 50% of. That's important. By the way, a lot of startups, because they haven't thought through the initial capital, they start off with 10-15 lakhs of capital, right? They build something, they are at some stage, now they are desperate to raise capital. They find an investor who's willing to put in 2 crore investment, but they want 50% of the company. Now the startup is in a corner. If they don't take the investment, they die. If they take the investment, they dilute 50%. But in so many cases that happens. And actually, that's also a bad outcome. Because you take 2 crores for 50% of the company, if you cannot deploy that 2 crores to go to a certain takeoff stage and you need more money for that, your next stage of capital either will not be available or it will dilute you further from 50% down to 20% or something. Then when you, with all your hard work, you reach a VC investability stage, if you don't hold more than 60 to 70% of the company when you come to a VC, they don't want to invest in you. Because a VC doesn't want to run your company. They basically want you to run the company. They want you to have enough equity where post a Series B or a Series C, you should ideally still hold 20-25% significant skin in the game because you are the engine of growth of that startup. Right? You know, in one way, it's my own sort of easy definition of what a great capital outcome can be, right? And in today's world, there are a series of possibilities. A lot of companies grow at some point to be acquired. A lot of companies are strategically invested into by larger corporates. I mean, you take something like Yoga Bar, and Yoga Bar was acquired by, I think, ITC or Hindustan Lever, right? Health bar company, two women founders, I think they were sisters. They, I mean, such a beautiful product they built. It was a hard journey. They got some initial capital, but they built a market, they built a brand in such a tough space. And finally, they sold for about 200 crore exit or so. I was reading the interview of that founder. It's a fascinating interview. Even the timing of exit is very important. Sometimes if you don't take an exit at certain point, you may actually then go down in the value point also. So many things come up, right? So one more aspect here I just want to share, like I said, the whole world has changed in terms of funding, is that the go-go days, which I meant, you know, the easy capital days, there was like a urgency to deploy capital, right? You go, you get good valuation, you get more money than you ask for, and the VC wants you to deploy it tomorrow. Expand karo, revenue karo, grow at any cost, right? Now the world has changed. I mean, business also follows the law of nature. There is gravity. You can't just take money and, you know, use it to do what, right? You have to deploy capital very carefully. Finally, a startup founder's most important job, any founder's most important job is to be able to allocate capital sensibly. That's very important. Investor-driven time frames was the earlier thing. Now it's really all driven by business, right? How do you do? When do you expand? What do you expand into? Much more closer, clearer. Growth at any cost. Rule of 40, if some of you have heard, it's basically, it says that if you are growing at 100%, you can be loss-making at 60%. 100 minus 60, 40, you are good. So basically, you can be loss-making if you are growing. That was the rule earlier. I think it's a little bit crazy, right? If you sell a 100 rupee product for 60 rupees, you have an infinite market for it. You can show all the metrics you want.
But what is the margin on the product?
Yeah, so that's it, right? There is no margin of the product. Yeah. So vanity metrics, multi-city. Earlier, I have met so many startups. As soon as they have achieved some scale, right? The attraction is I'll go multi-city. Okay, but what you have to sometimes sort of think through as a founder is that if you go multi-city at the end of 4 or 5 years, if you go prematurely, you may have a 2% market share in 6 cities. What you have to weigh that off against is if you had stayed, let's say in the city of Hyderabad, which is a booming city, it's a growing city, you know, the largest companies, including somebody like IKEA, chooses Hyderabad to come to first. If you have 10% market share of Hyderabad, some larger, you know, up the food chain company will actually pay you a significant amount and you will be far more valuable instead of having 2% market share of 6 cities. So there are always choices, always decisions, right? So everything is about, making sensible choices there. Acquire inorganic revenue at any cost. I think that period is going slow now. Get stars, drive them hard, hire, pay, amazing amounts, give stock. I think everything is coming back to performance now, right? So you have to be coming to fundamentals. I think Mauva covered some of these metrics very well, so I don't need to cover that. Quick few role models, right? I'm sure most of you may think that, oh, here is a guy who's giving some gyan, pagar paisa bana lenge, right? Of course, it's not easy. I'm not for a moment saying, and I'm not even saying that it's no funding. All I'm saying is a lot of startups, proceed with a misconception that at each stage they will be able to raise funding which will take them through to the next stage comfortably or pretty much okay. But as all of you know, the mortality rate of startups is about 98%. No more than 2 out of 100 startups actually cross 3-4 years of existence. The reason for a lot of that mortality is startups, there is no entry barrier. Anybody can start. I and my friend Sanjay here can start a startup tomorrow. We can get rolling. We can go to investors. Maybe because he's from IIM and I have grey hair or less hair, somebody might give us 2 crores also. But kya karenge? Finally there is so much of planning, so much of structure which has to be thought through. It's a business, right? You have to treat it like a business. It's a business which can be on steroids. If a traditional business would have taken you 15 years to generate maybe 100 crores of wealth, maybe a startup will take you 12 years, right? Be reasonable. In fact, I tell my investor friends also that, right? So, a lot of people ask me, a lot of my friends ask me, oh Sanjay, you're investing in startups, what's your expected return? You know what expected return? Out of my 20, 2 or 3 startups will probably give me 20x return. But 8 of them will actually go to 0. And already 4 of them have gone to 0. Okay? The rest will give me, I don't know, maybe 2x to 5x return. So end of it, early stage investing is about getting 35% or so compounded annual return. It's about being reasonable in your expectation. And more than that, I like to say this to all my prospective investor friends, some of whom may be here, is that early investing is nurture capital. You have to invest in the startup, you have to mentor them, you have to take them to market, you have to help them hire senior people, you be there with them. So your job as an angel, as an early investor is to take the startup from where they are to becoming VC investable. That's the role. You can't sit back and say, because I read in the paper somebody got 100x exit, even I should get 100x. Bahut mushkil. Okay, so quickly, some notable companies, Zoho, Freshworks, we all know among IT. Zerodha is startling example of a zero commission breakthrough in brokerage and investing, and I think the timing converged really well. I think Indians as a mindset are now coming to the markets. So much of fixed deposit money is coming in. ID Foods, iconic company, right? Paperboard, yeah. Serum Institute, these were the vaccine people. Mu Sigma, some of you may have heard of. MYK Laticrete, a Hyderabad-based company. Murli Yadama, Nandita, you must have heard him, right? He's an amazing guy, right? Self-built, ground up, bootstrapped. Oak Ridge School, interestingly for some of our Hyderabad people, I heard the founder speak, he had come to a small group which we are a part of. Very inspiring story. So a lot of things, out there, right? So I'll just use the last 4-5 minutes quickly to, what is it you need to scale without funding, right? There are 4 or 5 questions which you have to look in the mirror and answer for yourself. Are we addressing a real need? I covered this in my definition there. Is there clear value? Is the market large and scalable? That's very important. Put that criteria to test, right? Have we built a solution which is a resilient solution? which can stand. And like one of the speakers mentioned, actually good customer service can be a huge differentiator. If you ask me, I sit on the board of a large multi-speciality hospital, and I often tell the founder, healthcare in India, there is no concept of customer experience at a hospital. So I joke with the founder, I tell them, sir, आपके हॉस्पिटल में आना is like going to Tirupati, जग मार के जाना पड़ता है, भगवान का दर्शन लेने, दर्शन होता है, पीछे से कोई लात मारता है, and you have to go out, I said, where is the experience? If large hospitals can actually invest in healthcare experience, and I'll give you an example. I met a startup, organic startup, a company called Sempia, CEMPIA. They built a SaaS platform for customer feedback in healthcare. Vertical SaaS. Fascinating company. 5 years time, today they are a global company. They are doing about $5 million ARR. Funds are chasing them. He's not taking money. Fascinating, right? So find a good problem and solve it well, right? What is the research and prep you have done? I think the plan is very important. This again, I get all types of anecdotes. A few years back I met a company, they are super successful today. So one of the funds, Indian Angel had requested me to meet with them. So I asked that founder, I said, show me your business plan. I just want to understand, It was an EV company. So the founder smiled at me. He said, sir, do you want me to spend time on Excel sheets or go out in the market and win customers? I said, yeah, dono bhi karna padta hai. You can't help it, right? So like I said, you have to be Superman, Spider-Man and Batman. You can't just be, selling and thinking that all these business plans are for the birds or for the, finance guys like this guy, right? It's a good combination. You have to bring it together. Do we have a clear view of the resources which we need? Again, plan, talk to people, find mentors. The best help you can get is from your peer network, right? Talk to people who have succeeded, talk more to people who have failed. Not to get scared off, but to learn from their experience. Really important. Have you thought of each of the logical stages, right? So finally, are you prepared to be everything? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman in one. But the most important point I just want to share on this is that you have to be able to sell. As a startup founder, you should realize that a good founder who can sell anything can not just get through but succeed, right? Your product can also come next. In fact, this is another point. With a lot of my deep tech companies, I try to tell them, by sahab, the product is only 30% of the journey. And they're looking at me aghast, thinking, what do you mean, 30%, right? It's not 80% of the journey. You can make a brilliant product, software. So Microsoft is like the Hindustan lever of software products. Microsoft can make anything and they can sell it at a 80% gross margin. I and Sanjay, again, we can make a great AI LLM, right? But how do we bring it to the market? Our product would be, world-beating product, but can we sell it? Can we bring it to light? That part of the journey is often far more difficult than just building it. And I'm not against product people. I'm fully for them. But you just have to be realistic in what it takes to get to that success. That's important. Maybe your product will be acquired by Microsoft. That's fine. So build a great product, but then you have to get exposure to the right people. I meet so many software founders. In fact, right now I have 3 AI great products sitting out there who are struggling to get demos, struggling to get good audiences by people. And they need to showcase the efficacy of their product, right? Okay, so this is really the last one now. Great customer experience, I talked about. Pricing at value minus and not cost plus. A lot of founders, I like to share this important aspect. We all grew up in our business life like that, especially in IT. The tendency of the Indian IT industry was a cost plus pricing. I think the global IT industry always taught us that it has to be value minus, right? The realm of aspirational possibility. I'm not for a moment saying be conservative, be defensive, be slow. you should aim for everything, but realistic. There has to be a line of sight to profitability now. That's very important. Focus, relentless execution, chutzpah, right? So never say die. Eventually every startup has to become a business. So I'll just leave it here now. So this was the last one, like I said, getautopsy.com is actually a website which has an account of 200 startup founders who failed. It's a first person account in long form and it's a fascinating study. Thank you. I think I overtook my time, but my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jasrani, that you addressed few things so well. We are sort of, relieved that funding is just not the only mantra to scale. Thank you to all for this session. We would now like to express our thanks to our speakers. May I request Mr. K.A.S. Menon, our director, to please come forward and hand over a memento to Dr. Rajesh as a token of gratitude. May I please request Dr. Nandita, our director, to please come forward and hand over a memento to Ms. Mahua Ghosh as a token of appreciation. Now I would like to request Mr. Aditya, our director, to please come forward and hand over a memento to Mr. Sanjay Jasrani as a token of appreciation. I'm sure all of you must be eager to know what Solutions is all about. Our director, Dr. Nandita Sethi, will take us through a short presentation. So may I request Dr. Nandita?
Yeah, I'll just take about 5 to 7 minutes. Just tell you what we do, and much of what we do is coming out of what our speakers have spoken today, the pain points that startups go through, some things which you have raised, and some institutional problems. So we are just taking on from that, and those are the pain points we have seen from the past decade, and we have put it together. Earlier, the mantra, earlier we were known as TES. Now we have scaled up to giving very specific solutions to startups in a consultancy mode, and so therefore the word has now become TES solutions from TES. That's our brand. Yeah. So basically we are here to provide solutions to startups, and we understand from the past 10 years we have seen them struggling in their growth path, facing several problems, funding being of course the major one, but more than that I think it is choosing the right model to, choosing the right technology, where technological issues several times, choosing the right markets, the customers. So basically looking at all of this, we have actually now come up with a proper system of mentoring startups on a one-to-one basis in a more of a consultative mode. So we are enabling an ecosystem building where startup ideas are nurtured to become successful ventures. Our mentoring is specific on one-on-one consulting, incubation and support services. So it includes both the mentorship part, which is, I believe, the most important part, much more than funding, which comes after a lot of mentorship that has to go rightfully in a right way to the startup. We also help in providing services, because then we become like a one-stop shop and you don't have to go to 10 places to get that one startup launched. So from providing you the mentorship to taking you through all the important services, which can range from financial, consulting, regulatory, technological, and so many other things which you would need to actually start your startup. For institutions, we do a lot of capacity building, which is setting up incubators and doing pre-incubation and incubation programs for them. So we actually, they outsource a lot of incubation related activities, both from setup of incubator to running the incubation programs, which we help institutions do. So we build capacity for them. And the last is the most interesting and the most exciting that we are looking forward to is corporate co-innovation. Over the last 10 years, we have realized that the easiest way for startups to actually scale is to marry a startup with a corporate which is in the same field. I think Sanjay Jasrani sir just said that the experience, so there is where the experience comes. The corporate who's working in a certain field has been working traditionally or whichever way for the past many years. So they have this world of knowledge, expertise, and professionals who have worked on it. And here you have a startup who's coming up with a brilliant idea, and probably the company is looking for these kind of ideas. So this is the corporate co-innovation program where we are connecting these startups with the corporates to do a co-innovation together and to the win-win situation for both of them. So it is a win-win situation, and it can go any way, of course, with the complete understanding on both sides of what they want from each other. So basically, we are looking at startups, incubators, and corporates and SMEs for the co-innovation part. In our startup services, of course, we understand the pain points of startups. So from idea validation, which is most important, understanding the pain point, that's what most of our speakers have been saying today, that validating, you are passionate about the idea, but validation doesn't happen until you really do a good market research, a market survey and come up. So we help you with idea validation, proof of concept, then a go-to-market strategy, a sales strategy, business and revenue modeling for the startups. Then we get you ready for the investor. So while we some of us in our team are ourselves angel investors, but more important for us is to get you investor ready. So that's what we do. And investor readiness means a lot of things. I'm sure Sanjay sir is here, he can tell you. Getting you on the cap table is a big journey, and that journey is something, without that journey you can't even sit on an investment deal. So we get you ready with from documentation to your big projections, to your valuations, to your pitch deck, to your tech platforms, to all that. So investor readiness is a big thing. Then the tech part. This is another pain point which we have seen over the last 10 years, that you build beautiful platforms and technology products, but in the journey of building, you find a lot of bugs in the thing, and sometimes their startups have to go back, have come midway and have to go back to the start again, losing all the money they spent on the tech because the tech was not made properly, because the way it was communicated, there's a big communication issue also in this, the way the tech guy understands and the way you want him to do, there's a big gap. So here we have tech people in our team who can help you with this and also audit the tech platforms for you and integration of AI and everything. Then we have support services like legal and compliance, and I think we have some people here, she is also there, who helps us do a lot of legal compliance, IPR, branding, media, communication, and a soft launch for your startup. So what's different between us and the others? For one, we ran cohorts for many years. But today, we are scaled up to understanding that the startups have very, very individual problems. There are some common problems which we can take commonly in a cohort, but not everything. So at that stage, they need that one-on-one mentorship. And that is important. So the dedicated mentorship one-on-one for every startup who comes to us will get a mentor who will be through hand-holding that startup right from beginning till his launch for that part. Other than that, it could be possible that the mentor is not an expert in every field. So at some point, you need a domain expert. So that's where we have a whole pool of domain experts which we fall back on and get them into the mentorship sessions that we have for validating or for understanding whether the product is going the right way or not. Then we do workshop and events like this on key topics. A lot of startup founders come back and tell us, look, we know everything. Like one of our startup, typically he's building a very nice product, but he said, now just tell me if I go to the investor, I just don't understand all these financial terms. There's so many terms. So our mentors have to sit and, literally, so these kind of terminology, jargons, understanding financial concepts, until they know, they cannot even look at an investor. So some sessions on this we take where startups want specifically those sessions. And then we facilitate investor connects with our pool of investors. For the institutions, our second vertical, we do a lot of campus, we do a lot of campus entrepreneurship programs. Now this is where I think Pratham was saying there are mental health issues for students because we haven't created the entrepreneurial mindset. So our first program is the campus entrepreneurship program, which is a base program to bring the entrepreneurial mindset. It's a very base level program. Then we have a campus incubation program, which is for setting up the incubator and running the incubation programs. The third, and in that incubation programs, we take the next level of students who have graduated after this entrepreneurship program to actually go ahead with programs which are focused to building their startup. Then we do a lot of other things, because today educational institutions have a mandate and agenda to show also and do also a lot of incubation activity, innovation activity. They have some IICs, and so there's a lot of hackathons, boot camps, all that happens for the institutions. We support them with all this. Another important thing that very few probably would do is training the faculty to take on mentorship and also to become part of the incubation network. So there's a big dichotomy. There's an incubator in a college and there's a faculty who's made in charge, and there's no connect. So this problem I've seen across all colleges. एक incubator है, fund मिल गया, वो दिल्ली से Startup India seed fund, Atal incubation fund, yes, एक incubation manager रख दिया, but they have no idea now how to take it forward. Except for premier institutions, of course, where lots of faculties are parts of startup, mentors, and also take equity in them, but majority no. So we fill that gap as well. We do faculty development program, and lastly we support lots of guys in colleges to do internships with startups. Both of them need each other. So either we place them with startups, and obviously these are guys who want to take up build startups on their own, so they want to go through the process and see. So we kind of connect startups with these students who either want to intern or want to be placed with startups. Corporate co-innovation program will start, generally starts this way. We identify, the corporate comes up with a problem statement, and this has happened. There was a logistic company, a IT company which was building products, IT products, and they typically told us that, you know, that was just one example I'm giving you, that can you connect us to startups who are, you know, building products which are connected to us. So that's when we saw that this is happening in a lot of places and we want to be a part of it. So we start with a problem statement from a corporate, and then we have this list of and pool of startups which we have over the past few years. And so we kind of marry the two, and they find process innovation, product innovation, business model innovation, service innovation, tech innovation. They need the startups because they come with a fresh, innovative mind, and they need these corporates because they have a world of experience behind them. So we do that and develop the product. The program is monitored with, by us, and finally lead it to commercialization. There can be different modes in which they can get acquired, or they can part ways also, either way. Yeah, I will not focus much on this today, but we do a bit for our traditional SME services also, a lot of services for them as well, from the most important being the digital transformation that we do for small and medium enterprises. Some of them are startups, but we call them SMEs because they are typically not into they're mostly into manufacturing, but they do want a lot of strategy and they do want a lot of digital transformation, so that's where we come in with innovative ideas. This is our team, and request our team to come forward. Menon has 40 plus years of experience, 25 in senior management leadership roles. FMCG are the main sectors, pharma and building material. And he has an expertise in scaling up business, strategic planning and turnaround. And then we have Sandeep, who has 30 plus years in management consulting, corporate advisory, investment banking, VC, PE investment, research and business valuation, and his domain expertise is food tech, fintech and pharma, and he also dabbles in social enterprises. And then we have Aditya. He's a software engineer and takes care of a lot of our tech related issues with startups. 20 plus years of work experience in MNCs across geographies, and he's ex-director in Nagarjuna Cements Limited. His expertise is prop tech, construction tech and tech for good. And of course, I'm there. 40 plus years, my experience has been mostly with academic institutions and student startups. But we have been training a lot of corporates at the senior and mid-level in corporates. So my expertise would be in FMCG, pharma, and So health, well-being, edtech, fintech, agtech, because we do a lot of programs with ICRISAT on our agri-business, so we have expertise in agtech as well. We typically last 10 years we have mentored 300 plus startup founders who have gone through our cohort-based programs earlier. But now some of them come back because they want scaling up, and that's where we are consulting them on a consulting model. And of course we have Jilani, who will take care of the academic institutions programs. He will handle all the programs with the and we have Rosalind, who will take care of business development. So these are some of our achievements in the last few years. 300 plus founders mentored. 22 cohorts we ran with the University of Hyderabad and 5 cohorts with ICRISAT on agribusiness. And we have supported 10 plus on incubation capacity and in institutions, building some co-innovation programs with corporates and supporting a lot of digital transformation in SMEs. Some of our institutional clients, some of our startups in the last few years. Yeah, that's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
So I think everyone is using the ChatGPT kind of tools. There are a lot of tools came into the market after the OpenAI model. So how we can use this tool for brainstorming the ideas. So all the ChatGPT kind of tools are developed with vast amount of data. So once you use these kind of tools for brainstorming, you will refine your ideas. When it comes to market research and then analysis, you can use various kind of tools, starting from semantic analysis and then literature reviews or research scopes. All these things, based on the research papers, you can analyze the ideas. So nowadays, the tools like if you upload certain research papers, it is giving the summary. So from the summary, you can understand. No need to spend much time on analyzing the research papers as well. So when it comes to the market data, you can explore all these things based on the advanced tool. Good evening all. So thank you for the wonderful introduction. So yeah, AI, a game changer in enhancing startup ideas. So on this theme, mine is like from the academia perspective and as well as from the startup perspective. I'm trying to bring out some innovations from the AI side. Everyone is hearing about the AI and then it is how it is changing day by day based on the industry's perspective in the work field and all the sectors, how it is overcoming the domains. You are day by day exploring all these things. When it comes to the startups, how it can help in innovate, optimize, and how we can scale the startups, we can take it forward. So I think everyone is using the ChatGPT kind of tools. There are a lot of tools came into the market after the OpenAI model. So how we can use this tool for brainstorming the ideas. So all the ChatGPT kind of tools are developed with vast amount of data. So once you use these kind of tools for brainstorming, you will refine your ideas. So that will help to come up with a good idea based on the success stories. When it comes to market research and then analysis, you can use various kind of tools, starting from semantic analysis and then literature reviews or research scopes. All these things, based on the research papers, you can analyze the ideas. So nowadays, the tools like if you upload certain research papers, it is giving the summary. So from the summary, you can understand. No need to spend much time on analyzing the research papers as well. So when it comes to the market data, you can explore all these things based on the advanced tool. So similarly, when it comes to product development, there are the algorithms like machine learning and deep learning and reinforcement learning. So all these algorithms can simplify your task. So AI is nothing but which will avoid the repetitive works. So and then provide you the good insights from the data. So from the historical data, you can come up with the good insights. That is the whole idea about the AI. So then when it comes to the product development based on the feedback, based on the pattern of data uses, you can come and then you can understand the how it is changing the perspectives of the individual mindsets. So for that, and then you can utilize the power of AI powered tools. So such tools will help you in designing the simulation models. We developed recently, it's called a tech entrepreneur simulation. If you do one step, what will happen in your startup ecosystem? If you do the wrong step, what will happen in the ecosystem? So these kind of simulation development tools we have developed at AI Research Center. So these tools will help you to analyze your startup ideas. So not only that, personalized customer experiences are more popular nowadays when it comes to the Swiggy, Zomato, starting from that, the notification kind of things, all these things you can come up like a personalized things. So nowadays if you are developing any idea also, how it can be validated in the real-time market. All these things you can come up with the AI support. So apart from that, operational efficiency also you can measure. So with the AI tools, so how you can streamline your business ideas, how you can go into the market, all these analysis you can utilize the AI tools. So just by overviewing all these terminologies like scaling growth, all these things will be helpful in understanding the business perspectives when it comes to the startups. So there are certain challenges and considerations when you are using the ChatGPT kind of tools. What is the biases and how you are giving the prompts, all these things you should be aware of that. And then every industry there are certain challenges. How you can take it forward is based on your understanding, and then what are the data security challenges, you need to look into these things. So AI will help you. At the same time, you have to be cautious about how you are using the AI. That is the whole conclusion from that. And then we are working on the different technologies, starting from the embedded systems, like a circuit level designs, to the AI advanced models, so like ChatGPT kind of developments. So however, whatever you are developing, you should be conscious on the model. So these are the technologies we are working at the Oxford University AI Research Center. So starting from the AI in acrobatics. Acrobatics is a new innovation with the skeletons and all, spiders movements, we are developing that. And then IoT and embedded systems, virtual and augmented reality and XR. These are the domains you can focus on that. And then software and web development, that is well known. And then blockchain and Web3, HCI. And NLP and own language models. We are developing our own language models there. And then quantum computing. So if you want to any guidance on these domains, we are open to all. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
So, on this slide, what you see are the various phases of startup, right? First, it's the founder would be on the concept stage. Basically, at this phase, you have some high-level ideas, and you are, looking to create more ideas to kind of solve that problem. So earlier, without using AI, let's say it was 3 months. Now, with the use of AI, maybe it's going to be brought down to 3 weeks. Whatever it is for your business, ensure that you measure that, and that's going to be your, effective use of AI. That's going to essentially help you go to market a lot faster, and that is definitely going to add to your competitive advantage. Hello everybody. Okay, now this is better. So first and foremost, I'm extremely happy to be here, and thank you for that lovely introduction. So I'll just get started with my topic. So I'll be talking on transforming startup with AI from vision to impact. So just to kind of give you a rundown of how I have kind of structured the presentation. First, I'll cover during the startup journey across the various phases, where all can you leverage AI to create competitive advantage. Then I'll talk about some real-world examples. I'll talk about some Indian startup and some big companies who have really capitalized on the Gen AI evolution. And then I'll cover if if you are looking to kickstart your AI transformation, I'll cover some of the best practices and some of the key metrics for success that you should consider. And towards the end, I guess we'll park the Q&A towards the end of today's session. So on this slide, what you see are the various phases of startup, right? First, it's the founder would be on the concept stage. Basically, at this phase, you have some high-level ideas, and you are looking to create more ideas to kind of solve that problem. So at this phase, you'd be doing market research or as well as creating prototypes so that your ideas become more concrete. So at this phase, there is no product, nothing, and in terms of funding, you are probably just self-funding. So at this phase, the founders can definitely leverage Gen AI tools like, again, in the market currently, given we are all 1.5 years into the Gen AI revolution, there are hundreds of tools, but my recommendation is when you are starting off as a founder, my recommendation would be to use tools like ChatGPT, custom GPTs, or alternative to ChatGPT would be Cloud. And for Figma, I mean, doing prototypes, you can leverage Figma. The reason I'm kind of calling out these applications, these are well known and from cost standpoint, very reasonable. Literally, they have all of these tools as a free version. So on the exploration phase, basically at the concept phase, you can leverage AI to have more innovative ideas in a most cost-effective manner. Then comes the next phase, which is validation phase or the pre-seed phase. At this stage also, everything is typically self-funded, or maybe at the max, you are pitching your idea to your friends, family, or you're looking for a government grant. So at this phase, typically startup founders, they look for more feedback, more detailed feedback. So they do a lot of feedback analysis, they do competitive analysis, as well as once they kind of figure where they stand in terms of their USP, then the next phase is they start writing proposals so that they can get some paying customers. So be it feedback analysis, competitive analysis, or proposal writing, for all of these main activities, again, startup founders can leverage Gen AI to their benefits. Again, the tools that I have mentioned are not finite list, there are innumerable tools, but my recommendation is again, like always, start with the easy one and which doesn't cost too much. So the ones that I have mentioned are ChatGPT, Custom GPT, the GPT marketplace. You'll find tons of helpful GPTs there. And alternative to ChatGPT would be Cloud. So you don't need to use both. Like any one should suffice. So once you move on to the next phase of your startup journey, that is once you have an idea, you've got some level of validation. So at this point in time, you would be actually looking for funding in terms of either seed funding, angel seeds, seed venture capitalists, or crowdfunding. So at this point in time, you would have to start developing your product. So in the build phase, typically, as I said, you would have to start building your first version or the MVP. So you would need to actually write codes. You would have to have final designs, and at this phase, you would also have few paying customers, so you would also have to think about customer support. So for all of these, again, you can leverage Gen AI. So when it comes to product development, you can use GitHub Copilot. For UX, UI design, again, Figma, recently, like about a month back, in the Figma config, they have launched generative AI capabilities, meaning no longer the designers need to start from scratch when it comes to designing the wireframe prototype. All of that can be done using the Figma Gen AI plugins. So you can definitely use Figma for the UX UI piece. There are also other applications. One of the notable one I really like is Galileo AI. That is also very good when it comes to UI UX prototype design. And when it comes to customer support, again, you can leverage any LLM models like ChatGPT, LLM model, or anyone to build your own customer support, basically AI agent. Otherwise, in the market, there are a lot of Gen AI Gen AI based application available, which would provide customer support. So you can also look at those and see if they have a good subscription model that works for you. The only thing that I would recommend is for doing any of the things that I have called out, be it in the explore phase, validate phase, or build phase, do not rely fully on AI. Use AI to do the basic job, but or for each of the tasks, you would need a human expert to ensure that whatever you are aiming for is foolproof. So same applies to customer support as well. Do not ever look for fully automated customer support, especially when you are in the seed phase. Basically, you just have few paying customers. Customer support is very crucial aspect of any product or services company. So ensuring a human layer is very important. Now moving on to the next phase. So let's say you have built your MVP, you have launched. So you have built your MVP, you have few, let's say, paying customers. Next, you would have to launch it to the market, right? So when we are talking about launch, basically, in the early stage, you again look for more funding in terms of crowdfunding, angel funding, or VC funding. And in terms of main activities that as an entrepreneur or as a startup company that you would have to do are, let's say, creating marketing campaign, doing sales forecasting, looking at customer insights, buying behaviors, and formulating various pricing models and all of that. So for doing each of these, you can again leverage Gen AI. There are again tons of tools available in the market. The main ones that I would like to again point out are, you can leverage ChatGPT, you can leverage Custom GPT. For marketing, creatives or marketing content, if you want to go a little extra, you can also look to use Jasper. And for any types of, let's say, visuals that you would have to create, that may include video or images, you can look to look for subscription of tools like Midjourney or Runway ML. Again, there are many. These are my favorites, so I have used all of these. I find all of these to be super effective, and not just in terms of the output, also in terms of cost. Their cost structure is very good, very economical. So I'm going to move on to the next phase. So once you have launched your product into the market and you have done that a couple of times, and let's say at this point in time, you have a lot of paying customers and you would be looking to grow your business further, right? So you would still continue to look for VC rounds of funding if need be. So at this point in time, basically you are in a growth mode. You have already found your product market fit. So at this point in time, typically things that are relevant and very important for startup companies are to ensure, especially product companies, you would have to ensure that you are providing personalized experience in the product or in the services. So personalization becomes a very important aspect. The second one would be, as a startup founder, you would have to look to ensure that you are, looking at all aspects of operations and you are making it more efficient. And you are on the growth mode. So scalability is again a big factor or big thing that startup founders really pay a lot of attention at this phase. So again, be it creating personalized experience, improving operational efficiencies, or ensuring that your solution is scalable, you can strategically and very mindfully leverage AI. For example, for creating personalized experience, you can use LLM models. Basically, you can figure out for your relevant product what all areas that you can create an AI-based experience. Those would be your AI use cases for your product. So for that, again, you can use the API version of ChatGPT, basically access to their LLM through an API. Alternatively, Claude also offers similar services. You can also leverage that. And for ensuring that whatever solution, like the AI infrastructure that you have that is scalable, you can look and you can explore solutions like AWS. You can also look at Google Cloud AI. You can also look at Microsoft Azure. So all of them have very good infrastructure, AI infrastructure support, which can scale as your business scales, and their cost, or basically their price plans, are also very competitive. So based on your business needs, you can plan accordingly. So next is, let's say, you have done this for a couple of years and your business is now like, you have reached leadership in your respective field. That is, you have reached maturity. So at this point in time, you are no longer a startup, you are basically a big company. But you would still have to continue to ensure that you're staying competitive, you're a leader in your space. So you typically, at this stage, companies need to do all of that by looking at a lot of data. So they would look for advanced analytics. They would have to ensure that they mitigate risk. They're looking at risk from all different angles, and continuous innovation, right? So that's no-brainer there. Again, to do all of that, definitely leverage AI to your benefit. So this is again bird eye view in terms of how a startup really kind of operates, and from a startup it becomes a very mature company. It doesn't happen overnight, it takes time. But what I try to kind of showcase here is, at each of the phases you can leverage AI to your benefit to create, innovate faster, create a long-term competitive advantage, and do all of that in a very cost-effective manner. So I know a lot of information, so I'm going to pause, and I'm going to move on to the next slide. Now I'd like to talk about some of the successful startups, right, who have really used Gen AI to their advantage. Again, by no means this is a finite list, or this is not in any order. This is, some of the startups that caught my attention. Hence, I'm talking about them. So the first one on the list is GoCodio. So this is an Indian startup company. They have a Gen AI agent. What this Gen AI agent can do is, it can do software development testing for anybody, like any other software companies. So it can do, integration testing, unit testing, regression testing, penetration testing, and it can seamlessly integrate with any developer workflow. So this is a startup. They have just started like little over 1 year, and within such a short span of time, they have already helped more than 16,000 developers across 150 companies globally to reduce post-production defects and improve software reliability. The next one of my favorite, is Kishan AI. So this is a company who leverages Gen AI to detect crop disease early on. Not just that, also provide weather-related information to farmers in their local languages. So think about it, like they have really solved a true problem for a wider audience in India. So essentially they would be providing they are providing crucial agricultural advices to thousands of Indian farmers every day, helping them to be more productive and resilient against climate changes, and that too in their local language. So they have solved multiple problems in one go. The last one on the list is InVideo. I'm pretty sure many of you have used it. So this is a tool which allows you to create videos, right? So they have leveraged Gen AI, and now they have made the video creation process automated. Meaning you just have to write a script and it will automatically create a video for you. But by no means I'm suggesting you take that and use it as is. Of course, you as a human, you would have to add your unique perspective to that to make it more engaging and appealing to the end users. But all in all, they have really improved, basically they have really streamlined the process of video editing and video creation process. And in last few quarters, they have added more than 8 lakh subscribers to their user base across 150 countries, and they have really also added significant revenue to their pie. So these are some Indian companies who have really made good use of Gen AI. Now let's look at some global players. So we have Nike on the on the first one on the list is Nike. So Nike uses AI not recently. They have been using AI for a very long time. So they use AI for personalized shopping experience and virtual try-ons to enhance customer engagement and loyalty. So basically they have a Nike Feet app which uses computer vision and machine learning to kind of help the user find the right size for them, and they have combined that with virtual try-on experience. So just imagine sitting at your home, you can find the right size which is right for you, and you can, through their virtual try-on experiences, you can actually try it from the comfort of your home. So this is one company who have really created a unique and engaging customer experience using AI. Next one on the list is Netflix. I'm pretty sure majority of us here use Netflix. So Netflix uses AI-powered recommendations. So every time we log on to Netflix, the list of recommended series, movies that I would see versus you would see would be different. So they have achieved this through use of AI. So in turn, how does it help them? It helps them to increase the user retention and user engagement. The third one on the list is Airbnb. So Airbnb is one company who have used AI almost on all, at multiple levels. So they use AI to personalize search results and recommendations. Not just that, they also do dynamic pricing, all of which improve their booking rates. The next one on the list is an AI company only, but they also use AI to accelerate their design, testing of different vehicle components. All of that helps them to reduce the development time and go to market faster. The last one on the list is Amazon. So Amazon is again a company which provide AI managed services to other companies, but over here I have listed for their Amazon site, right? The Amazon commerce application. So they use AI at multiple levels to optimize the product recommendation algorithm. Not just that, for the women fashion segment, they have also added a lot more AI capabilities. They also allow, basically they use AI which recommends the right size for the apparel that you're looking for. Not just that, I'm sure you must have seen that they have also added a review, like a summary of the review. So let's say a product has 20,000 reviews. It's very difficult for a user to kind of scan through 20,000 reviews and understand what majority of the people are saying. So they have kind of solved that problem by providing a summary of the review in a contextual manner for the user. So all in all, these are just some examples. Again, by no means these are exhaustive and these are not in any order. I just wanted to kind of talk about some of the success story. And also I want to mention that these companies are leaders in their space. None of these are startups. So they are at a point where they have added AI use cases in their product itself. But when it comes to product development, operational excellence, for all of that also they heavily rely or heavily use AI, and they use design thinking methodologies to kind of go about and ideate, basically do that ideation to productization life cycle. So now, moving on, so let's assume, I'm pretty sure many of you here are, either a startup founder or thinking about starting your own company. So you might be wondering, like, when it comes to AI, where should we begin? So my advice would be begin small, like do not go all out with AI. Identify small areas, be it product use cases or operational use cases, and once you identify small areas, explore available tools. And I, in the previous slides, I have mentioned about a couple of very popular and easy to use tools. But definitely do your research, see what makes sense for you in terms of cost and other parameters that might be of importance to you. Next is build a cross-functional team. So for startup, like your initial founding team may be a small team, so you would need to collaborate with industry experts, especially who are in the space of Gen AI, designers, and basically also you should attend more of this type of events where you can collaborate and learn from your peers from the other startup and understand what are the things that they are doing right, working for them, what are the things not working well for them. So basically, it's not going to be a single team who is going to, execute anything. When it comes to Gen AI kind of application, it's not going to be one team who's going to be deploying or managing everything end to end. It's going to be a cross-functional effort. Next and third one is leverage existing AI tools. So don't go and start building your own LLM model on day one. It's not needed. So leverage existing tools. That's going to be cost effective, and that's also going to be meaningful for your business. And stay up to date in terms of what's happening in the tech world. And lastly, for whatever you are starting, to use AI with, measure and continuously improve based on your findings. Now, I'd like to conclude with this slide. So in terms of some of the key metrics that as an AI, not as an AI, as a startup founder that you should keep in your mind when you are using AI. So first and foremost, you should always think about customer satisfaction. So measure the change in customer satisfaction after use of AI in your product development lifecycle. You are definitely going to see an improve because your time to market is going to be faster. There are going to be lesser number of defects. In terms of quality, reliability, all of that is going to increase. So customer satisfaction metric can be one of your North Star metric to kind of see a change in that. The other one, a very important one, is time to market. So by leveraging AI, you can reduce the time it takes from ideation to actual go live, basically product launch, right? So measure the cycle. So earlier, without using AI, let's say it was 3 months. Now, with the use of AI, maybe it's going to be brought down to 3 weeks. Whatever it is for your business, ensure that you measure that, and that's going to be your, effective use of AI. That's going to essentially help you go to market a lot faster, and that is definitely going to add to your competitive advantage. Next is innovation rate. So evaluate the new ideas that have been co-created by using AI, right? So that's going to reflect the AI effectiveness in fostering creativity and innovation within your product team. Next and very important, and this is a no-brainer again, cost efficiency. So for all of the areas where you're going to use AI, be it product ideation, development, testing, iteration, you are going to save on cost, right? Because we have seen that Gen AI tools cost a lot less. So try to measure the cost, and it's going to ultimately lead to a lower TCO, total cost of ownership. And lastly, also to me, a very important one is employee productivity. So by using AI, what are you ultimately are able to do? You're able to reduce costs, do things faster, and also you would still continue to have the need to have employees, but they would be spending their time on manual, repetitive tasks. Rather, their time would go into making things better, improving things, or thinking out of the box, like things that typically people should have been doing, but because of the manual and repetitive tasks, they get, let's say today, if AI is not there, people are not using AI, let's say 70% of employees' time goes into creating those, detailed things, which is a lot of the manual steps. So all in all, overall time that employees would be spending, they would be spending on meaningful activities, which would lead to higher satisfaction, and that would result into higher productivity. So these are, according to me, some of the success metrics for startup founders that they should keep in mind when they think about using Gen AI. I'm not recommending you need to measure all. See for your company which all ones make sense. But I would recommend to at least use 2 to 3 of the metrics that I have just talked about. With that, I'm going to end, and thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We all don't need $5 million, $10 million, $20 million, or like Baiju's $10 billion to grow and then die. Startups are like statins which can bust through corporate cholesterol. I really believe that, corporates have so much of money. I was part of that journey. It's a great product, but then you have to get exposure to the right people. I meet so many software founders. In fact, right now I have 3 AI great products sitting out there who are struggling to get demos, struggling to get good audiences by people, and they need to showcase the efficacy of their product. Thank you so much, and my respect for the past speakers. I think very interesting sessions. So, how many of you are already startups here? Just a show of hand. About 5, 6, 7 or so. How many are aspiring startups? Any aspiring startups? Okay, okay. Thank you. So, my quick intro is I'm a Pakka Hyderabadi. I've been part of a startup journey myself, a company called Sierra Atlantic, which I joined way back in 1995, 94, 95, as a sort of founding CFO of that company. And I spent 20 years, I just worked with that one startup. But I had a brilliant opportunity at the beginning of the whole IT boom to be part of a wonderful team. Had a chance to take this company to growth, to public. We were listed for 5 years, went back to private. Then we grew it to about $100 million. So I saw $100K to $100 million journey just with that one company. And then we were acquired by Hitachi, Hitachi Consulting, which is a subsidiary of the larger Hitachi Limited. So I stayed on for 3 years. From CFO, I moved to the CEO of that acquired entity, India and China, Hitachi Consulting. And then I left. So my last 11 years now has been in the startup world. Nandita is a dear friend. I have been associated with TEZ on and off as a speaker, mentor, right, almost from inception. I joke with my large corporate colleagues that startups are like statins which can bust through corporate cholesterol. I really believe that, corporates have so much of money. I was part of that journey, that innovation, I have one, no problem. Innovation tends to sort of go down, So my topic today is not directly AI related, but it's a little more foundational topic about funding or no funding, right? The path to scale. And I don't know how many of you agree that can you scale a startup without funding? Any show of hands? Oh, there you are. That's great. So I have support today. I thought people would throw bottles of water at me. Okay. So that's little bit me. This was a poster I had on my desk many years back. It was a sailboat which was standing in the water, and the quote was, "When there is no wind, row." So I think we all need to do that. Can I have the push-up? Yeah. Okay. So I'll cover some of these. I won't spend too much time on this, but I just want to start with that. Having seen this journey 20 years prior, and then the last 11 years. So interestingly, I think since I came out of corporate, the startup industry in India also was just on the cusp of a huge boom, right? And of course, it's important for founders to understand. So I'm now an angel investor. I've invested in about 20 startups. It's just my personal portfolio. I've not raised any money from outside. I just invest from my own funding. And I've done about 20 investments. Like I said, I do anywhere from $10,000 to about a max of $100,000. So these are all early stage. I also invest through a network called the Indian Angel Network, which typically invests about 5 to 6 crores in a, that's the ticket size. Anicut Capital, a few others also. But the reason I wanted to mention is this 11 years I must have met, I don't know, 1,000 plus founders, aspiring founders. I've watched journeys from start to exit. In fact, very interesting journey, early days, as I just came out of corporate. I met a jewelry startup. Their name was Candier. They were in diamond jewelry. Two founders. One was from a jewelry business. The other was and I am Calcutta MBA, a business guy. Very interesting. So they had reached out to me on LinkedIn. It was just an inbound sort of this thing, and they just wanted some form of business mentoring. So I spent some time with them. I really liked what they were doing. It was fortunate. I was able to introduce them to an investor friend of mine who actually took 30-40% in that startup, and he helped them to go from where they were to a next level and took them to an acquisition by Kalyan Jewelers. So why I mention this is, the same aspect. Sometimes we all don't need 5 million, 10 million, 20 million dollars, or like Baiju's $10 billion to grow and then die, right? So I think it's important to realize that funding is really, it can be the wind in your sails, it can do a lot of other things. But this journey of this diamond jewelry startup, the reason I mention is that two founders, excuse me, very complementary to each other, managed to get an investor who actually sort of, took them through that rigor of that business growth journey and was able to introduce them to a superbly complementary acquisition. Kalyan was going IPO. They did not have an online presence. They didn't have a young sort of buying audience who was buying 50,000 to 1 lakh type of jewelry units. They all had traditional, 1,000+ stores and large ticket items and all. So this company became Candier by Kalyan overnight, just pre-IPO, and now the founder continues to remain the head of the digital part of Kalyan. He got an exit as part of the IPO. He holds stocks and an amazing journey. Yeah. So what I wanted to mention was that a lot of founders whom I meet very often have this issue that investors in India are conservative. The valuations you get are very different from Silicon Valley or anywhere else, right? So it's important for both founders, aspiring founders, to know that the Valley ecosystem is now 40 years old. India is still just about 10, 12 years old. And what tends to happen in funding is that if you are investing money from a previous exit, your propensity to take risk is much higher, okay? Most of the funds today in India are still just coming out of their first 7 years plus 3 year type of cycle. A typical VC fund raises money from large investors with a intent that over a 7-year period, they will invest, they will exit those startups, get that money back, and return the money to these investors at maybe 30, 40, 50% compounded sort of growth rate, right? But here, so what happened, the worldwide and even in India, is during COVID, the governments the world over, because all the economies were stalling, a lot of easy money was pumped into the system. Close to $25 trillion was pumped in by all the federal banks to avoid a stall of the economy. And then after COVID, as things started normalizing, all those funds were being pulled back. So the reason I like this slide and to share the slide is that a lot has changed over the last 2-3 years. If you ask me, maybe 3 years back, a SaaS company with a, 200K ARR would have got a $5 million funding at a $50 million valuation. Today, a SaaS company with a 200K ARR will struggle and take time. So things have changed. I just meant to sort of mention that here, right? It's the time to design your startup closer to classic entrepreneurship. And what is classic entrepreneurship? We'll cover that. But I'm sure, all of you have friends, seniors, family members who have been entrepreneurs who, when they were growing up, nobody had access to the type of capital which startups have got, right? But finally, a startup has to grow up and become a business, right? So there's no magic dust which is sprinkled on us which says that, okay, here I have an idea and I can go and I can make a prototype and get a 2 crore of funding, and I'll make the product, I'll get another 10 crore funding, and in 5 years time I'll make 500 crores, 1,000 crores. There's nothing automatic about that. So a little bit of my intent to cover this today is to say that when you design your startup, you design it with purpose, thoughtfully, with a rigorous plan. If you get easy funding, that's a great boost, but be prepared that funding is going to be very difficult. Okay. So I sort of quickly I'll cover this. This is my homegrown definition of what a classic startup I believe is, right? Ideally a team of founders with experience. I am partial towards and I'm not against student dropout founders or anything like that, but I just believe that a startup journey is like climbing Mount Everest. It's a long, arduous journey. You need to be prepared, you have to acclimatize, you have to get equipment, Sherpas, everything. There are a variety of base camps which you are going to face at each stage of your climb. And even within, 500 meters of the summit, the weather can change and you just have to go back to the earlier base camp and wait. So there's a lot of things involved. But ideally, a founding team with experience, a complementary founding team. I think for some of the aspiring startup founders, I mean, for example, I'm associated with IIIT Hyderabad's incubator. Brilliant computer science, very young teams coming out all the time, superb AI startups, computer vision, machine learning startups, but very often they miss the point on the design and 3 friends, classmates come together to start the startup. But technology is of course very important. Technology is the engine of and the differentiator between startups and traditional industry. But you still need a complementary founding team. There has to be somebody among the founders who is the go-to-market person, who will sort of understand from the market, bring back the requirements of the market to the product team who will go and sell. There has to be an operations and finance person who will take care of the nuts and the bolts, like the metrics Moa mentioned, right? So most technology people are brilliant, but they're a little bit like scientists, right? Love to make new products all the time. Oh, I made a product and that's ready. But sir, now I'm working on 2 more products. What happened to that first product? What's the revenue life of that product? I don't know, but maybe $5 million. So I said, what's your revenue now? It's about 20K. Is it 5 million revenue life hai, 20K current revenue hai. Why are you building another product? I said, no sir, I like building products and this is not selling, so I thought I'll build 1 more product. It doesn't work like that, right? So that's where if you have a complementary founding base, things work much better, right? You think through. So clearly, frugal capital, high innovation, and driving enduring value, long-term value. So look for problems which are must-solve problems, right? That's important. Building an elegant solution. So a lot of this, and I'll just jump across to some industries which I believe are out there, right? There are a lot of Me Too startups today, but there are a lot of emerging areas. The whole AI area itself is huge, although there's a lot of capex flowing there. I think there's a lot of skepticism now that if you have invested a few $1 trillion in the capex, a Goldman Sachs report said you need to generate $800 billion of revenue per year out of that capex to justify the amount of money which has gone. So there's a little bit of hype cycle in all the investments and the stock market, but there's so many use cases of technology. I would take drone applications, right? I have a startup in Bangalore. It's called Aereo. It's one of my more successful startups. They just raised a 100 crore round. They use drones for a variety of asset management applications. Their drones are used by the Rajasthan government today for land titling. They do land survey with the drone application. And that's going to be rolled out all over India today. So huge focus on the technology side today, right? You take silver living, a very under-addressed area. I'm almost 60 now, right? A whole generation of my colleagues, plus and minus 5 years, are going to be spending a lot of our money and not just giving it off to our children, right? because the equations are changing, and I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm saying that our parents just left everything to us and we would take care of them and the equation was over. Now, travel, hospitality, housing, bunch of things. On the positive side, on the defensive side, healthcare, bunch of stuff like that, right? A few years back, I met a healthcare startup called Consure as part of Indian Angels, CONSURE. Consure was in a sort of healthcare application which was helping elders if they were bedridden, right? A bunch of sort of hygiene and cleanliness applications, and it was amazing. So what did they do? They had built a product to help the elders, but they went first to the US markets. They got a US market approval and they actually rolled out their entire product line in the US healthcare market, and they are super successful. So bunch of things are out there which I definitely encourage startups to look at as very differentiated options, right? So quickly, a typical startup's path to heaven, in my view, not every startup has to become a unicorn. I think the unicorn as a term is highly overrated, it's just bandied around. But a good journey can be that you raise anywhere from 0 to 3 to $5 billion of capital over a 5 to 7 year period. But in raising that capital, you are very conscious, you raise at certain stages, where you are able to deploy the capital very effectively. And over a period, you build a company which you continue to hold at least 50% of. That's important. By the way, a lot of startups, because they haven't thought through the initial capital, they start off with 10-15 lakhs of capital, right? They build something, they are at some stage, now they are desperate to raise capital. They find an investor who's willing to put in 2 crore investment, but they want 50% of the company. Now the startup is in a corner. If they don't take the investment, they die. If they take the investment, they dilute 50%. But in so many cases that happens. And actually, that's also a bad outcome. Because you take 2 crores for 50% of the company, if you cannot deploy that 2 crores to go to a certain takeoff stage and you need more money for that, your next stage of capital either will not be available or it will dilute you further from 50% down to 20% or something. Then when you, with all your hard work, you reach a VC investability stage, if you don't hold more than 60 to 70% of the company when you come to a VC, they don't want to invest in you. Because a VC doesn't want to run your company. They basically want you to run the company. They want you to have enough equity where post a Series B or a Series C, you should ideally still hold 20-25% significant skin in the game, because you are the engine of growth of that startup, right? In one way, it's my own sort of easy definition of what a great capital outcome can be, right? And in today's world, there are a series of possibilities. A lot of companies grow at some point to be acquired. A lot of companies are strategically invested into by larger corporates. I mean, you take something like Yoga Bar, and Yoga Bar was acquired by, I think, ITC or Hindustan Lever, right? Health bar company, 2 women founders, I think they were sisters. Such a beautiful product they built. It was a hard journey. They got some initial capital, but they built a market, they built a brand in such a tough space. And finally, they sold for about 200 crore exit or so. I was reading the interview of that founder. It's a fascinating interview. Even the timing of exit is very important. Sometimes if you don't take an exit at certain point, you may actually then go down in the value point also. So many things come up, right? So one more aspect here I just want to share, like I said, the whole world has changed in terms of funding, is that the go-go days, which I meant, the easy capital days, there was like a urgency to deploy capital, right? You go, you get good valuation, you get more money than you ask for, and the VC wants you to deploy it tomorrow. Expand karo, revenue karo, grow at any cost, right? Now the world has changed. I mean, business also follows the law of nature. There is gravity. You can't just take money and use it to do what, right? You have to deploy capital very carefully. Finally, a startup founder's most important job, any founder's most important job, is to be able to allocate capital sensibly. That's very important. Investor-driven time frames was the earlier thing. Now it's really all driven by business, right? How do you do? When do you expand? What do you expand into? Much more closer, clearer. Growth at any cost. Rule of 40, if some of you have heard, it's basically, it says that if you are growing at 100%, you can be loss-making at 60%. 100 minus 60, 40, you are good. So basically, you can be loss-making if you are growing. That was the rule earlier. I think it's a little bit crazy, right? If you sell a 100 rupee product for 60 rupees, you have an infinite market for it. You can show all the metrics you want.
But what is the margin on the product?
Yeah, so that's it, right? There is no margin of the product. Yeah. So vanity metrics, multi-city. Earlier, I have met so many startups. As soon as they have achieved some scale, right? The attraction is I'll go multi-city. Okay, but what you have to sometimes sort of think through as a founder is that if you go multi-city at the end of 4 or 5 years, if you go prematurely, you may have a 2% market share in 6 cities. What you have to weigh that off against is if you had stayed, let's say in the city of Hyderabad, which is a booming city, it's a growing city, the largest companies, including somebody like IKEA, chooses Hyderabad to come to first. If you have 10% market share of Hyderabad, some larger, up the food chain company will actually pay you a significant amount and you will be far more valuable instead of having 2% market share of 6 cities. So there are always choices, always decisions, right? So everything is about, making sensible choices there. Acquire inorganic revenue at any cost. I think that period is going slow now. Get stars, drive them hard, hire, pay, amazing amounts, give stock. I think everything is coming back to performance now, right? So you have to be coming to fundamentals. I think Mauva covered some of these metrics very well, so I don't need to cover that. Quick few role models, right? I'm sure most of you may think that, oh, here is a guy who's giving some gyan, pagar paisa bana lenge, right? Of course, it's not easy. I'm not for a moment saying, and I'm not even saying that it's no funding. All I'm saying is a lot of startups, proceed with a misconception that at each stage they will be able to raise funding which will take them through to the next stage comfortably or pretty much okay. But as all of you know, the mortality rate of startups is about 98%. No more than 2 out of 100 startups actually cross 3-4 years of existence. The reason for a lot of that mortality is startups, there is no entry barrier. Anybody can start. You, I and my friend Sanjay here can start a startup tomorrow. We can get rolling. We can go to investors. Maybe because he's from IIM and I have grey hair or less hair, somebody might give us 2 crores also. But kya karenge? Finally there is so much of planning, so much of structure which has to be thought through. It's a business, right? You have to treat it like a business. It's a business which can be on steroids. If a traditional business would have taken you 15 years to generate maybe 100 crores of wealth, maybe a startup will take you 12 years, right? Be reasonable. In fact, I tell my investor friends also that, right? So, a lot of people ask me, a lot of my friends ask me, oh Sanjay, you're investing in startups, what's your expected return? You know what expected return? Out of my 20, 2 or 3 startups will probably give me 20x return. But 8 of them will actually go to 0. And already 4 of them have gone to 0. Okay? The rest will give me, I don't know, maybe 2x to 5x return. So end of it, early stage investing is about getting 35% or so compounded annual return. It's about being reasonable in your expectation. And more than that, I like to say this to all my prospective investor friends, some of whom may be here, is that early investing is nurture capital. You have to invest in the startup, you have to mentor them, you have to take them to market, you have to help them hire senior people, you be there with them. So your job as an angel, as an early investor is to take the startup from where they are to becoming VC investable. That's the role. You can't sit back and say, because I read in the paper somebody got 100x exit, even I should get 100x. बहुत मुश्किल. Okay, so quickly, some notable companies, Zoho, Freshworks, we all know among IT. Zerodha is startling example of a zero commission breakthrough in brokerage and investing, and I think the timing converged really well. I think Indians as a mindset are now coming to the markets. So much of fixed deposit money is coming in. ID Foods, iconic company, right? Paperboard, yeah. Serum Institute, these were the vaccine people. Mu Sigma, some of you may have heard of. MYK Laticrete, a Hyderabad-based company. Murli Yadama, Nandita, you must have heard him, right? He's an amazing guy, right? Self-built, ground up, bootstrap. Oak Ridge School, interestingly for some of our Hyderabad people, I heard the founder speak, he had come to a small group which we are a part of. Very inspiring story. So a lot of things, out there, right? So I'll just use the last 4-5 minutes quickly to, what is it you need to scale without funding, right? There are 4 or 5 questions which you have to look in the mirror and answer for yourself. Are we addressing a real need? I covered this in my definition there. Is there clear value? Is the market large and scalable? That's very important. Put that criteria to test, right? Have we built a solution which is a resilient solution, which can stand? And like one of the speakers mentioned, actually good customer service can be a huge differentiator. If you ask me, I sit on the board of a large multi-speciality hospital, and I often tell the founder, healthcare in India, there is no concept of customer experience at a hospital. So I joke with the founder, I tell them, sir, आपके hospital में आना is like going to Tirupati, झक मार के जाना पड़ता है भगवान का दर्शन लेने, दर्शन होता है, पीछे से कोई लात मारता है, and you have to go out, I said, where is the experience? If large hospitals can actually invest in healthcare experience, and I'll give you an example. I met a startup, organic startup, a company called Sempia, CEMPIA. They built a SaaS platform for customer feedback in healthcare. Vertical SaaS. Fascinating company. 5 years time, today they are a global company. They are doing about $5 million ARR. Funds are chasing them. He's not taking money. Fascinating, right? So find a good problem and solve it well, right? What is the research and prep you have done? I think the plan is very important. This again, I get all types of anecdotes. A few years back I met a company, they are super successful today. So one of the funds, Indian Angel had requested me to meet with them. So I asked that founder, I said, show me your business plan, I just want to understand, It was an EV company. So the founder smiled at me. He said, sir, do you want me to spend time on Excel sheets or go out in the market and win customers? I said, yeah, dono bhi karna padta hai. You can't help it, right? So like I said, you have to be Superman, Spider-Man and Batman. You can't just be, selling and thinking that all these business plans are for the birds or for the, finance guys like this guy, right? It's a good combination. You have to bring it together. Do we have a clear view of the resources which we need? Again, plan, talk to people, find mentors. The best help you can get is from your peer network, right? Talk to people who have succeeded, talk more to people who have failed. Not to get scared off, but to learn from their experience. Really important. Have you thought of each of the logical stages, right? So finally, are you prepared to be everything? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman in one. But the most important point I just want to share on this is that you have to be able to sell. As a startup founder, you should realize that a good founder who can sell anything can not just get through but succeed, right? Your product can also come next. In fact, this is another point with a lot of my deep tech companies. I try to tell them, by sir, the product is only 30% of the journey. And they're looking at me aghast thinking, what do you mean 30%, right? It's not 80% of the journey. You can make a brilliant product, I mean software. So Microsoft is like the Hindustan lever of software products. Microsoft can make anything and they can sell it at a 80% gross margin. I and Sanjay, again, we can make a great AI LLM, right? But how do we bring it to the market? Our product would be, world-beating product, but can we sell it? Can we bring it to light? That part of the journey is often far more difficult than just building it. And I'm not against product people. I'm fully for them. But you just have to be realistic in what it takes to get to that success. That's important. Maybe your product will be acquired by Microsoft. That's fine. So build a great product, but then you have to get exposure to the right people. I meet so many software founders. In fact, right now I have 3 AI great products sitting out there who are struggling to get demos, struggling to get good audiences by people, and they need to showcase the efficacy of their product, right? Okay, so this is really the last one now. Great customer experience, I talked about. Pricing at value minus and not cost plus. A lot of founders, I like to share this important aspect. We all grew up in our business life like that, especially in IT. The tendency of the Indian IT industry was a cost plus pricing. I think the global IT industry always taught us that it has to be value minus, right? The realm of aspirational possibility. I'm not for a moment saying be conservative, be defensive, be slow. You should aim for everything, but realistic. There has to be a line of sight to profitability now. That's very important. Focus, relentless execution, chutzpah, right? So never say die. Eventually every startup has to become a business. So I'll just leave it here now. So this was the last one, like I said, getautopsy.com is actually a website which has an account of 200 startup founders who failed. It's a first person account in long form and it's a fascinating study. Thank you. I think I overtook my time, but my pleasure. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking this time to attend this program and bless the girls tonight. Before starting the dance program, we would first like to seek the blessings of Lord Ganesha, inviting Shravya and Sharanya's music guru, Sri Nallan Chakravarti Murthy Garu, to bless and sing an invocation song with the kids to start the program.
Nateshatmajam Nateshatmajam Natyaganapatim Nateshatmajam Natyaganapatim Namami Matangavadanam Sri Nateshatmajam Natyaganapatim Namami Matangavadanam Sri Nateshatmajam वेङ्कटेशात्मजं नाट्यगणपतिं नमामि मातङ्गवदनम् श्रीनटेशात्मजम् नटनारायणि सुतम्
नटनारायणि सुतम्
नटनारायणि सुतम् प्रसीदम्
नटनारायणि सुतम् प्रसीदम्
नटनारायणि सुतम् प्रसीदम्
नटनारायणि सुतम् प्रसीदम्
नरसुरमुनिगण वन्द्यम् प्रचतम्
नरसुरमुनिगण वन्द्यम् प्रशस्तम्
नटनारायणि सुतम् प्रसीदम् नरसुरमुनिगण वन्द्यम् प्रचतम् नाट्यगणपति नटेशात्मजम् नटन सुधीन्द्रम्
नटन सुधीन्द्रम्
चटुल चटुभारम्
चटुल चटुभारम्
नटन